Cek 1, 2, 3. Halo, welcome to the stream guys. Welcome. Hari yang kita tunggu sudah tiba. PaperX main. Chatnya keluar dong. Oh my god. Gue padahal cuma nyoba-nyoba anjir. Sebentar. Yo, we have chat in the screen. Wait a minute. Bentar. Tempatnya nggak ini ya. Bentar. Apa pink ya? Perasaan gue belum ngatur warnanya deh. Bentar, gue gedein ya. Coba. Gue nyoba-nyoba doang tadi anjir. Ada ternyata keluar anjir. Oke, segini. Bentar. Pindahin ketutupan muka lu. Mau dipindahin di mana? Gue bingung, sumpah gue bingung. Di sini aja kali ya, di sini ya. Nah, di sini aja nih. Di sini nih. Ya, di sini ya. Ini kan ketutupan warna putih. Jadi baru nyoba ya. Jadi mungkin nanti gua adjust lagi. Soalnya kalau di bagian kanan kan ini sudah ada tempat member, ada tempat tempat saweran segala macam. Jadi ya udah di sini aja ya. PaperX for doing. Oh jelas. Anda kesini sudah jelas tujuannya. Kalau bukan dukung PaperX, mending ke tempat lain. Nanti kalau habis pertandingan PaperX, kalau lu mau dukung yang lain bebas. Aduh, delete dulu ya guys ya. Bisa delete dulu absennya. Tapi ini customnya masih dikit nih berarti nih. Bentar. Harusnya bisa kayak dibikin kayak ada bayangannya gitu gak sih tulisannya? Emang kebaca tulisannya sekecil ini ya? Kekecilan gak sih sebenarnya? Bentar. Gue mau coba bisa dikecilin gak ya? Ininya. Ww. Namanya juga baru ya. Mainan baru buat gue. Bentar ya, gue mau. Bisa gini coy. Bisa dibikin lebih ramping. Sebentar. Lagi main sama chat. Segini gak sih? Udah. Ngapain ngeliatin muka gue ya? Chat aja udah. Isinya chat aja. Bentar. Kegedean. Too much. Too big. Bentar. Berapa ya enaknya ya? Soalnya ini kita belum mikirin apa sih namanya yang gini-gini nih, belum ada tempatnya nih. Ini mau di sini susah. Mau di mana coba? Masih bingung, belum dibikin coy ini. Apa space-nya belum dibikin. Taruh tengah gini aja. Di atas QR itu masalahnya nanti kalau ada membership di sini itunya. Gambarnya di atas QR itu. Coba segini kali ya. Bentar. Gini kali ya, segini. Coba. Gini aja nih. Nah, gini aja nih. Jadi nggak seberapa banyak kelihatannya chatnya. Gini ya, aman ya. Gini aja dah. Nanti gue bakal otak-atik lagi, tapi nanti dah. Kita otak-atik nanti aja. Gue ini cuma ngecek doang anjir. Gue cuma nyoba-nyoba sebenarnya. Ternyata keluar. Soalnya kemarin gue coba kan, nggak keluar anjir. Ini ternyata keluar. Oke lah. Setidaknya sekarang gue tahu dia ada.
Bacot.
Skaraskui baru saja memberikan 10.000. Mana nih suaranya pasukan bocil Pepper Rex?
Aku Skaraskui, aku bocil Pepper Rex. Gimana tapi itu ya suaranya? Bikin suara dinosaurus. Suara dinosaurus gimana coba? Ayo. Gimana coba? Kan nggak bang? Belum mulai juga, aman. Rar gimana rar anjir? Jangan aneh-aneh deh. Tenggorokan gue masih sakit anjir. Gara-gara apa? Ini tenggorokan apa bekas korban ini anjir, technical issue. Di hari pertama. Gila berapa jam itu live-nya soalnya di hari pertama ya. Raur aja tuh. Cek epos raur. Aduh. Piparor.
Bacot.
Bacot lagi.
Skaraskui baru saja memberikan 10.000. Ketik 1 jika kalian bocil Perex 1111.
Boleh, anjir dia ngomongnya satu udah kayak kode itu anjir. Kode emergency telepon anjir. Boleh, tapi thank you ya sekarang ke donasinya, thank you. Yuk bocil Perex satu dulu, yuk. Boleh satunya. Kita tunggu walkout ya bentar ya. Ini gua keluarin setelah veto map. RRQ satu grup sama Peprex ya? Iya, unfortunately yes. Terus nih kalau misalnya Gen.G kalah, yang udah pasti, dia bakalan ketemu lagi sama RRQ di bawah. Di lower bracket. Pasti gak tuh ngomongin. Bang, sapa saya. Halo Nanda. Nama lu susah. Mars gak diajak. Ikut gak diajak padahal. Wah, saya salah vote, malah Pepperex bukan PRX, betul. Gimana sih kamu? Padahal sama anjir. Jangan gegabah, kayak apanya jangan gegabah. Harus confident, yang ini confident dong. Ayo dong. Boleh dong. Anjir, texture nih. Lihat nih, ACS-nya texture jadi sebesar ini ya. Gara-gara kemarin anjir. Gara-gara pas ngelawan RRQ nih ACS dia segini nih. Bodoh amat ketutupan teksturnya. Nih, gara-gara kemarin 300 nih, 200 nih. Gila. Kemarin sih emang gila banget nih orang ya. Terus governor, yang governor itu 399. Tapi ya lu lihat aja tapi musuhnya siapa. Tim sedikit kocak juga pas ngelawan Talon. Tenang kayak Tank Ruski siap menghentikan tekstur. Amin, semoga seperti itu. Bentar, gue mau ini masih penasaran sama live chatnya anjir. Mumpung ada di layar gue, mau gue atak-atik gitu. Bentar ya. Mumpung belum mulai juga kan. Bentar, bisa nggak ya di otak-atiknya sekarang? Bentar. Pilihan voting apa ini? Loh. Memang di sini begitu. Bang, lu udah yakin sama monyet? Oh, udah. Semenjak dia memakai baju Pepperex, langsung yakin. Kok aneh ya, nggak ada warnanya gitu ya. Ini gue pakai apa, Streamlabs punya gitu. Tapi kok kayak nggak ada yang bayangannya ya. Ah, nanti aja deh. Bingung gua. Gua bingung masih. Pilihannya harus di custom kayaknya deh, ini harus di custom HTML atau CSS-nya deh. Tapi gua kagak ngerti, nanti aja jadinya. By the way, di-like dulu ya guys ya. Absen dulu, di-like dulu. Itu udah bayar kah? Enggak. Ini masih interview coach ya, masih interview coach. Polo dan Alex. Penting nanti aja bang, PRX dulu, sabar. Ini juga belum mulai kok, aman. Iya masih coba-coba kamu. Ini sebenarnya harusnya sih kita bikin ini sih, bikin apa tempat baru sih buat chatnya khusus ini. Ini kan masih ini ya, masih tempatnya masih awkward gitu, nutupin badan gitu. Nanti deh, nanti. Next season. Next season. Ini baru beta test. Halo child. Bentar, bentar, gue ngecek dulu. Cepat nggak sih ininya? Oh lumayan cepet kok ini chatnya. Lumayan apa, habis kalian chat, habis itu dia keluarnya lumayan cepet di screennya. Oke. Banci tadi yang bilang halo ya, Banci halo lo. Salah baca gua. Mainan baru. Oke, halo mau siapa? Welcome to the stream. Jangan lupa di like. Absen, halo Raffi, welcome. Let's go PaperX, let's go. Dua 2-0 apa 2-1 Kai? 2-0 lah. Kamu nih tanya apa sih? Di sini berat sebelah coy, gak bisa coy. Gak bisa ditanyain kayak gitu anjir. Di sini jawabannya berat sebelah ini. Untuk match yang satu ini pasti berat sebelah. Gak bisa coy. Pertanyaan kayak gitu gak bisa. Gak bisa nyari jawaban yang netral di sini. Siang Rigel. Kandangnya PaperX. Sarang ini bro, sarang dinosaurus. Anjir, Gen.G mau dipulangin PaperX atau pulang sendiri? Well, mereka tim Korea dan venue-nya di Korea sih. Basically mereka udah pulang sih. NFC welcome to the membership. Thank you DJ member. Baru jadi member ya? Silakan dipakai emojinya biar yang abu-abu lainnya juga tertarik untuk member. Biar iri mereka. Wah, Mars ini out of the place ini orang ini nih. Ini VCT Pasifik loh. Salah campaign Anda. Monyet main nggak kayak? Ya main lah, Jing-nya kan udah nggak ini, udah nggak aktif. Oh, Jing nggak masuk roster. Iya, udah ini, udah inactive dia. Kan emang season kemarin emang season perpisahan sama Jing. Yang grand final champions itu. Reforsi main di tim mana? Alah, kamu ini udah tanggal segini, hari gini masih nanyain Reforsi main di mana? Ih, cari sendiri. Tenang, masih ada race main freak. Anjir, kalau dibawa bingung sih kalau sampai beneran ratnya itu ya. Perkiraan skor 13-0. Cok, kon salah nanya, Cok. Lu salah nanyanya di sini. Gak bisa, di sini tidak netral, di sini bias. Bang, translate ini aja suaranya kagak gue nyalain. Mau translate apa gua? Belum, masih interview tadi. Gua bakalan buka nanti gua nyalain pas udah veto map. Kalau udah pick map. Something bakal pakai Reina kah di match ini? Enggak, ISO. Lebih gak masuk akal lagi. Lu yang bener aja lah, realistis dikit. Gen.G Seiren, betul. Seiren sejak
bacot.
Skaraskui baru saja memberikan 10.000. Kira-kira meja Pak Alek aman gak nih?
Bersih sih, gua rasa sih bakal bersih sih hari ini. Gak ternoda nih mejanya hari ini. Aman. Kalau pakai ISO gila sih. Tapi di kepala gua ya, kalau ada satu tim yang mau bakal nyobain ISO, HyperX di kepala gua, anjir. Di kepala gua nggak ada tim lain yang bakalan nyoba di kepala gua, yang masuk gitu di kepala gua. Anjay, semuanya pilih HyperX kecuali William. William bukan golongan kita. itu ya talent sama analisnya mereka ya. Ini orang ini baju coklat, tandain. Nah ini William Cho nih. Dia milik Gen.G. Tandain ini ya, mukanya nih ya. Apa maksudnya Anda nih, ha? Sampai analisnya analisnya pun ditarget anjir. Apakah kita sudah mulai berlebihan? Tidak dong. Anjir, bounty anjir. Info IG ya William. Jadi gak enak dilihat, beda sendiri. Ini apa ini maksudnya, apa ini, ha? William juga milih RRQ. Iya ya, dia selalu yang paling beda ya. Dan biasanya salah kan? RRQ kemarin dia salah. Ya udahlah ya, hari ini salah lagi ya. Ya kayak halo Davin, welcome. Sudah dicari IG William. Jangan diserang beneran, Cok. Bercanda. Tapi kalau dukung HyperX-nya serius, nyerangnya bercanda. Apakah monyet main? Jingnya nggak ada. Itu cuma berlima doang pemainnya HyperX. Nggak ada six man-nya. Jadi udah pasti main terus monyetnya. Yang Jing tuh terakhir di AVL tuh. Bang, kenapa rank Hardstack Bronze padahal aku main dari SD kelas 5? Bentar, Valorant tuh 2020, lu SD kelas 5, berarti lu sekarang kelas berapa? Valorant sekarang udah 3 tahun menuju 4 tahun. Kira-kira lu udah kelas, kira-kira kelas berapa berarti? 3 SMP? 3 atau 2 SMP? Ya otak lu belum terbentuk dengan sempurna, men. Jadi stay sana dulu. Nanti mungkin pas lu SMA mungkin lu bakal naik dengan sendirinya. Apakah itu menjawab? Semangat Hilman. Halo Iru sampai halo Nonem. Tetapi adanya Forsaken 10 tahun udah emo, Bang. Ingat, darah Anda tidak ada artinya di hadapan darah dia. Remember, ada blood diff di sini ya. Bloodline diff. Sana darah bangsawan, bro. Salah lu, salah anjing. Salah. Sok-sokan compare darah sendiri sama darah mereka, salah, cok. Salah. Gak bisa gitu, coy. By the way, di like dulu yang belum ya guys ya. Penonton 150, like di 100-kan dulu bisa kali. Privilege adik Forsaken. Jangankan Forsaken, se-Kevinnya juga, Excurate-nya juga bahkan sekarang ada di Pacific anjir. Sudah ada 2 Susanto bahkan. Nanti jadi reveal komik, ayo. Kalian kan ini ya, tahu ya, gue kan ilustratornya kalau di Senpai. Nanti gue liatin deh gambar-gambar gue deh. Sebelum gambar di sini deh, mau nggak? Habis ini tapi habis selesai match-nya Paper X, habis kemenangan Paper X, nggak ada tuh match-match tuh, habis kemenangan. Guys, nanti ya. Menangin dulu. Habis pidato, habis interview. Nanti kan pemenang ada interviewnya. Anjir, dinasti Susanto. Real lagi habis ini adanya juga ya. Udah direncanakan itu, bro. Udah di plan 5 tahun lagi mungkin. Menangin kan, udah menang. Oke, siap. Udah menang coy. Udah 2-0. Anjir. Di apa biasanya kan kalau meme-meme kan apa orang-orang pada ngejokesnya di TVRI udah 2-0 menang ini. Di sini di Senpai. Lu ke stream lain terus bilang di Senpai udah 2-0. Anjir. Jangan gitu ya. Aneh, norak anjir. Bawa channel gue ke tempat orang lain nanti. Ini lu bakal WP sampai selesai kayak gue usahakan, Wira. Saya usahakan. Tadi ini 3 game sih. Semoga aja cepat semua ya. Maksudnya, oke. Gak apa-apa deh 3 map. Semoga gak ada technical issue. That's the point. Itu poinnya. Semoga gak ada technical issue lagi yang aneh-aneh. Siang-siang kita welcome to the stream. Kan promosi kayak janganlah, nggak enak lah. Awas aja technical issue sampai 3 jam lagi. Males sih. Tapi hari kedua kemarin udah aman kok. Cuman ada pun bentar doang gitu. Udah eval dari hari pertama itu. Jadi harusnya udah aman sih. Hari ketiga ini bahkan udah. Masih lama kan ini? Ini sih bentar lagi kayaknya jam 1. Ya paling mereka lagi setup di panggung ini mah. Lagi setup mouse, keyboard. Nyoba-nyoba apa ping check. Ada ping check. Bentar lagi 2-0. Enggak, bentar lagi udah packing. Udah packing piala coy. Udah dapat pialanya ini. Gak usah tanding coy. Piala udah mau dikirim ke Singapura udah. Ke headquarter. Di sini gila kemenangan Gen.G tidak terlihat. Gak ada tuh. Gak ada yang nyebut Gen.G. Udah langsung Madrid. Hah? Madrid? Champions maksud Anda? Anjing gue berlebihan gak sih? Enggak kan? Enggak kan? Jadi lebih bias daripada BA-nya gak sih gue? Lebih bias daripada BA-nya Peprex gak sih gue sih? Maaf dah. Selamat siang Mikai. Halo Ilham, welcome to the stream. Gak berlebihan kok Mikai, tapi fakta. Boleh banget. Monyet rollnya dualis ya Kai sekarang. Gua lihat sih di AVL terakhir dia masih pakai smoker sih, Christian. Jadi mungkin masih smoker. Kan lagian kan sekarang kan banyak yang meta double smoker ya. Tapi who knows? Kita nggak tahu nih. Lu tahu kan kenapa kita suka Peprex? Karena nggak bisa diprediksi, coy. That's Peprex for you. We don't know what they cooking after Jing leave. Yokai BA tidak official Peprex boleh banget. Ini apa volunteer anjir. BA volunteer. Halo Bang Iron, siapa Bang Iron? Yang bener lo. Razer Peperex. Ada benar ya. boleh juga deh. BA ini apa unofficial ya? Selamat datang di posko pemenangan Peperex. Dukung Peperex dikasih berapa? Gua udah bilang volunteer anjing. Kagak dibayar sepeser pun. Gua yang beli t-shirt mereka, gua yang bayar hitungannya. Volunteer, bray. Mana mainan lu, Kai? Apaan? Mainan apa? Ini opening kan? Oh iya, opening. Gua nggak ada lagunya, takut ini dulu ya. Copy-rek ya. Lagian ini kan ini diputar mulu ya tiap kali pertandingan ya, jadi ya harusnya udah tahu juga loh. Chatnya hilang. Oh, chatnya cuma ada di sini, cuman yang ada di lobby ini. Kenapa mainan nyebutnya anjir? Kenapa dia warnanya berubah? Weh, bisa gitu kah? Tadi pink. Bentar, mainan beneran ini. Mainan beneran ini, bentar. 1, 2, 3. Berubah lagi nggak? Kagak. Gimana sih? Gimana sih? Mainan pintu. Kok nggak berubah? Tadi warna pink, kenapa sekarang jadi warna Pasifik gini? Lebih kelihatan sih yang ini daripada yang pink tadi ya. Tapi kalau dia ada stikernya kagak kelihatan anjir, jadinya malah kode emojinya doang yang keluar anjir. Kata mama jangan main pintu. Mama yang mana tuh? Ini kan pintu Jepang, bukan pintu rumah biasanya. Beda dong. Ini kan pintunya di sliding ya. Di slide, bukan digedor. Yang di apa sih namanya tuh? Pakai apa sih namanya? Digerakannya itu. Lupa gue lagi. Hey Gizen, memberikan 5 membership. Let's go. Thank you. Kalian yang dapat dari Gizen dapat bansos membership. Boleh langsung berterima kasih kepada Gizen ya. Thank you ya Gizen ya. Respect. O7. Ini lagi bocil-bocil klaim ada aja. Udah dapat semua itu anjir. Aku mau klaim Kak, gimana? Anda sudah ada badge-nya, nggak bisa. Itu by the way membership gift-givean itu kagak bisa kalau lu lagi member. Cuman buat yang abu, itu bansos buat para abu. Gak dapet min. Ya lu lihat tuh ada badge-nya, lu hijau anjing. Ih. Colok lo mata lu. Ulangin bang, aku nggak dapet. Ini juga sama kelakuan adminnya sendiri. Fuyu impostor. Mayan. Setiap kali ada giveaway, entah kenapa dia gacor aja dapat mulu. Tebak skor min, kayak apa yang mau ditebak? Gak ada yang perlu ditebak coy. Apa itu? Tebak skor. Udah menang kok. Lu nggak klaim kayak enggak lah, ngapain? Di tempat gua itu gua matiin kan. Lu kalau mau dapat gift membership itu harus diaktifin sebenarnya. Yang apa opsi lu bisa dapat. Nah, itu gua matiin yang punya gua. Fuyu aja emang kelakuannya. Diaktifin mulu, dapat mulu lagi. Oke, walk out. Paparazzi. Anjir, ini bajunya rada glow in the dark gak sih? Apa perasaan gua doang tuh? Pas digelap warna magentanya menyala gitu. Menyala bangku. Glow in the dark kayak ini. Wajah-wajah kemenangan, boleh. Kan berasa glow in the dark gak sih? Ininya. Baju Paperex yang ini menarik minat. Gue sih suka sih desainnya. Kebetulannya gue kagak suka jersey, jadi gue kagak pernah beli jersey. Ini siapa sih? Hah? Perlu diintroduce ini. Anjir, berat sebelah banget anjing. Parah banget ya. Anjir, dia ngomong lagi, ada yang jawab lagi. Gen.G dipikir gue beneran kagak tahu, cok. Dipikir gue beneran kagak tahu, anjing, kagak tahu gimmicknya dia anjing. Parah lu min. Jing wamil ya? Katanya sih bakalan wamil, tapi nggak tahu kapan. Soalnya kan dia daftar, tapi nggak tahu tuh dipanggilnya kapan katanya. Sependengaran gua gitu ya. Oke, mana nih? Veto map-nya mana? Veto map? Dia masih live stream kan ya? Ini harusnya dia WP sih harusnya. Harusnya Jing juga ikut WP untuk official PaperX Watch Party-nya. Sama VTuber kelawar itu. Oke, Veto.
Bacot.
Bacot.
Skaraskui baru saja memberikan 10.000. Udah menangkan ini, ngapain match lagi?
Udah Skaraskui ini cuman ini formalitas. Formalitas coy. Sebenarnya nggak wajib ini. Udah menang sebenarnya, tapi formalitas biar ada show. Kalau nggak nanti kecepatan hari ini. Split di and Icebox band dari PaperX lu tidak ini sepertinya PaperX tidak pede dengan Icebox-nya guys. Gen.G ambil Breeze coy.
Do they play Yoru?
Yeah, but if they do,
Lotus, PaperX, okay.
Gen.G actually has of how PaperX plays that. And if it's not that, historically, PaperX has struggled with Breeze a lot. So I actually like this pick from Gen.G, especially with the option for things like the Operator, the Outlaw on this squad of Gen.G.
I mean, I'm wondering.
Formalitas seperti ini tetap dibutuhkan buat viewer, betul. Kalau nggak kita nonton apa?
Something I believe that Texture's really played maybe a handful of times in his career, but none of them really spring to mind. But Lotus coming in for PaperX, this just feels like maximum comfort. And
Breeze Yoru dua-duanya nggak guys? For second Yoru nggak? Menurut lu?
So Gen.G could have, and will have had.
For second Yoru nggak nih di Breeze?
Well, it looks like Gen.G have heard rumors of the age of Yoru making a comeback, and they're like, oh, we remember PaperX Unbind. Let's not.
Ridernya berarti buy nih. Bukan. Apa sih? Kurang satu.
Yeah, I mean,
Sunset ya. Sunset decider mulu nih gue liat nih.
Old ways that some of these players and the coaching staff used to play bind no longer works. A lot of them used to actually have a lot of pride on bind, but things have changed since then in the game.
Decidernya sering banget Sunset, cuma nggak banyak yang sampai Sunset.
Some tape from PaperX, though. Surely there could be a lot of changes as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them, versus Sentinels, and they did make that a pretty close one in the grand final. And like you mentioned before, had to run that back versus T1 as well. So there is a bit out there to study when it comes down to that newest map in the pool.
Itu Gen.G kok 3 orang gentar ke kawan. Bahkan plus 1 aja orangnya langsung di itu. Something bro. Yorunya something for second yang harbor. Oke. Something coy. Gen.G kagak pakai ini, kagak pakai Yoru anjir. Yakin nih kagak pakai Yoru.
The single duelist Yoru for PaperX. I mean, we've seen again.
Triple control.
Yes,
by the way, triple controller anjir. Iya lagi.
Should be a lot more aggressive now. So he's going to be acting.
Monyet pakai Omen anjir. Di Breeze.
Both of them able to actually entry in very different angles than you're used to.
For second sama kayak kokonya coy juga. Executed kan di Breeze juga pakai harbor ya. Anjir. Adek kakak pakai harbor coy. Adek kakak jadi waterbender di Breeze.
No Sentinel composition, right? That is definitely W gaming. So let's get this first match started. PaperX versus
Let's
Gen.G.
go. Map 1. Let's go. Let's go guys.
It's me indeed, and with Quack, man, time to bring your face masks. This is gonna get a lot.
Mau ditotorin harbor win.
Controller, my man, on PaperX.
That is super.
Ini gak salah pencet tak? Enggak sih. Lagi pincek kali ya. Dipikir pincek apa ya?
But apart from that, also something on the Euro, I think is a little bit worth mentioning. But of course, we have seen how.
Kakak adek suka main air.
We can see
suka obok-obok air aja.
From Texture, are they going to do the same thing?
Absolutely. Now, looks like PaperX is going to be starting. To spread their wings a little bit all across the map, and this is
lucu itu ya, main prek yang smoker mainnya malah main sofa di sini. Smoker mainnya Main
Especially on
sofa
the
malah.
attack, right? Just having 3 sets of smokes to cycle through, you can see that they already sent out a high tide across A. It creates a bit of pressure, but at the same time sustaining a bit of damage towards this
Harbor
boost that,
Susanto.
I think
Iya
Gen.G
ya,
gets a
lama-lama
bit of
gitu ya.
information.
Yeah, haven't committed to top wall yet, so not really too much has been shown here by the hands of Paper X. There it
Kenapa
is.
muka something dapai dah?
On the clock.
Kamera, tolong kamera.
Choose for, and I think
Yeah,
they're just
dude.
making sure that Gen.G has to just commit a lot of their stars for the start of this.
Apart from that, also just with the gate crash that something is using, they're going all over the map, but here it comes.
Yeah, Tripwire on that A site.
Oh, dapat lagi infonya.
This is the Yoru though, so he can bypass it. Needs to break it. Munchkin has been given
Rada
up
serem
already.
sih.
Right in front of him. Two. On the contact point, it's good.
Rada serem, tapi remember this is Paper X, tembakannya gacor-gacor, boys.
Rest of Gen.G will have to go on that rotate.
Dapat jadi monyet.
Side, but look at how far Dubai has pushed up on halls here. He's
Nggak, maksudnya bukan monyet hewan ya.
Holding,
Ya,
whipping.
wah,
He's gonna
cahaya.
go down, but at least he's got that information for the rest of
Bukan nih,
Paper X.
gara-gara gambarnya monyet, gue pikir itu monyet anjir, padahal dapai anjing. Bye.
That just confirms a lot of it.
Okay, dash in. Texture's very aggressive into this as well as uber confident, but of course, Paper X just gonna be playing that post plan, something coming around the
Dipain
corner.
belum menyala.
Has to help out his team.
4 second dapat coy. Waduh, texture.
Wow! 5 bullets dashes right in. That's another one.
God.
Picks up the 4K.
No way. First round already picked
Wah,
up the
ini
ball.
orang
See
ngeselin
how
banget,
he has
sumpah.
that trigger discipline.
Wah,
Already
texture,
we talked about
coy.
trigger discipline. You're, hiding, waiting for the opportune moment. He's just waiting to track as the movement slows down. And that is unbelievable skill.
Man, the punish from that one
Waduh, teksturnya.
actually help out Paper X, but
Apakah menyala lagi nih tekstur? Ngeselin banget anjir.
Texture basically got a lot of these segmented 1v1
Harus-
fights in the span of just a couple
Harus
of
ditumbangkan
seconds,
dulu nih
turning
tekstur
the
ini nih.
Gen.G.
And now they've picked up the Bulldogs.
Nggak boleh nih, nggak boleh anjing.
He's looking to pick up the Bladestorm early on.
Oh, he wants to go for this insta peek on A main. Paper X, they give him the satisfaction. He's getting closer. His teammates breaking and giving as much.
Kasih.
It's down already.
Roundnya
That's
mereka
the other
emang.
thing, right? Because it's an outlaw, it's just so powerful. Anything on an eco round, it just chews right through.
Ini kamera masih salah nih. Apa jangan-jangan panitianya bener-bener mikir
Can already see
monyet tuh udah apa ya?
the tripwire outside of B main. Still, it's not going to stop Paper X from starting to move their forces all the way here. Looks like they're just okay with that. Device still hasn't got
Jadi kan malah kepikiran ini monyet anjir gua.
the past 2 rounds. That's looking a little bit iffy. With the stars being committed
Ah,
here.
ini kamera hilang, harusnya dibenerin
all
nih.
the way up onto mid. This could be very bad for Paper X as the spike drops.
Down mid.
Reloads, they know he's here. They don't really want to challenge him. It's way too risky. So they're running out of options. You can't go back into Elbow. You're pretty much stuck inside of B main.
Sorry.
Tailwinds away, so
Close vote.
maybe got a
Walaupun
bit of
kagak
regroup, but
penting
30
ya.
seconds left, right?
Something's gonna
Close
start,
vote,
make
ini
something
penting
happen.
tadi close.
Intended.
30
Make
seconds
some
left.
contacts here. Does have his great crash available. He wants to challenge out, get the outlaw.
Kasih.
When it's 140 body shot damage and you have shield or half shield, it's just not gonna work. You're just feeding.
Walaupun sebenarnya jangan dikasih ke tekstur semua sih. Itu tekstur di round 3 udah ada Blaststorm, bro. Sebenarnya sih jangan dikasih ke tekstur ya.
Yesterday he said he was hangry. Today, I don't know
Anjir,
what's on,
9-0
but
anjing.
this is a whole new look. Bladestorm already available.
Kasih dulu.
Paper X, they had sheriffs. They're just trying to maybe
Apa?
go for some picks.
Kalau Paper X kan sebaiknya ditonton sampai akhir.
A little bit surprising.
There's so many players.
Sebaiknya nonton Paper X sampai akhir.
For Pacific League that is on their revenge arc, right? Like Lenny, not getting the chance to play for Team Secret. The texture, as the Des was mentioning, not having.
Something juga punya langsung ulti, coy. Tuh katanya cuma Blaststorm doang yang dapat.
For something as he pushes up onto Orange. Any tricky business? Spots one, getting into the astral dimension. Goes out, flashes. He still challenges something.
Wah, tidak expect yang kedua. Monyet dapat tapi teksturnya harusnya secure sih harusnya ini.
You got the cascade up as well, so there's a lot more room for Seiren trying to play around this, pushing Gen.G back. They want to burn down the timer and they want to stay alive as long as possible.
Yeah, Munchkin's coming around the corner here on double doors. They're just waiting for him to drop down already. Forsaken's right here for the first contact, but gets punished by
Jadi
Meteor.
mahal dong.
He's going to be alone by himself. 1 versus 1 though. Dubai, unknowing of where his opponent might be, not spotting Meteor, getting closer and closer. He might not even know about this. There it is. No more utilities for Meteor, so it's a straight up start of the defuse. Devi playing and will be winning the gamble on the peak.
Yeah, you got the
Menang coy, menang coy.
Might as well just hang back
Yang penting
and
menang, yang penting
play
poin.
loose and easy, and at the same time,
Cahaya
you gotta
buktiin,
love the,
jangan jadi bulan-bulanan warga.
utility that PaperX uses. You can see that, yeah, you
Ini
know,
kalau
3
ini ya kalau
controllers,
sampai PaperX kalah ya, yang dibacotin Cahaya kayaknya.
But no, it's still very much
Sumpah,
is. The
monyet
dimensional
yang
drift gives them so much
yang dapat
space.
pressure
Monyet
itu
is
monyet
already
kayaknya.
there. Kind of like what Will said on the desk, that secondary duelist, instantly trading back and forth for the entire
Yang di starter
team.
monyet anjir.
And with that, you know, spike down, it's tough for Gen.G to retake in such situations.
True, but they do love their first contact, and Texture is already on this operator. There's not really much utility that can really
Jing bukannya masuk roster, nggak tahu tuh kalau di Sport Hub ada kan Jingnya kan, tapi sebenarnya udah enggak. Udah nggak aktif dia Jingnya.
Against Gen.G, PaperX have somewhat of an advantage here. Oh, still pushing through the
Wah,
smoke.
anjir.
Bujara with a double kill.
Wow, woi.
On Halls.
I can't believe
Check his
that he
PC.
reacted to that so quickly. I thought the Cascade would at least mask PaperX's intentions for just a second, but he reacts just as quick.
And Karon's just so fast.
Check his PC lah.
Punishes. Mindfreak's giving away his position.
Waduh.
Texture's not gonna miss the beat. PaperX, they've been wanting to get this.
Tapi ini mapnya Gen.G sih.
For the longest time.
Sekarang main map.
Flashes just, even though they have the triple control.
Tolong dicek PC-nya. Ada .exe apa?
It's giving them any leeway.
Yeah, not yet. That's the thing. I mean, the smokes are still just smokes, and without the flashes, dude, Karon was just popping off in that round. Round 5.
Alibinya setiap round bertambah ya.
But Will is starting to foam at the mouth. Yes, 3-1.
Sumpah Texture nih ya. Ngeselin ya. Kenapa sih? Lu nyalanya sekarang.
Feeding all the orbs for something. This is a pretty good idea, I'd still say, because if he does keep getting that,
perasaan kemarin kagak gini dah lu.
it does give them a lot more access into the back of the
Kagak
site.
gini-gini amat perasaan kemarin.
With this close contact that Lakia is setting up on A.
Yeah, with the positioning that Gen.G has, that classic 2-1-2 split. Oh, actually, it's a 3-1-1-3 split.
Tapi dari kemarin main OP terus nggak sih mereka? Texture emang OP-nya sakit coy, emang coy. Woi, Snowflakes, welcome to the membership. Thank you DJ member. Dipakai emojinya ya, biar yang abu-abu iri.
This is the problem about having a flash initiator. You just can't really
Average
flush
first pick
out
lagi meta kayaknya cuma di Pacific ya kayaknya ya.
that They just break that. PaperX break that themselves. Anyways, hold on.
Waduh, lagi dan lagi. Wah, duo Texture sama Karon ngeri sih. Jagain side-nya sih.
Goes and swims through with the high tide, giving him a high time.
Jagain side-nya ngeri sih ini, dua ini.
The pinch coming in from double door doesn't secure anything, so that
Ini kayaknya habis ini gua punya firasat mereka bakalan time out dulu.
It's not gonna happen. He only has the sheriff in hand. 3 versus 1, 20 seconds. He's gonna have to start pushing in, but because of how much out in the open he is, he's gonna be exposed to Meteor, and that's gonna be the 4-1 for Gen.G.
Gen.G are feeling fired up, having won those rounds against
Time
PaperX.
out, tolong di time out dulu bang. Time out dulu bang.
Wait till you see what we've got. I mean, this Gen.G
Alek aman kah? Terlihat sepertinya sudah mulai dipegang. Sudah mulai panas tuh tangannya tuh. Udah megang meja udah mulai panas tuh.
The idea of going in for an execute like that off
Gak perlu, cok. Realistis dulu, cok.
Paranoia with the Omen, it's just not quite landing.
Jing udah nggak main, Jing udah nggak.
And ideally, what your team would want to
Udah ini. Udah.
use in these
Banyak
situations
tuh omongannya
to
tuh.
make it effective. We're already seeing what was lacking, and it feels like they need that bit of information on who's at the back of the site. The problem is the dart's not going to be good enough. Something's not going to always be at the back of the site unless, again, he has the invulnerability and the
harus mulai memantau. Ini Alex Des, Twitternya Alex Des udah memantau ini. Mulai memantau. Dia udah mulai cooking mau ngepost gambar apa ini.
Positions that's not really making Texture afraid of holding the spots and just, using that tailwind to get out of harm's way.
Yeah, precisely, right? I mean, that's the other thing. It's just having those 3 smokes, 3 controllers. Surely it can be used
Parah banget fuyu anjir.
Just block off vision and
Parah
maybe,
banget,
block off certain areas. Make sure that Texture can't really, dominate the map in his current fashion. So whatever it is, That's kind of what the desk was talking about. Alex loves to call these timeouts. He knows when
Antara
to pause
persiapannya
breaks.
Gen.G yang bagus
right
atau
now,
emang Peprex
we shall
Prisya
see what
belum.
kind of effect it has.
Well,
I mean, ya lu lihat aja lah, ini pasti nyoba-nyoba, masih 3 smoker aja. Pasti nyoba dong ini.
Something doesn't waste any time though. He does use his ultimate to start clearing things up. Reckoning coming in from double doors, and he already finds one. Caroline could be in a
Something
world of
pakai kacamata ya emangnya ya?
out of harm's way. Back
Gua baru
to the side
tahu
for
gua.
Meteor, using the cyber cages to give him a bit of positioning here to roll.
Oh, nice.
But something quickly deals with him, but Caroline finds Forsaken through the off-cam kill. Oh, big flash from Lockyer.
Ya ampun.
He gate crashed backwards. I feel like Lakia might have heard it.
2 lawan 3
everyone's gonna
jadinya.
Split up, Device still up towards mid.
Emang
It's a
pakai
good bit of
kacamata
vision,
dia.
but
Gua baru lihat
it's a
sih.
2-on-3 nonetheless. He
Ya,
can't
gua
use the
biasanya
Viper's
kagak.
pit.
Yeah, Mindfreak is just by himself right now.
Here.
I mean, there's even a smoke coming in from double doors. They have really segmented the two players of Paper
Davai, nice.
Davai,
Nice banget.
he's hoping to be the same
Ya
here.
ampun.
Mindfreak's been given up out in the open texture. He's got everything, but Davai takes everything away from him.
Let's go!
Paper X around.
Let's go, Define, PRX, Define, Rapier. Ada Rapiernya sekarang, coy.
You know, getting information as to where Texture was positioned,
Let's
as
go.
to where the rest of them were trying to approach from. They knew how to find those shots, and that's again something that PaperX can always do. But I think
Kenapa
the
dia
crucial thing in that
saja
round was
dia
how
X
something
Define.
used that dimensional drift, how he pushed up all the way towards Orange, towards Bridge side. And from that point, he was able to find that back flank on towards Meteor. So that broke apart that ace
Mantap,
line of
Dapai.
defense
Gini-gini Dapai ini tahu apa? Dia dapat award pas di Malaysia tahu. Apa e-sport player apa gitu terbaik gitu. Di Malaysia.
Which ultimately, as you mentioned, with what you said, works in the favor of Paper.
Halo Ibu.
That said, though, we still need a few more rounds.
Aku bukan Dapai. Aku DRC. Kenapa DRC? X. Define.
PaperX is trying to approach here.
He's already preparing himself. Ooh, where did that shot come from? Meteor, I think, just
Waduh,
shot through
Meteor
the
kok
smoke.
dapat
That's gonna be
itu
the punish on
tiba-tiba?
Lanyard. Waiting for the rest of PaperX to come through that B site. There's so many tripwires.
Iya,
here.
kena timing.
Something just
Main
so
gadget
long.
mulu.
That's all you need,
Wah, ini yang
Keep it
bahaya
simple,
nih.
keep it safe.
Sebaiknya tidak
That's the
di-pick
thing
ya.
about New Breeze as well. This backside, the back walls, you are able to sneak up on front.
Aduh,
like
pas
that.
kerja lagi mainnya PRX. Tinggalkan kerjaanmu, tanggalkan. Tidak ada yang lebih penting dari show ini. Ya, tinggalkan.
Yeah, he's going to be the first contact on this 3 waterfall down mid. He's already been spotted. Oh, Forsaken's not
Whoa.
getting any shots. Finally,
Nice.
he's able to do so. Oh,
Nice.
works out, leaving
Tiba-tiba terabsen. Ini dikejar nggak sih? Walaupun nggak bisa juga sih, mereka harus simpen duit sih. Dapat, go, let's go. Dapat coy.
Something. Want to pick it up? Want to use it for attack? He will not. I was talking about the operator.
Yeah, maybe no ops for
Buat
now.
apa kerja mending WP bersama Ironsenpai? Betul. Betul itu. Itu pilihan paling bijak yang pernah gue lihat. By the way, yang belum like, di like dulu ya guys ya, dibantu ya, boleh ya. Biar FYP streamnya. Time out mereka. Dipaksa time out coy.
Just again, they're starting to lose grip. From a 4-1, it already turns into a 4-3 very quickly to turn around for PaperX. Again, makes Gen.G quake.
Padahal, wah, time out pamali ini anjir.
I think it makes a lot of sense to
Time out pamali.
step back first because they were putting a lot of emphasis on using
Masa
texture as
masih leading poinnya time out guys.
Find a contact. It feels like there's not a lot of options here for Gen.G to kind of try to do something else on that defense. Sure, you get the offhand kill from time to time as they start to creep up onto a certain position, but PaperX, I feel with the composition that they've had, they're so flexible at just getting those kills even when it's a 4 versus 5 as they push up into a site. Even if it could be like a 3 versus 5 because these smokes, they can keep utilizing to block the sidelines of the players of Gen.G.
Yeah, that's right. And not just that too, right? I mean, apart from blocking off sidelines, I love how they're using this third controller, Davai as the Viper, as more of a sentinel, as more of a lurker of all things. Because as soon as he deploys his toxic screen, he's like, I'm good. I can hang back towards mid.
PaperX adalah tim yang suka nggak pakai sentinel. Pakai, tapi mungkin tergantung map sih pada akhirnya ya. Ini emang pakai 3 smoker aja di somehow nih sekarang. Tapi gimana ya? Kayaknya emang bisa sih 3 smoker kalau di breeze. Karena emang mapnya luas ya.
They do have the shock darts, so they are breaking as much utility as they can. And of course,
Tahu dah posisi ininya.
I love this when you use the decoy.
Untung ke blind aja nih orang. Untung aja ke blind, sumpah. Itu serem anjir. Kena vulnerable dua-duanya anjir, tapi masih bisa nge-kill. Nice. Nice trade. Jangan dikasih kendor, let's go, 4-4.
And we are tied 4-4.
It is an
Let's go.
after all, but what a bit of an execute. Paper
Blind penyelamat nyawa, iya anjir. Itu gua udah deg-degan anjir. Anjir nih orang nge-pick. Tapi kan karena kita nggak kena blind ya kalau di posisi observer ya. Untung tuh ternyata kena blind itu. Di meteor ya. Takut gua udah anjir. Tapi texture kill 16 sendiri sih ngeselin sih emang ngeliatnya ya. Bang, gacor banget bang maksudnya gitu loh.
Committing on this operator of his. Something one away from the dimensional. Imagine just like as texture. Seeing that out of the open, right? Anyways, he's already committed to tailwind.
Di-push OP-nya nge-push.
Overpush just in case he can get that, again, that one-off kill if ever. Seems like because they spotted get texture on B, or A, excuse me, they're just gonna bring
mau ke B, dapetin info, dapat satu info.
Yeah, why not? We know we can avoid that.
Dapat 2 info harusnya udah.
Go straight for
Infonya 2, info ada 2.
Take out those 2, and then we have the site. Seekers were deployed by Lakia though, and he's already here to reinforce. Something's trying to get that through.
Yeah. 2 on the
Nice, dapat 2. Nice. Udah nice.
Find somebody inside the smokes, and it is so confusing to be in all of that positioning. Somehow, it is Gen.G getting on top of things. Monyet no for him, so he's stuck here until Devi comes in. So he is waiting for his teammate to give him 4 seconds on the clock, and this is a pretty smart move from Paper X to screen to block away that control at the back of the site, where you already see Caroline getting closer. He might not be spotted, as well as Texture coming in from the main.
Di commit.
That's the main thing. They gotta
welcome to my world. Commit.
This Viper's pit. Texture could be the linchpin for Gen.G.
Nice. Langsung
denied. Shorty's good. And look at this.
No.
High
ground advantage anjir.
Feed off of the play to
Babi.
giving the opportunity to retake the site and secure the round once again for Gen.G.
High ground advantage, babi.
Karen picked off this, I don't want to say streets, but the rookie coming out from like almost nowhere, but proving himself again and again. You talk about firepower, and Paper X has a lot of it, but Gen.G in this
anjir itu anaknya fuck me man Aaron lagi anjir.
Definitely bringing the challenge.
Absolutely, and again,
fuck me man Aaron.
Any form of extra information.
Itu legend aja, itu klip aja.
Just going blind into calls that they wanted to do. They even saved the operator here for Texture, so he's got a chance again to find something. Not the player, but you know, the opportunity to get. I'm gonna have to find another other than something to do this. Anyways, Paranoia is activated. Texture's blinded here. He's looking for a
harusnya udah kelihatan, udah ada info. Lihat di sini. Mantap. Blind spot anjir. Blind sight. Gak kelihatan di scope-nya itu tadi. Yoru di kiri banget udah. Sampingnya dikasih OP. Lah. Kupikir dapat.
That brings things back to a 3-on-3. Of course, Mindfreak wanting to play off the Hunter Sphere, but he knows that
ini dia kuncinya. Let's go. Udah ketahuan juga satu.
Meteor gives himself a bit of space. Push left or right. What it's going to be? It's going
to be Oke. Udah low. Gak mungkin dong. Darah tinggal 5. Bye-bye. Tinggal dibersihkan.
Devi bringing it back.
Let's go.
Very
Texture habis uang. Tapi dia, Bloodstormnya juga nggak dapat. Jadi harusnya mereka iko.
Because that's how Paper X executes. I mean, Grandpappy Achilles will be smiling about that one. He's like,
Sabtunya dikasih OP lah. Iya.
This is what they used to do. They orchestrate chaos.
Tiba-tiba langsung di absen kepalanya duluan.
He's got the fake outs, and it's so confusing for Gen.G as they try to defend. You're watching for so many.
Horror gini min. Loh, ini kan yang kita mau. Bro, entertainment bro. Kalau terlalu easy gimana nih? Ini bro yang kita cari. Entertainment. This is what we want to see lah bro.
He backs away. Look at how close something has already got on the top mid. TP's out.
Waduh.
I like the use of the code just to break the tripwire, but at what cost?
Pinter, Cok.
He's already decayed.
Dia pakai kop buat ngancurin trap, anjir.
Walking on thin ice.
Tuh dipakai tuh stratnya coy, pakai harbor, lu pakai kop, nembak trap biar kagak di blind shot anjir. Mar. Tapi apa pilihannya 3 smoker. Posnya apa 3 smoker anjir.
Lurk kills, and it is actually working for them, especially that Gen.G is on this weaker buy. Feels like Gen.G is just pressured to try to get control elsewhere, but Paper X, it's a lure into their trap, man. They're just saying, sure, thank you very much. Texture, though, this is the perfect chance for him to get some kind of information, some kind of impact.
You wanted to say something, didn't you?
I stopped myself mid.
Ini selalu, ini sih flagnya selalu terbuka sih. Davai jauh banget lagi.
I mean, it's just the name.
I can already feel the chat, you know. How is this caster like this? No vocabulary? Use a thesaurus.
Kenapa gua dibilang nge-G anjir? Parah banget.
Sorry, it's not easy. You think you could do our jobs?
Bukan pendukung Paper X kalau nggak biasa senam jantung, betul. Ini bukan hal yang apa mind blow nih. Ini semua biasa ini. Normal ini, bro. Semua normal, bro. Gak ada yang aneh.
Again, it's just kind of what we saw in the first, right? You know, Paper X, they can play around the
Jangan sampai siang saya, welcome to the stream.
utility of something.
Jangan lupa di like. Jangan lupa dukung Paper X.
They can rotate so easily.
Disuruh ya sekarang ya. Baru datang disuruh aja.
Got a quick catch from something in the rest of the team. As I mentioned, just
udah normal kalau lihat kayak gini, iya anjir. Justru lu bingung kalau mereka mainnya terlalu biasa.
One more round. It is pretty close though. Gen.G's able to get this 5-6.
Ini yang membuat kita cinta Paper X. Karena fun nontonnya. Anjir, teksturnya di sini coy. Kayak nge-whip dikit ya berdua. Wih, bawa temen lu ye. Beraninya bawa teman, bawa. Anjir, bawa Odin dia. Memprek bawa Odin, Cok.
Not gonna happen just yet. Monyet has control of the back of the site here. Ultimate activated right now. Big flags coming in from Munchkin. So the time for Monyet to make something happen is very.
Wah, nggak expect. Ada orang di belakang anjir. Ayo Monyet. Ini adalah waktumu untuk membuktikan kalau buymu worth it, bray. Oke. Terlalu gila sih. Nice try bener. Itu haters cahaya nambah itu. Haters yang monyet nambah itu.
First of all, we had, Mind Freak holding the angle with the Odin from window, but then afterwards, Munchkin coming back again from the same spot that Texture and Lakia approached from.
Map defense. Sekarang map defense.
You can see that what they wanted to do throughout this entire
match is
just either going for executes
he tried
on yet and something, or create a bit of noise, bait out that utility, and then rotate over thanks to their gate crash. Leave the Vi on that lurk. It doesn't always work out. If Gen.G just goes in for, a bit of a...
Macaya.
And that's the thing that you don't really have without, like, a...
Omen duelist, Cok. Memang, Cok.
Sentinel. Yes, the Vi. You got Viper. That's great. But no traps. No info.
Yeah. And again, it takes them a lot of time to just fiddle with their abilities, right? To throw it into a site. You already see how quickly...
Ternyata ngikutin ini, meta Omen kalau di Xbox jadi duelist.
Much of a risk taker that he is willing to.
Di Twitch udah mulai toxic, Kai. Toksiknya gimana tuh? Ya, dihujat. Monyet beneran. Orang-orang kagak terima kali. Jing keluar soalnya.
When they didn't have the Sentinel, where they were just charging out because they can't really anchor the site, or as you were talking about, are they gonna fall back with the Vi, who's actually doing a heck of a good job on that Viper of his?
That's the craziest thing. I mean, it's the W Gaming squad. We expect them to push out. Now they've got 3 controllers.
Oh, ini nih gara-gara dia bot prek kayaknya. Lebih ke arah karena dia bot prek ini soalnya.
See how this will play out. I mean, you don't want to die too early.
Apa Jing keluar mau wamil?
Because then you can't really use your abilities.
Wajib militer. Soalnya di Singapura ada ya, gak cuma di Korea coy.
Speaking of pushing out, there's like 3 players of Paper X about to have the welcome party outside A main.
Hole di push.
Smoke quickly placed there.
Bertiga kah? Hole 3.
Cascade. Shock darts from Mind Freak to dissuade anybody pushing up onto the Hall's position. The swing outs from Paper
Ada
Rex,
kemungkinan Jig balik PRX nggak?
have that sentinel
Ya
position,
kita lihat aja.
peeking and pushing, and
Setelah
Sens
Wamil,
getting that contact,
gimana?
through the smoke, able to get Lakia, the push out from Dexter.
Oh my god, this guy.
Something could get
Oh
it.
my god. Oh,
Dexter down to 25.
Ini orang apa sih makannya?
His lethality is still very much felt. Thus settling, numbers favoring Gen.G, Monyet as well as Devi. Devi's already coming in for the flank here, and Texture, he's very much unaware of it.
Anjing texture.
He is holding a bit of
Iya
an
dari
off
tadi,
angle,
Cok.
So Devi can't really just waltz right through that door.
On mid though, that's going to be
Okay,
Monyet
nice,
by
nice, nice.
himself. Does have the paranoia. I'm not sure if he actually
Yo.
saw the other one.
Ayo, Pai.
Door closes.
Musuhnya
The
low
opportunity
semua,
for
Pai.
Devi is not even possible. Dude had the so close
He
yet
opened
so
the door
far
again.
away
He
situation.
opened the door again.
Okay, so his positioning is already given. He's pushing out, jumping through the
Texture-nya-
smoke, smartly to try
texture-nya
to
dia.
get a
Oh,
coax out of
texture.
everybody. And this is the thing. Every single opponent of Devi right now is low. So his Sheriff has a lot of lethality on
Iya,
him.
tapi ini Dapai nembak satu kali aja menang ini. Langsung bisa ngekill.
He's so
Cukup
unaware.
satu tembakan
And
satu
you can
orang.
see that with how he's moving
Nggak
up
kena
here,
kepala, tidak
that he
apa-apa.
wants to
Kena
get
badan
close
ini
against
mati semua.
Karen, but he's so afraid of where Texture actually
Masalahnya
might be.
kagak tahu nih posisi di mana di satu.
Could be mid.
I mean, he's got a bit of time, but Texture is the main one to look out for right now.
Kelihatan harusnya
They
kelihatan.
just barely miss each other. Look at Devi.
No.
I think he heard the drop down too.
Nice.
Just peek out. The Devi, can he be?
Oh, Dipine.
Collected. My man is patient as can be.
DRX Dipine.
What is up, Danger?
Dari
It's got that
Kelantan.
sheriff. It's got the word danger written all over it, and he just.
Untung aja
clutches
tuh
it
yang
out
terakhir
for
ngeri
us.
sih, rada ngeri sih tadi yang terakhir
Apart
emang.
from being, keeping his
Hampir tuh
composure,
udah nyoba 2 kali
just
nembak.
knowing, okay,
Yang ketiga
I have
untuk
a rough
kena.
idea of where Texture is. As long as I keep my sights
Untung
right
aja
up
itu.
around door, I
Itu nggak
should be okay.
nggak kepala tuh
The
soalnya
main
tuh.
thing is also knowing that Karen's right around the corner, and he is able to flick back and forth. Now catching up to Texture in terms of kills.
He completely turned around W game.
Anjir, Dapai 17 loh gini-gini dari tadi anjir.
You know?
Yo, well,
Di carry Dapai, coy.
Wah.
What am I?
But I mean, dude is, I used the term yesterday, I think, zen. Very zen with how he approaches these fights. He's not impatient, like you mentioned. He has a lot of time to make use of. Anyways, big
Beli
contact
Martial
from
2
this
anjir.
one. Couple of marshals activated. What a risk from Monyet
Langsung
just to
kabur.
peek that
Kabur.
out. Forsaken,
Ada
though,
Martial.
dipping his toes as well into the swing.
Ih,
game
Harbor
outside of
Harbor
AA.
Outlaw coy. Harbor Outlaw.
Yeah, I love this.
Ya
And
ampun.
actually challenges, but Forsaken drops. This could be bad.
Sebaiknya
If he
di
reaches
respect ya.
again, he's the only one holding
Sebaiknya
the side
di
of the
respect.
moment here. And he has to back away, wait for the reinforcements as Mind Freak and Devi are slowly creeping up back onto A.
Trades the Outlaw for a Bulldog.
Sakit loh, Martial.
Additional firepower. We've got a little bit of support from Mind Freak coming through halls just to check. But he's got to be so careful. I mean, Gen.G are
Mind
bunched up
Freak
together.
adalah kunci.
It's a
Mind
full
Freak adalah
squad
kunci.
of classics and marshals. He hears the jump. Gets the first shot.
He gets
Okay,
away
nice,
too.
nice, nice.
So no
Nice,
trade
don't
here
overpick,
for
don't
Meteor.
overpick, nice.
Throws out the recon dart for a bit of that safety. And he's home safe. Wait, no. Okay,
mean-
now he's home safe.
Gen.G really just wants to wait for more picks and then maybe try to soften up defenses, try to sneak through. But at this point, only 30 seconds left. They have to hightail it to B.
Lah,
And
Meteor
as long
dapat
as Meteor
dapai di
can do
mana, Jen?
The same thing that he's doing right now, Gen.G might have a better time in this round.
Waduh.
Oh my goodness,
What?
Mind Freak couldn't really do
Bukan bahaya banget
anything.
anjir Martial ini anjir.
And the rest of Gen.G gonna be walking up to
10
B.
seconds.
Pertarungan map jauh tuh gini nih Martialnya nih.
The aim god.
Oke.
Good at the first.
Oke.
Oh, the second one instantaneously, but
Ya.
he's dropping.
Bisa sih, masih bisa. Dua-duanya low, dua-duanya low.
Again to Monyet.
Di spec
Oh,
juga
his
udah.
attack, it was. Look at how just low both of these players are. I mean, even if Meteor drops down, you can already see Charon.
Wah, Monyet tuh 7 HP anjir. Oh my god. Timingnya. Aduh Monyet, kasihan kamu pasti Twitch-nya rame. Pasti Twitch-nya ramai, chatnya. Kasihan kamu Monyet.
And this guy's still as lethal as he was last year. Maybe not on the Jet anymore, but as soon as he
Pasti
pushes
chatnya
up
langsung
walls,
rame
with these
tuh.
picks that he's getting, it might not always be headshots, but just because he plays around the space that way, plays around the obstacles, he keeps himself tucked away, and he's always able to chip away at Paper Rex bit by bit. That's, you know, something had some nice Guardian kills that was really flashy, really fun to watch, but it's not clean
Kata
enough
Monyet jangan
for
sampai
him to
bludak.
take around that Paper Rex was meant to win.
Absolutely. I mean, it just also felt like Paper X was agreeing to the aim duel, and Gen.G was coaxing him to do that. There was
You want an aim duel?
exactly
gambling ini, rada gambling ini.
for Gen.G to do that because it was they were just on Marshalls, man. They weren't even committing to purchase this, and Forsaken, what was that?
Oke lah.
Actually gets
Asik.
through
Dapat
the
tembakan sih
defense
oke sih.
sight. Doesn't even have to trigger the trap here, and does get a 1-to-1 trade. I mean, I don't know how impactful that is going to be, but still goes to show how both teams very much willing to take those off-angle risks to try to get something.
Both of them are in the fight very much so.
4-4.
7-7 right now.
Ini serif-serifnya Paper X juga harusnya
Definitely can't
gacor
underestimate
harusnya.
Paper X too much, and I think that's why Gen.G are
Udah nge-stack di A juga, GG-nya mau ke A.
You know, maybe trying to suss out information, but we don't have that much in terms of gathering, right? You got to think about Lakia's guiding light usage.
Wah,
So
ini
maybe
kunci nih.
just
Main
executing
Freak kalau
what's
dapat
A right
meteor,
now, it depends on how
chance
well
menangnya langsung
Paper X
gede.
can hold their ground.
What a far smoke from Munya, too.
Ooh! Let's go!
He's going to be gifted himself a Bulldog, and no one's there to trade it for Gen.G. So they get themselves some control.
Wah, anjing lah. Tiba-tiba bersih anjing.
Gen.G find themselves the advantage.
Padahal gue udah percaya itu.
1 point in
Kalau
the
Main Freak
lead.
dapat
It was
di
against
Meteor,
pistols,
ini menang
but
ini.
You gotta admire how they, went in silently. Made sure that
Ternyata di side dia tidak
pre-fire some of these corners.
tidak
they checked
dapat
some of
satu
it.
pun.
Although Meteor did die, it was a bit of information that they could use to go up against.
Oh, kena flash ya kayaknya ya.
Around halls. And relatively clean round for Gen.G, and that's what you would have wanted for Paper X in the previous. So, on to the next. Now, Tex just got enough for the Blade Storm, doesn't need to buy up. Gen.G's economy starting to flow, Asarai.
Absolutely. They even have themselves Charon's Cosmic Divide.
Oh.
Munya finding meteors.
Bahaya juga nih Blade Storm-nya nih.
This is what they want. They want to stop these multiple angles of attack. Go for a little bit of coverage, and the flash is so good.
Di absen, di double door.
And wait for the blindness to
Ayo masuk
dissipate.
satu-satu.
And as it does, Munch gets by himself, Forsaken.
Flawless, bray.
That's gonna be a flawless round for
Flawless.
Wow, I mean, that's another one of those things again, because when you think about Paper X, every single one of
Apaan
these
masuk
guys
double door-nya kayak gitu anjing.
out. And Monyet is single-handedly picking duels outside of, A main. He's got support from the team. You've got Forsaken watching mid. And it's just that much more difficult for Gen.G to really pull off
masuk
some of
double
these,
door langsung di absen semua tuh.
pushes that they want to go for. So they have to really rethink the strategies. If this carries on, I could foresee a timeout being called by Solo.
Mic lu tersendat-sendat dari tadi. Ya kalau suara gua lagi tinggi emang kayak gitu.
Feels like they have a better grasp of what is happening right now. Again, it just goes to show how even it is, that 8-8. Look at how close something is on this mid control. How risky it is too. A stray pop shot. Got smoke going. And there's the pop shot. He's actually getting tagged. He might want to get away right now.
Movement, though.
But he did give away his teleport on. He does have the dimensional drift, so he can get away from this without having to use that gate crash. Or because
Anjir posisinya
he's such an off
bisa di sini anjir something anjir.
he can just do whatever he
Oh lu
wants.
ketahuan udah ketahuan. Bye-bye dulu. Kabur.
Definitely doing what he wants. I mean, just getting enough information or maybe pulling the attention away from Gen.G as they start to go back towards mid. Now the high tide invested. A little bit awkward though with the curve. So Texture has
Masih mau
actually
dimajuin,
gone
coy.
to the other side.
Jemput bola banget nih.
Something.
Iya.
Yikes.
Terlalu jemput bola kayaknya.
Shame on me. And then shame on him if
Oh,
he does that
Jason.
again. The wall's dropping down.
Oke, enggak apa-apa.
How
Dua untuk dua.
used his teammate as
It's okay,
the
it's okay.
great bait mate. They thought they wouldn't double up, but he did. He does get some value. 30 seconds left, and Gen.G lose all control of that mid push.
Nanti teori Cyclone enggak sih. Udah jelas itu jalannya nyamping aja kagak ke depan.
Information. Now we know Davai is alone and cold on the B site. Maybe we could
harusnya info udah dapat.
But we've got 13 seconds left.
Nice.
Wow.
Dipine in action. Dipine in action, bro. Udah ketahuan juga di dalam cage. It's okay. 1 lawan 2.
Because
kali.
of the recon dart, he's given away his position. Meteor is just having to hold so
Bro.
Mind freak, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you a freak? Well, he could definitely be. Paranoia
Kena nih harusnya.
But no,
Ya ampun.
exactly. 3 bullets and a dream.
Kok ngeri. 3 bulat.
Is this
3
dream
peluru.
gonna
3 peluru.
turn into reality?
Let's go.
Yet denies.
Let's go.
Comes up, man, swings and does not miss.
He knows he's low. All he's got to do is to go in for that burst. So very
Dapai udah dapat 2 tadi, 4 second 2 tuh udah untungan banget tadi.
Still has enough experience, and that's one of the things.
Main break petakilan, Mayan.
Global esports last year, but he has been playing throughout Indonesian Valorant for quite a while, and he's always been this talented. And apart from that, also just.
Andai monyet kalah itu dimaki-maki lagi. Hatersnya bertambah setiap kali dia kalah roundnya.
Divine fishes in real life. He is patient.
Biasanya orang followers nambah ini grinding hater anjir, what the heck, man.
For his team.
Yeah. He knows that sometimes all he has to do is, again, not do anything. That's already a lot, because the stress on Gen.G makes them try to peek out, makes them want to get as much information as they possibly can. Something, he's already nursing himself an operator, all
Emprek harusnya pakai kacamata juga.
on
Semua
host.
tuh.
I really like this because he gets so much information, so much value. His gate crash is about to expire, but shouldn't matter at the moment as Gen.G coming out of elbow.
Yeah, he can always just regroup with his team.
Oke, mereka main mid, 2B. Wah, Dapai, wah kasihan banget Dapai. Nice! Nice Hunter's Fury sih. Bikin kacau anjir. Sudah di Hunter's Fury, di ulti Harbor, tapi kenapa tiba-tiba min 3 ya? Tapi masih bisa sih, masih bisa. Yo nyet, ayo nyet. Nyet, ayo nyet. Followers nambah 100 nyet, kalau lu kelas ini nyet. Ayo nyet. 1000 deh, ayo 1000 deh. Kalau 100 gak cukup 1000. Ayo nyet, bisa nyet. We believe in monyet. Nyet. Wow.
He repositions. My God, Monyet. He's down to 1 bullet. He has to change. Either reload or change, which he does. And Monyet almost gets it, but Munchkin perseveres and wins. Oh boy, that was close for both.
Hatersnya nambah lagi.
That he ran out of ammo in his magazine right after I, but still. It comes down to it, Munchkin actually lands the flick of
lagi. Gua sedih loh buat dia loh.
It's all of these like really thin margins, and it comes out on top. Sometimes numbers advantage will still prevail, and that's why, it gets so dicey when you're going for these shorty kills. The reckoning
Frustasi ya
awesome, but not the cleanest, fight back against it. You're starting to run low on rounds, right? It's 9-9. Alex calls a timeout. And that's something that we often forget. It's like, it's not just a battle of the teams and the players, it's also a battle of the coaches. And Alex was talking about it solo back in the days, he looks up to him. And he's communicating with his team as well.
It feels like the plan for Paper X for the past couple of rounds right now has just been to disrupt the entry into the site of Gen.G, right? And again, it's resulted in more of these riskier plays that might not pan out as much for Paper X. Something like, again, something that plays with an operator, just gets close in with a shorty, can't really threaten, can't really reposition anymore, gets traded out. You were talking about this. And then that leads them into clutch situations with Paper X.
Bisanya plus 1000 follower tadi. Jadinya plus 1000 hater anjir. Secepat itu berubahnya anjir.
But what is this?
Aduh.
I mean,
I don't hate
there's
it.
like 3 players of Gen.G that is half shield right now, so
I don't hate it.
yeah. And plus, FYI.
Kalau lagi time out PRX gini, Gen.G bisa ngomong. Kalau lagi time out dua-duanya bisa ngomong.
So
I don't hate it, but I'm nervous after oh boy.
Waduh. Kabur dulu nggak sih? Ya ampun, kena dong, Son.
by Meteor, punished by Meteor. Straight into the neural theft, and Peekaboo, I see you.
Gak apa-apa for a second, gak apa-apa. Ini semua salah monyet tetep. Jahat banget ya kalau kayak gitu ya. Siapapun. Terdilat. Kalahinnya monyet aja.
Monyet.
Ada monyet. Gacor aja loh ini loh. Wah gila Meteor ngeselin sih.
He will get diced.
Wah anjing.
A little bit too far away. That's gonna leave Ilya
Wah gila.
by himself. I was about to say Divine, and then he's just by himself right now. Oh, he does not get the shot onto Meteor as well, and his position exposed. Gets the heal. This might actually be
Bro aim.
save from him.
Bro aimnya nggak chill bro.
Just backs away. Wait. He has a gate crash all the way at the
Kayaknya
end
ini
of
sih,
halls.
kayaknya
Is he willing?
No, probably
I
not.
think
Saving.
It's probably opting for the save instead at this point, but still, I mean, definitely trying to get an idea.
Yeah.
So scouting out, what Gen.G's early game plan is, right? At least in the first 30 seconds. Sometimes, they're up around elbow, up around mid. And this time you could definitely feel that A presence, and just not too sure how PaperX can really disrupt that. We were talking about it before. That's why you have the Yoru, right?
Kalaupun tidak apa-apa asal gak ace.
You always want to scout and then get
Asal tidak turun moral.
It's still, sometimes just a little bit risky.
I guess the problem for that is because you only have technically the
Kayak
one
gitu loh
duelist that
nembaknya
can
anjir dari tadi anjir.
reposition. I mean, you
No,
can
no.
maybe argue that Monyet can also do
No.
it as the
Demi
open
apa?
here. There's not really a lot of options for PaperX to really get out of harm's way without getting punished, even with the smokes, right? So we're kind of seeing the other way of that, which is getting punished by Gen.G and ultimately giving rounds to Gen.G. Okay.
Whoa.
Harusnya tuh ngasih damage itu. Texture-nya hilang coy. Texture-nya hilang, kena snake bite.
Look at his opponents. Cool guys, don't look at snake bite kills. It's not even an explosion, guys. It's a slow
Tenang, ini
burn.
salah satu
A slow
jangkarnya
poison burn.
Gen.G nih hilang nih udah nih.
Plus, the divide used
Meteornya aja nih lagi nih,
on the
tinggal di
A-side itself.
tumpas nih.
Making Gen.G just a tad bit afraid. As it drops, now they know. And
Wah,
they
ada
even
Viper
have-
Speed lagi.
Yep, the Viper Speed
Ngeselin banget.
to make things a little bit easier as they transition, into this post plant.
And that's it, an uphill battle for PaperX, right? They might be able to surround this Viper's Pit. There is a trip on the other side. Meteor can make use of it. And then you still got to watch out for those players up inside A main. How do you break this?
Monyet,
Ooh,
he's
nice!
vertical, dude. He's
Nice!
got a high ground advantage, and he is using that.
Nice, meteornya sudah tidak ada coy.
Viper Spin, use the snake bite to get
Wah, ada
a little bit of
gila-gilanya, ada
damage.
gila-gilanya. Bro. That's why Viper is everywhere, man. Kalian kalau bingung kenapa Viper dipakai mulu, karena itu. The delay power, man. The delay power. Oh my god.
2 rounds advantage closing up to maybe the map point already in this game.
Just incredible. I mean, the combination.
Ya lu lihat aja mereka keluar dari Viper Speed-nya. Udah sekarat semua itu, satu hit semua. No. Satu hit semua itu. Gak ada yang kena kepala bahkan itu padahal. Kena badan semua.
And it's just that much more difficult. PaperX, although we had Monyet, kind of like you mentioned, Asarai, with the vertical play, trying to break through that Viper's Pit, trying to break through Meteor, it worked out for just a second, and that's why it's just so much that PaperX has to work off. And now it's a 2-round differential. How do you climb up against
Something
that? And they
OP
have to make
gaming.
it happen if they are to start out strong in VCT Pacific kickoffs this year.
Well, thankfully enough, they do have money, creds, to have the weaponry to make something happen.
Tapi tetap salah Monyet.
Honestly, try to find a different word other than
Anjing
something.
lah.
If you guys could just like DM me
Salah Monyet.
a different word I can
Anjir,
use,
kasihan
so that
tau.
you guys will not be confused. Anyways, the man himself, Ilya, is there on elbow.
Masih bocil udah dapat pressure sebesar ini
He
anjir.
is just holding that angle for the absolute longest time. He is hoping that someone is just gonna go into his spider's web, but unfortunately for the moment, Gen.G, they have their eyes set up here on that A side, and it could actually be good. Monyet's cold in for that one-way smoke that actually drops in and turns into a regular
One-way
smoke.
smoke-nya nggak jatuh lagi di break-nya.
Outside of A main that could actually be bad for Dubai. We'll have to see how.
Salah siapa? Monyet kalau ini bener ini. Kalau seandainya emang mau one way ya tadi ya. Wah gila-gila, ada gila-gilanya Pai.
So dead. Oh, this is not looking too good for PaperX. Forsaken doing the same thing. No
Oke.
And he absorbs his opponent.
Ya,
Gets full
buta bro, tapi nggak apa-apa. Main crit tiba-tiba main break-nya dapat. Ya,
Something gets it.
Let's go.
Finds the lurking meteor. And all of this because of the shock darts coming in from Mike.
Gak expect dong. Nyet.
Will plant the spike. Monyet does not chase for him or tries to punish him. So it's the double up from the both of them. Something coming in
Let's
from
go.
the white swing.
Let's go. Let's go.
Something.
Itu flag-nya something tuh, menyelamatkan tuh. Flag-nya something anjir.
Seen that before. Mind Freak with 2 shock dart kills. Not something you see every day.
Shock dartnya dapat 2 iya lagi.
Nonetheless, I mean, just getting the information off of Divide, trying to play around Monyet's dark cover. That one felt really iffy. But look at how Forsaken really comes back in. And
Ketong.
after they get that information,
Satu lagi.
just being able to, put out the tire tracks,
Enak banget
those
hidup dia ya.
counter-shots, the shock darts.
Tinggal lempar shock dart doang tuh, dua.
Decide that freely. So PaperX trying to play a little bit more patient this round, especially with something posted up with that operator. That was the cherry on top in this round.
Bahkan dia nggak ngeliat apapun itu, blind shock aja itu. Shock dartnya anjir.
I don't know if
Dapat.
I'm correct with
Dapat.
these made up stats, but they feel like they have the first bloods
Ya,
very much locked and loaded in this first map.
Gua udah takut soalnya dia tembakin duluan, kelihatan shouldernya duluan kan itu.
A little bit more
Oh
in the
my
favor
God, oh
of
my God, oh
PaperX
my
with
God.
that peak. And that slows down Gen.G by a big margin, not having the flashes anymore from Black.
Kayaknya udah ketahuan mereka langsung
the chances here for Texture to get more of these
memencar
quick
aja.
contacts into the site.
Definitely slows down Gen.G.
Oke, ngasih info dulu, info.
They're always going to be thinking about what's next, but now dimensional drift just to gain
Ketahuan dua orang di sini.
information. 1 minute left on the clock, and Gen.G actually going back off
Dia tahu spike di sini.
default. They want to spread themselves.
Wah, ada
across
gila
the
gitu.
entire map.
Ada gila-gilanya anjir.
Just saw the
Okay.
spike.
Udah bisa TP dulu ya, baru keluar ya.
Mr. Risky here.
Ngeri banget anjir dia orang.
Not even,
Dude, they are living dangerously.
yeah. One blade storm at a time.
But it works for them. And right now he's got
Oh, nih Astranya nih,
information
bahaya nih.
if they were to cross.
Gua takutnya dia
risky way.
blind
Most of
spotnya
them have
something tuh
already
Astranya tuh.
bypassed it, so something going to reposition. But what I'm curious
30
about is
seconds left.
Karen actually lurking up around mid.
That also.
Nah,
and-
kan somethingnya
He finds the one
bye-bye.
pin onto something here. There's the quick charge out. Tailwind was actually saved up by Texture, so he has capabilities to enter the site.
Oh,
Forsaken's not gonna know about Karen here.
Oke, harusnya ketahuan udah ada satu.
14 seconds. Let's see what the battle comes in through the mid.
Oke.
It's going to be Forsaken.
Oke, mantap Son.
Should get planted. It's all down to Forsaken for now as he waits for Divide to back the site. Back
Wah,
line
anjing.
for Texture.
Wah, anjir lah nih orang.
What a challenge. And
Anjir.
what has this top fragging Korean brought to the Gen.G roster?
Bro,
Texture,
the
what
real
a
Korean jet,
monster.
bro.
Yesterday, 2 days
The real
ago, he
Korean jet,
already had
anjing.
such an incredible
Lebih.
stat line up against his opponent's RRQ. Having those first kills that you mentioned before him, he has 16 throughout the entire series. I feel like this one, he got even more. But not just that, the blade storm, the aim off of it, the way that he cut down Divide at his knees, really blocks out PaperX. And now
Mas kami kayak enggak juga sih sebenarnya.
they are still sitting on one timeout.
Bro can see like
Ini
2
masih mapnya
seconds
Gen.G
in the
anyway.
future, man. And in a very quick and fast game like Valorant that's already
Oh my god, monyet lagi. Wah, tuh haters monyet nambah tuh. Dia nggak salah apa-apa tuh, mati. Hatersnya nambah aja. Itu padahal collateral damage anjir.
I'm just gonna pop shots. What am I gonna lose?
Kasian
Absolutely
banget,
nothing.
anjing.
And he gains the 1 kill for almost everything here. There is no money for PaperX right now.
Dia cuma ingin membuktikan dirinya.
Myfric's gonna have to go big, which he
Masih bisa nih, masih bisa.
does. Oh, this-
Wah, ada gila-gilanya coy. Ada gila-gilanya.
blows up right in his face, dude.
Wah, Dapai sendirian.
He's got a Vandal, but he's so far from the situation on A.
I'm running out of words. I would have thought that maybe at least something would have been able to get a trade at least, but wow. Decision making just a little bit off, but then at the same time for Gen.G to pick up these frags that quickly. They are looking in new form
3 lawan 1 sulit banget sih udah. 3 lawan 1 di breeze, males banget anjir.
And now they are just
Seberapa
one kill
besar
away
wilayah yang harus lu
from pushing
cover
us to the
soalnya,
next
harus
map.
lu clear.
Definitely patting himself on the back with his Gen.G inspired outfit. 3 versus 1. Oh my god, Divide doesn't even have any smokes to supplement himself. He just has the weapon in the corners.
Gak ada waktu
And
sih,
that
gak ada
spike
waktu ini.
is just dwindling down
Gua rasa
ever so
walaupun
close
dia
to exploding.
dapat killnya pun gak ada
Look at this
waktunya.
fight Texture, but I mean, Karen's just gonna activate gravity well. Whoops, whoop. That's about it.
They know they got it.
He's got no time, man. That's
Gak
gonna
bisa,
be
gak bisa.
it. And Gen.G
NT, next map. It's okay, it's okay. It's okay, it's okay.
I mean, what
Itu mapnya Gen.G, it's okay.
Performance Texture on a new form. Carrying through that
Kalau monyet
momentum
sih,
from just a couple of
ya udah
days
kasihan
ago.
tau, kasihan.
Tear on the
Nangis
very
anak orang weh, anak orang weh.
And Meteor
Monyet mulu anjing. Kasihan, cok. Anak orang itu pemain termuda di VCT Pasifik anjir dia anjir. Disalahinnya kayak gitu banget anjir. Aduh. Kasih napas dulu. Amin nggak jauh kalahnya aman itu mas sebenarnya mah. Unlucky aja tuh, unlucky sumpah. Lebih tepatnya unlucky plus texture. Nah, tuh. Unlucky plus texture anjir. Gila, ngeri banget ya texture ya. Gak gini dong iklannya. Wait. Gak gini dong ngasih iklannya anjir, tiba-tiba. Babi kalau kena copyright kan gue yang susah ya. Apalagi Jepang anime ini kan lu tahu strict banget ya. Emang udah blunder dari pick agentnya. Emang gimana ya, lebih ke arah Pepper X tuh emang kayak gitu. Emang that's what makes them Pepper X gitu loh. Makanya picknya kayak gitu. Jadi ya udahlah ya. Aku di Jepang mau nonton anime aja situsnya di lock. Iyalah mereka strict banget emang orang Jepang. Masalah copyright tuh strict banget. Masih sangat apa sih namanya? Apa sih namanya kalau itu kebalikannya progresif, apa sih namanya? Apa sih? Gue lupa lagi sebutannya. Kebalikannya dah. Konservatif ya, masalah kayak gitu tuh masih konservatif mereka. Masalah hak cipta segala macam keras banget mereka. Udah konservatif tadi, woi. Masih dilanjutin. Tapi orang Jepang heran kenapa game mereka, ya gimana ya, mereka sangat ini, apa orangnya sangat-sangat apa ya, over proud kali ya bisa dibilang sama itunya, masalah itunya. Jadi ya sulit. Gak, emang ada ini apa, ada plus minusnya emang. Di sisi lain emang hak cipta lu terjaga banget, tapi kadang-kadang ada hal-hal misalnya kayak game gitu loh. Kayak game kan sebenarnya kayak mode-mode streamer gitu kan yang memperbesar gamenya ya. Apa kayak streamer tuh justru kayak streamer gede yang mainin gamenya kan kayak free komersial ya basically ya. Nah yang gitu-gitu aja sulit tuh mereka tuh. Bajak mah emang tetap salah kalau bajak. Anjir texture ACS-nya 319, cok, ini orang gila banget anjir. Homegrown buff kah atau apa anjir? Ada apa redemption arc banget kayaknya ya. Ini redemption arc-nya banget anjir ini texture nih. Anjing tahun kemarin gua kagak bersinar. Tahun ini nih, gua buktikan anjing. Veto band texture. Teksturnya yang di band ya. Map 2 jeda berapa lama? Kayaknya 15 menit deh. Kayaknya Karena lebih cepat kok. Amin nih ya, kalau Peprex pun kalah ya, itu yang gemeteran bukannya itu orang-orang play-ins yang gemeteran anjir. Orang-orang yang masuk play-in gemeter semua tuh kalau Peprex di situ tuh. Kalau Peprex turun ke play-in. Kayak gue lihat di live chatnya di VTuber yang ikut watch party rata-rata sok tahu tentang Peprex anjir. Wah saya kan tidak ngeliatin live chatnya dia ya, gue kagak nonton dia juga. Jadi nggak tahu deh. Contohnya gimana tuh? Contoh-contoh yang sok taunya gimana tuh Purwos? Anjir, gue ada ini anjir, ada spy anjir. Penonton gue ada spy streamer yang lain. Boleh juga nih. Gue mau tahu info nih. Contoh sotonya gimana gitu. Waduh Nur, kebalik Nur. Teksturnya gacor Nur. Teksturnya gila sih. Tahu main agentnya mereka. Oh, soalnya kan Peprex kan itu agentnya sebenarnya ganti-ganti ya. Dan mereka sangat eksperimental. Jadi sebenarnya kagak kaget tuh keluar 3 smoker tuh. Sebenarnya expect tuh sudah. Lah kan ada monyet something sama Jason, masa kalah? Ya mereka punya meteor. Ingat dinosaurus punah karena apa? Ini basically Peprex bertarung untuk mendinai kepunahan anjir. Melawan kepunahan. Bentar, sudah pick agent.
The Rays, and we saw this during the offseason. It wasn't the same pace as Jing, but the comms were there. The kind of mini set plays alongside the Sky were there. So I have full faith that Peprex.
Nih mapnya Peprex, harusnya Peprex bertanggung jawab di map ini ya. Main dua-dua nih Peprex nih. Monyet main race coy. Monyet main race. Monyet main race anjay.
Gen.G can manage to do their homework exactly against Peprex, even on their map pick. So let's toss it on over to our casters, Quack and Azurai.
That's the sound of something being tossed and us catching it.
Okay, that's right.
Second Cypher main freak kembali ke smokernya Dapai masih pakai ini ya, masih pakai Kai, nggak pakai Gecko.
We're wondering about Forsaken and how effective he can really be. I think he should have studied enough because that is what he's known to do. He can flex on so many agents, but apart from that, who is going to be the one supplementing Jing? Of course, it's going to be Monyet on that race.
True, and again, feels like something might be back in his element now. Now that he has that jet back in his hands. It seems like
mau tangkap bola tapi udah ketahuan duluan.
Yoru, he was just following set guidelines. It wasn't the same something that we were kind of mentioning when he is on that more explosive duelist. And in case I thought Gen.G was going to
nggak sih, mereka udah tahu Forsaken di sini ada trap.
Hoping to coax a bit of rotation from Peprex, which has worked. But if obviously Gen.G doesn't know that, but they're still going to hit the other side on B.
I mean, that's the other thing. It's just that this is
Oke. Nangkap itu, nangkap orang nakal itu.
Against RRQ. So having an idea.
Taronnya nakal, dia itu mau ditanam aja.
Did something get in? Oh, I thought he got into the door. He opened it himself. Here's the fight.
Boleh.
Go for the pitch. Very
Gen.G Gaming boleh monyet. Let's
This
go.
B-side,
Redemption
there is no
arc.
solid ground here. It is
Monyet
all quick
redemption
set. You gotta
arc,
move
let's
or else
go.
it's gonna fall into the depths
Anjir.
of the bullets. Meteor's by himself.
Let's go.
Spike's already getting the
Let's go,
previous
coy.
Rex, solid start on the pistol.
Bisa. Monyet feeling it. Monyet feeling it.
Actually, it wasn't Gen.G playing Lotus. I think it was T1. But the composition, the ideas are rather similar except for a few agents. And that's the main thing.
Nyet,
Again,
Nyet.
still, just
Nambah
with the
20
fights going
follower
away
itu
from
dari
Rex,
Nyet.
It's a little bit
Nyet.
tougher for
Karena
Gen.G
catersnya
to break
masih
through.
itu lebih banyak sih. Tapi udah nambah 20 Nyet. Mantap
There
Nyet.
you go.
And I do like how... Sorry, I was just getting caught by the replay real quick. I do like how Paper Rex realizes well that if you're gonna push on
Setiap
the
kali
B-side
Monyet menang
as-
dapat tuh follower tuh. Tapi gak sebanyak hatersnya.
you do not want to let go control of C-Long on Mount because doorway control is so strong, especially now in Lotus, that the door opens very quickly and closes very slowly.
Wah.
So them realizing that,
Untung itu one way-nya tuh ada
gives
tuh.
them more opportunities to keep Gen.G pinched into
Saatnya
the B-side,
bersinar,
which
Nyet, betul.
allows them to flank around much faster.
Again, that's something that Paper X uses very well on the on the defense. Mind Freak just making a bit of noise. But look at how Gen.G is playing defense.
Skin Sheriff yang bagus apa men? Waduh, gua jarang main Sheriff. Mungkin teman-teman yang lebih sering pakai Sheriff bisa ngasih dia masukan. Skin Sheriff yang bagus apa ya?
They are playing so far back right now, and now that the first minute comes down, now they walk on up to B.
They're about to open that door. Yeah, there's the
Minima
on activator
bangsat.
already. Forsaken's ready and best, but
Lah.
there's too many numbers here. They've committed the fight, they've lost the weapons.
Lah.
And they're losing numbers right now.
Ayo,
Moya's
Nyet.
gonna have
Ayo,
to do
Nyet.
this by himself. He is down to a very
Nyet.
dangerous amount of HP. And
Ya
something
ampun lagi
all
dong.
down to him. Thankfully enough, the rest
Pistol
of the
dapat.
Rex, they've done somewhat their
Anti-eco-nya
jobs,
enggak gimana sih?
as they have lowered
Plus 100 haters.
the meters, the life of all the Gen.G players down to half. It's a
It
lot
is a
more
Vandal.
digestible for some.
Wah, ini ada Vandal lagi.
Vandal indeed in his hands. He's already
Kalau
active
sampai
to deal
mati
with, but
something
Gen.G's not biting. They know
Sayang
they have to
Vandal
use
ini.
They know the spike is planted already. So something's going to be put into such a
Wah, udah sih langsung kabur sih, langsung kabur.
He might actually
Itu
just
dia langsung kabur soalnya mau tau kenapa?
Yeah, if you got
Somethingnya
one
tidak
kill,
full
you
armor
got one
sekali
kill,
kena
without that
outlaw
kill,
bye-bye.
it's just way too risky. He never knows if someone is holding an off angle, a bit of a crossfire against him, so doesn't want to get swung upon contact either. And it's just unfortunate. I mean, well played by Gen.G because they played it safe. They had
Baru
those
juga minus
blocks,
100 haters, masa nambah
bits of
lagi?
setups just to draw out some of these Paper X players, right? They heard the door. They kind of had an idea. Dude, this might be my freak. He might be around the corner. Let's check. And with so many players up around the corners, it's just Paper X kind of putting themselves in awkward positions and, not quite landing their shots too. That's the thing that surprises me the most because it feels almost as if there's like that.
Something kok Vandalnya gosong. Ya mungkin dia emang sukanya yang nggak berefek macam-macam.
And after having lost the first map, they can't be feeling too good right now.
I'm going on to a different point here. You know how Paper X on the attacking side here on Lotus, they love to break that mid link to go to A to B very quickly. Again, using those connectors from site to site to put a lot more motion in the ocean with how they rotate. Gen.G is doing the exact same thing, and it seems, at least for now, in these couple of rounds, it hasn't really paid dividends. One timing from something there. He's actually going to chase for the kill
Oh,
here.
never mind.
Thankfully enough, there's a lot of utility for
Ya,
Meteor.
ini masih
to
outlaw,
give himself
hati-hati.
that space, and,
Oh my god.
yeah, 140 damage to the body.
Sebaiknya tidak gegabah ya.
Insane, man.
Peter's not even going for the headshot there. And that's just unfortunate. Again, I mean, half armor.
Aja saving Vandal lagi yang tadi
At
aja.
least something, create a bit more space for the team.
Gak mau dikasih Vandalnya.
Something going chasing that way. It's, dude. Again, not a feels good moment, but for Gen.G, I mean, right now, we were talking about it from the previous round. You're talking about how they
Gak tau
love
menurut gue
to
harusnya tadi bukan something duluan deh yang
find that motion in the ocean
ngepick
across
dia
the
harusnya.
map, find that space and push into the A site. They
Bet aja
always
temennya yang
have
kagak punya
players
Vandal
watching
tadi
their
ya.
backs. They always have players watching out for those pushes from Paper X.
And having Meteor playing as that Killjoy, makes it so easy on Lotus. All you have to do
Ya
is
ampun, bahkan kagak dapet.
all you really have to do is
Tappingnya kagak
place
dapet, coy.
your alarm bot on C-Long or A main, depending on which site you're actually committing to, you put it on the elsewhere, and then that
Plus 100 haters lagi.
is
Oh
just
my god.
enough to check out all the flags. Also,
Precisely.
yes to your hub.
Also just Meteor being Meteor. I mean, he was that guy who always spot marshals in round 2 last year when he was the primary duelist for Gen.G. Now onto the Sentinel. I was saying because I saw a double Odin.
I thought you were going to point out the double showstopper available for both the duelists very quickly here.
That too.
Anjir, texture ini bener-bener jadi missing piece-nya Gen.G anjir.
It makes you very aggressive. And it looks like okay, let's see.
Battle galon.
Alright, that's gonna be a trade for
Oke
trade.
nggak itu monyet tadi pakai galonnya? Enggak ya kayaknya ya. Wah, minus lagi. Nyet.
I mean, what was I supposed to do? What was I supposed to say when you see 2 raises just coming out into the open with showstoppers? You really just have to have your hands up in the air and wave like you just don't care. Anyways, again, Gen.G able to go into the C site. Gonna be able to plant that spike in, and the quick rotation, the quick huddle around
Hari-hari monyet minus.
because now all of the utilities that Paper X is kind of sprinkled around the map has been subverted for the most part, except for this one really weird off camp from Forsaken that's been spotted.
Surprised that he caught it. Although it was a bit of information for Forsaken nonetheless. We've got some smokes up. We've got Monyet.
Nice.
Available, and they're
Nice.
trying to
Winnable.
work their way in.
Winnable. Bahkan Dapai udah Odin. Dapai Odin coy.
Nice try, but the neural theft activated. Meteor still holding on, man.
Wah, nggak gitu ngepicknya pakai Odin. Nggak bisa gitu dong. Oke, nice. Walaupun mahal, it's okay. It's okay. Yang penting sama dulu poinnya.
Man, oh man, if Forsaken didn't pop off there, I shudder to think what would have happened for Paper X.
Oke, maaf telat. Halo, Luminous. Aman. Jangan lupa di-like dulu aja. Like dulu ya yang belum ya. Biar FYP coy.
When we have the same exact situation happen.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
Katanya satu like di sini menambah moral si monyet.
Oh yeah. That's Rise voice.
Monyet butuh bantuan moral.
It was really fun. But I mean, again, the main thing is after the exchange, right? The both showstoppers, the rotations came through. Gen.G reads it.
Meja Alek dan dikduk. Meja Alek udah ini. Heavy shieldnya udah pecah anjir.
Forsaken getting the heads up duel and just Meteor holding the angle off. It's beautiful Valorant on both sides, but Mindfreak clutching out on top of it was the main factor.
Now, seems like we're back.
Oke, masuk info udah.
Down to even. Door's been opened up, but no one wants to charge in on tree. I guess it makes a lot of sense. They know that the Odin is available already for device, so they don't want to get, peppered, wall banged to oblivion on tree there. They just want to make them think. Device already pushed up there, so now he knows no one's actually inside this position. So there is a lot of merit that they might actually break through that link, go to B, or rotate around. Meteor, his time is going to be very
Ya ampun, Forsaken kena kepalanya duluan, keding itu.
He can activate it right now, let the rest of his team come in, or use it as bait. Force the rotation.
Ngebait anjir, ultinya Meteor cuma buat ngebait anjir.
And that's the best thing that Gen.G has going for them right now. The number of options that they have thanks to Meteor getting that first kill. But now, committing over to the B side, paint shells in, it buys Paper X a little bit of time for something
Judge.
to come up with the judge.
He knows someone's right behind him. But since they haven't picked up that
Anjir,
spike,
dimain-mainin pakai Judge. Nice.
as patient as possible.
Texture-nya nih.
The rest of his team,
Last boss ya.
he really needs to do.
Tolong ini last boss ya.
Not going to do much damage, but he does pick it up. Something's got a cloud burst. He can get closer and closer here. Create that tempo if need be. But the one that's going to have to hold is Meteor right on top of that B side.
Ya, tinggal ini. Tiga Aron. Lu bisa Aron.
They've doubled up onto the corner here.
Wah, gila. Delaynya lama banget lagi.
He's got a shot step. But he's waiting patiently, but you mentioned it
Udah di totem pick ini anjir, sulit hidupnya. Udah atas bawah coy.
And that's going to be Gen.G with a round advantage.
Gak bisa emang. Udah gak bisa. Posisi udah ketahuan, gak punya ability, udah habis semua. Musuhnya totem pick, udah sulit. Kalau dia mau pindah pun gak ada waktu.
I don't know, I'm thinking of like Dapper or something. But still, I mean, back into this one, it's just so darn good from Gen.G, the way that they're playing this. I think something kind of jumped around and fired off his judge, thinking that maybe he would be able to buy the attention away. But Gen.G doesn't bite that bait. They stayed hard up on stairs, B stairs, up against some of these players from PaperX like Mind Freak, and making sure that they wouldn't be able to push out.
Yeah, and again, it's because they
Kalau langsung pulang ke hangga nggak lower bracket, ada lower bracket ketemu RRQ kalau kalah di sini. Yang menang langsung playoff seingat gua. Ya ampun nih orang.
That's a trade for trade.
Apa sih?
Something's got the blaze. They're pushing out very aggressively here. Forsaken wants
Kok bisa nembak kayak gitu?
The rest of PaperX up into waterfall on that flank. 3-3. Gen.G's trapped onto the site. Smokes from from Mind Freak to provide some coverage here. Paranoia to delay them just a tad bit further. One satchel pushes right in. Caron holding. Thinking he could be top of the spike.
Tuh texture-nya dapat lagi.
Dwindling down. Something's gonna have to
Ya,
be something.
klik kanannya nggak kena.
That right click, very shallow, and that's just gonna be a clean pickup, cleanup. Excuse me, quick cleanup. That's the words I was using. Because Gen.G's too fast, dude. I can't react in time.
We can't even say too much about like economical damage either. In that round, PaperX was just really trying to find as much as they could, get some kills in, getting the Blade Storm going.
Wah, ini gara-gara William anjing.
Glimmer of hope.
Sekarang nyalahinnya William anjing.
Because it was just way too difficult. Gen.G saw the flank
Banyak nih. Kemana-mana nih kalau gua semakin lama melihat ini anjing.
Right for PaperX right now. Alex calls in the timeout.
Makin kesana kesini anjing.
There's a bit of a breather again.
William ini gara-gara William ini,
Usually
Cok.
when that happens, PaperX do get their second wind. And they definitely need that. Especially for all of us that have predicted that PaperX should win the series. No, I'm kidding.
I mean, I'm really curious about the interview if we do get to talk to PaperX later.
Kalau kalah sama RRQ berarti nggak lolos, nggak. Itu udah lower bracket. Kalau sampai kalah sama RRQ berarti dia tidak ada chance ke Madrid.
Often that you always, when they don't perform well, it's usually when you start to see these patterns, like Forsaken or something start to go chasing and hunting. They don't feel good.
PaperX Sky Israel nggak sih kayaknya. Berharap dulu aja tapi. Kan volunteer.
Alright, you want to chase us? Come at us.
I can only assume it's them trying to uphold their performance from last year. Chasing.
Gak tau sih, tapi Gen.G-nya sih ngeri sih ya. Dari kemarin emang ya. Terutama texture sama meteor sih. Emang dua player ini sih.
There definitely is a change up here from something. There you go. I changed my words already. Anyways, Monyet still hasn't really shown what he's got on this raise. I don't think he's gotten too many big of highlights. It's just a crossing of the streams of those showstoppers that we saw, but that's about it. Still pretty early into this game, though.
Not really feeling all that much yet, but at the very
ini belinya lumayan maksa nih PaperX nih.
Gen.G's game plan right now, we've seen a lot of that.
Ability-nya nggak lengkap.
Mid-link play, like you mentioned before, Asteroid, and PaperX are trying to adapt around it. They know that Nightfall is available as well, so just trying to play away from it. Now they're set up for something, maybe to at least toss paint shells to deny spike plant. But look at how Texture is hunting.
Yeah. Selamat. Monyet selamat dari minus head apa? Dari minus follower aja. Selamat dia. Boleh. Nice.
His teammates can rely on him to hold that long angle right now, but not available anymore. Texture throws the nade from up above on Heaven, so they know that somebody's at least up there as he tries to reposition. The rest of PaperX.
Nice. Wah, something udah mulai shorty ya, coy. Aduh, texture lagi. PR banget sih nih orang. Ini orang nih. Tandain nih orang anjing. Keselin banget. Untung di trade, untung smoke-nya hilang. Ini orang kesamber apa sih gila?
Something with the shorty floating into the dark cover. That was always, that's always fun to watch. But it all starts with Monyet. I think he was trying to create a little bit more space, but the paint shells kind of threw off. And he died really early on because of these shots coming in from Gen.G.
Gue juga Gen.G. Menurut gue sejak texture ini loh. Texture ini loh.
Then we see the PaperX fold. The PaperX that we're all familiar with. We need more of that, though. I mean, you can't just always rely on these retakes. These round was won thanks to Alex's timeout. That was thanks to, the read that they had, knowing that Lakio would go in for that Nightfall.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned already, losing both the players holding rubble, the long angle, was such a huge discrepancy for Gen.G because they can always have someone hit the re-lurk outside of A main. Anyways, moving into this round, there's only one player holding that A side, and it's Mindfreak.
Texture emang baru masuk. Season ini baru masuk dia. Kan dia dari GE awalnya 2023.
But thankfully enough, no one's gotten very close into challenging him just yet, but now they do. Prowler's been used. Wow. He's just going to get pushed back, and Monyet just making sure that Link is unoccupied by the rest of Gen.G.
Yeah, Forsaken.
Wow.
At least getting the frag onto Meteor.
Yang jemput bola texture lagi.
Holding the back.
Dapat sih, texture-nya dapat sih. Meteor sama texture-nya nggak ada nih. Lu harus menangin ini anjir. Lu harus menangin ini. Udah nggak ada. Tuh yang lain nggak bisa nembak tuh. Texture sama meteornya aja tuh.
Wait, what is happening here? Locky is trying to run away. He opens the door quickly, backs up, but something doesn't have to challenge him just yet.
Kan langsung terasa easy anjir. Lihat, meteor sama texture-nya hilang. Langsung bebannya terangkat anjir.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from PaperX. This is the PaperX.
Bebannya terangkat semua itu.
The tempo at which they're going, not just, going for those early aggressive kills, trying to find frags or chasing down Meteor. In fact, what they do is to kind of hold back. You've got Mindfreak. Wait, you got hold your space, make sure you gain map control, and they got Divide just kind of getting information off of stairs, jump peeking a little bit. Once they confirm that
ya berasa ini apa texture itu berasa ini raid boss anjir.
That's how Forsaken picks up that first frag. That's how Mindfreak does a little bit more.
Speaking of Mindfreak here, he held for a very long time.
Jagoan Forsaken apa gua ya? Forsaken tau, lu mana?
I mean, yeah, sure, he doesn't get any kills,
mana lu?
but the threat of him of getting that kill.
Mana Zora Zela di tim mana lu? Masuk franchise nggak?
Put that into the factors of how they push up into a
masuk DFM Zora Zela dulu deh.
I don't think I've seen Forsaken be successful in holding a site. He's been good at getting the lurks because he's Forsaken, but the setups that he's done on C really hasn't resulted in Gen.G being thwarted. Meteor has gone there and gotten those flags, so I don't know how far he can go into this. Pop Shots does put Munchkin down to 56.
It always makes you think twice about wanting to lurk or at least call some rotations over. They know that there is a bit of PaperX.
Parah lu bang, nggak boleh gitu sama DFM.
PaperX is no longer.
Justru gua
really pushing
merekomendasikan lu masuk franchise dulu anjir.
So Gen.G now trying to play along with this.
Bagus kan? Saya mau promosikan DFM dari semua tim anjir. Bayangin.
Look at this though. Gen.G can actually go
dari semua tim. Gua milihnya DFM. Ya, kagak kena kok bisa gitu.
Unfortunately for PaperX, Meteor gets it once and for all. Monyet comes in here with a showstopper, and the rocket goes boom boom. That's gonna be Monyet get the rising kill. And even though something falls, PaperX were very quick to
leading terus yuk. Jangan dikasih kendor. Jadi kasih masuk lagi tuh angka. Ayo Nyet, bisa Nyet. Itu cuma beda 5 killnya. Ayo Nyet. Eskan lah Nyet. Yuk, bisa yuk. Di eskan. Min satu haters. Itu dapat itu, galonnya dapat plus 5 lah setidaknya followernya.
That's why they're not pushing out all that much. It might not be, full-blown W gaming.
Bang, Lakia masih 0 kill bang. Nih gue jujur aja ya. Lakia tuh yang overrated menurut gue anjing. Gue jujur aja nih. Lakia tuh namanya kan kayak di Korea bagus banget kan. Justru dia menurut gue yang overrated anjing.
The pleasure of also being able to cover the Indonesian scene because Southeast Asia and everything. Monyet's been there for a good chunk of time before he joined Global, right? And a lot of the characteristics I think of the Indonesian scene is how well they can adapt in these very tight
system. Kenapa jadi dark system anjir?
Very crunched up situations, and you see that be translated into his play with PaperX very quickly. I think there was an interview where he said
Estrella gimana bang? Belum terlihat sih. Nggak tahu kayaknya chemistry-nya belum terbentuk sesempurna itu hierarchy yang gue lihat sih. Dan kebetulan musuhnya Gen.G yang dapat texture kayak ginian ya gimana sama Meteor nembaknya sama kerinya.
Kid is talented, but I mean apart from that,
believe he's like 10 years younger.
Bule bisa nyebut monyet. Dia ngomongnya monyet. Kadang-kadang monyet. Kayak gitu.
Anyway, I mean,
Ada
this is a round
penekanannya
where
gitu.
Paper X has some guns. Gen.G on the other
Monyet.
hand, it's
Ya,
more
kayak
of
gitu
a
kalau dia ngomong.
half-ish, force-ish,
Kalau bule.
half-buy. Yeah, and you're always thinking about, like, you know, they called in that timeout. They want to suss out information and get a feel for how Paper X is defending this time. But something's not going to make it that easy.
Waduh.
Oh, that's way too many people close up in the face of
Waduh.
Monyet there.
Plus berapa itu hatersnya tuh?
Treat. Danger alert. That nade clearing him up once again. Not big damage. But as that door keeps closing and opening, they don't know how many players have already exited, how many players are still holding.
100 aja gak apa-apa. Oke, bisa yuk satu lagi. Ya.
Ooh, overflex.
Ya.
And that's Meteor. He can call back.
Astaga nih orang
There
sumpah.
it is. Lockdown available, and Meteor opens up the A side.
Ngeselin banget ya sini orang.
Sheer power.
Sama anjir.
I gotta say,
Kagak meteor, kagak texture. Emang harus dibantai duluan aja dua orang ini.
Interesting and off-putting how Gen.G is approaching the map. It was a half-buy. You just had this
Lah,
squad of stingers.
itu orangnya rada gila sih.
Guess what? Here comes Forsaken and the spike plan goes
Ini juga
down.
gila. Yang satu plannya diterusin, yang satu nembaknya gila kayak gini.
Oh.
Oh. Check his PC, bro.
Kills for Meteor. On our Guardian, man.
Apa jangan-jangan emang gara-gara namanya Meteor nih? Langsung mengcounter dinosaurus. Beneran nih.
Yeah, first of all, we
Punah
have
beneran nih gara-gara dia nih.
Gen.G, like I was mentioning before. I mean, it's a little bit weird to open the door and then just hide inside a tree.
What
But
the
then
heck, man?
Paper X coming in to investigate, and then off of that space, Meteor is the one that, you know, they weren't really expecting to be there, and because of his sharpshooting, he's able to pick off their heads just like that. Something wasn't quite able to deal with him, and that's something that I
Digendong dua pemain
I want
real.
to see something with his
Digendong dua pemain
really
real.
pop it off, but he's not doing it so far.
And with all of the abilities that can really flush you out as a jet with an operator, it's very hard for him to do that. Yes, there's no big flashes from Gen.G here, but Prowler, Boombot, Smokes, Paranoia, there's a whole slurry of non-flash abilities that can really irk you.
Tapi dia dapat satu sih biasanya OP, tapi next-nya gitu loh. Kadang-kadang langsung miss.
Now going up against him as well.
Oke, nice.
However, he
Jangan
knows
overpick,
his
jangan
ground,
overpick
picks up the
dulu,
first
jangan
one
overpick
and
dulu.
backs away. So this gives Paper X a little bit more
Tuh,
information.
tapi kan
an inkling
saya
as to where
something.
Gen.G wants to approach from. Something re-peaks and holds the angle. Defy comes in
Oke lah, oke lah.
play, but doesn't
Nice,
bite off
nice.
too much.
Ready for that.
But here
Ngebaitin Dava itu.
He's got
Yo!
the tailwind again, so he can get out of harm's way if need be.
Kelihatan shouldernya duluan.
Over peaks.
Overpick itu, overpick itu.
The death of
Tidak
it.
perlu sebenarnya.
Monyet's now trapped here on drop. That haunt
Oke,
gives-
oke.
supposed to
Win a
give him
ball.
a position, but
Win a
somehow
ball for
Forsaken
second.
manages to squeeze his way through the back of the side, leaving
Woo.
Cameron by himself. And Mind Freak for the pitch. That is
Monyet yang
going to
mati
be
aja.
Paper Rex.
Monyet yang mati aja.
One more round, and as this announcer mentioned, we are here for the last round of the first half.
6-5. I mean, still a really close score, and it doesn't put Paper X out of harm's way.
Kenapa Monyet jadi matiin
If
ya?
you're thinking about it, I mean, something maybe didn't quite get the kills, but at least bought enough time, did enough damage for his team to arrive on scene. And that's another thing. It's just Forsaken playing this role, you know, unless they're
Nah, ini Monyet harus dijaga, anjir.
unless they're going
Kalau nggak
into
nanti
it,
hatersnya
you won't
tumpeh-tumpeh.
often see,
Harus
him come
dijaga
out
ini.
that way, unless you know he arrives with his team.
Yeah. And I love this from Forsaken. Again, it's old news, but I love how he's transitioned
Wah,
into this
gila.
guy that can use
Untung Monyet dapat.
these Sentinels.
Nice. Trade demi trade.
Munchkin, he's got himself a judge. I mean, long range, he got the Sheriff. If he can close the distance somewhat,
Close this, 7-5, 7-5.
where he can use that Viper
Gak mungkin
pick.
dong.
But look at how
Ini
many
Judge
players of
udah
Paper
dipantai
X
3
are
orang.
just holding that angle right up in his face.
Yeah, I would
Sniper
get a
bahkan
visual
udah
on the
ini.
map too.
Sampai selesai nih.
But
Udah,
getting
gak usah
closer.
maju. Cok, ini
Hold
Judge,
on.
cok.
Wait.
Oh.
Oh my god. The heart
Gua
attack,
takut
man.
anjing.
Just
Gua
think
takut
about it.
itu
Both
Judge.
players, all right,
Yeah.
something wide swing. Okay, we got this.
Yeah.
7-5 is not too bad.
Bukannya gua nggak percaya nih.
Obviously not the
Masanya
score.
tadi itu masanya Guardian Meteor aja gua percaya itu bisa menang aja. Langsung dibantah, anjir. Kan takut ya saya ya.
Showing us such a dominant performance today. I mean, these guys aren't buckled by anything that Paper X is throwing at them.
Absolutely. And again,
Napas,
you
Min.
see that,
Iya lagi.
It feels like I can't really say any names
Tenang, Min, itu bukan reinforcing. Iya ya.
on
belum approve sama Tens ya.
Lotus that's making any plays.
Kalau
Because
report sih
it's
kan
the
udah
whole
approve by
team. You know,
Tens.
it's how well
Apa
they're
best
able
judge
to
player.
play off of,
Ini kalau belum bisa ya.
you know, the
Iya, harusnya gue tidak takut ya.
right? So, and then they just kind of feed off of that.
But I will say, I mean, like, if not for that, you know, previous map we might have seen texture popping off like crazy. This one, I will say, Meteor.
Ya masih aman kayak terpantau belum terbelah sih.
Won them that one round where they had nothing but a half buy, just using nothing but a Guardian. Meteor has been holding things down. Meteor has been doing out against Forsaken.
That and the one, actually, thank you for saying that as well. There's that one point where he was lurking on C, gets Forsaken,
Kepala dan meteor texture.
single-handedly holds that
Tuh,
site
ada
and
benarnya.
allows Gen.G options. They could even keep pushing that A site or rotate to C where Meteor
attacker,
goes. So
attacker.
absolutely right. I will agree with that. And boy, oh boy, he's 39-3 here coming into this second half.
Texture still has to kill.
Ini tuh di mana ya VCT ya? Coba.
So Paper
Tanda
X
seru,
does have to
info
watch
WP.
out, but of course now that Forsaken, you know, gets to stretch his legs on this attacking side, hoping that we can see a little bit more from the team that, you know, won us VCT Pacific finals last year, and then of course going to champions as well. I don't need to introduce them; everyone knows.
Yeah, how much effort with both teams actually fight for Rubble here?
Belum kayak VCT Champion siapa something. Gue harus bilang loh, something kemarin pas di Champions gak segacor dia pas di regular league loh. Waduh, dijemput. Waduh, tekstur lagi.
Very deadly. My God, texture. Where'd that flick come from? Mind Freak. He's alone. He's got dark cover to work for days, but his opponent, you know, they can last for months. So just see how
Langsung aja gak sih?
4 versus 1.
Langsung serahin diri aja gak sih?
Here, Meteor hears him. I wonder if there's a world where Meteor tries to stab Mind Freak here if he over pushes or doesn't even check the corner. But
No.
play it safe.
Current teams, no, no knife.
Ini texture panas banget kayaknya.
Wishful thinking, man.
Konsisten loh dia, konsisten
But,
texture.
I mean, it's just
Itu
how
yang
they
bikin
play,
lu
you know, very
jadi
controlled.
player
They
berkualitas
know
apa enggak anjir?
themselves. And
Konsistensinya
I
anjir.
kind of have a feeling that
Ngeri,
this is
anjir.
something that Gen.G had prepared. Studying game tape from Paper X before, knowing that, you know, this is definitely something that we want to go for, right? This Rubble control, it's so useful, gives you legs to have that option towards A or mid link if you want to, set up split pushes. They want to deny that. And that one nade from Texture, not to mention Laki and Texture.
Texture ada dendam pribadi. Lebih ke arah ini, Redemption Arc makanya. Balas dendam ini, balas dendam season sebelumnya.
Pretty huge for that because usually you see that and say, it's the safety for the A side. No, it's the danger for Rubble for you if you're trying to push that. Speaking of pushing though, it's the C. Zoom in past Monyan. Oh, I love this! The double jumping.
Double jump shot.
Yo, but they still got the shot, man.
Double jump swing shot anjir.
So although Monyan makes it through, has a bulldog, can't go up against Munchkin. Now what?
All right, down to something with a Marshall.
It's
3
okay, it's
versus
okay.
1.
Oh, it's okay, it's
Wait,
okay.
2
This
for
is
you,
something.
Okay.
You better be careful.
It's very
This
much
is
out in the open
something,
for
bro.
him. He's got dash,
Serem banget, bro.
But wait, does that angle actually work for him? It's
No.
very risk, so he has to try to do something here. My God.
Ya!
He even got
Oh,
the
dia
crosshair
kepikiran,
in
dipikir
the
bakal
head
di
near the
stick.
body space of Lakia.
Hai.
Something
Tapi bikin mahal ya, bikin mahal.
back into C long. I mean, it was for the information, but he kind of overheated in that situation too.
Really close. I mean, at least had the right idea to tailwind out of that hairy situation and to play for time a little bit, try to distract.
Gregetan ya?
I mean,
Ada
Lakia, as soon as
gregetannya
Lakia
ya?
goes in though, just knowing to crouch and you know, to keep his head tucked under.
Yeah.
Anjir, something pakai outlaw, attacker outlaw, bro.
Out fragger, but
Tapi dia efektif nih. Outlaw di sini efektif. Musuhnya nggak ada full armor.
He's got a good head on his shoulders for sure.
Tinggal M-nya aja nih.
It's tagged up.
Sayang banget kagak dapat tadi. Udah dapat infonya ada outlaw.
Last year, right, on Ascension Pacific,
Yeah.
where he
Damwon
was on
Kia.
Damwon Kia. Did not really get an opportunity to really showcase what he's got there, but the Gen.G here, very much different.
Iya guys, by the way yang belum like di like dulu ya guys ya, dibantu ya, bisa ya.
Of course now
300 kan yuk.
damage. Gen.G not having the best guns. You know, you got a Ghost on Texture, Karen on the it's Karen still. Paper X buying
Ya, harus menang, harus wajib menang.
Got something on this Outlaw, but Gen.G just
Oke,
respects all of this
nice
space
opening
and
kill.
plays for
Dan yang di
numbers
kill
instead.
adalah Raja
For the relinquish
terakhir.
game, which means it's gonna be a tough retake for them.
Raja raid bossnya anjir.
Fair enough. Especially with the rest of Paper Rex holding
Nice.
stairs and a heaven.
Cari meteornya. Oh, meteornya ngeplank anjir. Satu lagi. Ayo, satu lagi ting. Ting, ting. Ya, kena shouldernya lagi. Ente ting.
But damage is already done here, Quack. Gen.G. I feel like it's only gonna be exits and
Meteornya udah kagak niat sih itu. Udah kagak niat mau retake itu udah.
Barrel peeking out.
Ya udah di C aja udah tuh.
Again,
Sapping.
It's just Karen still.
And you know, it's that nerd talk about line of sight. You get closer into a corner. You can see your opponent faster than they do. We're not gonna get deep into that.
Oke lah. Oke banget ini. Cuman mati something itu pun something tadi pakai outlaw doang.
When you peek a corner, the worse it is for you. The farther you are from a wall, when you peek a corner, the better it is for you.
Thank you, Aserai.
Yeah.
But yeah, still a round picked up by Paper X still as they move forward. But Gen.G has definitely caught up, winning out that pistol. And the
Bang, keluarga gua ada penyakit jantung, lanjut nonton atau kagak nih?
So
Ya, prioritas tuh yang mana?
We saw how Gen.G, this round really.
Anjir, itu perlu ditanya.
Still a lot of damage.
Ya, prioritas tuh yang mana?
Apart from that, just thinking about how else Paper X can come in, because here the game really starts to rev up.
And it's still so neck and neck, Quack. I mean, did we come into this day thinking that it would be this close between Paper Rex
Itu
and
nonton VCT lah.
Gen.G? I mean, yeah, sure.
Boleh.
Predicted
Anjir, langsung di time out anjir.
All of us except for William.
Padahal mereka udah menang 2 round pertama, langsung time out anjir.
Truly is the Will I am. Will he? Or will he not? We have 20 seconds, so I'm just buying time, for this timeout to pass us by and get back into the action.
Bingkai setiap tim dikasih time out berapa kali? Dua.
Gen.G on their defensive side. We know that they have the potential to push out, especially with a player
Kalau
like
overtime
Texture
nambah 1.
at their hands.
Yeah.
Paper X has to, be on guard.
True, and again, they have to be very aware of how strong the rumble control can be for Gen.G here. Again, it was only a glimpse of what it could be on that pistol, but it can.
Emang jantungnya kenapa? Jantungnya itu nggak berdetak. Coba suruh nonton Paper X.
Quickly into the ultimate cache.
Biar senam, biar sehat, coy.
Paper X has got a little bit more of the strong suit with the blades and the showstopper available here, but Gen.G not lagging too far behind. If Texture can get that one kill, he will have access to that showstopper of his.
Ya sampingnya bawa judge aja. Tapi dia ada ulti sih, ada ulti aja. Ulti ada ulti. Ulti plus judge.
Haven't seen all too much else for now though. I mean, newly formed Paper X with Monyet now, just executing into Seaside.
Tawan juga tuh, bawa judge juga tuh. Pipernya juga bawa judge, hati-hati.
Oh, but look at that door play from
Lakinya dapat 2.
Oh man. Again, the door opens so quickly that you
dibuka pintunya terus dapat 2 lakianya.
React to the punish that could follow up from the defenders, and you see that activated so quickly here. Something now just gonna be holding with the judge first. I do like this because again, you don't want to play that close and hope for accuracy. You just want to go for the pellets first of this shotgun. Munch is gonna be first on the pedestal. He's getting very close. I don't know who's gonna get this one.
Oke. Gara-gara ultinya Fate langsung maju anjir. Oke, something dapat juga. Sangat-sangat win, kecuali ini Meteor tiba-tiba menggila kayak tadi ya. Masih sakit, Cok. Untung dapat high ground. High ground advantage. Udah macam ini Obi-Wan Kenobi lawan Anakin anjir. High ground advantage.
You got something, you have a bit of utility, Divide with a guiding light as well, and just pushes Munchkin away enough for something to get into position to do things like this. I mean, he was really a lot more calm in this moment. And then picking up that Phantom and tailwinding away, coming down to
auto ini aja.
picked up those numbers.
Auto
As soon as they
shorty.
figured out where Gen.G was going to approach from, much more easy for Paper X to defend post-plant.
Yeah, but again, Gen.G showing the same thing that they brought up here from that
sumpah gua.
which is
udah kepikiran tuh anjir. Ini dapat nih anjir.
of Paper Rex, and they do it once again here in this round.
Placementnya udah bagus kayak gitu.
Forsaken. Monyet
frantically trying to get control here of C. Doesn't matter if he is alone or with teammates.
Oh.
What a dodge from Mind Freak! Oh my goodness!
Mantap bangku, Top G. Galonnya dihindar. Oh my god, dia tiba-tiba ke blind ke near side.
Sit down by Gen.G. What a thrifty round from the Koreans.
All that utility, all those shots starting things off. We had the Sheriff, and all they really did was kind of just
Plus masih nambah ta. Masih nambah ta.
Gen.G knew exactly how to get
Oke, saya timeoutnya Paperex. Timeout terakhir nih udah kagak ada timeout lagi nih abis ini.
Starting to get in their own heads a little bit. You know, you got the previous round, things are starting to go. You know that Gen.G is on an eco, and you're like, all right, I can take them. You start to walk out, and it just hurts, man.
Yeah, no, I feel you. And again, it boils down to, I don't want to assume, but it feels like they don't want to challenge A for the moment because again,
Info meja Kang Alek, coba dicek di Twitter aja tuh. Alek Dex tuh. Ya, info paling update masalah meja Alek kondisinya.
Adaptability of that is very quick. You can rotate either way because you have control of the door. But they somehow get pinched in transition of that.
Time out kenapa? Time out tuh kalau ini lu kayak olahraga aja, basket pun kan ada time out gitu loh. Buat ngatur strategi lagi biasanya kalau lagi kalah gitu loh.
Gen.G getting that huge advantage, but every single time that you thought that
beda lagi sama technical issue, technical pause. Tactical pause sama technical pause beda.
That's just incredible from Gen.G. There's a lot to, go into with how they are feeling and thinking about this game, but of course, Paperex getting to buy up onto the next now. You've got a noted back on Forsaken, something on an op again, but on the attacking side.
Okay. Oh, the Haunt actually gave away the position there of something as well as Mind Freak. Nade did stop Paperex for just a few seconds here, Quack.
Something pakai OP attacker, Forsaken pakai Odin.
Hindrances for now.
Just letting them gain control over this spot, but look at the positioning that they have. Texture still up around, could go up the ropes if he needed. And then you've got Munchkin just ready to welcome them with open arms.
Nah, dikit tuh Karon tuh.
Texture's trying to delay as much as he can at the back of the
site.
Trying
nice yet! Nice yet!
The Monyets, but he will not. Lokia coming in to pinch.
Nice, dapat 2 dari Monyet.
Some of this massive map control that Paperex has gotten on
Enters
that
min 10.
Spike will get planted. It's all about the retake here for Gen.G.
Nice, Pai.
Device does find Munchkin here, making it a more palatable situation.
Walaupun ini Meteor, harusnya tidak mungkin dong 4-2. Ketahuan juga. Ya ampun, masih hidup nih orang aja. Dikejar coy. Dikejar, bunuh orang ini. Tumbangkan. Ya ampun, nyet.
A little bit expensive, Monyet dying. But yeah, that's
Shorty putaran pertama tidak dapat, putaran kedua dapat.
And Forsaken's on the other side. But
sorry, I just wanted to say that's why a lot of teams on Lotus have now just been picking up the Odin. I know it's not brand new news or anything, but
demi ekonomi.
This is a big reason why you can just wall bang for days.
Untung itu Monyet, untung kagak kena ininya paranoianya anjir.
And it is such a huge, look at this. It's such a huge power play for you to be able to do that.
On the attacking side too, especially if you're behind Rubble.
Jangan dikasih kendor, jangan dikasih poin lagi.
They try to approach, and that's what Forsaken is doing again, just to give.
Wah, main freaknya langsung ke. Nice try.
Here for Gen.G for sure, as Mind Freak and Texture have
Monyet dapat.
Nice,
galonnya nice. Plus 5 followernya. Let's go.
4 versus 3. We have a bit of calm here as Paperex do get access onto that A site, but the rest of Gen.G already right now.
Waduh. Masih ada Raja. Masih ada ini.
It's a little bit shallow. There still is position that you can play inside of Tree as well as
ada mini bossnya.
Upstairs and something holding the blades as well as the operator. This makes the long range fights a little bit more palatable here for Paperex.
Wah, ketahuan lagi texture. Texture sorry, something.
They use that on to actually get closer.
Nice cover.
Holds.
Raja terakhir.
Now gets Meteor 2 versus 1. That box not really giving too many angles for him to have safety on. And if he gets peeked, it's going to be one in the front, one in the back. That's going to be Paperex 11-8.
Ada
So
dua coy.
although they picked up
Dia
quite a
terakhirnya
bit
beneran ada dua
use
anjir.
of the Killjoy lockdown, Gen.G got a bit of space, but the setup from PaperX was still just that good, and that's always
Yuk bisa yuk.
the thing
Nggak ada angka curse di sini. Nggak ada. Kalau Paperx yang main nggak ada angka curse, nggak ada.
You've got the stairs area that you can also watch from it. Divide knows how to play off of his teammate that way.
I just again.
They're having fun.
And when PaperX are having fun, you know it's a dangerous time for you.
Oh udah nggak itu. Udah nggak dilawan itu.
That means that we're gonna
I
get
mean,
side-nya.
you need someone to keep those
Mereka
spirits up.
lagi
If
saving.
not,
Ya.
something or Ilya will get
Hypercatch-nya.
really in their heads.
Mantap.
What is this? Okay, just, open the door, get tripped up, see what happens. Wall has been called in a little bit closer into the A main.
Wih, ada gila-gilanya, Jok.
Actually works in the favor here of Gen.G. As you saw, Forsaken get blasted very quickly. They're very close into the
Nice.
position right now, but Devi realizes that he has to come pitch in for his teammates.
Nice.
Oh my god. Again, float like a butterfly, sting like a bee for something, loving to use
3 raja
that
terakhir.
floaty.
Wow.
Sniper is actually missing.
Pertukaran peluru sniper.
But now they know. Meteor's
Gak ada
position
yang kena tapi.
exposed. He's only got a Marshall in his hand here, Quack, and it truly is danger time for him. If he loses this, PaperX will be on map point. Wow, okay.
Wow.
Meteor!
Wow. Hold on bro. Lihat tuh orang anjing. Lihat gak anjing? Hampir saja. Marshall doang itu baru. Bajingan.
2 kills
Ngeri.
with that Marshall.
Babi.
Gen.G's whole game plan was to really try.
Lu kagak bisa tenang aja sumpah. Lu selama ada meteor, ada texture, gak bisa tenang sumpah.
To surprise that 3 players on the other side of it.
Kayak berasa di teror anjing.
On yet on the other side, PaperX having game plans, a plan B really, to keep themselves alive, and Devi is having fun.
I'm just gonna stay quiet here and let us just
Waduh.
enjoy the
Wah, somethingnya kena lagi.
of Devi. Make that your soundtrack, ladies and gentlemen. But as I was spewing some nonsense words, we've already seen some great impact actions here from Gen.G as something.
Masuk ke sarangnya meteor nih.
Again,
Apakah mereka yakin mau ke sarangnya meteor?
That control on Rubble.
Jemput bola meteor.
Really Manya to entry into the site. Devi activates.
Let's go.
The meteor is here
Gua
to
pikir dia bisa
get
dapat.
after things. Denies access into that C site, and PaperX will have to scratch their heads a little bit here. What happened? We tried to push in and
Sulit
should be
ini
full
udah.
on our heads. This meteor
Posisinya udah
is
sulit banget.
for this right angle. They might not know about this, and they will never do, as the smoke really just makes it difficult for them to gain any
Way too
point of
much.
control.
There's so much delaying that the rest of the PaperX members on the other side, if they go into this, it's not a favorable numbers duel. Something kind of losing to Karen on the other side of the map as well. It just doesn't quite work out for
Sampai
them.
kena lagi
So
juga.
Gen.G gets to extend their lives.
Ya ampun.
Yikes, that haunt. Truly going to be the nightmare there.
Flawless,
for PaperX,
anjir.
and you say it already, man. It's gonna extend the lifeline here.
Gua udah ragu
for
sih.
Gen.G.
Udah ragu mereka
Texas
mau
now gonna
ke sarangnya
have
meteor
himself
anjir.
the sniper in hand. What happened here at this point? Ah, yes, there it is. Karon getting that quick rubble control. PaperX couldn't push up because of all the delay tactics that we saw from Gen.G. And then C-Site, it was the same thing, but then Meteor was the one holding.
Yeah, it's all these tiny.
1000 atas karena flawless babi.
Meteor has the nanostorm. It kind of
Ah,
slows down the rest of
ini
the team. They can't
mau
quite
di fight nih,
follow
mau di
up
fight
much
nih. Rame nih, rame
because
nih.
of it.
Trouble-nya rame nih.
And keep in mind, PaperX has spent
Yeah.
time outs at this point. They're on an eco. It's a bit of a half buy, but it's starting to bite them in the back.
Ya ampun, Karonnya masih dapat 2 per second.
There's the quick flash.
Agak mati-mati itu Karon di cover. Oke, dapat.
Oh. Devi gets 2, but never mind. All right, I'll bite my tongue.
Yuk, udah yuk, stop yuk.
10. Gen.G
Udah yuk,
really
menang
having
yuk.
solid control on Rubble, man. There is no answer for PaperX in these past few rounds.
Past 2 at the very least. The adaptations, I mean, that's another thing with the PaperX structure. You know, all of them are giving ideas as to how they
Ya
want to
gitu lagi dapatnya si
approach the
Karon.
map or figure out ways to deal with Gen.G. But yeah, they've spent those timeouts, and this means, you know, unless there's a clear answer, we might actually have an overtime at our hands.
PaperX are running out of credits to actually fall back on for the moment too.
This camera
Texture and an off.
Ketahuan udah,
there
ketahuan.
you go.
Harusnya
Does give away the position too of his opponent right in
tidak
front.
perlu dilawan sih ini harusnya udah.
It's only Forsaken really just holding A main. He wants to be able to anchor this by himself from the looks of things. That will allow Paper Rex to again make do with elsewhere, but they're so far back from both
Terus pick
sides.
siapa?
They haven't
Paper Rex, Paper
really
Rex.
done this kind of
Please
slower
tadi Gen.G.
approach at all in this map.
Yuk 13-10 yuk biar sama yuk kayak tadi yuk.
Not that much control.
Tadi kan 13-10 juga tuh.
One-way smokes are all being spent up around this one spot. And then, of course, you still got Munchkin available with that toxic screen. A is a very difficult spot to hit right now, but trying to make something happen off of
Wah, ini bahaya banget nih.
fire.
OP-nya di sini anjir. Apakah mereka expect ada OP di sini? Tidak dong.
Texture, here you go. Inside the smoke is going to be Charon. The Paper Rex are pushing blind into the side. They gotta just go for
Masih bisa, masih bisa. Masih bisa. Faktor X something.
30 seconds left.
Showstopper activated.
Ya
Is that
ampun,
starting to plan on the spike?
planternya.
Yes, it will be, but it's trade for trade here, Quack. It's not the end of the world. Something repositions, almost gets hang by the rope side. Locked
Nice.
up, pushed out.
Nice thing. Tinggal raja terakhir nih ting.
At this point.
Ayo ting, bisa ting.
There's the plant on the
You
spike.
also
The
a final
meteor
boss lah.
has
You can do this lah.
truly
Planted.
been a miracle
Lu juga
worker at
final
this
boss
point.
dulu, woy.
They're backing up
Nice,
in the corner and someone
nice.
finds it in the
Akhirnya
4K,
final bossnya
and we are
Paper
going
Rex
to
nyala
map
di
victory.
waktu yang paling dibutuhkan.
That last round,
Let's go.
You can feel
Let's go
almost
map 3.
that tension.
Untung
that the
dia nyala di
rage
waktu itu,
that
anjir.
something had seething behind him.
Something.
He had enough from those
Nice.
previous rounds. He pushes up. He picks them off one by one. It was a great setup that Gen.G had. A brilliant idea.
Anjir.
Off of Karen and Texture. Karen playing a
Itu something kalau kagak nge-clutch di ini anjir. Kalau kagak kayak gitu ditukar sama texture itu. Texture yang masuk Paper Rex.
And something is able to take them down that way.
Seenak jidat gini ya.
Now we're just gonna pass it on to our panel to discuss things a whole lot better.
The score is
Sama coy. Tadi di Breeze 13-10 juga kan. Ini di Lotus 13-10 juga. Anjir, keras gini coy. Setidaknya ini ya, bertanggung jawab atas mapnya masing-masing. Bertanggung jawab dua-duanya. Monyet aja, kenapa monyet aja? Kalian ada masalah apa sama cahaya anjir? Ada masalah apa sama monyet? apapun itu ya hasilnya monyet masalahnya anjir. Parah banget. Halo Rizky by the way. Yang baru datang jangan lupa di like ya. Kurang keras buat seukuran duelis. Ya mungkin belum biasa kali ya, soalnya di GE juga dia full smoker gitu ya. Belum biasa balik lagi ke duelis mungkin. Dan sepatu yang harus dia isi adalah sepatu yang ditinggalkan sama Jing anjir. Yang race-nya lu lihatlah. Race-nya dia gimana? By the way, anime. Mata mau anime. My bad. Lupa screen. Anjir berubah lagi warnanya coy. Jadi warna hijau muda. MVP-nya siapa Min kayak? Something sih kayaknya tetap. Ini warnanya suka-suka mereka apa gimana sih? Kayaknya suka-suka mereka deh. Bebas deh. Yang penting ada chatnya gitu. By the way ini gue udah live 2 jam setengah. Gue pengen ke toilet dulu ya. Min Fuyu coba di carry dikit pakai netizen mode. Bentar ya. Bro. Lu ngelihat Gen.G 2 hari ini ya, 2 hari ini main kemarin lawan RRQ sama lawan PPRX kayak gini. Lu percaya nggak sih kalau Gen.G masuk Madrid bisa? Dua-duanya dari kalau PPRX sama Gen.G masuk Madrid ya, dua-duanya dari grup yang sama, gila. Kalau seandainya dua ini masuk Madrid nih, dari grup yang sama, gila. Percaya bisa masuk Madrid nih berdua. RRQ main kapan? RRQ masih lusa deh kayaknya RRQ. Lusa apa besok ya? Bentar. Iya masih lusa RRQ. Nunggu di lower bracket dia. Yang kalah ini pokoknya ketemu RRQ. DRX mana bisa gitu dong. Ya gimana? Menurut gue sih di melihat DRX kemarin sama Gen.G kayak gini, menurut gue ya Gen.G masih lebih kuat coy. Melihat DRX kemarin melawan DFM aja lumayan ngos-ngosan. Jizen memberikan 5 membership lagi, thank you. Kalian yang dapat berterima kasih kepada Jizen, dapat bansos bro. Membership. Anjir, di channel VTuber sebelah viewersnya ya emang itu nggak sih yang dijual emang. Emang itu nggak sih yang dijual, ya udahlah ya. Thank you ya Jizen ya. Udah 10 dia. Thank you. Hari ini udah 10 membership. Mantap. Respect. Perasaan nyalek kemarin deko bansos sekarang. Ya masa nggak boleh? Kan bansos setiap saat boleh dong. Masa pas kampanye doang? Kenapa jadi bawa monyet, Kelvin? Astaga. Monyet jadi kambing hitam di segala masalah anjir. Kasian banget dia anjir. Sabar, break dulu. Gua sambil makan roti ya. Lapar. Ngemil dulu guys. Infokan next short hari ini libur, belum ada. Gua aja belum sempat konten juga ini buat short berikutnya. Apalagi hari ini 3 game coy. Yang ada paling gue tepar habis ini. Ya sedaknya hatersnya monyet internasional lah ya. Kan dari tadi kan yang dilihat kan itu ya. Kalau komentar yang internasional ya hatersnya ya. Tidaknya internasional bro. Go internasional. Kayak kamu cukup istirahatkan, jujur aja tidur gua masih kurang sih. Kagak bisa tidur gua tadi. Makanya gua bisa WP yang NE tadi kan, yang Amerika. Review roti apa yang mau di-review anjir? Paroti. Jaga kesehatan. Iya aman. Belum tipes kok, aman, belum tipes. Rotinya sponsor nggak? Enggak lah. Kalau WP lu nggak push rank? Enggak sempet coy. Ini gue kagak sempet ngapa-ngapain sumpah. Konten aja kagak sempet, apalagi mau push rank. Kalau mau DWP emang gitu. Oke, next. Bawa Sagan.
Got a Sage coming back.
Sage Davai in Sunset, bro.
Duelist list.
Yep,
No duelist.
Lots of
No
interesting
duelist.
things to talk about here.
I see. Here's what I was expecting. I thought maybe they were going to cook and do something a little bit different.
What
Maybe
the
they would try a
hell?
Single controller for this map. Have Mind
What
Freak
is
play
going
Open,
on? What they're
Divide over
cooking?
Killjoy, and then Forsaken go
Target
Euro
duelist,
outside the
bro.
race, but they are completely going off my script.
But I actually kind of like this, especially because they knew that Gen.G's still running the Sky, and Sky just can't get as much information throughout the round now.
Hey, Venatus,
In this
welcome
version
back to the
of Valorant,
membership.
so
Thank you udah join
those
lagi.
orbs have a lot more value.
How do you W without a duelist? We're about
Holy
to find out as we head
smoke.
into map number 3 between
What
Paper
are
Rex
they
and Gen.G.
cooking with this lineup?
Masarai, over to you guys.
Thanks for that, our amazing desk. And yeah, I was actually just wanting to add as well. You know,
Wah,
in
nih
terms of
para
the
Ilo
questions
senang
we
ini.
were throwing our way
Wah,
at
dia
us,
pakai
you know, the map is
Sage.
such a sunset where I feel like Cypher has such a high tiering here. How can Paper X actually deal with the tripwires when they don't have, let's say, a
Sage in
Sova,
Sunset bit
you know,
web
to
enggak sih
break
sebenarnya.
this,
Right? Yeah,
Kalau
you
di
just gotta
kompe masih
rely
ada yang
on,
pakai sih
I
sebenarnya.
don't know, your bullets, or maybe
Karena
your
apa,
Forsaken
wall-wallannya.
strike, and that's not really what you want to use that for.
Yeah.
So it's definitely a bit of a head scratcher. This entirely duelist-less composition is not something that we see all too often. Actually, I don't think we ever see it.
Yeah.
But you know, it is Paper X after all.
Say that 10 times fast, right?
Langsung kena
At the
slow,
same
langsung
sunset,
kena slow.
The Sage walls are pretty insane because you can get into some good
Anjir, dia
elevations
bawa
that the
slow
smokes
orb
of
2
Gen.G
biji ya.
might not be able
Anjir,
to
dia
blot out
beli
completely.
semuanya ability, anjir.
This one as well as we can see
Gokil.
here on market, but Gen.G is very aware of this, and Davai was almost taken down.
Nice.
The separation though does allow them to get the pickup onto Munchkin.
Nice.
The rest of Paper X is going to be holding the back. of the
Nice.
side, and
BU
they're
mod,
showing up
BU
to
mod,
work.
gak apa-apa, gak apa-apa.
Gen.G not in a
Udah ngasih damage banyak.
Gonna have to try to wiggle their way out of this.
Waduh, meteor lagi.
Into the 2 versus 1.
Kenapa ya
This
kalau
would
meteor yang
be
tersisa,
a
gue
quick
takut ya,
transition
tetep ya.
If Meteor can find some good timings on
Oke.
this, but he gave
Nice.
away that location
Nice,
of his
Nyet.
because
Nice, Nyet.
he threw out
Plus
the
5 follower. Let's go.
Just a little bit known and obvious, but at the same time, Paper
Boleh,
X
boleh.
holding things back. I mean, this is what we want to see from them on the attack, from the defending side. You've got that Sage Wall, which is actually really interesting because it blocks off market, and now it allows for the rest of them just to, you know, be free in a target-rich environment. We know that they're going to approach from A main. We can just hold
Tapi itu
our
impactful-nya
ground,
gara-gara
start
Sage
picking
sih.
them off bit by bit,
Let's be honest, di
finding
delay itu lama
first
banget di
shot,
delay.
picking up the double
Udah gitu
kill,
di wall lagi kan
and
nggak
that's the
bisa
perks that we see.
market pistol round kan, malas banget kan
For
wall.
these next couple of rounds before Gen.G gets those rifles, the Sage Wall is going to be somewhat harder.
Monyet
to break
kasihan
down,
tiap mati
so there should be
1000
a lot more
haters
safer
plus.
position for Paper X to drop it in.
Plus
Don't worry
followernya cuma
about
5 kalau menang.
that angle for a
Sejomplang
good
itu.
chunk of the round and just be safe. Anyways, Forsaken, Outlaw, Contact, success.
Woo!
Actually, very successful. 3 kills for the price of 2 bullets. Very, very good
Forsaken
start here for
menyala dengan outlaw,
300%
duta
success rate.
outlaw.
That's terrible math. In any
How
case,
could you? We are, you know,
Bang,
we're
bang.
supposed to be good at
Wah,
that.
Nyet.
why?
Ini walaupun menang Nyet,
Because
lu
we
tetap
have
minus.
phones that have calculators
Ini Met,
and you can
apa
check
tetap
it.
plus hater
Good
Met.
save, good save.
Nyet.
That said, yes, I mean, we do have calculators. We have
Lompat-lompat, Cok.
calculator for us. Forsaken getting a lot of those frags, and it's immediately putting a door stopper to anything that Gen.G
Capek
throws.
ngajarin.
Not to mention Mind Freak out the lurk, and also towards
Ya
the last kill
ampun.
on towards Karen.
Capek-capek
They
grinding
knew
follower.
that this would
Jadi
be,
hater itu.
Where Gen.G was approaching from. And it's just a good check from Forsaken nonetheless. So interestingly enough, we're swapping around roles so much from the Cypher now to the KO. And a Sage Wall that boosts
Tapi
them
tidak
up.
ada yang di mid.
On the
Sayang sekali.
CS4.
I love the elevation, man. I told you, there is going to be so many cheeky positions that you can utilize this with. And of course, the byproduct of just blocking off a certain pathway that Gen.G will have to break or wait for it to break. Which, as you can see, forces Gen.G to be
Nyet pressure-nya besar banget, gue setuju.
more respectful
Ada setujunya.
of just, you know, pushing up into these certain positions. Ooh. Meteor. Boot spotted.
Yeah, they don't want to lose their full buy run all that quick, right? They don't want to give the bonus over to Paper X, and so just trying to be
Yeah.
very careful off of it.
Wah,
Cut through, and then
texture,
the execution through.
texture.
Texture getting this first frag actually does so much for them because now they have more options. Not to mention, Munchkin making use of tiles to walk up front on mid.
Did they close the door on market though? That's still open.
Oh, mau
Is
di
it
ini.
not? Okay, there you go. It's still
Mau
closed
dari
up,
mid.
so
Mau di
Forsaken
sandwich.
doesn't have to worry about that for the moment. No aggressive push out here
Dapat yuk,
from
dapat yuk.
Gen.G just yet, Quack.
Forsaken.
Maybe waiting for
Walaupun musuhnya ini
for just
full.
letting Paper X go for the
Nice.
moment, but since they have some of their players have to go for the half shields.
Never mind.
Outlaw.
Ada beberapa yang half shield, ternyata
Absolutely
banyak bahkan.
terrifying. Textures
Ya,
already here in the front
salah
lines,
ini.
and the damage
Paranoia
and
salah.
the lethality absolutely felt. Forsaken
Outlaw
pushing in.
supremacy,
Picks up
like
so
I
many
said,
weapons.
Duta
This
Outlaw.
man
Ingat,
is an
Aceh,
absolute
Aceh, Aceh.
gadget. Caron.
Ini cuman Karon coy. Ini bukan meteor, bukan texture. Ambil AC-mu. Forsaken.
Who has
Take your
the whip
ace.
man.
Oh my god.
No, the stun. The way he actually
No
uses this,
way.
it's not Caron.
No
Two headshots,
fucking
holds
way.
it off even through the pressure of utility chasing him down to the ends of the earth.
You could definitely see a slight
Bruh.
bit of miscom, a bit of a
Come
mishap
on.
towards the end of that round. Forsaken starts things off incredibly well. Of course,
Capek-capek nge-build hype-nya sudah.
Just trying to play carefully around mid as well, you know, gathering
Denied.
up and then executing in.
Full
But
set.
then, just at the end of it, although Forsaken picks up the frag, you know, like you mentioned, swapping weapons, something I think wanted to pick up another rifle and just, you know, wasn't quite there to support Forsaken on characters whiffing.
Something dapat.
Just pops off and now
Something dapat.
Paper X does not want to let up.
Texture. Dia dapat texture.
That's talking
Sudah
about
tidak ada
this
texture.
Caron
Senang banget gue ya.
newcomer for Gen.G.
Ya, Forsaken tapi
Already
dapat.
showing why he's
Nice, something nice.
you know, in that spot. This time though, it will get punished. Devi holding a very high angle here. Not gonna get spotted. So
Itu kenapa pakai sage ya? Posisi-posisi off angle-nya kayak gitu tuh.
Will not have the north up for the moment at least.
Masih ada bos satu lagi coy. Nice. Udah di-deny bos satu lagi.
Is he really gonna
Di-respect langsung di ulti. Nice.
And Lakia.
Di-respect.
Okay, I was
Padahal
about
monyet
to,
mau ini, mau
you know,
nyucuk. Parah lu Jet, parah lu. Pantesan hater lu banyak.
even though it is Paper X.
Hey, we not in tons.
Agak respect sih lu.
True, we are in
Nyet,
Sunset.
nyet.
You know, it's located in LA. Thank you.
But you gotta admire the movement, the way
Monyet
something
toxic.
plays off, just securing the round.
Oh lucu ya,
My kill,
monyet
yeah.
toxic.
He's off for that fourth quad, right? And also one more point after having spent the Thrasher.
Yeah.
But it's mainly, you know, playing off of that Dizzy. They managed to pick up those kills as Gen.G tried to make a play through mid. So Paper Rex definitely adapting around it, getting a lot of good information because of their utility.
And again, you know, just to
Yuk,
get
Nih,
in a different point.
Having harusnya udah
it
confirm
felt
4-1 harusnya.
that This is the comeback for something.
Tolong.
in this
Tolong.
specific
Tolong.
moment.
Let's
This
go.
is Forsaken.
Forsaken Duta Outlaw.
He's been putting the hours in that Outlaw, man. I mean, he doesn't even have to
It's
deal
an-
with the headshot. It's all body shots for him.
It's an answer back to whatever Meteor and Texture did to them on that map 1.
Fair enough. Mind Freak now repositioning. Smoke doesn't allow him to push outside of market cleanly, but yikes. Is he gonna get
Kasian banget tuh.
crashed in here?
Kasian banget tuh main
Into the
Freak tuh.
pit with Texture and teammate.
Tapi nice, let's
Doesn't
go.
matter, though.
Gila,
As
Forsaken
they
lebih banyak bunuh pakai
chase
Outlaw-nya kayaknya ini.
into the back of the site, the rest of Paper X was there to trade him off.
Gokil,
Not
gokil.
afraid, right? To throw his body in.
Fix
so his
Duta,
teammates
coy.
can kinda use him for information. And that's kind of how Paper X reacts.
Duta
so
senjata
quickly
baru
as
nih dia.
soon as they can confirm
Riot
that he
senang
was
nih.
headed towards
Wah,
the site.
senjata baru yang kita desain dengan susah payah. Dipakai coy.
And just to kind of set up around it. Forsaken getting those 2 kills just pretty much confirms that the hit was headed towards B.
Okay, I was waiting for like something else. For him to say.
Time out.
He just said guys, so.
Time out
Yeah.
dong.
Anyways, this change of graphic means that we are calling the timeout possibly from Gen.G. I don't think Paper X will, you know, with how much aggression and success they've had in these rounds, be the one. And because you're absolutely right? Outlaw, it's getting so much.
Nih misalnya Gen.G turun, terus kalau RRQ menang lawan Gen.G, pecah sih. Pecah sih kalau itu terjadi, Cuk.
They just been slow creeping up into
Kita udah nge-hypein Gen.G ya sejago ini ya. Tiba-tiba pas di lower bracket kalah sama RRQ, wah gila sih.
He's not the only one playing.
Oh itu beneran terjadi. Pecah sih.
right behind him has been something.
Pecah,
right?
pecah.
So if he misses, something immediately throws out the dizzy at a high enough angle. It flashes the rest of Gen.G. They back away, allows Forsaken or something to reset the fight and put themselves in a position where they're
Imagine aja storyline-nya kayak gitu anjir.
Like the interesting thing about this composition, because the initiators kind of double up as duelists, they don't have the same mobility, but with the flashes that they've
Pada
got, it's
bingung
almost
sih.
like Phoenix better.
Makanya
And it
di
just really,
dipikirin dulu aja.
allows them to make such plays, but it works out on the defense. On the attack, we'll have to wait to see. Right now, Gen.G has caught the timeout, so they've definitely switched something up, going for the full commit into A instead.
They have
Showstopper, man.
very much committed a lot of utility just to get into A main.
Anarchy on Another Universe anjir. Bukan di universe ini kah, Mas?
I'm scared
Dim.
about this elbow.
Bukan di
Truly.
universe yang ini kah?
Look at how many players are already here on tiles. Does much
Bukan yang di sini ya?
He tucks himself in the corner. They might not be able to clear him out, and he might get the best
Nice.
position of his life.
Wah, nggak nyangka ada ini. Oke, nice trade.
No walls just yet.
Nice, Senpai.
Himself up.
Wah, texture raja terakhir.
From Divine.
Wah, raja terakhir emang nih orang.
He's got the showstopper. Divine Sayer break.
Ya.
It's gonna be that Gen.G. Oh my God, they got pressed by Paper Rex, but they got themselves out of a tight situation, courtesy
Oh,
of the
ente.
man, the myth, the texture.
Made the round expensive, but yeah.
Ente.
Sure. What a way to bail out the team, just committing the showstopper
Standing.
and truly blowing things up to secure one more round for Gen.G. Ooh. That said,
Saya nggak langsung kena kepala tuh tembakannya.
What a quick way to push down tiles.
I love the reaction story that he just did. Was a quick sigh into a haha. All right, same play here for texture. No contact just yet though. Just
I've got your
no, they're really pressing up into this. They're not slowing down compared to last round here.
Forsaken lihat.
It is a full commitment.
Forsakennya outlaw lagi
They
aja.
want to get a quick start onto this post plan from the looks of things. They want to
Sumpah.
position for that.
Ini orang bakal nge-spam outlaw
For
anjir.
the good goods of this, as I mentioned, post plan, and save up as much utility for when Paper X.
Forsaken but outlaw only clip. Nah, nanti tuh ada tuh. Dia bikin video panjang tuh. Highlight.
Something
Forsaken
to these operator as
but
well.
outlaw only.
Unless they can get clear vision, it's going to be so difficult for them to break through. But that's a great way to start.
Absolutely. Meteor into the corner here. Loving the use of the wingman.
Nice.
Really clear corners rather
Jadi
than
possible.
use the spike.
Sangat
If you get
possible.
the target, that's
Nyet.
immediate concuss for you. And
Nyet.
Texas is so far. Even if he can win some of the fights here, he's just
Nyet.
way far from stopping something from the
Kasian
defense.
banget matinya dari tadi kayak gini-gini mulu gak sih?
Unbelievable.
Kayak matinya tuh kayaknya lo harusnya nggak mati deh, Nyet.
Gen.G overextending a little bit outside of the smoke. They wanted just to check for information.
Matinya tuh kayak gitu mulu rasanya.
Just as quick by
Harusnya
Paper
lu nggak
Rex.
mati sih.
I mean, the Outlaw being fired off, but then everyone else just coming in just as quick. And you're talking about texture, but Paper Rex, the movement that they've
Perintahnya
not
Bang Dan.
done yet, maybe just a little bit more comfortable on this this Omen.
Yeah, there's also that point where Lakia wanted to push out of his flash, but he flashed nobody, and then he just didn't know how many players of Paper X deal with as he was holding that specific angle on.
EMEA masih lama, tanggal 20 EMEA. Besok berarti.
Now it's another save for Gen.G.
Tapi kayaknya gua nggak nonton deh.
Slow and careful. They don't have all too much. You've got texture on the Guardian, so you want to make the most of what you have. Back towards A. You can see that Paper X are changing things up again. You've got control over B shops, B main,
Here.
and you don't see anything. So you have an
Waktunya,
idea
Mas.
of
Gua
what's
masanya
about to happen. That is
Pasifik,
right.
abis itu
Divine as well
EMEA
as
kan.
Mountain.
EMEA tuh waktunya kan
That
malam
are
ya.
back on A side.
And again, if this is a full commitment of like majority of the
Gua
players,
kagak sempat ngapa-ngapain dong kalau kayak gitu, kagak sempat ngonten, kagak sempat apa kalau kayak gitu.
Dead in their tracks with the paranoia. That is a death sentence here for Gen.G if they're not careful. Thankfully enough, because of the smoke that they've had, it allows them to get access to the site. But
Nice.
it's a complete and utter disaster.
Makin jauh, let's go.
Paper Rex comes out to reclaim what was theirs.
That's just a pretty,
Monyetnya mati lagi ya?
lovely spray transfer. I mean, you're absolutely
Sumpah, ini
right, that's
emang
right.
tumbal anjir.
A bit of
Untuk
a
menang
death
emang
sentence
tumbalnya
for
orang
Gen.G.
ini anjir.
They see that they don't really have any options, might as well just commit to something. But what they did not
Dan
expect was
terjadi
such
lagi.
setup. First of all, Monyet in an elevated position, and then like you mentioned,
Consistent.
he couldn't throw out the swarms, but he was also just in position to gun down anyone that tries to step through. Now we've got some ultimates on the side of Paper X. We've got 3 coming out from Gen.G. But, you know, they're not really the ones that you want to initiate fights. Gen.G needs a catalyst.
Speaking of Gen.G, they're still going for A. Sanity is doing the same thing over and over again.
Thresh push down mid.
Expecting for different results. And the different result is...
Kapan nyetok Mars, guys? Nah, kan ada itu. Itu kan Mars ada tanda seru Mars. Ya itu, Marsnya.
And it isn't. It doesn't. It's gonna be Gen.G once again holding for A, but Meteor is lurking. Maybe that's the difference.
Gak main FF enggak lah.
It does buy a little bit of manpower away from the rest of Gen.G, so Meteor stays towards the back. The rest of them come back towards the front of A. And maybe we just retake from Link.
Pin infowp belum diganti. Apanya yang diganti?
Divide cuts off the corner. Plant denied actually. Texture somehow manages to pick up a kill with the paint shells. No
Kan
safe
itu
space just
info
yet for
hari ini.
Gen.G.
Udah.
They have to start holding some crossfire angles while they start defusing the spike, and he's using his teammate as some sort of
Monyet.
info gatherer. Not gonna allow them to push up just yet because of that.
Gua gak tega gini coba lihat ya,
And
Cok.
here comes the contact, and Texture is coming out on top of
Monyet
this.
lagi
And
2
it's
kali aja dalam 1 round anjir.
unfavorably for Gen.G for a moment right now.
Itu
But
cuma
again,
buat nambah-nambahin
no
itunya
just
anjir,
yet.
apa
Numbers
deathnya
still
anjir.
favoring the Korean side though. Something comes in with the operator. Dwindles
1
the
round
numbers a
langsung
little
dead
bit.
2 anjir.
TP comes in around the corner. How close does he know? Very close. He knows about it. Oh my god, no way.
Dan menang coy, emang tumbal anjir. Masalahnya menang
Get laid out dry in Paper Rex.
Emang tumbal anjir.
Roll.
It was a nice flick from Meteor, but yeah, not quite enough. Full control from Paper X. I
Itu
thought things were
kali
starting
2
to
itu
really
bahkan tuh.
dicey, especially up around Link.
Tumbalnya
And if
kali
you look
2
at what
anjir.
Gen.G was about to do,
2
yes,
kali.
they wanted to get that spike down, but they couldn't quite do it because of the Thrasher that came in, because of this looming threat that was Paper Rex. However, Texture was just held on the other side. And if you look at the layout of the map, there's so much more
Monyet mati
space
sama dengan
around,
menang.
around elbow, and that's what Gen.G did. But
Yeah.
as soon as that op sounded off, man, things started to go wrong. They had the pressure of the time against them.
And playing on the side itself, unless you're getting pushed in, you don't
Kalian
really
isu,
have
lumayan.
line of sight on any position.
Kita outlaw lagi, coy. Kita 4 second
That's just very bad boo-boos here for Gen.G. Boo-boos.
outlaw for life.
Now they're mixing up. For how many rounds was it? Like 4 or 5 rounds straight. They just kept going A, and now they're gonna try to go hold their way on.
Dapat nih satu nih.
The setup on B.
Dapat banget nih.
Something with an op too. Oh wow, they might actually get collide here. If they're not careful.
Let's go.
Into the
Dapai.
corner is also
Sorry, main trick. Dapai pakai apa sih? Sage ya,
They've
lupa.
come into the trap, man, of Paper Rex here.
Soalnya Dapai tadi pakai
Coming to the Spider's
Viper di
grab,
Breeze,
as they
jadi gue
said.
lupa.
They're gonna have to try to pick up this.
Nice, nice trade.
Something's just
Trade raja terakhir langsung.
every single time. Meteor's here. The Vine
Nice
knows
tuh,
about
Dapai
it. Paper Rex.
mantap juga nih Sage-nya nih.
Is the world back in order now? They're 8-2 here, Quack.
Very much more comfortable, but then, you know, it is still just...
Gila tuh 4 second kayaknya setengah killnya ya. Mungkin lebih bahkan. Jadi outlaw anjir.
Attacking side. But that said, I mean, this is such an incredible performance. You're talking about it, the Paper X fold, but it's also just how they are controlling the map. Gen.G actually looks a little bit lost, although they possibly have studied how Paper X played this before, watching AVL, but that was when Jing was still in. That was when they had a raise. This is very different. They're not pushing out all that much, and whenever Gen.G just hangs back and waits, Paper X
Time out-nya sekarang banget nih.
to creep up. If they have control
Time out-nya
over
2 kali dipakai anjir.
just like
Gen.G.
that, with something on the off,
Padahal masih first half. 2 round lagi pada side.
it is so darn difficult for Gen.G to fight back and wrangle for map control.
Absolutely.
Desperate, coy, desperate.
To how much more control they
Desperate
have
TO.
on that defending side, right? You were talking about it. Honestly, I was actually thinking, you know, we were conversing before the game started that it could actually be Monyet that picks up the raise because it fits well, right? Jing on AVL was on that raise. Monyet plays the raise. You put 2 and 2 together, but
Peppers can never win Breeze after Copenhagen. Anjir kok gue setuju ya.
You can already see a bit of stress for the coach here of Gen.G.
Sejak trauma yang terukir dalam sejarah itu.
To get themselves these 2 rounds as we are almost coming into a close for the first half.
Tell you what though, Asterai, we've got 4 ultimates on the side of Gen.G. Texture on this showstopper, I think, is the one shining light that they were looking for. They could really use that to break apart Paper X. So I wonder if Alex can anticipate this
Yuk 10-2 yuk, langsung aja yuk.
Looking at Divide. Ooh, well,
Biar cepet, biar dikasih paham.
He does have the safety of Onyet right with them. They don't even know if Device boosted here. They
Yuk.
are aware of it.
Hampir.
Device might actually get punishment. No,
Monyet.
holding his hand. It's the paper
Wah.
security system, dude.
Dapat. Wah, gila sih. Wah.
Gets a whiff of
Ultra instingnya udah keluar semua kah?
Just the blink of an eye, Quack.
Gila.
Two drop down from Gen.G.
Ultra insting ini coy.
the whole game.
Rambutnya udah
plan is just to
putih-putih
throw
nih.
it for a loop. How do you recover now? You've lost texture. You've lost meteor. Both.
Anjir, galonnya langsung didinai anjir, ditolak.
On, but I don't know how much.
Plus 1000 follower langsung.
Look at the sight
Boleh. Boleh tuh, kasih tuh 1000 follower tuh.
In case someone pushes up mid, you're gonna get fragged.
Dia lagi dua raja terakhir lagi. Wah, ini tinggal kerocok-kerocoknya ini. Tinggal kerocok-kerocoknya coy.
Oh, that's the worst possible opponent they wanted to give a kill.
Kerocok-kerocoknya nggak bisa apa-apa anjir.
There's nothing really that Gen.G could have done in this situation other than
Ujung tombaknya 2 itu. Hilang langsung, kagak tahu kemana.
They wanted to actually get
Bingung mereka, bingung.
so that they can get into a site.
Bagaikan anak-anak ayam yang kehilangan induknya.
One person that they didn't
Tidak
want to
tahu
give a
mau
kill
kemana.
when they have a pit is something because of the thrash. So many things that was working against the favor here of Gen.G.
Just so interesting how this composition is actually so good against Gen.G right now. Apart from that, also just how
Enteng langsung coy, beneran. Dari tadi coy.
the celebrations going
Langsung
on.
enteng.
I mean that wall.
Tapi Meteor pun lo cuma bunuh 3 cok. Meteor pun cuma bunuh 3 itu, lihat.
A lot more free to dive right in with that rocket, but not now.
Dan dikasih main juga itu dia.
Last round the first half, let's just rush into B. Why not?
Imagine if you actually didn't pick up the rifle there. That would have been very, very bad. Anyways, everybody's blind up until this point, but
Udah ngetro. Itu masuknya udah ngetro itu.
Pushes it up. There it is, 2 remaining players on Gen.G. Now down to Lakia. He is lighting things
Hampir
up.
seram.
But it's all for naught as he loses the bullets and there's still 2 remaining players.
Hampir seram coy. Hampir seram itu.
Attempts, but still, yeah, this Paperworks branded grinder sold to you for $19.95. Chew up pepper grinds.
Nggak expect ada Lakia di situ loh.
Along with it, some Gen.G members. Unfortunate, but you know, it's just that last round. They didn't have all that much left in the bank.
Yeah.
And
Something.
you know,
Pacarku lebih cinta lu daripada gua.
you can throw.
What did it say? I wasn't reading it.
My BF loves you more than me.
Oh. It's okay. At least, you know where the extra love comes from or goes to.
We've got enough love.
Gak pakai duelist nggak ngaruh, skornya masih bisa jauh. Tadi kalau nggak salah di NE juga ada yang nggak duelist deh. Tapi gue lupa apakah Sunset juga ya tadi ya. Lupa gue. Tadi yang pakai chamber itu siapa ya? Crew ya? Iya ya, Crew tadi kagak pakai ini juga, kagak pakai duelist juga tuh pas main Sunset. Main chamber dia.
They're saying that now that they've got so many round wins under their belts, all they need is 3 more, and that's not all that much. If Gen.G can't even pick up a pistol, it's gonna be trouble. But that is something that our desk was talking about. PaperX needing to get more pistol rounds, needing to secure those.
Meteornya udah bensinnya habis coy ini kayaknya coy. Teksturnya sih masih di atas ya. Meteornya habis bensin.
Lose the pistol round as Gen.G, you're forced to force buy. You do not want to play 12 to 2 or 12 to 2 with nothing but
So
like
when it's 11-2, you got to straight up just force buy, try to scrounge something up together.
Absolutely.
And that's why there's a little bit more pressure onto these Gen.G players' shoulders right now. They have been showing us a lot today. Texture has been
Anjir,
running out.
Meteor tinggal batunya dong, apinya sudah tidak ada.
I also wanted to add as well, Devi, he's been the utility boss on this stage. No safety for himself. He just full blasts, get everything.
Ya betul, Ike. Seperti yang gua bilang tadi di Map Breeze, entertainment aja itu.
His effort.
Biar apa viewership naik. Biar angka viewership di Pacific naik, coy. Ini GB aja, GB viewership.
Planting the spike very quickly with the wingman here. Backs away safely, only leaving. Actually, no. 3 players very nearby, willing to fight inside near the smoke.
crazy. Dizzy out as well.
Oh, okay, they're gonna keep fighting this one. But look at
Udah dapat dua lagi.
PaperX are
Ya
just
kali.
breaking them down. This wall is separating fights from Gen.G. They can't even create these crossfires
Di triple
anymore.
pick.
And now here's
Ya, ya,
another
ya.
game.
Wah,
But
nge-throw, Cok.
Gen.G strikes back, leaving Mind Freak by himself.
Oke.
Does he have the time? Does he have the utility? Does he have the angles with the
Ya.
Seiren?
Oh,
Wah, Manskinnya pakai armor.
Gen.G.
Wah, ini yang jump shot ini bisa dikurangin kayaknya, Joy.
PaperX pushed in and they counter, they strike back.
this might be a dated reference, but that's a no for me,
Masalahnya.
dog. Dude, I mean, they look so good on that execute.
Buat entertainment lah ya.
You got Wingman, Little
Menaikkan
Hope,
viewership
get the
banget
right
nih.
hit for you. Nobody was there to really do anything because of Devi's wall, like blocking off market that way. But Gen.G just kind of holds back. I was feeling a little bit iffy about a full 5-on-5 retake. But as soon as the firefight started to break out around Pillar, PaperX started to push.
Menang kalah apapun
past the
kondisinya
door.
salah monyet.
There was that little bit of
Masih
crossfire
monyet,
that Gen.G
monyet.
made use of. Karen getting those frags out now. Devi just couldn't have a good time. So, Gen.G moving forward.
Great start, you know, for the second half. We're
Yeah.
talking about how it's not yet over just yet. Okay, Monyet finds it.
Monyetnya di situ cuma untuk hancurin itu aja.
Quick trivia, by the way. If you're gonna be a Cypher, you know, playing outside of B, you want the tripwire on the floor because it's
Monyet.
harder for the opponents to break it. But obviously they can jump over it. But you know, just
Apa butuh dilestarikan ya?
Anyways, going back into this for PaperX.
Spesies langka.
They're coming into market. Munchkin hasn't even cleared this out just
Wah,
yet.
Judge. Tapi dia blind.
Can he even find
Oh,
something
oke.
to touch now that
Oke.
Dizzy has offloaded himself
Waduh,
on it?
Texture dapat satu nih.
Absolutely not. Texture does force back everything, and then you can see PaperX trying to find a different
Waduh.
angle at this point.
Masuk ke crosshair, kepalanya masuk ke crosshair nih.
Denies
Ya,
with
gimana
this
dong?
vector.
Forsaken dapat Judge. Maverick ada
There's a
Sheriff.
Little chance Forsaken with the
Oh,
judge.
dia
I don't
bawa
know
Sheriff
how
sama
this one's
Judge.
gonna be. Lack
Barengan.
from behind is the one that you want to watch out for.
Saya bingung kenapa ada Judge-nya.
Enemy remaining.
There he is. Doesn't want to overreach his lead too. Right? They still know that any player.
Forsaken kagak outlaw. Lagi saving kagak ada duitnya. Dari
pretty much
mana
scary to deal
duitnya?
with at this point, so
Wah,
can
ente.
always just do that. Yep. Put him in a
Udah
spot.
expect orang datang tapi
Most
crosshairnya
advantageous here
tidak di
for
kepala
Gen.G.
duluan.
A solid second round in that second half.
Yeah, let's bring back some Gen.G rounds. But of course, it's a good bit of damage coming out from PaperX as well. So a couple of these players, Karen, Munchkin, not quite being able to afford the bigger guns.
Nih ronde wajib menangnya nih. Wajib menangnya PaperX di sini.
Match point round. So of course, it's a little bit important for them to really play off of this.
Yeah.
Either bait your teammates or hang back because they are the controllers.
Yeah. Like how the Blade actually clears more of B main. Since, you know, on bonus round, some players will just play on the back of that board. Thrash activated quickly. Not sure if it heard where the tripwire was.
Monyet udah di
but
dalam.
Monyet is very much controlling this back angle.
Oh,
for
nice.
Now. Devi
Nice.
also
Nice, Devi.
leading it, or rather defending the gap. So it's a pretty clean take here from PaperX. They just had to use a bit of utility, but
Nice.
it works
Wah, gila.
solely in their favor.
Dapai coy. Ada celah, dia ambil celahnya. Aceh. Dapai mau Aceh.
There it is.
Aceh Sage duelis.
Man's Devi.
Aceh Sage duelis.
What you
Anjay.
need him to be, he will become.
The boulder and the mountain.
The real Sage duelis coy.
I mean, it was a bit of a
Ngapain
run
nge-pick
against
agent
Nightbot.
duelis?
You know, you
Kalau
were
ada
talking about
Sage
the players, we're
duelis.
talking about the executes.
Gila lu.
All of that is actually just straight up negated because of Devi's barrier orb.
Monyet pun tak dapat ace ini.
Can't really do anything against it. He might have the tiny gap, and even if a trip does go off, it just gets blocked.
Apakah mental Gen.G sudah mental breakdance?
Problem because they want to get that punish, right? Monyet is so far in front of this.
Yo.
Flash
Wah.
is gonna
Nyet.
blow up in his face. Lakia does get the
Nyet.
trade. Does signal the
Nah, pas ini
PaperX to start moving their way quickly.
lagi-lagi
into A.
monyet. Terpantau hilang dari lane.
Is res up.
Anjing lah nyet.
So they're looking for a
Bingung
trade
gua
here
juga.
where they can either bait their teammate for a res or just res them to res them.
Hilang begitu saja dari lane coy. Mau apa coba?
Oh, Lakia finds one. Tripwire. Meteor holding at the corner of this site. Look at how Gen.G has just gotten all control in A main. This leaves Paper X in such a tight bind. If they realize this, they might be able to push at the back of the site. But at this point, Munchkin and Karon just
Monyet mati buat info. Boleh. Boleh bela-belanya dah. Pembelaannya boleh dah.
Inverse where Paper X wanted to retake from the earlier half. This time Gen.G just making sure that their feet are planted firmly on A site. Gaining control over, the site, over Link, Ali, and then Munchkin coming up from the back of the elbow. Paper X were the ones stuck in that choke point. So it's a little bit awkward, especially when Monyet dies that early on in the round.
Oke. Timeout pertama Paper X akhirnya dikeluarkan kartunya. Kartu timeout.
Okay, sorry, I was getting into the vibe of the timeout here, but. You know what?
Jangan kebablasan nyuguhin hiburan. Jangan terlalu entertainment ya. Butuh menang dulu. Apa secure Madrid dulu lah setidaknya.
Right, and it is working a lot more for them. The thing is, I also wanted to add, we were talking a lot about how the barrier orb is negating the tripwires and everything, but if you look at it, they are committing a lot of utility just to
kagak banyak ngomong tuh sebenarnya nih.
Into the site.
Kagak sebanyak ngomong di awal tadi tuh. Lebih santuy.
It feels like it's just going to be raw aim, but then at that point, Gen.G can match them up, which again works in favor of Gen.G.
Happened on the pistol.
Exactly.
Jangan-jangan dia timeout cuman buat bilang ini ya. Nyet, nih follower lu. Gua lihat udah minus nih, Nyet.
Fair enough.
What we haven't really seen too much of is a
you need to do something lah.
Yet tried to explore that option earlier, but didn't quite work out too well.
Ini tuh doang cuma laporan deh kayaknya tadi. Alex cuma laporan anjir.
How do we break through this main push? Lakia is holding such a tight angle, and of course you've also got Karon, who's possibly going to position himself in an elevated angle up towards either Sight or Link.
Wow, look at how both teams actually scramble from A main. I
could see, a timing push though. If they throw that dizzy past the bells, might be good. Maybe they're just waiting for that smoke to go off. There it is.
Karon's already out there though. Even if he gets like double blinded for the paranoia,
yang nggak dapat.
He's already out. That's why they actually left it, because Meteor has this camera marking up all the way on elbow. Spots out.
Masuk ke sarang meteor nih.
That this could
ada ngeri-ngerinya nih ke sarangnya meteor.
That's going to be the important part right now, as Karon is going to try to feed off of it.
Paranoia kuat itu. Bahkan paranoia gue untung di trade. Let's go. Ya ampun, ayo nice Monyet. Ayo Monyet. Ayo Nyet, bisa Nyet.
The site taken, the numbers advantage for Paper X, as well as the long rotation here from the rest of the Gen.G players still alive.
Trade's good enough, but texture on the flank.
Yang nge-flag lagi terakhir. Yes sir! Yes sir! POP something tapi main pick juga dapat. Let's go. Match point. Ayo. Selesaikan.
They only need one more.
We're just reading the game really well.
Kagak mati coy, habis timeout kagak mati dia.
It does not do all too much against Karon. It gives them enough space. And once they had that space,
ya ampun matinya kayak gitu. Untung udah keluar duluan resurrect-nya.
Going past it, having the players to really come in and trade out for each other. That's Paper X style.
Itu meteor 3 doang kagak nambah-nambah. Iya ya. Kenapa gua ragu ya tadi ya? Kesarang meteor aja memang ya. Ternyata emang bener.
Sorry, I was letting you finish off what you were saying, because it seems like
meteornya lagi
just get that heavy contact on B main.
Burik aja di map 2, map 3. Abis bensin. Literally. Ini bahkan side-nya udah kagak ada trap nih. Dikejar. Dikejar ikan sapu-sapu, dapat. Ya. Crosshairnya kurang ke kanan. Maksudnya ini kalau walk emang kayak gitu sih.
Okay, Paranoia is activated. This is good. They're using this to bounce texture off with the showstopper. Flash out for Forsaken.
Let's go.
Oh my god, how did they actually get these punishes? But still,
Nyet. Lu mau plus 50.000 follower gak Nyet? Kelas disnet, nyet, kelas disnet. Nyet.
Very low in HP, but Lakia locks it in. 12-6, and Gen.G hold on.
Down to 5 HP, really close. But thanks to a bit of body blocking from Kalian,
Aduh.
having to do extra work, a little bit more difficult. Gen.G stays in the game. I mean, the way the entire site hit breaks out, Gen.G just couldn't
Plus 5 juta hater, anjing.
with a retake. Texture showstopper, you know, not quite being able to do what he wanted,
Aduh.
because PaperX knows exactly how to respond to it.
We'll say though, because of the
Sudah
threats
dekat
of
loh itu
both
padahal.
and Showstopper, granted they didn't get any kills.
Di
Feels like
depan
that was the
mata itu
opening
padahal
that
udah.
Kalian needed to get those frags rolling for him. They called immediate down on this wall though. Texture's playing very close into this. This could be an opening for both of the teams.
Oh.
There is, man. Something
Opening kill yang
doesn't
menakjubkan.
miss. Up this wall
Tekstur
once again.
hilang.
Munchkin has to get close. He needs, or he wants to just stop them from picking up anything right now. He is preparing his snake bite for it. There it is.
Doesn't negate the wingman though.
Oke, wingman udah kerja, wingmannya sudah bekerja,
Definitely does not. But
udah
there's a
terpasang.
whole lot of commitments of walls to just get that wingman in. And if Lockett can get this
Wah,
first strike, which he
Davainya.
does, that's a lot of access points for both
Ikan
camps, as well as
sapu-sapunya.
Kalian coming in through B main.
Comes down to gunplay.
Ya,
Paper X
pada kena flash dua-duanya.
so they have to force fight this. Can't forsake it,
kena
hold
flash
on.
juga.
Let his teammate at least fight for him. Cannot. And as the dust settles, it's Monyet 3 versus 1.
Oh, nggak bisa ini nggak bisa.
And he's not even planted for him. He's trying to get closer and closer, but
Nggak bisa,
that
nggak
spike
bisa,
is just
nggak bisa.
diffusing in front of his eyes, and he can't do nothing for it.
Good stutter step from Lakia. That's a nice idea from Paper.
Oh, itu gua ajarkan. Ke sandwich udah, anjir.
With the barrier orb, the gecko coming through.
Tapi Iko sih, Iko. Itu Iko ya. Itu Iko. Ini bye. They need to finish this now. Right now.
As Lakia gets the frag from behind, it opens things up so much that the rest of the Paper X kind of got, you know, pinched down inside B main. Can't really fight back because of that. And of course the guns that they had, you know.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, better firepower here for Gen.G to make do with. One-way smoke always planted there on A main, but without the dog, Paper X a lot more confident to actually push through this. But here's the thing. That Sky has not given away his position. So if he can play close enough, a guiding light could actually be a punishing play
nice.
here, but the
Nice.
for Paper X, they immediately
Yeah.
knew what was up
Betul.
here though. Yeah,
Kagak ada yang liat. Iya, nice.
quick to go for the
Monyet,
trade,
let's
but
go.
Monyet unstoppable at this point.
Oke,
Just keep
nice
going in,
trade,
and it's
nice
for trade, but Paper X, as these dust settles, as these fights come to a conclusion, is looking to
Let's finish
get
this, boys.
a little bit of
Let's
advantage.
finish this.
That is just enough for them to work with. Texture coming into the corner right now.
Ayo.
Finds one.
Ayo, para
Everybody back
kadal.
onto elbow here.
Oh,
They got
Munchkin
the
wants a
utility.
gun.
Apa? Ayo para dinosaurus dan satu monyet.
Munchkin. It's gonna be big for him. He needs to find something right now with this flank
wants a
because
gun.
Texture is about
Yeah.
to get
Woo.
sandwiched in. He's found himself that Phantom as you were talking
Let's
about.
go.
But something
Let's
is too quick.
go.
He's just too good and he's just too fast.
Let's
And that's gonna be that
go.
for this series. Paper X claim it.
Nice
Let's
little setup towards
go.
the end there from
Paper
Gen.G,
X
but of course
goes
Paper X
to play
dismantles it
off.
with gunplay
Langsung
and just
play off.
moving
Let's
on
go.
bit by bit. I mean,
GG,
this
GG, boys.
entire map we've been seeing so
GG.
much and such an interesting composition. Gen.G being able to extend their life by so much longer.
MVP
5
monyet,
rounds
betul.
on
MVP-nya
defense,
monyet. Respect.
but still,
Itu
10
bercandaan ya guys ya. Follower
does
itu.
it all, and I think something and Forsaken
Jangan-
about these
jangan
roles.
dibenerin, kasihan monyet,
Divine on the stage also
Masih
has
masih
quite a bit
kecil
of
dia
shade.
anjir.
And again,
Dia paling
Paper
muda
X,
di
they've
Pasifik
got
anjir.
a lot of time
Mantap,
to
monyet, mantap.
view things up.
Gokil,
We were
gokil.
expecting the same composition that they've had in the previous tournament. Maybe just allotting Monyet into the agent selection that Jing has, but no, he's his own man. He's his own person. He's got a whole new slew
Ya,
of
MVP monyet. Iya, boleh,
things
boleh.
that he can bring out and utilize. And
Kasih
you saw
entertainment
that.
dulu.
You
Iya,
saw it.
anjir.
See it here.
Yeah, shrouded steps inside of his smokes. I mean, it's the same stuff that he did on Global, just
go, let's
on a
go.
different team and enabling them in a
Ntar gua
different
pengen
way.
lihat interviewnya
Paranoid
nanti.
sometimes also helping out the team so
Masih ada
much.
interview harusnya.
Monyet has been putting up good numbers so far today. The entire team has been doing great, but of course at the same time, Gen.G, I mean, what a way to start off the map. What a way to start off the map.
Nice game, bro, right?
Still, though, towards the
Nice
end
game,
of it,
actually.
the bigger thing to focus
Map 1,
on is
2,
just
3,
this
nice semuanya coy.
ruthless composition
Entertainment.
working out so
Like I
well.
said,
It just shows
Tetap menang tapi.
as long as you're that good of a player, you can still make it work because I'm seeing a big number on
Nice game, man. Good
first
game,
blood
good
stats
game.
under Forsaken and something's name.
Ya ketemu RRQ lagi, iya lagi. Aduh, Badi ketemu Meteor lagi, Cok.
Celebratory
Emang jodoh,
picture here
sulit, susah.
for Paper Rex. I feel like a lot of fans were,
Lusa ya itu ya, lusa tuh RRQ sama Gen.G ketemu lagi.
Paper Rex, they brought back the status quo.
Oh, for second yang di ini, oh bukan something.
Because our predictions was in danger.
Something
Anyways,
interview,
we're gonna
coy.
pass it on to the interview, so there you go.
Something kacamata aneh banget rasanya. Gak biasa aja ya.
VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 3's first win goes
Kok nggak ada
to
subtitle-nya?
PRX. Congratulations.
Oh ya live sih lupa. Live kagak ada subtitlenya ya.
They're so excited for today's win. Something. I mean, tell me about it. Your team was the champions last year, so there must have been a pressure for your team. So winning for the first match, how does it feel?
Bagaimana rasanya menang?
Feels great after off season for 6 months. It feels so good to play on LAN tournament with my friends. Yeah.
Senang, gua senang. Gitu aja jawab. Padahal jawabnya perasaan panjang kok, translate-nya gitu doang.
그래서 소감이 어떤지 물어보니까요. 작년에 6개월간의
야, aku senang. Aku senang bisa bermain.
굉장히 좋다고 좋아하는 모습을 보였습니다. 다음 질문도 이어가 보도록 할게요. 되게 맵 1과 맵 2에서 되게 정말 어려운 그런 상황에 많이
인티야
닥쳤어요.
seneng.
그런데 끝내는 반전을 통해서 승리를 이끌어 갔는데 새로운 젠지 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 또 물어보겠습니다. It was a neck and neck match on map 1 and map 2, but at the end it was Paper Rex obviously. But how do you think about the new Gen.G? How was it handling them?
Menurut lo gimana Gen.G yang baru?
Gen.G plays so great, especially Meteor and texture. Yeah.
Sama.
So good this guy.
Menurut dia bagus, terutama tekstur dan meteor. Sesuai yang kita ucapkan dari tadi tuh, dua orang itu dari tadi tuh emang. Emang masalahnya di dua orang itu. Playernya aja ngerasain anjir.
기용하는 모습을 보였는데 또 머니엣에 아주 훌륭한 에임도 있었죠. 이거에 대해서 썸띵 선수에게 물어보겠습니다. So at map 3 Sunset, it was unusual calm to see no duelist, Sage, and also Monya's crazy aim. So can you tell me about the behind stories of this?
Gimana tuh? Itu strat gitu dari mana tuh ceritanya tuh?
Sunset came out, we was cooking so hard, we never take a break, even one day. So I guess it's hard work on Sunset and it's meaning we can play without duelist in Valorant.
Katanya ini hasil cooking kami selama ini. Kami try hard untuk dapetin line up ini coy. Tanpa duelist, let's go. Let's go ya tambahan ya. Translate apa ini? Tapi bener kok, itu bener kok. Intinya bener anjing.
You know what it is? Yeah, I saw it. 네, 이제 인형을 또 팬분들께 전달할 순서인데요. You can write your signature on the back or wherever you want. 썸띵 선수의 행운의 기운이 깃든 사인이 이 인형에 들어갑니다.
Oh nih dia sign ininya wingman yang itu plushie itu loh. Semua player disuruh sign kayaknya terus di giveaway gitu loh kayaknya.
Huh? No, you can go like. Yeah.
Oh. Giveaway. Siapa yang dapat wingman dilempar, siapa yang dapat rebutan. Ah, tuh habis itu dijual di Amazon tuh. Bukan ya, biasanya kalau itu meme-nya bukan Amazon, eBay.
This was something of PRX and I'll toss it to the desk.
Bye. Yang itu nggak perlu di translate dong.
Okay, now I'm actually wondering if somebody can throw it from like the middle of the stage.
Well, I think we had Governor do it
Kill.
yesterday.
From the middle of the stage?
Meyakinkan, map 3 yang meyakinkan.
There you go.
Artinya apa? Ente pemain terbaik.
But definitely, for PRX,
Sepanjang masa.
they definitely hit the mark here because they get their this win versus Gen.G.
Lanjut gak kayak? Lanjut lah. By the way ini antar match kayaknya gue mau ini, mau. Tadi kan gue janji mau nunjukin gambar gue yang dulu. Bentar. Gue bilang kan, gue kan nanya mau lihat gambar gue yang dulu nggak sebelum di Senpai.
Yeah, I mean this composition we mentioned a couple
Nih,
things
gua kasih lihat.
before you had to jump right into the
Nanti.
game, but obviously first of all starting on that defense.
Mana gambarnya? Sabar.
That duel is not going to hurt them as much. And then so much
Sekarang aja ya, mau sekarang aja. Ini kan udah panelis nih, bentar. Otomatene. Sekarang iya sabar. Jadi biru sekarang, Cok. Live chatnya jadi biru. Ya udah. Bentar. Sabar, anjir. Ngegas banget nih. Ngegas banget minta gambar ya, anjir. Bentar, sabar. Ini mini display mana sih? Koci. Ini nih. Ini gue liatin juga nih. YouTube gue yang dulu nih. Mau lihat gak YouTube gue yang dulu? Gambarnya gimana? Gue YouTuber gaming dulu. Ada gambarnya juga. Sebelum jadi ini. Walaupun sekarang ini ya udah nggak lagi sih. Maksudnya ini channelnya lu cari nggak bakal dapat. Ini channelnya udah ganti nama jadi coba animasi dulu. Soalnya nih sekarang. Nih masih 2000 subscribers dulu nih gua nih. Terus pas jadi animasi 5000 udah. Habis itu cabut. Nih dulu nih game gua nih. Game terakhir gua nih Kena nih, kalau kalian tahu nih Kena nih. Lihat viewersnya. Deng dereng. Dari dulu emang ada avatarnya, anjir. Terus ada ini. Bentar. Wah, diet banget gak sih anjing? Diet banget gua, bangsat. Bikin ginian segala, anjir. Kita tebak karakter gak sih? Iya gak sih? Tebak karakter gak sih? Hah? Yang ini kan udah pasti kalian tahu nih, Kratos sih ya. Yang kagak tahu deh. Nih. Lu tahu nggak yang ini? Nih. Yang ada di mouse gua nih. Tahu nggak ini siapa nih? Karakter apa nih? Ayo, ini karakter apa? Ini panahnya bukan di Juggernaut. Topa Nami, bukan Nami. Pikachu ini yang biru nih loh, yang baju biru. Anjir, kagak ada yang tahu nih, beneran nih. Beneran kagak tahu nih karakter siapa. Seriusan nih. Charlie dari mana kayak gini Charlie, anjir? Rambutnya bule gini. Yang ini, kenapa malah jawab yang lain? Sumpah kagak tahu loh. Sumpah berarti gua tua sendiri di sini, anjing. Pak, gue belum main Valorant pas gambar ini, belum main Valorant gua. Belum main Valo. Ini Joey, masa nggak tahu Joey? Joey Suikoden. Anjir, emang gue yang paling tua, anjir. Tuh Bansinon, betul tuh. Joey Suikoden 2, betul. Gak banyak yang tahu ya. Joey Saha, anjir. Joey Saha. Boomer ya, maaf. Ya udah, kalau gitu yang ini nih. Yang ninja. Ayo, ada yang tahu nggak nih ninja siapa? Ayo, ninja ini siapa yang tahu? Ini nggak boomer nih. Kalau yang ini gamenya masih ada, lumayan baru-baru. Kemarin nggak sebaru itu sih. Dari LOL, bukan. Anjir, mentang-mentang ninja lu, Hayabusa lu, gua lihat tuh. Anjing. Mentang-mentang ninja, nanti ada Hanabi nih. Babi nih. Mentang-mentang ninja, anjing. Gak gitu, anjir. Akali lagi. Kenapa Akali? Anjir, sumpah kagak tahu juga. Emang game-game gua aneh-aneh ya? Dari game ini. Dari game Soul Calibur. Ayo, tahu nggak namanya? Nama gamenya Soul Calibur. Kagak tahu juga. Ada Taki dari Soul Calibur. Anjir, Ninja Saga anjir. Nah, yang ini, yang mata nih tahu nggak? Yang mata ini, ayo. Ada yang tahu nggak? Cyclops, anjing, mentang-mentang matanya satu Cyclops, babi. Eno bening. Kenapa Eno bening bangsat? Ezo, yes sir. Bangsat, Bansi tua cok. Bansi tahu cok, tua kon. Anjing, lu tua anjing. Sama cok. Monster Rancher anjir, ini game legend anjir. Zo, ini game yang dimana kalau lu mau men-summon monster, gacanya tuh pakai kaset game lain. Jadi lu kalau mau summon monster, lu taruh kaset game lain di situ, terus dibaca sama game ya. Terus nanti random muncul monsternya sesuai dengan kasetnya itu. Legend itu coy. Ah, ini kagak kelihatan ya yang penguin ini ya. Bentar, nggak bisa bentar, bisa nggak ya? Wah, nggak bisa, udah mentok. Ah, ini. Ah, yang ini tahu nggak? Yang ini nih. Ah, yang ini nih. Yang baju pink sampingnya karakter Harvest Moon nih, tahu nggak? Dora bangsat, Dora, cok. Dora. Anjing lah Dora. Uraraka, bukan. Bukan dari anime, game. Anjir, Bansi mulu yang tahu anjir. Kayak Kingdom Hearts. Iya, kayak Kingdom Hearts. Oh my god. Bansi semua yang jawab. Bangsa Siska Call anjir. Kenapa jadi Siska Call? Kenapa? Bansi certified all. Naga ungu. Ah, nih naga ungu nih. Spyro. Ini Spyro. Yang ini tahu nggak nih monster apa nih? Ayo, monster apa nih? Ayo. Ini harusnya sih ada orang yang tahu nih. Monster hitam nih. Masa nggak tahu? Godzilla. What the heck? Yujong anjing. Bukan nama. Bukan nama bukan nama gamenya. Dari Monster Hunter, betul, dari Monster Hunter. Tapi namanya, tahu nggak? Tahu namanya nggak? Diablo, lu kata El Diablo. Bahamut anjir, dipikir pinapin fantasi anjir. Jilong. Mentang-mentang naga, terus jilong. Ruined Nergigante doang. Ini mah belum Ruined ya. Gua pas gambar ini belum ada Iceborne. Nergigante, bangsat Jamal katanya, cok. Jamal sekelas monster anjir. Anjir, yang ini kan udah tahu nih, Juggernaut Dota 2 pasti tahu lah ya. Ini Colossal Titan pasti tahu juga. Ini pasti tahu dong. Barang legend ini juga anjir. Yang ini ya kali. Flappy Bird, yes. Yang ini tahu juga kan? Ini juga easy kan ini. Kayaknya orang Indonesia banyak yang tahu ini. Jadi harusnya udah tahu ini. Dante, yes betul, Dante DMC. Terkenal soalnya DMC lumayan terkenal di Indonesia. Di warnet ada soalnya gamenya. Jadinya orang cukup familiar. FF7 siapa kayak ini? Ini UV. Bentar, sorry, kepencet. Ini kan si Ninja Wutai dari Ninja dari Wutai. UV Kisaragi kalau nggak salah namanya. Yang ini Tubi dari Nier. Ini tahu nggak? Ini nih legend juga ini. Ayo, tahu nggak? Legend juga ini. Apa namanya? Namanya apa? Bukan poring. Lihat ini ada apanya. Bukan poring dong. Kirby, ada yang bilang Kirby anjing. Tuh betul tuh, Bansi lagi. Angeling namanya. Dan lagi-lagi Bansi yang jawab. Anjir, ketahuan umur langsung ya. Ini nama Digimonnya tahu nggak nih? Nama Digimon nih, Digimon nih. Ada yang inget nggak nama Digimon apa ini? Nih, yang bertanduk ini. Yanto. Yanto anjing. Kenapa Yanto? Ya ampun. Bansi lagi, cok. Sunomon, iya Sunomon anjir. Bansi tahu semuanya ini. Sumpah ini Bansi tahu semuanya. Tahu semuanya Bansi aja. Kalau ini udah tahu lah ya, Egio nih, Egio udah pasti. Indonesia juga Assassin's Creed 2 masih ngikutin lah ya. Di Egio Auditore da Firenze. Terus siapa lagi? Udah itu dong. Uka-uka kan dari ini. Yang ini gak kelihatan nih masalah penguin nih loh, gak kelihatan nih penguin. Nih penguin nih. Ada yang tahu nggak? Gokil sih kalau lu tahu ini penguin ini. This guy, yes sir. You know that? How? Oh, you know this guy ya? Prini, yes, Prini. Oh my god, ada orang yang tahu. Bebek carok anjir. Bangsat bebek carok. Itu kok ada monster ini Heartless ya di bawah ya, Heartless nih. Ya ini kan Kingdom Hearts juga, kayak Ria Kingdom Hearts. Ada Heartless-nya juga, kan ada zaman-zaman Sora jadi ini, jadi Heartless juga. Nis Amerika, yes, Nippon Ichi. Nippon Ichi yang punya game Disgaea. Bebek Madura, what the heck? Yang depan sendiri siapa? Karakter gua nih, dulu gua punya channel nih, karakter gua ini. Avatar gua dulu sebelum jadi yokai. Ini sebelum mata gua goblok nggak bisa lihat lurus, masih lurus nih. Ternyata emang untuk jadi kreator sukses tuh emang harus nggak lurus anjing. Lihat aja mata yokai nggak bisa lurus. Matanya satu di atas, satu di bawah aja. Sejak itu cukup naik. Maksudnya mixture dan texture. Kenapa jadi mixture? Itu meteor maksudnya. Tadi itu pemain Gen.G ada texture sama meteor. Dua-duanya lagi gacor. Nah, kenapa jadi mixture anjir? Bentar, next. Ini dulu gua bikin ini nih. Wah. Dulu bikin gini-gini juga nih, wallpaper HP nih gua nih dulu nih. 1K Club ceritanya. Lu tahu nggak game Hue ini? Lu tahu nggak? Ada yang tahu nggak game Hue ini? Game Hue yang apa bisa berubah-berubah itu ininya, armornya. Bukan Hungry Shark Epo, bukan. Bukan Hungry Shark anjing. Itu game HP. What the heck? Man Eater. Ingat gue Man Eater namanya juga. Gue lupa sih actually. Tapi kayaknya Man Eater deh, betul. Ini yang dia bisa jadi bioelektrik. Gue masih ingat namanya, ini doang nih. Yang ini Shadow, yang ini armor batu gitu. Kayak gini kayak Susanoo ini emang. Ganti judul ngamin. Oh iya. Tapi belum mulai juga kan, aman kan? Nanti aja deh, ya. Bangsat Insan Aquarium aja. Itu zaman kapan, game zaman kapan aja Insan Aquarium. Wah, di fan art juga nih. Ada yang tahu game ini nggak? Ada yang tahu game ini nggak? Ada yang tahu game ini nggak? Game PS1. Game PS1 legend juga buat gue nih. Yes. Breath of Fire 4 lebih tepatnya. Breath of Fire 4. Jadi gue nggak pernah lihat gambar ini. Gue Pas zaman kapan ya? 2000 berapa ya? Lupa juga gue gambarnya kapan. Nih yang paling detail gambar robotnya ini nih. Lu habis lihat gambar ini lu mikir nggak? Kenapa sekarang gambarnya jadi biji? Lu mikir nggak? Kenapa sekarang gambarnya jadi biji, cok? Ada kepikiran gak sih? Biji jagung. Kayak mau nanya follow page dapat info belum nggak ada. PS1 tuh surganya JRPG, gue cukup setuju itu. Sekarang JRPG soalnya nggak, JRPG bagus kali ya, lebih tepatnya ya. Tapi JRPG sekarang rada kurang gak sih? Yang Legend tuh justru JRPG lama semua anjir. Kenapa Breath of Fire rata-rata MC-nya rambut biru? Ya, kalau lu ngikutin Breath of Fire, lu bakal sadar kalau semua karakter Breath of Fire namanya Ryu. Namanya sama. Jadi semuanya hampir kayak apa ya? Vibe-nya sama gitu loh karakter utamanya emang. Enggak, kalau gua bilang zaman keemasan itu zaman dulu malah gitu loh kalau JRPG. Sekarang tuh jarang ada yang benar bagus. Masa keemasan tuh justru yang dulu-dulu. Zaman keemasannya JRPG. Pas Jepang masih bagus-bagusnya bikin game. Sekarang mah ini Kimetsu no Yaiba naik. Karena memorable-nya. Iya itu termasuk sih. Mungkin karena itu juga. Karena lu kan maininnya pas masih kecil, mungkin pas muda juga lebih. Ya itulah. Jadi mungkin lebih ini kali ya, lebih memorable ya. Tanjidor. Kenapa gitu Inosuke-nya? Ya kan nih dia kalau face reveal emang gini Inosuke-nya. Itu tulisan di bawahnya ini Kimetsu no Yaiba. Ini kan no Kimetsu Yaiba. Kimetsu no Yaiba, Demon Slayer. Hahaha, Chainsaw Man. Ini recent nih. Gue bikinnya lumayan tahun kemarin gue lagi nih. Tahun kemarin ini. Chainsaw Man. Terus tahun kemarin gue juga bikin ini nih. Apa? Oh, ini lu lihat ini lama nih bikin ininya nih. Bikin tatonya ini lama nih. Di tahun kemarin juga kalau nggak salah nih. Tahun kemarin apa? 2022 ya? Gue lupa lagi. God of War ya, Ragnarok kapan? ...2023 ya? Ujian lawan Thor. Iya pas lagi lawan Thor emang. Ngelus kepala Kratos. Soalnya lu lihat aja apa, Thor itu kan badannya lebih gede daripada Kratos anjir. Makanya di sini gue bikin kayak gini biar menunjukkan dominasi gitu. Ngelus kepala Kratos. Siapa yang wani? Siapa yang berani? Ya Thor lah. Motif Nordik emang susah. Yep, gue ngakuin itu. Motif Nordik susah. Terus gambar apa lagi ya? Ntar habis itu. Oh nih apa yang muka-muka doang nih. Kamina, Timon, Gurren Lagann. Anime favorit gua. Oh ini anjir. Kalian kalau sadar ini tahu nggak nih siapa nih? Ayo, tahu nggak nih siapa? Nih mukanya gua close up nih. Ayo, ada yang tahu nggak nih siapa? Ayo, ada yang tahu? Oh, Joker anjir. YouTuber. Oh, Joker. Masa nggak kelihatan mukanya sih? YouTuber. Ayo. Koregi, yes, Koregi, miauk. Dan you know what? Ini gua 2000 berapa ya? 2019 kalau nggak salah ini gambar ini. 2019 Miaok itu bikin ini challenge gambar Halloween. Gua menang. Hehehe. Gua yang menang. Fun fact aja. Dia pernah bikin apa fan art buat Halloween gitu. Iseng-iseng ikut deh gua. Hoki anjir, hoki katanya. Katanya hoki, Cok. Ya udah, nggak apa-apa sih. Dapat apa? Dapat uang jajan. Terus apa lagi ya? Oh, kalau ini karakter desain nih, udah karakter desain. Jadi ini gue bikin karakter gini kan, misalnya kan. Ini nih berdasarkan dari teman gue. Jadi gue minta teman-teman gue kayak lu kasih gue 3 kata. Terus dari 3 kata itu gue bikinin karakter desainnya gitu. Gambar lo keren-keren sekarang, kenapa proporsi kentang kayak? Lebih ke arah biar cepet aja sih, Bansi. Sekarang kan lebih mentingin quantity kalau gue. Kalau gue gambar kayak gini lagi, berapa lama selesainya? Sedangkan kalau kita konten kreator kan harus konten secepat itu keluarnya. Tapi gue lupa kata-katanya udah. Gue kan minta 3 kata dari teman-teman gue kan. Nah, gue lupa. Gue udah lupa. Ini kata-katanya apa aja. Itu masalahnya. Ini pasti ada hubungannya dengan necromancer ini. Tapi gue lupa kata-katanya apa. Terus ini orang seingat gue burger. Ini orang ada ngomong burger. Makanya gue gambar burger ini di belakang. Ini salah satu katanya random banget anjir, burger. Emang serandom nih, lihat, serandom itu anjir. Ini bayangin aja ada mong. Nih mong nih, jawabnya mong nih. Terus ada burung gagak di atas ya. Bingung kan lo? Ya serandom itu. Emang serandom itu. Kayak walkout, emang udah walkout. Belum nih, masih coach interview, aman. Ini fun fact nih. Kalian mau fun fact nggak? Ini karakter kata-katanya dari admin fuyu. Sniper. Kata-katanya dari admin fuyu ini. Cuman gue lupa. Lu inget nggak yuk? Kata-katanya apa aja yuk? 3 kata itu yuk. Gue sih udah lupa tapi ya. Tapi kayaknya ada kata-kata snipernya deh. Seingat gue ada kata-kata snipernya. Ah, tuh. Parah emang fuyu. Kayak ada yang bilang Legia mirip Pakmu. Udah dari kemarin. Ini blacksmith. Terus panda. Iya, gue lupa sumpah. Ini apa kata-kata sandinya lupa anjir udah. Ini gorila sama harimau. Gue gak tahu kenapa dia minta gorila sama harimau. Gue juga lupa udah kenapa dia minta ini. Dijadiin satu gorila sama harimau. Apa coba? Apa esensinya? Hybrid apa lagi itu? Kalau ini ada cumi-cumi ya, gue inget. Kalau yang ini ada satu kata sandi yang gue inget banget, cumi-cumi. Terus kalau ini serigala, nih. Ini serigala nih. Kalau ini apa ya? Ancestral, gue lupa lagi nih. Apa itunya? Kata sandinya. Pokoknya suku Maui gitu loh. Udir. What the heck udir anjir? Parah banget nih orang-orang ngomong kayak gitu, weh. Nguntung mulu. Kalau ini, kalau kalian ingat nih karakternya hampir sama kayak desainnya Riku ini. Karena yang request emang suka Riku-nya Kingdom Hearts. Terus kucing matahari. Ada kucing sama matahari, itu doang yang gue ingat dari dua ini. Oh ini vampir sama luar angkasa, gue lupa. Kayaknya iya, vampir sama luar angkasa. Gue pernah open commission, dulu pernah cuman kagak laku. Gak tau sih emang nggak ini aja apa sih namanya, emang exposure-nya nggak segede itu kan gue dulu. Ini normal aja nih, assassin bisa hilang ceritanya, makanya kayak gini. Ini fun fact juga nih. Ini karakter ini dari dosen komik gua. Dia punya komik, karakternya tuh kelinci. Makanya ini kelinci nih lambangnya. Dan dia suka militer gitu, makanya senjatanya banyak. Ini ayam, tapi gue nggak ingat apa selain ayam itunya. Ini bayi, gua bayi, raja, robot kali ya, gue lupa kali. 3 pokoknya. Colorful. Ini ada ikan salmon. Ada ikan salmonnya. Ketika disuruh dosen, enggak. Gue sama dosen gue tuh, gue kan dulu pernah bikin comic strip kan. Justru gue collab gue sama dosen gue itu. Teman collab dosen coy, GG gak? Info mana? Dan gue nggak tahu kenapa dia minta ada bobanya. Gue juga nggak ingat saat itu kenapa ada bobanya. Terus ini rada Viking, terus dia minta sayapnya nggak kelihatan. Tapi kan harus kelihatan ya tetepannya. Dia minta sayapnya jangan kelihatan. Ya berarti kan tetap harus kelihatan. Gimana sih? Invisible wing. Kan harus tetap ada visualnya ya. Viking bersayap anjir. Terus ada ini kalau kalian sadar ini gue ngambil inspirasi bikin tangannya dari ini. Kalau kalian tahu ini Jin Kazamanya Tekken 7. Kalau kalian ingat gak Jin Kazamanya Tekken 7 tangannya kayak gimana? Jin Kazama Tekken 7. Tangannya kan kayak gini ya. Ini inspirasinya dari situ tuh. Bikin ini gue. Udah mulai? Belum, masih ini. Parah banget, udah mulai ngomongnya. Ini Dark Elf. Terus udah, itu doang sih. Bentar, nanti gue habis GE sama sama Bleed gue kasih lihat yang ini deh, kasih lihat yang komik deh. Gue ada komik strip juga tuh. Nanti gue liatinnya deh, nanti deh. Judul jangan lupa. Ya ya, bentar-bentar. Gue mau ganti judul. Bentar ya, ganti judul dulu ya. Ini Bleed lawan GE. Oke, udah. Kayak lu Kamis depan ada VOD review nggak? Nggak ada. Gue kalau lagi WP jangan deh. Capek. Gak ada powernya buat review. Gue lagi udah bilang bulan ini kemungkinan kemarin udah terakhir. Udah ngomong kok gue. Bentar. Tuh udah dijawab tuh. Oh ya, bentar, gue bikin polling langsung kali ya, bentar. Cepet aja udah, ayo. Oke, Bleed, let's go. Gue sih entah kenapa masih pegang Bleed tapi kalau kalian gimana, gengs? Gue kok kayaknya Bleed ya. Ini kayak kemarin lagi nih gue nih. Realistically Bleed, emotionally GE sekarang. GE ngebadut nggak hari ini? I don't know. Ini lower bracket kah? Iya kayaknya. Iya. Abis ini 2 biji ini. Oh enggak sih, abis ini kan lower bracket Bleed sama global. Nanti T1 sama Zeta itu ini upper bracket lagi. Ini elimination coy. Ini elimination. Antara Bleed atau global, siapa yang keluar duluan? Kok hilang chatnya? Bentar. Oh, gara-gara ini. Hilang duluan emang. Kalau Bleed kalah ya kita ganti namanya jadi Wash. Gue nggak tahu sih ya itu ya masih belum. Setelah chamber di nerf bener-bener hilang anjir masalahnya. Bayangkan lu betapa impactfulnya nerf chamber anjir. Bahkan player terbaik 2022 which is dia Ye langsung hilang habis itu. Setelah chamber di nerf. Hilang sehilang-hilangnya. Kagak ada Gears, Adrian Yoka, coba cek deskripsi kalau Gears. Aku lapar, iya makan. Ini bisa gua tinggal tidur gak ya? Gua tinggal tidur terus streamnya terus jalan. Bangun pas T1. Ya, gimana ya dia terbaik tapi ke chamber doang. Iya makanya. Gearsnya main fuyu nggak ada. Kurang lebih aja sama punya gua. Jadwalnya di mana ya, Amin? Jadwal apanya nih? Kalau jadwal hari ini tinggal tanda seru jadwal WP. Kalau semuanya lu bisa cek ke Wikipedia atau vlr.gg. Asal PPRX udah menang aman ya, Kak? Iya anjir. Kayak udah nggak ada ini loh, gua hari ini udah kayak gak ada tujuan hidup gitu loh. Kayak hampa gitu loh setelah melihat PPRX menang. Udah nggak ada apa-apa lagi yang exciting hari ini. Udah all in tadi energinya, Raffi. udah lemes gini gua. Kapan PPRX main lagi? PPRX mah udah nunggu ke playoff anjir. Itu masih lama banget PPRX main lagi. Gak lama banget sih sebenarnya. Tapi beberapa hari ke depan ini masih menyelesaikan ini yang group stage sama play in dulu. Baru nanti playoff. Kayaknya mereka baru main lagi 24 deh kayaknya. Nah, masalahnya kalau 24 itu gua kayaknya nggak WP tanggal 24. Soalnya gua pulang kampung kan, itu sebentar ada acara soalnya. Jadinya gue tanggal 25-nya kemungkinan baru balik lagi. Pasti balik lagi 25. Soalnya pagi gue pulangnya ke Jakarta. Pindah haluan sementara ke RRQ nggak, Kai? Ya. Musuhnya Gen.G lagi, coy. Let's see. Gue sih berharap mereka do good ya. Jangan pulang. Enak banget nyuruhnya anjir. Ini apa? Perintah nyokap ini. Sorry nyari info kenapa PPRX langsung playoff, dia belum lawan semua. Soalnya PPRX tuh langsung bye karena dia posisinya tahun kemarin paling tinggi. Jadi dia langsung gak perlu banyak-banyak pertandingannya, langsung masuk playoff. Sisanya yaitu lower bracket. Bilang ke nyokap kalau pulang gak cuan main kayak. Percayalah gue ngomong gitu. Makanya pulangnya bisa langsung tanggal 25 pagi. Kalau enggak kayaknya gue ditahan deh sampai lama gitu kalau gue nggak ngomong kayak gitu. Itu udah nego anjing, percayalah udah nego. Untungnya tanggal 23 libur. Kalau sesuai dengan jadwalnya ya. Untungnya libur 23-nya. Kayaknya group stage ini sampai 21 kan. Terus 22 satu hari itu nyelesain play-in kayaknya. Terus itu playoff deh habis itu mulai tanggal 24-nya. Menurut lu kayak GE atau Blade? Ini sama kayak kemarin nih. Sama pas zaman-zaman Zeta, pas lawan Zeta anjir. Hati pengen GE realistis tapi kayaknya Blade deh. Tapi lihat aja deh. Mau bisa terjadi, yep. Yang kalah pulang, let's go. Yes, yang kalah pulang. Yang kalah udah tidak akan ke Madrid. Hari ini full match lower bracket. Enggak, tadi kan PaperX juga di atas. Yang lower bracket cuman ini kok, cuman yang ini. Nanti T1 lawan Zeta kan juga upper bracket. Kalau nonton langsung enak, teriakin pulangin. Iya, cuman lu yang ngerti tapi anjir. Sama orang-orang Indo doang yang ngerti. Karena kan kebanyakan bahasa Korea ya udah pasti ya, atau Inggris. Senyum-senyum aja nih GE. Deportasi nggak gitu, cok. Deportasi itu kalau lo melakukan hal kriminal gitu loh, atau ilegal, pulangin cara paksa. Itu kalau deportasi barang-barang lo nggak peduli mereka. Pokoknya lo diusir aja udah. Ini bajinya nggak pernah kelihatan. Oke, veto map by the way, bentar.
Map bans coming in right now for Bleed and Global, and right now I feel like Bleed, they mentioned that they were confident with their map vetoes, but I feel like Global, they're trying to be quiet and they're keeping their secrets to themselves for the moment.
Yeah, I mean,
mana nih UI-nya nih?
Obviously,
Nih.
the interview could still be kind of relayed over in those last couple huddles. Now, both teams had banned out Ascent initially.
Oke, Lotus di ban, Ascent di ban.
So this part shouldn't be too
Sunset, langsung Sunset coy. GE ambil Sunset.
That third map that's kind of left open. I haven't really seen that much priority.
Kemarin mereka main Sunset sih di ini. Di Convergence.
Starting on defense. So we'll see if they've been able to copy.
Itu udah direkam atau baru pick? Direkam sebenarnya, tapi pas playernya lagi ke stage buat agent pick, ini diliatin biar nggak makan waktu aja. Icebox.
Another map where Chamber can continue to see a lot of usage. Curious to see if Bleed's going to pull that one out. I mean, surely we saw the weakness of Global Esports' composition in that last match, so I think Bleed definitely studied that tape.
So far, we've only got Excurred on the chamber, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So we're gonna see if that is a.
Wah, berarti split, okay.
We're going into split as our decider map. Does this indeed favor Bleed Esports?
It's hard to say without seeing a little bit more. I mean, for the they have to try to go through this sunset first, so we'll see how they're going to be faring there. But
ada suara board nggak kelihatan kan guys? Nggak kedengaran kan guys?
Wasn't the strongest, and that they can continue to really outdo them on that map. So I think that's probably why we're seeing that opted for as that map too.
Yeah, and the other
Oke, sampai map 3 janganlah 2 aja.
I mean, obviously Global Esports, they left it open last time too. Now they selected to attack first if it had come to that. Bleed's still gonna take the defense, but I was going to say they probably still expect the get-go. They played.
Kayak Blazking masih pakai Fade di sini.
Was playing the get-go on bind as well. So there is.
Kayaknya masih sama deh kayak pas di Convergence ini.
Ooh, and we have Ye over on the Viper this time around. So it seems as though like he is flexing. He's probably saving that chamber pick for maybe a little later.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but the other thing is it's a very defensive composition. You've got the Cypher and the Viper and the Omen.
Yeah, I mean very defensive on the side of Global. They are bringing that get-go into the fold, so it's not going to be the KO here for Russ, which I think actually this would have been the one map that they're playing where the KO could have had the most value.
Ini yang nyala-nyala ini maksudnya IGL ya kayaknya ya. Gue baru sadar nih. Ada yang nyala-nyala nih di agent picknya, lihat nggak sih? Itu Gecko sama Sova. IGL apa ya?
Yeah, I feel like if they're gonna play it this way, then they have to do something similar to Paper Rex, where they just go in full force, right? Never mind the backline. If you just keep on going forward, you don't have the backline.
Kayaknya sih iya ya.
But this doesn't seem like the composition to do it.
Yeah, not the composition nor the players to do it as well. And I gotta imagine they're gonna go similar to how they played it at Convergence, where they're going to take space by space and then go for an execute. But now you've got all this defense set up plus Crazy Guy with those timed recons that could really ruin the execute.
Well, we're gonna find out indeed who pulls through. It's gonna be Bleed Esports versus Global Esports.
Yang nyala itu menyala abangku. Iya, Fuyu, betul. Betul. Fuyu benar. Sebaiknya tidak dilawan.
Elimination. Global Esports versus Bleed. Both of them really struggled in the previous series that they have played, and there's still the talk of Polvi being amazing here for Global. He really needs to step up for Bleed as well. Durian and Ye, who really is going to be the front man for Bleed, we'll have to see as this series is about to start.
I mean, it's going to be a tough one to say.
Ye main Viper.
Ye's straight up flexing for Bleed, and I don't know if that's where his talents will shine the most, but I guess we shall see, because he has shown that he
di Wikipedia sih emang IGL-nya itu. Ya berarti mungkin saja itu benar.
Polvi just starts things off.
Yeah, that door closes, but the opportunity for Polvi does not. It's gonna give a lot of control right now.
Raja terakhirnya langsung take down gini. Sasa carry-nya hilang.
Pressing their advantage on mid. There's Hunker all the way back onto that A
side. Oh ya, sorry. Ini 50% dong. Anjay, setengah-setengah coy.
Position there. GE.
Tapi lebih odds-nya kemana? Oh, odds-nya lebih ke Bleed tapi tetap.
With the wingman to trigger a couple of those and allow them to clear things up even easier.
Yeah, you can definitely
121 vote. Satunya dukung Bleed itu pasti, makanya jadi 50. Kayak 49.
But they need more reinforcements, and right now, just without the information towards B, it's always.
Itu biasanya jadinya kayak koma-komaan gitu loh.
Still around market, but as Global.
Cuman nggak dilihatin aja berapa persennya.
Has that camera open.
Biar ada yang menang,
There's the wingman for the easy plants, not even going to be a cancel, deny, or anything. Blaze King does get the kill onto Crazy Guy as well.
Tapi tadi pas match Paper X sama Gen.G, mungkin panitianya bingung, ini siapa ya IGL Paper X? Ternyata Paper X kayaknya emang nggak ada IGL tetep ya.
Precipice of those traps, and Global don't even have to commit into the site itself. They can just stay all day long here on elbow as the rest of Bleed.
Semuanya bisa ngide di Paper X.
Bleed has to go in for that defuse, and as soon as they stick, the spray comes in, and it's just post-plant delays for days.
Semuanya nyala. Semuanya menyala bangku.
Durian somehow making it work, but
double pick.
His friend. It shall be his enemy, and it shall be his team's demise. His first round, it's taken by Global.
Not to what we expected at
kayaknya ya pasti nggak IGL something doang deh kayaknya. Ya fokus nembak aja deh kayaknya.
Shows that they have surprises in store for us. Polvi is an incredible duelist, and he just waltzed right up the door. Able to take that duel against Scary, and then the rotations through.
Ooh, nice
to
tracking,
Abe.
Blasking.
After losing Scary, Bleed instantly just, you know, shrunk down a little bit. None of them were able to defend the site, and, you know, we watched the whole thing play out. It was just Wingman doing everything.
Yeah, especially the part where they lost so much mid control and Bleed never really recontacted it, so they couldn't really figure out where Global was.
Ya berarti lah random aja lah udah Alvin. Random semuanya boleh.
And then react.
Di Paper X.
When you're up against a team like Global that really likes to take the advantage, especially with a composition that has no sentinels, so you really know
Mungkin
that
dia tiap round kayak, lu mau coba IGL nggak round ini? Mungkin gitu.
Precisely.
Lu mau coba?
So of course, well, this is just a bit of a save round for Bleed. How much can they really pull off? That's the question.
I mean, this is the reason why they still mix up, right, between Ye and Durian, because when Ye joined Bleed, you still know that Durian has that star power. And one of those shots shows us a glimpse of it.
Parah banget Murid Kazan.
Definitely carries that Sami pride with them, but
tetap monyet loh korbannya aja.
That's what Ye was playing under this weird new name when they were trying to keep it under wraps. But anyway, it's definitely
IGL-nya home pimpah. Mungkin IGL-nya lebih kayak lu coba IGL, kalau sampai kalah, lu nggak gua kasih IGL 3 round ke depan. Giliran jadinya. Nggak boleh mati lagi nih, oke, biar nggak mahal. Iya. Jadi mahal dong. Potentially lebih mahal lagi bahkan.
He's unaware that the players of Global have just
apa IGL? In-game leader.
As we can see, so he'll just take his sweet time. I don't know if him cooking like this is gonna allow him
mulu yokai apaan sih?
Maybe make it
percaya cenayang kamu ya?
Fortunately, Blaze King.
Percaya klinik kenapa cenayang?
A step forward, step earlier. That's gonna be 2 rounds right now for Global.
Aku ngejinx kamu tadi bilang aku ngejinx Paper-X-nya menang.
You know, slightly smaller weapons for this round, small arms.
Monitor di turn ini berapa inch ya itu? Mungkin 360.
Global esports playstyle, right? I mean, they've tried to make a bit of noise towards B or mid, and then just, you know, when they have more space, rush over towards A. That's why in this round we've seen that toxic screen from Ye being relegated towards A instead.
Colby's in trouble. Can he get out of harm's way though? He's alone.
It's about hurts.
He's already brought out his classic because he was just losing so much ammunition as well
mungkin
as
ya.
HP as he pushes through.
Gua kan bukan pro player nih masanya nih. Kagak tahu juga, kagak punya orang kenalan di sana juga tuh. Teknisinya VCT Pacific. Iya. TP-nya. Mati, nggak mau.
He didn't. I mean,
no
shot connected from Russ, but that mosh pit was enough.
And he's got Thrasher available now, but you know, still a lot of players to work through.
I think I could jump over this, but I mean, Scary's prepared to hear the shot. They're here to jump and punish the transition. There it is. And there it is.
Again, it's just Bleed adapting to these changes. I mean, the calling on this side from Crazy
RRQ ketemu Gen.G lagi, semoga tidak kalah lagi. Amin.
Start to change things up. Global hasn't quite, you know, put one step.
Biasanya tuh ada tipe-tipe yang kayak kalau ketemu lagi yang menang kebalik. Biasanya kayak gitu. Ada curse gitu juga tuh. Curse rematch ada tuh. Kita lihat aja aktif apa enggak nanti. Dapat satu ya setidaknya 1 atau 2 gitu.
Right? But in Sunset, where there's so many angles, there's so many traps that can really thwart that kind of approach, he needs some backup from his teammates, right? Anyways, Russ.
Ya.
IGL.
Gak dapat 1 bahkan.
Down in the dumps for the moment. That's going to be Bleed with a point on the board.
Thank you.
So 1-2 right now. The adaptation's coming in.
Loh, tapi faktanya memang begitu, sering terjadi.
Wondering how Global Esports might change things up. Like you mentioned before, you know, leaving Pulvy to push on his own, that might be what he's good at, but at the same time,
Wallers memberikan
What works
5
well
gift membership.
against
Thank you, Wallers.
like Bleed is
Anjay. Bocil klaim.
strength in numbers because
Bocil klaim ini loh.
it plays with such strong teamwork.
By the way,
Having that
yang dapat
coaching
membership
and
dari
that
bansosnya
leadership from Legia
Wallers,
is
berterima
what they
kasih ya
are
sama
known
Wallers
for.
ya. Respect.
100% agree. It feels like Bleed, is so fluid with how they move that it feels like they're never really stopped at one point.
Fuyu bocil klaim lah ya.
Like when you pick up one player from them, they always have this backup plan that they start unraveling. In any case, Global Esports, they mix things up though. They put Polvi by himself on B main, while the rest of his teammates start moving up onto mid here, which could actually be pretty good because there's no traps right now. Durion might be a few seconds late. He's now here to receive some contact, but that smoke separates the rest of
Oh
them.
my god, the
He
timing.
spots out Crazy Guy cannot finalize the kill though. So that might be an opportunity missed to actually get the numbers in the favor of Global.
Yeah, did pull a little bit of attention away, but unfortunately at this moment not quite enough. 50 seconds left, so they still have some options, but the Thrasher being spent now is just a bit of info. If anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to actually reinforce the A side. Darian is here with a showstopper available.
Absen Mikem. Absen, halo Ilza, welcome.
Close to first contact right
Kena,
now.
yes, sir. Tidak ngecek dengan bersih. Cek corner, bosku.
Bleed's decision making.
Wah, gila.
And immediately
Bleskin menyala kah blesnya?
up the site. That's what they were looking for. All down to Egoist. Global's calls pretty damn solid here, Quack.
Spike
And again,
planted.
like I mentioned, Egoist just forced to save the weapon for the moment.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Legia starts to call timeout pretty soon. For now, Global
Mau dikejar, mau dikejar.
throwing things into plan.
Tapi jauh.
Lead,
Nggak
knowing
tahu
how
tuh.
to pull the attention away, have Polvi to come up on a flank if
Tapi sebaiknya jangan dikejar sih menurut gua. Mereka saving aja sih. Ini ekonominya GE belum terbentuk aja. Mereka harus menang ini sama berikutnya baru ekonominya bisa lebih aman.
Again and again, Bleed struggling to adapt. Egoist, he hasn't really felt all too much currently.
Yeah. I guess this is the polar opposite of what you can do in Sunset, right? Rather than relying on your duelist to
Inkai dulu ngegambar pakai pentap, ya sampai sekarang juga pakai pentap.
You can slow push it because of the corners, because the corners are made to be able to be pushed slowly like this.
30 seconds left.
Granted, of course, there are some over pushes that we've seen here for Bleed, but Global Esports, they've been pretty.
Let's go.
What's the word here? They've been pretty slow and methodical at being able to slowly get control of the sites that they're taking. They're not just rambunctiously pushing up into A and haphazardly taking it. They're making sure that every single corner is scrubbed clean and easy for their take.
Yeah, for real, that's exactly what Bleed does. Both teams really taking things slow and steady for now. In contrast to the game that we just saw.
Sesekali belum menunjukkan keseramannya nih,
But that's
belum
also because
kelihatan.
This is an elimination match. The tension, the stress is felt. Nightfall executes coming through.
If Durian doesn't get any HP deduction from that Nightfall, yeah, they can't push. Because they already know he's there. He has a double satchel and the showstopper. So
Mahat batu mah seni patung anjir. Kenapa gambar?
With a smoke that
Mahat batu.
this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have
Mematung itu.
Yeah, it's interesting. Just a Nightfall. Put Polvi up in this position. Meanwhile,
Ye,
Rush
mode ADS. Ya, kagak kena. Kagak kena. Ngeselin banget ya.
He's kind of defending A with his life. Got Scary watching mid and able to rotate back, pivot towards A link. Whether or not it's going to be enough, it's the other
Pakai
thing. It might just be a retake game.
nyaman pakai Vipernya.
There's a tripwire there as well in Link. If anybody pushes that, should be an easy kill here for Scary. Ye is by himself. He's already activated both of his
Scary dapat tuh
snake
Volby.
bites right now. So he can't really push up without any smoke coverage. So he has to back away and just wait for his teammate to go with him. Now it's going to be a straight up firefight here at the back of the site. And
GE mantap gini guys.
For Bleed, excuse me. Now Global is going to be left, Bleed is going to be left with Scary and Egoist.
Scary
Ini
is already
mapnya
inside.
GE sih, they cooking sih kayaknya emang.
Egoist now.
Actually cooking lah bro.
Are they just? It looks like they want to fight for this. They're not going to save at all. They don't want to risk any more of the rounds. Paranoia activated here. Maybe try to brute their force their
Mau
way against a team
apa
that
kalau udah kayak gitu mending lari ya sasa carry ya.
The definite meaning of brute force, and that's going to be global with 4 rounds in this first game.
Yeah, not quite able
Kayak
to
masak-
do too much. You could see
masak
that was
panipuri.
clearly Bleed's game plan. You mentioned that tripwire Asarai. Scary did get the 1 frag onto Pulvi, but that was it. They wanted to make use of that numbers advantage to come in with the retakes with Trays and also Darian's showstopper. But as soon as they planted their foot onto
Jadi pun dibuat lari aja.
you got this fire
Ya sendirian sih bro. Ya udah ya.
exactly how to
Walaupun dia pernah ini ya, pernah
prevent that retake from even
menang
happening.
ace
Very
clutch
nice
ya, tapi ya
play coming out from Global
kalau
Esports.
posisinya udah post plan kayak gitu susah banget anjir.
And Bleed here. I didn't mention how very free-flowing they are and how
Yeah,
like,
ada
it
betul
seems
ya,
like they
Fitzy.
have layers upon layers of plants, but it's definitely not now. We're not feeling scary anymore as that.
Itu Satchel apa ya? Dapat sih. Dapat sih. Tapi Satchelnya kayak kurang indah gitu loh di mata gue. Tapi dapat nembaknya, ya udah kali ya.
Firepower is definitely in the hands of Global here. The only thing I'm looking at that could give a chance for Bleed is if Global oversteps their bounds.
Gak perlu estetik bro. Satchelnya gak perlu estetik. Yang penting nembak kena.
Global
Tips
Esports
main
very
race
much in
tuh.
the driver's seat
Gak usah
right now.
reporsi Satchel. Nembak kena aja.
It's a question if Bleed looks
Gak ada yang
really
salah dengan nembak
uncomfortable
kena, coy.
at sunset. I mean, clearly
Biasa aja bro.
in this round, at the very least, it is just an eco. But Global are
Oh, gila, Blast King.
decisively breaking into
Blast King
sights.
menyala.
The wall as well. No windows, only the wall.
11 kill sendiri dia.
Impressive stuff.
Wah gila benar-benar dijadiin apakah GE akan menjadi tim batu loncatan tim player Indo?
That this is turning into what looks like a one-sided first map. You're talking about how it looks like Bleed just looks absolutely out of their element, and it goes to show. And I don't think we've seen any kind of timeouts here from Legia. I think this has been an issue with the Bleed in the past when they start to
wallbang.
contact
Ada benar
any kind of info on the map. Start doing this, but anyways, Polvi rips one out. Is he gonna find out? That's gonna be huge. If he does, Equus survives. No way,
Terlalu
he
rendah,
trips.
dibalas
Equus
wallbang gamingnya.
and that allows him to break through the
Bahkan
there, like best
kena
and
tripwire,
well.
lightning
And this leaves
pass.
Rush, the IGL once again
Sebaiknya
finds
tidak
himself in a
gegabah.
position where he might as well just fall down, which he does. And Global Esports gets obliterated here by Bleed.
Might have been a bit of a, I don't know, man, a misplay from the Rocket or just unlucky, but whatever it is, it
Rocketnya
favors
terlalu rendah, anjir.
Egoist so darn much. I mean, this guy who, used to play on SMG,
Halo
back
Ian.
onto this team, showing exactly what he's capable of. This is why they put him on that Sentinel role, because he can anchor.
He creates those tempo plays by himself. One mistake from an opponent definitely unravels the rest of that
Kayak pemain GE masih sama kayak tahun kemarin. Beda lah.
given thing here for
Beda
Bleed
banget.
because it gives enough.
Hampir semuanya beda. Cuma Lightning Fest doang yang dari tim lalu. Itu pun Lightning Fest tahun lalu kan nggak main di roster utamanya, cuma 6-man doang. Sekarang baru dijadiin main rosternya.
To start getting some information here on mid. Crazy Guy activates the drone, spots out Polvi. Now they're aware Global is coming here on top mid.
And they're very much so ready to receive it too. Polvi. It's an op versus op, but Darian's got the
kena
other
OP-nya lagi.
angle, takes down Lightning fast, and as it happens, Crazy Guy comes back in around just to check.
Yikes. Polvi's on an operator, so you can't really deal with so many angles, slow pushing like that when no one is checking your 6. One at the corner here. Crazy Guy actually picks himself out the operator, wants the challenge, and they will get punished gloriously by Benkai. If he finds some opening here, maybe somehow, some way, there was a world where he can get into A and activate
Bentar ya.
ultimate and then put himself in a
2v1 manageable situation. Not gonna happen this time. And Bleed, no need to call for those timeouts. They're adjusting on the fly here. And what looked like to have been a strong start for Global, Bleed starting to build things back up.
Very curious as to how it happens too, though. I mean,
Bentar ya guys ya, gue ada yang harus gue urus bentar.
At least a bit of a roadmap as to how Global Esports operates on this map. Now they're starting to feel a little bit more confident, holding the right areas, and at the same time, I mean, just a good little bit of slicing the pie for Benkai. Now coming back into it, the off, a bit of early aggression, but then punish right back. Crazy guy with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's the true damage on Polvi here? Benkai snuck himself all the way up to A. Scary unawares. Egoist. Does he dare push A main?
Kenapa nggak mainin si GRS kok monyet? Si GRS udah keluar Pepper X tau. Udah main di tim MITH dia.
Is just diabolical.
With that, the punish from Benkai onto Egoist. It's going to be Darren with the showstopper to try to bring things back for his team. It starts things off with the op shot, and that does bring numbers back just by a bit.
Polvi slowly coming into mid. Ooh, crazy guy. Thought he bit off more than he can chew. This man's got molars for days. Duryan. Does he risk himself to push here with the showstopper? Nah, it's... The ROI isn't good enough.
Save.
Yeah.
Beneran keluar. Anjir, bisa kagak percaya anjir. Bahkan udah beda tim anjir. Udah diambil tim lain bahkan udah.
Darren with a nice attempt to try to deter them away from B at the very least, but then towards the end, like you mentioned, it was really just Benkai sneaking in. I think part of it is also how the map is laid out and Lead not really able to watch everything. Right, you've got this double controller setup, you've got Egoist on the Cypher, but it's just not quite enough to cover all the bases. There are always these tiny gaps that Benkai, for example, can use to sneak up past alley, sneak a frag, take control over A.
That's the strength that Benkai brings to the table, right? It's his confidence, it's his timing plays that when it works, it puts you on the map. And we saw that happen when he was, well, we didn't see it come into fruition when he was trying to do that against Zeta because he was losing a lot of the fights against Laz. But here, we're seeing the polar opposite.
Jadi pro player atau content creator? Pro player bahkan.
Precisely.
Kayaknya semangat kompetitifnya membara sejak Master sih.
First of all, you got Polvi, who's a bit of a wild card sometimes, but then Benkai, this proven entity, and we know how he lurks. We know how he hides and strikes when the iron is hot.
Well, his iron is definitely scalding here, Quack.
Bring them down.
I mean, this is so different from the global that we've seen from a couple of from yesterday's matches. They're so controlled. They're
Bang Ye masih belum menyala, nggak tahu ya, mungkin masih belum comfortable sama role-nya yang baru kali. Nggak tahu di Bleed kayak dikasihnya Neon, dikasihnya sekarang Piper. Jadi kayak ngisi-ngisi gitu loh malah.
Very, very careful. And look at how they're still maneuvering across.
Tapi gue paham sih, dia kayaknya nggak bisa main race kan, makanya race-nya diambil dari Rion.
Lightning fast, already down. Yay, an Egoist. Whew, look at this, backside control. Lightning fast cannot get out. Shot and step. Catched up by Yay, 3 kills and Bleed 4-6. Global Esports all turned on their heads with a huge paranoia from Scary.
Yeah, that's exactly what it starts out. Scary. He's the guy.
Ini dari tadi Blasking killnya tersendat di 11 sih dari tadi nih. Udah lama dari tadi udah kill 11 mulu. Belum naik-naik lagi nih. Berarti kan gak dapet opening ya. Dia sering main race kok. Well, buktinya dia nggak ditunjuk untuk main race sekarang, jadi ya berarti kan Darion better.
Oh no, actually it's a Bleed timeout off of their win.
Gia is known for those kind of timeouts where it's not really to recuperate his team, it's more to try building what's already
slowly built by the team with these rounds. So with that being said,
Dead yang timeout ya, soalnya mereka
it's like it's
ketinggalan poin.
trying to maneuver, probably figure
Mau
out how to
apa
deal with
mau
Benkai's moves.
memastikan kalau
That I think has
first
been
half-nya
one of the
nggak
biggest
jauh.
Issues that they've been trying to figure out against Global here is just how much map control Benkai really brings to the table to his new team.
Yeah, we've seen those.
Anjir,
first
Agnives
getting a little
0 kill,
pesky
anjir.
for Bleed Esports now, but at the same time, I'm wondering what they're
Numpang
gonna
aja
do.
lu.
You got this operator.
Kerja,
got
woy.
the showstopper too. Maybe a bit of early round aggression just to
Monyet
bring
aja
the
masih nge-kill loh.
momentum back under their control.
Di bawah
We're near the
lagi
end of the first half,
monyetnya.
and if Bleed can end this 6-6, they'll have an easier time as we swap sides. Oh, but okay, we don't see anything too early yet. Global playing things very carefully too.
Okay, spots out the camera there very quickly, breaks it down.
Main lama kah?
Egoist has placed all of his tripwires on elbow here. They're much more okay with
Biar
trying
berlima
to
aja,
relinquish
biar bisa ikut turni ya.
that elbow without any of those utilities. Where's the cages though? Does he have no money for the cages?
Not too sure, but at the very
there
least,
he
yeah,
is.
there's one up by elbow. He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times before and wants to counter it.
Oh, that's a huge hunt.
Mati
Who's
harusnya.
got the, here's the party.
Oh.
That is going to be Durion dunking it in
Oh,
the
gua
face of
pikir punya
Benkai.
Volpi anjir
It's
galonnya
a
ternyata
bloody
dari
day
Ion.
For Bleed.
My bad, my
Somehow
bad.
manages to get in. Durion throws out the nade. Can he find one?
Nice
Fast
timing
delayed
actually.
work, and the
Akhirnya
counter
dia
delayed work from Ye.
nge-kill satu,
It's
pecah
1-1,
akhirnya.
2 versus 2. Retake will
Walaupun
happen
langsung di
by Bleed.
trade ya.
Global Esports, they've doubled up. They got a
Anjay,
solid
Ye-nya
positioning
udah
right
belajar
now.
line up,
Durion
coy.
Still
Ye-nya udah belajar line
holding
up.
this operator. Will have to wait
Oh,
for Ye
udah.
to double up with him, but Ye just runs into the side and trips up face first into the
Mau
embracing
apa?
hands of
Dia
Volvian teammate.
nge-pick operator kayak gitu mau apa? Coba.
And GE
Bunuhnya cuma bisa
really
satu
coming
anyway.
back in the
Itu udah
rounds here
totem pick.
when they get those setups.
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you
Malah
spot
buang
out like
OP malah
a
tadi.
foot and an arm, and you're like, okay, there's more than one person here. I could have fired off a shot, but it's definitely not going to be enough to win out the round. So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing out like that. I don't know if it's like a little bit of miscommunication, but at the very least, you can say with absolute certainty, Global Esports are fighting.
I love how you just said that. GE fighting. As of course the fans have been clamoring every
Totem pick gitu
single
gua mah
time you see
enggak,
this on
totem pick
social
itu
media.
justru susah di sate tau.
Always giving their beloved
Ya kan
team
atas
that
bawah.
support.
Vertical flick kan
Volvi's
susah.
on right now with the showstopper.
Loh.
How does the not connect?
How?
On Ye, on the corner. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. Man is on a tear here. Global Esports want to make a statement to end this first half if they can. Still have to be very careful as they know that Bleed still has working pieces. They've only found Ye. They haven't got Durion yet.
Ye-nya langsung menghilang dari lane anjir.
Such a thorn with this operator. They're making a lot of noise here on mid side right now, Quack, but they're coming back to A, where Durion seems to be prepared, but is he truly?
Yeah, I don't know how you can
Dapat
escape
satu nih.
this one.
Dua. Nah, itu ke sate tuh, kayak gitu tuh.
Needs to thrive, and
Yang kayak
he gets
gitu.
the collateral. Polvi does shut him down very quickly. Damage be done. Has to pick up the spike, 30 seconds. His teammate, lightning fast, trying to get that
totem mah aman.
clearance so that
Oh,
there
yang
is a
tadi
lot
tuh.
more opportunity for Polvi to push up onto the A site more securely. The big problem is, can he? Also, just gonna put it out there, does Crazy Guy have some nasty little lineup for a default plant because he's got 2 shock darts? I don't know where, I don't know how.
I kind of expect him to be able to do that. If not, at the very least,
Let
he's got
them
the
cook
recon for his team
sate.
coming at the retake. They've got the numbers for it. But Polvi
Kalau bahasa Inggris kan satai.
I don't know if he wants to push out even further.
Cara bacanya satai nggak sih? Satai.
He might get
Ya.
punished, and that's basically
Tidak
gonna be the round
ngecek
for Bleed.
dengan bersih,
Yeah, I was thinking that he was
ketahuan
gonna
lagi
use all
sih.
those utilities of his, but he doesn't really need
Pass,
to. You know
pass.
why? They're not expecting him to be on the site.
Yeah.
So him just being silent and deadly.
Kalau sih udah pindah, udah satu tim sama
But
Severin
that said, you know,
di Revenant.
it also kind of works out because I don't know if it's like Polvi overheating a little bit, but peeking out over the box, I guess he just didn't quite expect Crazy Guy to be on the other side.
Yeah.
So we do end the first half, you know, not with a 6-6, but a 5-7 which again still isn't the worst thing in the world. That say, we shall see if this
Well, berarti time outnya berhasil buat Blade sih itu. Mereka secure 2 poin sejak time out.
True, and this is the first time we're also seeing Global play this Sunset map, if I am not mistaken. So there's still so many unknown factors of how they've been truly controlling this. And of course, another one of those things is you will not really have any Sentinel, I believe, coming into that second half. So
the Viper.
I mean, we're talking about how the Viper
Ya fansnya banyak anjir.
but doesn't truly play as a
Semuanya El Diablo.
They have to learn how to play with that, and very curious to see how they will.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You know, we were talking about it. You don't have quite the traps to really watch your backs or control the map, so it's a little bit iffy sometimes. But, you know, on a map as big as Sunset, does feel like it could be, you know, just enough. At the same time, because you're playing on defense, you just need to delay, really. And as long as Benkai stays hidden well enough, you know, you throw out those utilities, the snake bites, hold off for as much as possible, anchor down the sides.
Kita juga punya Diablo. We have Diablo at home.
Comes down to map control and lead, the way that they move together on this map.
Diablo at home, telur.
They move as a unit.
A crazy guy committing all of his money for utility. What a total team player.
Bang Ye udah jarang pakai chamber lagi ya. Makanya gue kemarin sebenarnya kaget Lotus dia nggak mau pakai chamber juga. Gue pikir dia mau duel sama T1 sama Securet pakai chamber, ternyata tidak.
He almost got decapitated there by Egoist, but decides otherwise. Here comes Benkai. Here's the footsteps, backs away.
Nice read.
Bleed. They've been sought after.
Nice.
And Polvi here pulverizes Egoist. That's going to leave Bleed trapped on A main. If Polvi decides to actually push the tempo right now, and Bleed, they're taking fights to win. We're not done just yet. Hold on. Benkai is around the corner here, spotted out by Durion. So maybe this is the fight that Bleed are finally looking for. But there is still so much to unravel from Global Esports.
Masih 50 detik, masih bisa rotasi.
Otherwise to go around. I think they're hoping to maybe find Polvi somewhere lurking, but as we can see, he's somewhere there on top of A link, so they're not going to find anything. But if they go to B, this is where they can find themselves a chance. But with market door being closed, they're going to burn a bit of time waiting, checking, and then in a couple of seconds they have to rush.
Either way, Global Esports holds the advantage, right? And that's the most interesting thing, at least for this round. Although it's a full new squad, they carry on the same statistics from last year in VCT Pacific, having one of the most highest first-round wins.
Wah, gila.
As Blaze King taps them all down with a ghost.
Blaze King tuh pada tadi kena flash juga tadi.
5-8.
Nice.
Bleed also known to make those aggressive force buys. So we're gonna see that from Bleed here.
Menyala, iya. Blaze King menyala, coy.
And of course, the best weapon against that, which I think Polvi might pick up. There it is. Outlaw.
Just a bit of a weird thing, you know. Global Esports hasn't really.
Perasaan dia jago banget di Ascension sama kemarin kok kayak kesusahan. Gua tuh dari kemarin tuh sebenarnya jujur aja emang mempertanyakan Ye sih. Tapi Ye yang sekarang udah enggak. Ya enggak, udah. Apa sih kalimat yang tepat?
So it's a bit of revenge for Blaze King as well, right? Because this, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus Bleed at Ascension last year. Now finding his win with a new team, new roster on Global Esports.
You're absolutely right. It means, and here's the thing, Bleed
ya, yang sekarang tidak seperti yang dulu.
Iyalah. That high with the pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so out of his element here. Whether it's because he's on a new team,
sudah lewat masa primanya.
That he's not really truly familiar with. You can see him struggling.
Dari C9 pun dia juga nggak
for Bleed as of this point.
Segitunya juga gitu loh.
You do see the struggles that Bleed are having to face in Global. Just eating that.
Sudah bukan era lu lagi.
If it drops lightning fast, got a chance.
Waduh, dapat aja tuh Blaze King.
has a seize, locks them up into the prison.
Tembak.
Well, he doesn't need to.
Farming.
Right there with him. That's gonna be a quick cleanup here for Global, and they are.
Prime-nya itu waktu di optik. Setuju.
This control. It's not fast, but it's a slow burn.
Amin, waktu 2022, udah intinya 2022. Zaman Chamber, kan dia MVP bahkan, MVP player MVP tahun itu. Habis itu udah hilang.
You're starting to lose out in terms of rounds. They get the buy back up in full this time, but the momentum definitely on the side of Global Esports. They're toying with them so much, controlling around the map.
Padahal ya yang bikin gua terjun ke dunia Valo, tapi sekarang dia kayak gini. Saatnya pindah panutan.
They could potentially put out deadly. However, in this round, it is a bleed with full armor, full utility.
Pindah itu ya ke governor.
It's one of those games where it doesn't feel like there's anything explosive that's happening, but it is by design. Global Esports are playing at such a pace that I feel like Bleed can't really read them in this situation, even if Bleed has that capability to be able to do so.
Yeah, I know.
Jadi monyet idolanya. Apakah ada
moments where Global Esports just accelerates just by a little bit?
Yeah.
And right now, towards market, you've got a little bit of vision from Russ as well. They might have heard something towards B main, but that's about it.
Pindah dari Y ke yokai aja. Boleh juga tuh. Boleh sekali. Tapi kebetulan kalau idol ke gua, apa kalau menjadikan gua panutan, ada perpuluhannya. Tiap minggu. Anjing.
As long as Lightning Fast can do his job, you know, he still has that paranoia available.
Ada ritualnya anjing.
With the haunt for info.
Yeah. I was actually just about to point that out. How much statistic do we have?
Minimal berapa Bin? Anjing nanya lagi.
Because it's been giving away so much positioning right now. Look at Durian.
Ditanya lagi.
Dodging into the site itself. Like Fast's not going to be able to escape that one. Explosion from Bleed is here. Oh, that is a huge mosh pit. That blinds everybody. Yay, just frantically spraying it down. Polvi picks himself up. A Spectre pushes up, but Scary's on top of that case, and that's going to be Bleed 6-9. What a very messy fight, but Bleed comes out on top at least for now.
Governor kayak kena buff nggak sih Bang Kai? Jago sih, tapi masalahnya teman-temannya itu loh. Talon tuh itu masalahnya. Kalau cuma di carry sama Governor sendirian, kasihan Governornya anjir.
Despite Global Esports having a good read on things, the way that Bleed comes in, you've got Darion and then Scary to find the trades. They make sure that they can control the site safe enough. But again, that's just how Bleed operates. Everything so far in this entire map has been safe for both sides.
Polvi, though, pushing very far forward into the front of his opponents. His teammate giving him some leeway to pick up that orb and back away into A main. If he decides to push up, maybe he can find something, but it seems like Polvi might have overheated a little bit here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy capitalizing. And it's as easy as that. Now, the rest of Global pushing up on mid could put a pinch on the late lurking Ye, but B-side should be theirs. Never mind, Ye turns it back, and now he's got that late lurk that GE will have to deal with. And it's deal upon deal. All right, we're not done just yet. It's fine.
Ya paling, ya sebenarnya emang tim franchise ini ya bakal ada orang-orang yang bakalan jadiin ini ya sebagai batu loncatan gitu loh pada akhirnya. Ya kayak monyet di GE kemarin.
They are pushing lightning fast, but the punishes and the quick trades for Global Esports are just too damn fast, and Bleed can't keep up.
As Blaze King approaches from behind, yeah, it's just too much going on in the round. And although Ye got some good picks early on, again, with how big the map is, Bleed loving to move together as a unit, they relinquish a little bit more map control towards, you know, the back and the sides. Unless Scary can really block things off with his smokes, it sometimes just doesn't really work out all too well. And they need a little bit You got Crazy Guy who's always there to support. You've got Darion who tries to rush in, but then apart from that, no one else is really there to help Darion follow up. So the site kind of falls apart as soon as they make their way in. 6-10 now will be the score, and it's going to be a Bleed that has to save. So, I don't know about you, Asteroid, but this map is starting to look like it's almost over.
Yeah, I feel like I was about to say, you know, never say never, as is of course by my favorite movie, Karate Kid with Justin Bieber and Jaden Smith. Anyways,
And Justin Bieber.
And Justin Bieber again. Yeah. Durian though. Sick shot on mid here, but the thing is with global esports,
Dari mana?
right, is
MASG.
if you strike us, cut one head down, two will take its place. They are so quick at just reacting to the stimuli that Bleed is dishing out. And this hasn't been Bleed's strongest recontact at all. You can find something maybe for Ye here. Okay, never. As soon as I say that, Ye does something like this. And this makes it somewhat doable. You're absolutely right. El Diablo heating things up, right? Can they exercise him out of the sight? As the Nightbot
Anjir.
very haphazardly.
Mentang-mentang pakai phantom tuh anjir.
Scare them, but the pin making it very difficult
Ya,
to push.
masuknya ada gila-gilanya sih. Dia reload sambil masuk aja nih orang.
He can't find nobody, and Lightning Fast finds
Oh, sengaja ya. Bikin kekacauan biar Lightning Fast-nya masuk dari seberang. Oke. Anggaplah begitu. Gak tahu bener apa enggak.
Pushes into the pit. So he tried to do what he could, but just without the firepower, I guess. Kind of whiffing some shots, and Ye at the same time separated away from him. I mean, Ye needed to stay in the pit to keep it up, right? So
yeah.
global esports just knowing how to make it work, having that much more confidence to go in for some of these duels. They were decisive, they took things apart, and yeah, although it was a bit of glimmer of hope from star power of Ye, it's still not quite enough to bring Bleed to a decisive win.
Speaking of not going to be enough. Oh, hold on. Holby's in trouble here. He decides to go on the other direction that might have been incorrect for him. Russ has pocketed himself onto the corner in the IGL, not falling behind. Let's go. Oh, what a control spray!
Ooh.
Russ! Egoist now
GE on fire, bruh.
He might not have gotten any kills, but his teammates sure made use of the push outside of mid that he has just done. Neural Theft activated. That's going to expose the positioning.
GE di atas api coy, on fire.
And he is looking for a kill rather than pick up the spike first because he does, even though he's exposed his opponents, he does not have the map control to really take advantage of that.
I have retrieved.
Well, let's think about this, right? You got 50 seconds left. You got full armor. You've got a rifle.
Udah main bareng aja tuh bertiga tuh.
Entirely impossible. So he could go in for the spike plant first, but then where do you go after that? You know the full force and might of global esports. At least the last three players are definitely going to come after you. Russ has the Thrasher.
30
So
seconds
stay in a
left.
spot that's, you know, well concealed enough that Russ can't find you.
Langsung bertiga, let's go.
Market is away. Maybe you sneak back out to the top of
Langsung di ulti coy.
in with a big flank.
Di ulti
That is
aja.
the idea, but Bankai is watching
Nggak kelihatan.
back.
Oh. Oh my god! No! Russ
No way!
found him.
How?
Showing what it means.
How we
Yeah,
know?
there it is.
Kok tahu?
I mean, whether it's by sheer intuition.
Anjir, gue emosi sih kalau kayak gitu anjir. Kok bisa tahu ada di situ?
He found
What?
him. That does not feel good as Egoist. Like he was preparing himself for a 3v1.
Ego is just not having a good day. I mean, the win from earlier on, and then now getting hit by the Thrasher like this, Ego is just.
Anjir, dia literally nggak mau masuk market loh tadi. Dia nggak mau ke market tadi. Tiba-tiba
the way that they're coming out on this.
langsung ngedrip anjir.
Thrasher just well timed.
Tunggu dulu.
Moving together, you've got Bankai watching the back.
Sepertinya aku ke market.
This is the global esports that, you know, knows exactly how to
What the heck,
operate,
man?
how to move.
This is what they wanted to show us on that first day, on their debut match as well, with this brandishing new roster, right? And there we go.
I think like the most impressive thing right now, or at least in that round, you know, Polvi always like kind of wild sometimes.
Vincent, iya maksud gua. Sejago itu sampai dipikir, anjir kok bisa gitu loh. Sejago itu makanya. Kok bisa gitu mikirnya kayak gitu.
That was something else. That truly brought the round back for them.
Gak nuduh ngechat gua.
Telling the desk as well, and I was with him as you know, a day ago or so, is Lightning Fast has been not put in a position where he can really shine, and now
Pakmu.
I mean, him
Pakmu
still being
pusing,
on the
pusing.
controller, sure, but he's now
Aduh.
put him into situations
Ini
where he
tim
can be put
kalah.
into spots
Kayak
where he
FYP
can
lagi
actually
gua hari
try
ini.
to do something else for his team. And he's
Pusing.
been sick at it. I mean, he's 9-10-3, but those are impact frags he's been doing.
Oh wow, and completely forgot too. Blaze King actually leading the kill feed because he's picking up a lot of pistol kills and some nice cleanups as well. Now back into it, last ditch effort from Bleed. It's gonna be a bit of a contact play towards B.
Mau jemput bola, ternyata bolanya tajam.
I mean, everybody from Bleed was
Ini kalau Bleed
shot by the paranoia.
kalah pulang semuanya yang kalah di sini. Maksudnya GE atau Bleed yang kalah pasti pulang. Udah gitu aja. Pasti tidak lolos Madrid lebih tepatnya.
On B main. Double satchel from Turion. Man is clean. Benkai is by his lonesome, and that's going to be a quick clean round for Bleed here. Not the end of the world just yet. They got 5
Ya
rounds.
gimana sekarang Skui kan emang kerjaannya yang begini ya.
But of course, GE always fight.
Lagian belum 8 jam nih. Lu kan di kantor 8 jam.
But of course, think about
Gue masih 5 jam nih. Kuota masih banyak.
Perhaps Legia just kind of anticipated such a push and having the players positioned right outside B main enabled them to go for such a fight. A little bit odd for global esports, you know, the last final round.
MP, yuk match point.
A play such as that, but whatever it is, it puts Bleed out on top.
And resets their economy too. Durian.
Oh, Iko.
Committing their
Lagi Iko ternyata coy. Gue pikir kenapa ini Reski gini-gini amat.
Sure. You know, if you can secure the rounds.
Ya udahlah.
Well, Polvi. Is he gonna stab him?
FUP aman, so far aman. Gue baru bisa ngisi FUP kalau udah 10% FUP gue. Ini belum kok, masih berapa persen ya? 30% kali, 30-40% kayaknya sekarang.
Tap burst. Sure, let's go with that. What is happening? The timings have been so wacky this round, but somehow, someway, Bleed clears it up.
Yeah, very wacky all across the board. But again, it starts off with Darian.
Iko, chill. Chill, guys. It's Iko.
It's
Iko round.
You know, some positioning coming through with Polvi trying to sneak up behind. But nonetheless, once Bleed gains control over site, you know, I mean, once they know exactly what's about to happen, they're able to kind of come in and put themselves in a position to shoot things down and, you know, maybe kind of keeping spirits up. Still got 4 more rounds to go, but you are very much in the game. You got Polvi on an op now, though, and I want to see what the idea is behind this.
It is to get
harus dibantuin nih. Oh, nice. Dibantuin dihancurin itunya. Iya, padahal udah di servis itu padahal Poppy-nya anjir. Drone dihancurin. Recon dihancurin. Udah di servis itu. Iya, ini juga nakal banget, penasaran banget Benkai-nya. Kok penasaran gitu kan?
Global esports trying to brute force their way.
Gatal bener pengen ngepick.
Straight game for the past couple of rounds now. Global esports back again to the drawing board. They're starting to lose control here. 3 rounds a while ago might have seemed impossible, but with how they've been approaching here, Quack, it looks pretty doable from the SG team.
Ditungguin regu tembak anjir.
Yeah, I mean, the reads are starting to feel a little bit off from both sides. Bleed starting things out not too great, but then now starting to get an idea of how global esports wants to play.
Kita lihat apakah timeoutnya berhasil. Efektif kah?
Polvi, that's what that op was for, but Bleed knew exactly how to counter that, right? That's why they kind of played around a little bit more slowly. So getting these wins now, slowly coming back into the game once they get control of the sites, that's the name of the game. Global Esports calls the timeout. And again, they are sitting at map point as long as they kind of...
Nah, itu masalahnya di Poppy, tembakan pertama Poppy tadi sih. Nggak, apa, udah di service tapi nggak dapet, ya udahlah ya. Nggak deliver.
I'd also just add that even though we are seeing the...
Yuk, kelarin yuk. Ada follower Ispan Media, halo, welcome.
For global, right, give them a lot more money to utilize.
Anjir, nggak percaya Fuyu
Their
tuh.
composition is damn expensive, especially with how they've been buying the operator for Polvi. That's gonna reset their economy somewhat here. In any case, though, I mean, just one wrong step for Bleed, and that's it for game 1.
Nggak usah norak. Nggak usah norak. Nge-spam, bye-bye.
Once again.
Merenung dulu ya, 10 menit ya.
That's what he does on mid, though. Oh, okay, timer's still going. I thought it was like a tech pause. My brain's just slow. No, they're actually just slow pushing on top mid. No sound done, so Bleed doesn't know this. There
Oh
could
iya,
be a huge
kayak nggak
crowd
pernah,
coming in, but the
kayak
all the members of Bleed
nggak
are just
diajarin
stacked outside
etika
B.
berinternet.
If there's any kind of
Tapi banyak sih
resistance
pasti yang kayak
on
gitu.
mid, or Bleed just decides to go B, there will be no resistance whatsoever here from
Itu
G.
adalah apa? Roles yang bahkan nggak perlu ditulis deh itu anjir. Spam itu anjir.
Play along with the numbers advantage. If they can come in for a big flank, a big retake, Bleed might not be able to hold off against it. So now Polvi back into his market. They got more lines of sight.
Benkai has gotten the first kill. Step in the right direction right now for Global Esports. Oh no.
Ooh.
Wingman and Dizzy makes Egoist
Yuk, bisa yuk.
sad boy. 3
Finish.
players here for Bleed.
Closing.
Global Esports coming back alive.
Let's go.
Scary.
Wah, udah di stick aja. Bodo amat stick.
Abyss.
Setik gaming.
Darkness to stop the defuse from coming in, but it will
Emang
not
Ye bisa
stop
apa?
Gaze on the last legs.
Ayo. Emang Yaya bisa
No one's
apa?
still defusing it right now. Wait. Okay, there we go. They just try to spray through the Viper's pit, but it's gonna get DE9, and Global Esports finally find.
Emang bisa apa El Diablo pakai Viper?
This elimination series.
12 to 9. I mean, what a
Duh,
great start.
kenapa El Diablo Viper? Kenapa?
It showed us that Benkai's back and forth.
Kasih
all over the map.
orang ini chamber.
The rest of them can all do.
Dicoba dulu gitu loh setidaknya.
Who's just finding frags on top of frags.
Chamber every map kek. Coba dulu.
Coming back into trade and also just Polvi doing Polvi things. It's a little bit odd for Bleed to come in this
Kenapa jadi
slow, but
Viper?
at the same
Kan
time,
bingung ya.
Global Esports, that final round off of the timeout, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Because of that, we're just gonna pass it
Bro,
on to
ini
the
chamber
Disc
lah.
to discuss things even further.
Suns.
By the way, gue mau kencing dulu ya, bentar ya. Aduh, bocor. Siapa yang menyangka GE menang? Anjir, bisa menang coy. Gua aja kagak nyangka sumpah. Gua pikir Blade bakalan solid anjir. Siapa sangka? Halo Mimi, welcome to the stream. Kalian mau jadi lihat komik gua nggak? Komik buatan gua. Zaman dulu banget ini. Zaman dulu banget. Gak juga sih. Apaan manggil gua? Jangan lupa apa? Oh, bentar. Sebelumnya gua ada pengumuman. Jadi katanya dari Riot ngabarin kita. Kalian tahu itu nggak? YouTube atau websitenya Narasi. Nah, katanya itu nanti bakalan ada. Hari ini harusnya nanti uploadnya, gue nggak tahu jam berapa. Tapi katanya di sana bakalan ada doku series featuring tim RRQ, Bumi Sport sama Paperex ya. Katanya bakalan ada itu. Katanya info A1 nih. Nanti kalau seandainya udah rilis, mungkin nobar sini juga kali ya. Gimana? Nanti gue lihat dulu deh, udah rilis apa belum kalau udah selesai WP. Info dari Ordal banget. Gas, let's go. Oke, nanti ya. Kita cek dulu ya, tapi ya nanti ya. Layar tancap doku series. Aku denger BME, aku tertarik. Anjay, wih, bocil boom. Ada bocil boom e-sport. BME kayaknya rilis besok. Oh, satu-satu gitu ya. Gue pikir langsung tiga-tiganya. Oke, ternyata satu-satu guys. Boom katanya besok. Dibikin short. Perlu dibikin short kah? Yuk. Boleh sih. Tapi lu aja ya yuk yang bikin. Bikinin yuk. Gila, gue lagi WP, gue WP, gue dari pagi udah WP. Siang WP, malam WP. Bangsat. Fuck lah katanya babi. Bagi tugas woi. Babi, ada slavery segala lagi. Romusa WP udah lumayan. Dari hari pertama apalagi? Hari pertama. Itu bukan cuma Romusa itu. Kerja bakti coy. Coba aku nggak sepassion itu sama game ini atau aku nggak cinta sama Riot Games, gak bakal gua tungguin itu. Tapi untungnya streamer kalian yang satu ini passion banget coy. Untung aja. Bukan kerja bakti, penyiksaan. Weh. Bentar, komik gue ya. Gue cek mana ya? Gue mau ngeliatin komik gue zaman dulu. Komik strip, bukan komik yang cerita panjang gitu, bukan yang kayak manga-manga gitu. Bentar. Ini gue dulu punya karakter. Jadi gue punya karakter, terus bikin komik strip di Instagram. Tapi kalau kalian cari Instagramnya udah nggak ada ya guys ya. Jadi kalian nggak perlu cari, Instagramnya udah nggak aktif, udah inaktif bahkan. Original, iyalah, original lah. F8 bentar. Gini-gini gue bikinnya, karakter gue bebek ceritanya. Walaupun ini bentuknya nggak kayak bebek ya. Dulu lebih kayak bebek sih. Ini kayak udah beberapa lama gitu gue bikinnya. Apanya kecewa anjir? Ini zaman-zaman apa? Ini zaman-zaman kapan ya ini ya? Pokoknya ini zaman-zaman Instagram itu comic strip tuh lagi booming-boomingnya. Comic strip lagi banyak-banyaknya tuh. Lagi banyak pokoknya. Pendukung Navi. Emang iya? Di mananya pendukung Navinya aja? Maskot Navi babi, cuman gara-gara warnanya kuning jadi maskot Navi. Gimana sih? Bentar, terus gua ada ini gitu. Ini karakternya, lihat nih. Karakternya dari yang lebih realistis gini berjaket. Terus jadi lebih lucu. Nih sakit apa? Tambah lama tambah malas main. Tambah lama tambah malas bikin karakternya. Ini zaman-zaman Dark Souls nih, makanya gue bikin. Ini zaman-zaman Dark Souls. Dark Souls tuh kapan ya boomingnya ya? Gue lupa lagi, zaman-zaman 2000 berapa ya Dark Souls ya? 14 kali ya? 14? 13? Enggak mungkin 16? Gue mulai ngomik tuh soalnya 16 soalnya. Mungkin 2016 2017 deh. Gue lupa jujur aja. Ah, terus nih, ini siapa yang kayak gini? Hayo. Siapa yang ngetik WK tapi mukanya biasa aja padahal. Ayo, siapa di sini yang kayak gini? Masa cuman gua doang? Kenapa nggak dilanjutin kayak dulu? Dulu gua nggak seberapa konsisten orangnya. Gua lebih konsisten sekarang. Justru gua belajar karena dulu nggak konsisten, gua nggak berkembang. Makanya sekarang lebih konsisten gua sekarang. Itu aja sih. Gue banget. Ini sekarang kalian ngetik WK sekarang ini, bahkan mungkin tidak ketawa aslinya. Mukanya datar aja padahal. Mana bener lagi. Oh, mukanya poker face padahal WK tuh. Dalam hati coy. Terus apa lagi ya, bentar. Ah nih dari dulu gua tuh emang konsep itu rada ke game gitu. Ini kan gua game juga. Ini rada slice of life lah ya. Ah gini nih. Gua dari dulu tuh emang konsepnya emang dari dulu suka game gitu lah emang. Makanya coba jadi konten kreator awal-awal pun juga nge-game kan. Sampai sekarang sih. Valorant kan game ya. Nih yang apa kayak gua kayak nyarkasin orang-orang yang nge-queue gitu loh. Kalau lu udah mau pergi ngapain nge-queue misalnya gitu. Kalau internet lagi jelek ngapain nge-queue. Kalau ini bocil nih, apa ya? Udah tahu tim butuh tank. Gua lupa juga nih apa nih ya. Malah nge-rush dari carry. Oh, ini maksudnya orang yang pick carry, tapi karena bocah, dia bahkan nggak tahu carry itu apa. Jadi pick karakter yang dia suka aja. Jadi komposisinya hancur gitu loh, ngerti gak sih? Makanya ada tulisnya laptop papa. Itu Dota. Ini zaman-zaman gua main Dota sih, emang sih. Jadi emang lebih banyaknya perdotaan gitu. Apa referensinya? Dulu nih belum ada Valorant, coy. Ini zaman-zaman belum ada Valorant. Gua juga kagak main CS. Nah, ini kalau ini sampai sekarang nih. Kalau ini sampai sekarang nih di game apapun ya. Udah tahu cewek aja baru etikanya punya etika. Sampai sekarang nih orang-orang ini ada nih. Ada aja. Kenapa nggak update Windows 11? Nggak tahu, males. Katanya Valorant Windows 11 ada yang kurang. Oh, ini kalau yang ini nih apa? Ini cuman contoh-contoh aja ya. Gue nggak ngeliatin semuanya nih. Nah, kalau yang ini dulu gue ada bikin apa sih namanya? Kayak lu boleh nanyain gue apa aja, terus gue jawabnya pakai gambar. Jadi kayak gini. Kenapa pertanyaan saya nggak dijawab-jawab? Apakah ini adalah sebuah kesengajaan dan siapa yang bertanggung jawab atas semua ini? Ya. Jadi karakter gue sama guanya ada. Ada gue sendiri ya hitungannya ya. Udah mulai. Oke. Sorry. My bad. Keasikan ngasih lihat. Keasikan nostalgia. Aman, masih kosong.
Clearly now that you've pushed up belt and cleared out the corners, you're anticipating that. They know they've got numbers advantage. They've got the shock dart, they've got the high tide, the cove. They're gonna come in with this retake.
Aslinya 2 orang.
It just came up right now.
Ye pakai apa ya sekarang? Oh, pakai jet ini loh. Ye dikasih jet piye. Tapi udah mati sih. Tapi tinggal Benkai juga di sini.
Another one at the flank that's going to be egoist. His turret is up, so if he gets some breathing space, maybe he can actually close the distance and utilize
it. Itu kalau dapat bisa banget.
Which makes a lot of sense since Crazy Guy was already in the site itself. Not gonna work out. And Bleed claimed their first victory or first round.
With that carrying forward through, just trying to keep themselves warmed up in this chilly ice box. I mean, we saw how the pistol round goes off, and it's just a better setup towards this site. You've got Scary watching as they push through. Global Esports can't really just dive in that freely anymore. They could do that a little bit more on Sunset. You know, they were set up around elbow. They had the
Kita lihat Ye, ya boleh.
Not so much.
Kita lihat Ye sekarang balik pakai jet lagi, apakah ada efeknya? Ya nggak pusing apa ya, tapi ya main santai pakai Viper, di Breeze pakai Neon, di Xbox pakai Jet.
This outlaw can really make some damage on either side. Push up already from Russ here. Getting closer and closer.
Iya, Viper udah wajib aja sekarang. Terlalu kuat agentnya, kayaknya bakalan kena nerf lagi deh. Apa ya nerf yang bagus buat Viper?
Scary finds one. Jurion still holding the mid lurk just in case. But it's the full blown push of Global Esports here on that A site. Blazeking. It's not gonna work. Fortunately, plant will commence. And the post will happen.
Jarak smoke screen-nya dikurangin, nggak bisa kalau itu mah. Dia kalau dia jaraknya dikurangin, di Breeze dia mati anjir.
Oh, it's a big flash. There you go. That's what they were looking for. Blazeking throwing the utility inside the smoke. Gets himself an advantage.
Pakai famas.
They don't know where he is, and you're absolutely right. Polvy's outlaw.
Ini kebiasaannya GE nih. Mereka force buy-nya works kali ini, tapi biasanya nggak works soalnya. Mereka suka force buy walaupun kalah di pistol round. Race kurang bagus di Icebox. Justru bagusan Race biasanya. Di Icebox lebih banyak yang pakai Race, gua lihat belakangan. Tapi mungkin pada nggak bisa pakai kali ini orang-orang. Oh, di Xbox maksudnya. Desking hari ini lagi apa? Oh, harus. Dia harus up terus. Biar dilirik sama tim yang lebih bagus.
It works on both ways. Even if you win the pistol round, right?
Kalau kalah di VCL, ini bukan VCL by the way.
Bulldog, maybe half shield specter, because you don't want to commit the full buy and, you know, quote unquote waste money. But if
VCL mah yang ada Boom Esports sama AE.
And you're good enough to hit a couple of those shots, you're in for a very strong round where your weapons should be able to one-shot the team that just beat you a round ago.
That's precisely why this weapon
Anjir, siapa tahu aja RRQ Blasking.
Deadly force. This is why they picked it up, and on the other
Tapi kalau Blasking yang diambil, gantiin itu lah, Estrella. Kan mereka tetap butuh fraggernya ya. Kan Blasking udah jelas bukan fragger soalnya.
See, look at this, Polvy. It's not only something that's got his elevation working on his favor. Ye and Ego is stuck at the back of the site. They were able to pick up a couple of weapons. But it's just not working out so well for the Benkai. Comes in from a swing all the way on screens, and that's going to be a complete shutdown. Global Esports get themselves another round, and you know the weird.
Nunggu deadlock ISO perdana keburu tidur. Menurut gue sih kalau yang gini-gini bakal masih jarang orang yang eksperimen sih. Menurut gue nanti eksperimennya bakal keluar di International League Stage 1 sama 2. Di situ saat-saatnya mereka eksperimen kayaknya. Karena di sini lu kan chance-nya dikit gitu. Kalah langsung ini, kalah 2 kali aja langsung ini kan, nggak bisa qualified Madrid anjir. Kayaknya nanti di international stage baru itu. Eksperimen agent gitu.
Theoretically or situationally, if he can, it still works in the favor of Global here. Anyways, you're absolutely right. They do have the
cuma PR aja eksperimen pakai Sage, tapi kan nggak yang sampai agent baru gitu loh.
Full buys, yada yada yada.
Yeah, this is why Global Esports is tapping the brakes for this round at the very least. But at the same time, Global Esports isn't giving up too much. Darren committing the high tide, blocking off all.
Amin dapai tadi sih Sage-nya ngeselin sih, tapi emang.
Obfuscated. Polvy can't see anything.
Berarti cukup efektif itu.
Down, but here comes crazy guy information gathered.
No.
Can't
Actually,
see it.
Yeah, maybe no information gathered. Polvy and Ye.
Here.
They're just barely missing each other here. Ye's holding a different angle. It's just one thin piece of metal. There's Ye, but he unleashes the entirety of this.
Ye menyala kabung.
Might not be long for this world, but because they haven't
commit mantap.
Fully, he can still reposition, and he is using that wall. He is using the
menyala melelehkan SS di Icebox.
Thrown up in the air. That's going to be
langsung saving, scary jadi scare.
Forced to save. So
Takut.
These outlaws, man.
Menakutkan
Absolutely
takut.
hurts Bleed's economy.
Exactly.
So apart from that, I mean, just right now, these guns, the way that they're pushing in, being so patient, playing around with Bleed's setups. I don't know about you, Asteroid, but I feel like I need a timeout pretty soon because Global Esports are reading them and knowing exactly how to come in for the side
Scary, yes,
push.
scary. Ya, susah juga sih dia kalau udah posisi kayak gini ya.
You know, talking about side push.
Jago-jagonya orang loh.
Is Global
Berapa
Esports
persen chance-nya bisa ngalahin satu 1v4?
push by himself to create that outlaw by itself, right? The outlaw is a strong weapon, sure, but it gets its most value when you threaten it coupled with your teammates. And I think Global have been realizing this a lot more. So we're seeing the fruits of that ideology come into full swing as of now. And Polvi hasn't really had the need to upgrade at all. He didn't even buy his next weapon. I'm pretty sure he just picked it up from someone else. But of course he's going to drop it because he has blades and so on and so forth.
Oh,
That's gonna
timeout.
get called
Gua
a
pikir
timeout. Did not
tag
expect
pause
this,
aja.
but it makes a lot of sense because Bleed.
Udah takut sendiri gua.
Yeah.
Tapi hari ini belum ada tag issue deh, seingat gue ya. Kayaknya aman coy, emang hari pertama itu doang emang. Bagus lah, setidaknya berarti evaluasi masuk anjir.
I mean, we haven't, you know, we're hyping up this pick on Jet for Ye, but we're not.
Besok EMEA WP enggak.
You know, in the pistol rounds.
Kayaknya EMEA enggak kepegang dari gua. Jadi paling Amerika sama Pasifik doang gua.
Maybe back then on the chamber he does a little bit more, but this time still the whole team, the whole map, they haven't really been put in a prime enough position, right? You're always playing catch up, you're always defending, being so passive, hiding back sight. And then that just gives Global
semua gitu.
There's so many.
Iya, untungnya cuma hari pertama untungnya.
Why he can't do that? We saw Bleed try to push out on A main.
Anjay, GE, Great Esports. Global mas. Salah mas, global.
Pick a fight without his
salah.
So he plays a lot farther back into the side, but because of how close Global can get in without needing to get contact and then explode
Besok
out.
nonton Sentinel 100 nggak min? Gak tau, lihat dulu ya.
It makes it so that Ye
lihat dulu.
really get that first pick and then back away. So
bikin tim sendiri.
So many obstacles that Bleed have to try to deal with on this defense that hasn't again addressed by them in these couple of rounds.
Yeah, I guess now that he's got a Marshall, maybe trying to find some kind of a sneaky pick. Then again, Polvi trying to do the same thing with the Blade Storm. But right now, Bleed just trying to make sure.
Oh ini match pang Marshall. Menurut gue ini salah satu Marshall oke nih. Match pang Marshall.
All of these utilities, even with Scary's toxic screen, it doesn't block off enough.
They got closer now. A couple of body tags.
Wow. Langsung dihujani peluru Ye-nya. Tumbang.
It doesn't stop the barrage of bullets being thrown apart here by Global Esports. It gave the weapon to Polvi that he's used up every single play that he's gotten. The rest of Global now pushing all the way on to B where no lick.
You've got Egoist though, so he might be able to hear what's going on, so he calls the rotations over. But again, without the guns, without the vision, they really can't do all too much in this retake. Global is just controlling things. Ye, again, getting shut down because of Russ and the whole team spraying him down. And now, numbers advantage, they're just sitting pretty. They've got the null command, not really necessary either.
Fresh main lagi nggak bang? Main tapi nanti di playoff.
Polvi's just been put in a pedestal where Polvi do go things. The things that he does.
Masih tanggal 24 kalau nggak salah tapi playoff.
He might have overextended his welcome a little bit with that peak of his. And this coaxes the push with the reckoning. And somehow Bleed comes in. Egoist with the double.
Waduh.
Pushing up.
Waduh.
Huge use on that dart.
Apakah kalau di Pepper X ada tumbalnya monyet?
It's just been all been turned up in their heads.
Di
Gets the double spray down.
hampir aja 0-20. Kalau di Blade tombalnya adalah Ye.
Absolutely turned over its head. Bleed. What was that miracle of a play?
I forgot about the 1-star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have Scary getting a kill, but at the same time, Darian's Reckoning. This is such a useful ultimate It throws
Egoisnya lo dapat 2 pakai klasik anjir, terus dapat outlaw nambah lagi. Gimana dong?
Push up front with the classic, and as soon as they picked up the guns, yes, Benkai try as he might, can't stop the incoming onslaught.
It was because of the Cove too. It absorbed
Meta
the
tumbal.
damage.
Udah kayak meta Yu-Gi-Oh ya.
Great decision making.
Butuh tumbal buat kartu yang lebih baik.
And a huge mishap on Polvi. He swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking him out.
Ada
Which
gila-gilanya.
was a big no.
Bayangkan operator kalah sama Phantom.
He just got through. Gets the first pick. Crazy guy right on top, but Russ immediately gets the
Bahaya.
flag. Dust settles, and that's gonna be scary alone.
Gajimu mahal loh, ye.
The Clutch Meister when Bleed was playing in Central Pacific. But the Pacific League, at least for this particular game, hasn't had the chance to do so.
He was clutching quite a bit against T1 as well, but man, right now it's 4 targets on a map like Icebox with the spike planted. I don't know how
Haters
he
sih
can
nambah.
clutch this round out.
Gue nggak ya haters,
And
tapi
apart from
menurut
that,
gue,
again, it's the
ye
same
sekarang udah
problem. This A site.
udah nggak banget sih sekarang.
Global Esports. First of all, you got Russ with the
Ye
suppressive
turun
round
harga.
KO, and it just blocks off,
Harusnya.
gives him enough information. Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and that just softens up the site so much. As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they
Tadi Ho sama
rush
Kessel
in.
all in tim mana?
Takes
Bleed.
Crazy Guy to be perched up on top of screens to get a couple of frags.
Gue juga merasa secara realistis harusnya Bleed menang. Tapi setelah melihat ini semua,
Who've seen before in the past, he's got these counter
mau apa?
to allow him to spray down as soon as the opponents try to go in for spike plants. He's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site. So Bleed Esports, I don't know what the timeout was about. From before, but we're not really.
Mending beli
feeling it
Maguire.
just yet.
Gue pengen bilang beli Lilo, tapi lu lihat aja Lilo lagi aneh juga mainnya.
Has got to be Russ. He was, I think, very shaky.
Gak ngecek ya, tapi yang gue lihat begitu.
It's all very much different. Crazy Guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty setups, and there it is. Null Command is available here for Russ to utilize to make himself into a very strong force. Even though he's down to 30 HP, shouldn't matter as much as long as they can use him to batter the ram into that A site.
Update Avatar Min kayak ganti baju ya, males.
For now, they did hear the Viper Pit was activated elsewhere, so maybe a strong inkling that it is B, so no need to push there anymore. And Durian, ooh, what a risk that he's taking.
Anjir, ada istilah sungkan tuh.
Underneath each other, spotted. Does he know about the belt person? He does not. Blaze King comes in. Ye does get the 1 kill, but it is all for naught here, Quack, as Benkai gets the trade. That lockdown is still up and running. Doesn't get any detains, but it clears out the rest of this site. So we do have a.
Padahal roster in-nya Ye mayan heboh. Ya, gue enggak sih. Dari awal gue juga enggak sebenarnya. Walaupun sebenarnya gue percaya harusnya Bleed lebih jago dari G. Ya, tapi kok gini gitu. I mean untuk 4 player lainnya gitu, ada Sasa carry juga kan. Ini kan ngeri carry juga ya.
The lockdown invested, but no returns. Asteroid, this hurts for Bleed.
Yep, very much so. It feels like they have that really good setup, and then there's just that one mishap that changes everything, right? That one thing, and then it all just gets unraveled by Global Esports. And man, this is the performance that GE truly was hoping to showcase, right? It's
iya, Bleed kemarin harus ubah roster emang. Karena masalah umur, which is aneh kan. Sebenarnya lu kalau dengar itu justru aneh kan. Lu di Challengers boleh main, tapi pas masuk franchise nggak boleh main. Padahal lu yang bawa salah satu orang yang membawa itu ke franchise, jadi kayak kasihan juga sebenarnya. Harusnya sih sekalian disamain aja gitu loh umurnya kalau kayak gitu anjir. Kasihan yang tiba-tiba nggak masuk umurnya tapi di Challengersnya masuk, aneh lagi.
We keep interviewing him and whatnot, but still not quite feeling it. And as we go back in, we're back into the same A play. We've got Benkai and Lightning fast up towards mid. But even then, talk about a plan gone wrong from before. Darian didn't really know how to respond either.
Berarti error kill on Gen.G lagi. Yep.
What a positioning there.
Red lagi.
And again,
Nice.
they were just waiting for that
Mantap
ball to
juga
drop
di
down
babang
before
rush
they
nih.
start exploding into the site, and it feels like this
Tiba-tiba tinggal Yay, tapi Bloodstorm kita lihat. Yay pembuktian diri. Bloodstorm Jet.
I'm sure they've rotated a couple times to B, but here on A, Bleed have no true answers. They will get the 1 kill. GE gets 2. They'll get 2 kills. GE gets 3. What is
Gua
the
belum lihat sih
answer
sebenarnya
right
roster
now?
Bleed yang
Ye's
BSG
are
sih.
Blaze, and
Jadi
there's
nggak tahu
really
deh tuh.
no reason for him not
Ya
to
kali.
go for this. But with the doubling up of these two players from Bleed and that spike positioning not really to his favor, man is in a tight spot, to say at the
Anjir.
least. And
He's not even try, man.
yeah, I mean, what
Bahkan
did you
smoke-nya
expect?
nggak keluar, anjir.
Nobody from Global was showing themselves up until that.
Menurut gua he's not even
last
try.
encounter.
El Diablo or El Hermano. I don't really know what Hermano means, but
Oh, okay. All right.
still,
As a Filipino, I can't tell you.
it's just global esports in this A hit. It's so darn good with the way that they've got 3 players covering each and every lane.
Yeah,
And sometimes, like you mentioned how they switch things up, sometimes they just hold up around pipes and play around with the timing of things. And
El Hermano. Kalau di sini El Bambang kali.
Gets punished for it. I almost kind of want to see Bleed Esports change up the pace. I kind of want to see Bleed Esports push out. But then there are so many factors to consider, so that's another reason why, it feels too risky to make something like that happen. You've got the operator invested in this round.
Nggak.
Global Esports
ini
starts
apa?
out the
L
first 2
overrated.
seconds with a bit of a default hold in case there is such a push out.
L super
Now, if there isn't,
overrated.
yeah,
At this point, any Hail Mary that Bleed can try to do feels like they should
Tim
do.
G ada
at
Indo
this
kak. Itu
point.
Blast King?
They've been so
Kan
pushed
dulu
far
boom.
back that there's
Boom,
not really a
boom.
lot of
Bukan
options.
boom yang itu
Look
ya.
at how all of the
Boom yang
tactics
serigala.
go on AX
Yang matanya
A,
kena cakar
but then
3.
nobody is there playing on the site itself, right? And since GE haven't found that contact, they're like, something's amiss here. We have our teammate Blaze King pushing up on Garage right now, so maybe with like 40 seconds left, we can either cut the noise, wait a little bit for this wall to go down, or if Blaze King can get a pick, we can just go run all the way to that B site.
And that's what Global Esports has as an option.
Wah, gue nggak ikut-ikut ya Cesar ya. Nih, gue kasih tahu track record aja nih. Banyak nih orang-orang boom sering kesini nih. Gue nggak ikut-ikut ya. Cesar ya. Gue nggak peduli lu platinum nih. Nggak ikut-ikut gue kalau udah kayak gini.
Make sure that Global Esports can't really
Tandain bang, tandain. Cesar bang.
if they have won this site so many times before.
They're running down this clock very, very much. Nano Swarms could provide some indication of denial. Egoist, pretty damn good on that one. With the kill here on Polvi. Late lurk from Blaze King.
Nggak dibantu.
Presence known outside of screens. If you can get a couple of picks, that should be lethal for him.
Bisa.
His teammates on the
Let's
side
go.
fight back, and Blaze
Wah,
King
di thread.
somehow manages to pick
Gak
up
apa-apa, gak
Praise.
apa-apa.
Durion does get the refrag, but that is time wasted for the favor of Global Esports. Coming in back onto the site. Viper's Pit makes it very difficult for them to push up, but they found lightning fast. That pit's going down. Time is ticking. Benkai's still alive. Did he press
Taking
the
away.
late
Yeah,
Swarms?
yeah.
And Russ is
Oh,
also
udah ketahuan
using
Russ di mana.
the fragment.
Wow.
They're buying as much
Wah,
time
iya
as they
dapat.
can.
Apakah?
Russ pushes up, gets denied. Spike.
Tempat sih harusnya.
Ooh, I don't know.
Sempet gak ya?
Close.
Ini ketutupan air, Cok.
And
Oh, sempet.
barely just
Ketutupan air aja, mana bisa lihat aja itu.
0.95. They somehow managed to grind enough gears.
Halo, Seiren Gakuin.
For that defuse as well for the round win.
Just a second. I mean,
Enggak, soalnya dengernya suaranya doang ya.
funny
Kan udah
contrast
titit gitu ya, dipikir kagak kesampaian.
Global Esports played post plant in this round. It's exactly how Bleed Esports would have played it, just a year ago or two. Especially on a map like Bind, the post plant lineups. You got the nano swarms, you got the fragment. It just burns down so much. But that said, even with a Viper's Pit up, Bleed at the very least, because they play so far back, they were able to play around at the timings like I mentioned, and then get some frags in. Right? That's what they really need. Softening up those defenses
Sorry guys.
as soon as the spike goes down. Now, Global wants to change up the plan. Yay is positioned for this.
Kenapa begini anjir?
He
Bentar.
delivers.
Blaze King can use his... Oh, no! Yay!
Oh, sorry. Ini gua
Man got the opportunity
tiba-tiba
to do so,
monitornya
but
aneh
he missed the
sendiri
shot.
anjir.
And now he might be forced back here, and
There are no words.
That was a big mishap.
There are no words.
Kenapa tiba-tiba chat
It is
tiba-tiba?
what it is. We keep going
Iya,
forward.
semua anjir.
Global
Ada apa
esports
tadi?
have been doing such a good
Gue tadi
job.
ngurusin monitor.
Whether it's bits of time
Kenapa,
or
Ye?
just the sudden peaks out. They're able to react so quickly to take him down. But guess what? Crazy
kok
guy
lagi
comes
sih?
back in with the Guardian play.
Apaan sih?
Spike not down yet, but
Bentar,
surely soon
bentar,
enough.
bentar.
And Bleed are trying to wrap back in around this, make them feel uncomfortable.
Turn the tide activated here from
Bentar ya,
Durian,
bentar ya.
forcing him into the embracing hands of Crazy Guy. He's been good on the Guardian for 2, but he can't convert it into the 3rd. Reckoning denies just a lot of this one.
Sorry.
Durian is so close to the rest of them, but they haven't planted anything just
Technical
yet.
issue. Gua yang
The rest of
technical
the
issue.
bullets, But Russ is there to back up his teammate and Egoist.
Udah,
He's
harusnya aman,
into
udah.
3 versus 1. He can get close. He might be able to find Russ and Member here, but he cannot convert. And Global Esports once
Pause.
again
Udah. Aman.
find the
Tidak
opening,
perlu
not
sampai
just on
pause.
A, but on B.
Ini apa-apaan ini G7 Blade 3 ini gimana, Cok?
It's just,
Yay-nya bot prank.
it's really, I really want to like keep believing in
Yay
this
nge-throw.
hype
L
train,
nge-throw kah?
but at some point, you know, I'm gonna let the devs talk about it. Meanwhile, let's talk about what's good, right? Because Global Esports, with the way that they're pushing in like this,
Seneng banget.
yes, Crazy Guy got some
Dustin
couple of
seneng
good
banget.
shots in, but then they
Balas
immediately
dendam sama Ye dia.
recover off of it. Blaze King coming back in, always good for the trades, always good to clean things up with the rest of the crew.
You're absolutely right.
Bentar, mumpung
As
ini.
long as
Bentar ya.
Global Esports is in a position where they're so quick to realize whether it's a good play to follow up on or not, Bleed cannot make these many mistakes, right? And Ye got 2 crucial mistakes laid out in front of Global. First one was, of course, the whiff that we saw on Polvi, and the second one was just
Bentar nih juga masuk sini bentar.
giving up the tailwind to reposition quickly enough to get back into, better cover. Sure, you're gonna lose your map control, but at least you still have your life to try to retake the site with the rest of Bleed. So, again, Global realizing this and challenging that is working for the South Asian team.
It's working out so well, Asarai. Global Esports.
Ngopi
won
dulu,
the
Sir.
game.
Monggo.
First of all, winning both pistols from the previous map. Now coming up huge in such a fashion. They started off this first half maybe losing the pistol, but as soon as they came in with that force buy, breaking and wrecking Bleed's
Bleed
economy,
literally
they finished
berdarah.
this momentum, and they are
Ini
not
kalau
being
kata
slowed down.
Batman,
So far, the
"Do you
default
bleed?"
towards the start has been to take things slow and easy.
Yang dia ngomong ke
but off the
Superman itu
timeout,
loh.
They want to let it rip. Oh!
Crazy Guy's letting
Crazy
it rip,
Guy.
though. He's letting his presence known. It's a bait and switch play between him and Ye. That was a huge one. They realized that Crazy
Alamin,
Guy
aku telat, iya telat.
is consistent as ever.
Pajak
All of
telat.
these mishaps that Bleed that put themselves in.
Hey Ramzi, welcome to the membership. Thank you udah join member, Ramzi.
Numbers of Global Esports is a huge
Dipakai
benefit
emojinya biar
here
abu-abu
for
yang
Bleed.
lain iri.
The rest of Bleed, or excuse me, Global.
RRQ kapan main lagi? Lusa seingat gua.
I don't know if these movements are felt. Egoist is definitely in position, now deciding to really kind of reinforce the mid ground. Although it's not really been a lane that Global has explored before.
Dukung siapa bang? Dukung Pepper X.
Spots the shoulder, goes in for the spray, tries to reload. But it's a quick trade. Now B site might be open unless Scary can turn things around.
Did Blaze King already gave away his position on yellow? Well, regardless, Scary's pretty much aware of what could happen here right in front of him.
Anjir, ini bakal profile picture-nya.
Quick work of Blaze
Bukannya
King.
Winda Basudari dipotong anjir. What the heck, man?
Back to strike. 4-7
in the half.
For 1 round off of plays from, Egoist, Darian, Crazy Guy. 4-7.
Lihat kok begini.
Last round of
Yeah,
the
exactly.
first half.
Kenapa ya?
He's still on that operator.
Look at that. I love the bait and switch, man. Crazy Guy is always that person to make that happen.
Apa chemistry-nya belum terbentuk kah?
I got 2.
That he did. Man is a mathematician. More than that, he's a crazy good Valorant player.
Itu kalah keluar atau pulang? Ini udah pulang ya.
Alright, let's see what happens here. Null Command's been activated already. There's the utilization of the
Anjir,
Null Command.
Y-nya nggak di service nggak sih? Sebenarnya.
as he only gets the shutdown on the one. Lightning fast in the rest of Global Esports as they just
Sendirian di depan gitu aja.
After kill leaves Scary to his devices.
Anjir, begitu aja coy. Kalau saya begitu aja.
Just too quick for him
Mau apa?
to deal, leaving us with a 4-8 as we end the first half.
Quick pushes again. I mean, same thing from Global Esports. Earlier on, it kind of got halted because of Crazy Guy and maybe a bit of luck,
Dari tadi gitu mulu, iya.
and knowing how to fake them out.
Gak ada backupnya, kayak itu deh masalahnya. Ya kan mainnya ini ya agresif pick banget ya. Udah gitu repick mulu gitu. Nah kalau nggak kena, nggak ada covernya belakangnya tuh. Kayak tadi tuh. Dapat satu dia munggungin musuh yang ada.
And then everything else flowing through. The rest of the squad from Bleed, they just weren't really quite in position to gun them down. They tried to go in for some of these fights, but then just ultimately lost out in full. Global Esports, this execute.
Y-nya nggak pernah dikasih umpan lambung, anjay. Tidak pernah di-assist.
Just the next level.
Yeah, sorry, I saw Povey,
Welcome to Pacific, yay.
But yeah, you're absolutely
Welcome to
right.
Pacific.
It just feels like Bleed, they put themselves in a position where it could work if they didn't have such a cold hand in this second map, right? There are positions or situations where you saw that Ye could have gotten so much impact, but just fell short of. And it's always
Langsung ke match T1.
some of these crucial rounds is just that.
Kita lihat saja dari pistol dulu nih.
Falling short of. And fortunately for Bleed here, that means that Global picks up a 4-round advantage over them.
Mindo, ya RRQ.
And now, feeling this.
Padahal udah sering dikasih tahu deh perasaan RRQ tim Indonya.
And this 2-0 moving forward in kickoffs. Whereas Bleed, dude, this is not how you want to start. Elimination matches right here. Who wants it more?
Well, Povey seems to say I do with that first pick on Crazy Guy. Trade for trade though, but Ye is down to 45. Still trapped for Global here on B Long between Russ and
Kenapa Boom gak dapat franchise?
It seems like Bleed
Ya mungkin
only cut a little bit of that noise.
kalah kalah yang overnya sama RRQ.
Global Esports holding their position. Russ.
Amin kalau masalah besar-besaran ya kita nggak bisa bohong men. RRQ terbesar di Indo men.
Oh my god, lightning fast. Does get the trade off down to 4 bullets.
Angka berbicara gitu loh.
Immediately dealt with by the rest of Bleed. Bleed now. Slowly creeping up onto the B side. One playing at the back of things. Benkai swings out. Fortunately, everybody's just too quick. Blaze King does get the trade. Does he know about the late lurk here from Egoist on mid? That recon dart will expose.
Oke, dapat impor di mid ada. Panah dulu Legolasku. Memanah.
And I just heard it very, very loud nice from one of the players of Bleed.
Tapi gimana ya? Tapi Riot memilih organisasi emang yang harus udah makmur banget gitu loh. Karena bayangin aja lu udah dipilih franchise di tengah jalan kalau bangkrut piye? Jadi mereka emang cari yang udah stabil gitu loh. Jadi gue cukup paham kenapa RRQ yang dipilih. Apalagi bayangin mereka harus keluar duitnya banyak loh. Mereka harus bikin GH di Korea loh. Harus berangkatin player, asisten, coach segala macam ke Korea. Ngidupin mereka ke Korea. Makan kan dari mereka juga. Dibayarin juga sama tim. Banyak men pengeluarannya. Harus stabil. Organisasi yang ngurusin ya.
Undetected rotation that Global can do right now is either push out of tube, go underneath orange, but even then, right, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
This is such an interesting strat though. 3 down tube. They've got Ben.
Kenapa harus di Korea? Ya karena Pacific League-nya di sini di Korea. Ini kan pertandingan di Korea ini. Venue-nya. Jadi semuanya di Korea juga GH-nya. Semua tim ke Korea. GH.
How much damage did he tag the rest of the flankers? A fair amount, so they will be able to clear up a weapon, and they go the other direction. I love.
Semua region gitu kok, dikumpulin di satu tempat gitu kok.
Expect this on B main. Let's just push on orange. We'll use the body system. It's not us as buddies. It's us using you as a body shield as they push up into the side as a 4-man. Look at this. They're just going to waterfall to the side. I love the idea. But of course, Bleed, all they got to do is set their crosshairs to eliminate. And boy, will they. Russ down to 4. I mean, if you could keep them inside this event horizon radius, this could be a good thrifty round for Global as the rest of Bleed are just running for dear life, who will die. Yay, so I feel like that's still a win here for Global in a way.
Take some guns away from them, right? I mean,
I like to play, it's so good.
Bangkai kenapa namanya Pacific? Kenapa nggak Asia? Awalnya apa? Tapi kayaknya masuk gara-gara Jepang sama Korea masuk juga sih kayaknya. Makanya Pacific doang. Bagaimana ya? Gue lupa deh kemarin.
But as reality sets back in, next round, you've lost 3 guns. You can't really do all too much in this one. Polvi now on the operator.
Awalnya juga apak ngomongnya kan.
No armor whatsoever though, so full on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed if Polvi dies, or Global gets to hold on to it and make some damage happen on another day.
Durian is sitting on a reckoning, by the way. Ah, yes, there it is. As soon as I mention it, activates it straight up. Are they going to push through this,
Pacific
though? I mean, yeah, they can get those stuns working for them, but how well can they trade? Pretty damn well, actually, here.
Ospek dulu. Ye di ospek di Pacific.
Holding on, and he will be able to shut down Ye. 2 versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making it a very good case right now that Bleed's bonus is pretty damn successful. The swing out, the trade in.
Info udah masuk, info udah masuk.
Benkai in a 1 versus 1. Can the former Paper X player
Wah.
Unfortunately not, as Durian clutches for the
5 HP.
and Bleed are inching their
Apakah
lead even
tersusul?
closer to Global.
Definitely felt like it was Benkai's kill to have, but Darian, in such a dire situation, still able to put himself up on top.
Sekali nggak punya skin. Ya bukan urusan saya. Mana saya tahu dia punya skin apa enggak? Lagian dia pakai akun turnamen, sebenarnya semua skin kebuka. Kalau beliau memilih untuk tidak pakai skin ya sudah lah ya.
And you also, go back on the point where you have Polvi with that glass cannon. Expensive rounds. So that's really going to merit the hard save here from Global. Maybe just a couple of flashes, couple of those shock darts, but other than that, it's all classics all the time. Ye puts himself up.
Wah, apakah Ye menyala akhirnya?
Does get the pick onto Russ here.
Yo.
And they're just going into his
Dia menyala. Oh.
He does take a bit of damage, but that's just a pistol man.
Apa ini? Apa-apaan ini?
Actually goes almost takedown. But Bleed's been pretty clean these past couple of rounds, and it's all down to Polvi now.
Udah mati sama Spike aja ini udah.
Very far from the situation.
I just gotta play his Game Boy.
Gak beli sama sekali. Iko nggak ada duitnya. Mereka Iko buat next round belinya.
It's his Radiant Boy.
Radiant Boy. There we go.
Yeah.
Totally forgot.
Copyright infringement.
Yes. I mean, at the very least, still want to go for that round loss bonus. But on the other hand, now he's starting to open things
At least he try. At least he try.
Starting to look a little bit better for Bleed as they tie.
Siapa tahu kan udah kabur semua nih orang-orangnya nih.
Global Esports are stumped. Ever since, the second half happened.
Semuanya sertan kalau udah akun pertandingan mah.
And now we're equalized up. And I do like this for Ye.
I mean, lu lihat aja bahkan Benkai pakai itu apa tadi pakai Iron Gun Body.
That he started to get his groove back. And that is so important right now for Bleed because again, they put him on the duel list knowing what he could do. And if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, starting to feel it a little bit more. But again, 8-8. And now the time.
Kenapa Challengers Indo dimundurin jadwalnya nggak tahu. Bukan panitia gua.
The defenses on this site, I mean, or in this map at the very least, is
nggak tahu semuanya, bro.
Static, a little bit more difficult. Especially when you have so many elevated positions, right?
Tanya IO-nya lah, jangan gua. Gua bukan IO.
How to make use of some of these spots. the rest of Bleed Esports following in on it. So Global
Iwan jam berapa? Ya selesainya ini.
So far we've seen,
Gak bisa ngomong
some
jam berapa.
interesting ideas, especially on the pistol. Maybe they'll start to explore other parts of the map. Maybe set up some flanks around mid and whatnot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Polvi hasn't been in that initial contact against Bleed in the second half for the most part, right? The time that he bought...
Dia mulai nyusul sih ini sebagai attacker nih.
I mean, there was a point where he was on A, but that was just a hard save for Global, so I think that doesn't count. But anything else when they had rifles...
Kayak RB XDRX pindah ke tim mana? Tim Cina, tapi gue lupa nama timnya apa.
First contact, and that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower for Global has...
Gue belum ingat, gue belum seberapa ingat sama tim Cina soalnya. Baru-baru kan soalnya. Langsung 11 tim lagi. Bayangin aja, belum ingat gue.
Really take things
Gue cuman ingat timnya Delby di All Gamers.
Again, not wanting to make any mistakes so far. The lead is something that they want to keep for the side of Global Esports.
Is that going to do enough damage to stop him from planting? It does not. Crazy guy, successful with it. This is going to be a full-blown retake.
Ya makanya
fast.
Apa doakan map 2 aja selesai ini. Walaupun tiba-tiba Blade-nya lumayan gigit nih pas attacker nih kayaknya nih. Lumayan.
The onslaught of Global Esports, but here comes lightning fast and crazy guy made the mistake on the jump spot.
Bisa menang nih.
It's already half.
Oh, banyak line up nih, kayaknya banyak molly-mollian.
Post plant throws. I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Egoist can get it. Yes. Oh my god, that's actually absolutely phenomenal.
Harus stick. Oh, nggak bakal itu. Oh my god.
Unbelievable.
Him and the efforts of Egoist, man.
How does he have so many lives?
Kesal banget anjir.
It's awesome in the sense that like it wins Bleed the round, but it's always like a little bit annoying to watch. Because it's just a snake fight that wins in the round. I mean,
Blade menyusul guys.
Sound strats from Bleed
belum kalah sebagai attacker. Ini defendernya gimana nih, Ge?
Always up and at the ready.
Pertahanannya di mana?
Time away from Bleed. I mean, from Global Esports. So both teams are kind of doing the same thing.
Berarti masalahnya kalau mereka main line up berarti kan harus main control ya, jangan ngasih plan ya.
Snake fight. As we move on into the next, it's gonna be Ye. It's trying to open
coba di fight sih harusnya. Atau delay plannya selama mungkin. Tapi tiba-tiba terplan begitu saja. Wingman bukan, ngeplan lancar. Kok bisa?
Big flank coming in from Polvi
here. Polvi adalah kunci.
No utilities activated just yet. Here comes the flank. There's the use of Hunter's Fury from the other side to break down.
Sama Hunter's Fury kayak itu.
Once this wall drops down, all hell will break loose. And who will come out on top? It's actually going to be Global with the defuse.
Gue bahkan kagak sadar sudah di ini anjir. Kagak sadar udah di itu. Udah di
evening things out there
defuse
here in the second half.
War is chaotic, man. I didn't even notice that.
Emang kalian denger udah di defuse?
Global Esports players just managed to sneak in.
Emang kalian denger?
Along with the lockdown, Polvi trying to buy as much time and attention away from the spike
as possible
too, coming off the flank.
Yang kedengeran ultinya Sova.
Was enough for Global Esports to sneak around back.
Replay, so we can see who actually just defused it. Because I was also just looking at the fight first.
Iya, replaynya aja gak keluar anjir.
A whole lot chaotic, man. Anyways,
pengalihan isu. Iya.
I'm sure we've mentioned this, but
kalian sadar itu?
Global Esports, they almost got the whole enchilada. By that I mean 4 ultimates in their pockets. Very strong to think about it, because if Egoist uses his lockdown, Hunter's Fury from Blaze King is there to respond, just to break it down. It's always going to be a good thing, because you don't want any extra space-giving abilities to be used by him.
Anjay, lawan G aja kalah mau lawan RRQ, anjay.
At the very least, I mean, back thinking about
sebuah statement itu. Bold statement.
Lockdown.
Wah.
Just as you said.
But at what cost, man? Look at the kills.
Lockdownnya tidak kena.
Sure, they can try to break.
Oh, tapi kena egois. Egoisnya kena.
But Bleed, they've got the other direction. Hello, B-side we go.
Trying to use that lockdown to distract them and bait the rotations over, the Hunter's Fury as well. And as the Sova stays stuck in that animation, Yeah, the rest
Kenapa
of Bleed
KJ
is
meta di
still
Xbox?
equal
Mungkin
squad.
gue nggak tahu ya. Mungkin karena
Polvy's coming in.
trapnya kan
He's
ada
using
2
that
dan
drone.
langsung ngasih info. Sedangkan kalau Cypher kan trapnya baru bisa ngasih info kalau lu kena gitu loh.
But it does absolutely
Atau dihancurin.
firepower alongside
Sedangkan KJ kan alarm botnya langsung ngasih ngedetect. Terus turretnya juga jarak jauh bisa ngedetect musuh juga. Xbox kan lumayan besar ya.
Very sure of the place.
Kayaknya gara-gara itu deh.
10 to 9. They break
Terus
through.
ultinya juga cukup impactful di sini. Ultinya Killjoy.
That means the game is not yet over.
Ya turretnya kan ujung ke ujung
Some of these
betul.
ultimates were
Selama
spent
kelihatan.
thanks to Egoist's one lockdown.
Jadi info masuk gitu loh.
What a game this has been.
So, I mean, back into it, it's just going to be Bleed continuing.
Tetap Viper Xbox enggak deh.
around the map.
Viper lebih ke arah all map.
Some of these hits
All
on
map
towards the
Viper.
A side, and if they do get
No
the spike
no
down,
Viper, no
there
party.
are those post-plant lineups. Same thing can be said for B site. So Global Esports, we had the one timeout from Coach Spin before. Now, what are you thinking about next? Like, how do you put a thorn in the sides of Bleed?
Very close.
Yuk, dapat satu.
For A main, just making sure that they can spot out pipe here, get that control. How far will Pulvy actually push on B long with this operator? He does have
Anjir.
Benkai right
Wah,
beside
ada
him.
gila-gila ya nih
The
kalau.
risk here
Udah tahan situ aja.
exorbitant. They're doubled
Oh my
up.
god, oh my god. Ih,
Yikes! Benkai hasn't been spotted yet, so he can
Kenapa
maybe
nggak mau
wrap around.
sabar dikit sih?
But no, the turret can actually spot him if he comes around the corner here. If he pushes the same
Permainan
angle that Pulvy
kesabaran,
did,
coy,
there's
itu,
still
Jo.
two players of Bleed coming in, and I don't
Majunya
even know how
maju
Bleed
banget tuh
just
OP ya.
second guesses someone's gonna push them up, and they get that trade for free. There's more trades happening here on A main, and
Nya dapat 2 lagi.
Even those 2 kills, leaving Benkai and Blaze King by themselves for the moment.
Wah,
Because both teams are
Sulit.
it's kinda like the wave and the moon.
Blaze King
They're
dapat 4
pushing
yuk,
and
dapat
pulling
4 yuk.
with gravity.
Wah, ada
Blaze
gila-gila
King
ya.
trying to play off of some of these timings.
Kagak bisa.
It's not quite gonna be enough. Always trying to get a good read for some of these rotations. but
Udah saving OP ini.
without, really confirming the
Saving
information.
OP itu pun sisanya kagak bisa beli nextnya.
It's always
Iko.
thinking like, all right, we saw a little bit of
Ini
presence
Bleed
towards B.
ekonominya udah terbentuk, kalah beberapa
Maybe I
kali pun
can
masih
push
bisa
down
beli juga.
onto pipes. If I do, Ye is there, and it just goes back and forth.
They got money.
Dicari, OP-nya dicari, coy.
Guy down. They don't want this operator getting value. They spot the alarm bot being brought down. Now they work their magic. One in the front, one in the back. That's going to take away the operator's hands from Benkai and ultimately away from Pulvy.
Tumpeh duitnya Bleed. Iya, udah tumpeh itu.
Turn on his head, Quack.
Udah maksimum semua.
Global Esports had such a dominant
Maximum
second half,
economy.
first half, excuse me. And then we get something like this.
Yeah, starting to put Bleed back up on top.
Iya, bayangin aja, itu aja tadi VOP-nya ditungguin pakai totem pick anjir. Berarti kan dibaca ya.
See?
Ini orang suka maju-maju nih.
That's the calls.
Tungguin
man.
aja.
GL figuring things out.
I talked about the rotations. They just sit still, and then just kind of sometimes it happens. Earlier on, it was Bleed with some of these executes towards sites, and then they managed to break
Bang, kers 8-4. Alah, lu mau nanti mau 10-2, kers 10-2, pokoknya apa
if they do, they get punished for it. And now,
angka
just
first
early
half
the
semuanya
timeout
dijadiin kers anjir.
potentially save them from something.
5-7.
Because if you are to push, you're gonna need a lot more team effort. You're gonna need some of that execution, and perhaps Coach Spin might have spotted something out.
Well, he needs to spot something out. I mean, win or lose, they still will
Kalau
get
duelis cukup satu
that
aja ya
map
per
three.
competition. Bahkan tadi ada yang kagak duelis bahkan.
This has been a
Apex kan bahkan tadi kagak main
grueling
duelis
both teams.
di Sunset.
Timeout called
Dan
into
menang.
just the upgraded pistols for Global as well. Wolfie does have those
Saatnya
legs.
meta duelis. Di turnamen sih bisa ya, di public nggak mungkin anjing.
This is gonna be an odd round to say the least.
Fair enough.
Take flight.
Relegated to Bleed, they will pick up that map point.
Menangnya lumayan jauh lagi. Itu sebenarnya salah satu bisa jauh gitu, mau tau kenapa? Karena meteornya turu anjir.
But I mean, this is like a
Pas
second
meteor
round
sama
making excuses
teksturnya
as well, right? So
gacor kan, lu lihat aja map 1-2 tuh.
yeah, how did he deal with the bleed that
Itu untung aja tuh map 3 meteornya
possibly could go
turu.
into map point? Big flash at the back of the site. Yay just backs away.
Quick little flash, crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman.
Wah.
And Polby
Kayak mati banget sih
a
itu.
couple of kills. If he can reset the blades, that's gonna be huge. Spike has been denied the plant. Drops right down into the side, doubles up with his teammates. They're a little bit too much constricted here, but Polby finds it once again. The
Bisa
big
yuk.
superstar brings it all the way back.
Tiba-tiba Ye yang menyala, bro.
83K.
Bro, Ye mendengarkan kita, bro.
I gotta see it from Ye's
Tiba-tiba. Dikasih paham kita semua.
Transfer? Was it taps? Whatever it was, he got all those 3 kills. And while Global Esports, with their setup, with Polby's knives almost turning things around for Global Esports, Ye shuts all of it down and lined up for him.
Langsung dibungkam coy, kita dibungkam anjir.
Imported.
Caster-casternya dibungkam itu.
Showing us
Udah gak bisa ngomong apa L apa tadi. Bahkan sudah kagak L Diablo lagi tadi ngomongnya kan. Hermano. Udah kagak ada lagi tuh gitu-gitu.
Polvy's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact. Couple of players of Bleed already right in front for the picking. Fortunately, he whiffs that first shot. He's gonna go for a second chance. You've heard Crazy Guy a while ago. He's like,
Postingan yokai berpengaruh besar. Ya ketahuan udah, nggak bisa, lu nggak bisa nge-pick sini.
Polby might be forced to back away now.
Yeah, nothing doing for the time being. It got Bleed a little bit of presence made, a little bit of space, and off of that, positioning. Now the Reckoning able to push off any Global Esports players.
Kupingnya Ye panas. Anjir.
Nightbot blocks up a lot as well, but Blaze King, good spring this time.
You got it.
I mean, his opponent just popped a couple of shots through the smoke. Blaze King, a massive
Jajannya juga low. Winnable banget.
Bringing up back the pain to the
Ini bisa diulti sama Rush biar kagak ada line up gaming juga.
It's a huge fragment though. Here comes Russ activating the null command already. Ye's gotta have to get a couple of
Kayak bunuh Ye gak tuh?
or else it's just gonna be all for naught. Evo's gonna be doing his
Dari semua orang lagi dan lagi. Itulah kenapa jangan ketergantungan sama line up. Itulah hukumnya terlalu ketergantungan sama line up ya guys ya.
Yeah, just rushing in to get that spike deep.
Agak tahu tuh
Very interesting.
mendaratnya kapan tuh line up.
The null command was expended for that retake as well, so you gotta think. Although it is a few more rounds left, and the Reckoning was used, you've got Ye.
Enggak tuh lihat tuh. Ada itu ya.
A couple more bits of utility on the side of Bleed Esports. Global Esports has
Apa toxic snakebite-nya ada, snakebite-nya ada.
right now. Egoist with that lockdown. Okay, there it is, picked up.
Ye's alone on A main.
Yeah, just to hold the position if anyone pushes over. Egoist wants to go up front close enough around pipes to set that lockdown in. And then we'll have the A set. Then it's going to be a retake / numbers game. Unless
Masalahnya Molly Fiber tuh gak keras. Iya.
really fend them off.
Itu masalahnya. Emang balancingnya kayak gitu aja.
0 point.
Dia Molly paling lemah. Tapi semua skillnya nurunin darat semua tuh. Hancur lagi. Nice banget itu. Gua masih lebih rela kayak yang ngancurin lockdownnya daripada granatnya Raze. Tapi kalau granatnya Raze gratis babi. Katamu 9 ultimate orb dihancurin ability gratis anjir.
Anchoring, hoping, praying that he can maybe get something before, or rather as he waits for Benkai to come in for the play.
Let's go.
Benkai comes up huge. 1 versus 1.
Kelankai, Benkai, yokai, Kelankai.
Benkai's down to 10. Scary. All he needs is 1 bullet, a hair, a whiff, and that might be it. No, take away. And Scary gets it.
Memalukan Kelankai.
But it is denied. And Bleed push us into map number 3.
Map 3 anjing. Aku mau nonton T1 weh. Babi lah. Malah map 3 dia. Kocak lu.
What a performance, both sides.
Decider mapnya di mana? Aduh, di mana ya tadi ya? Split kalau nggak salah, split. Gimana sih kayak kenapa jadi salah gua anjing? Oke, makan dan minum. Iya, gue ada roti kok, aman. Tadi udah minum kopi lagi juga. Udah 2 kopi hari ini gue. Lama-lama ini kan, iya anjir, ini jam 7 lagi. Kalau saya bisa jam berapa anjir ini? Belum lagi T1 sama Zeta nanti. Bisa jam 11, jam 12 ini selesainya ini. Yang investasi bodong atau kagak nih? Tadi sih pas defender banyak Y-nya ya, tapi pas attacking, ngeri sih. Kayaknya kalau defender tuh ya itu kurang di backup aja sih pas defender. Bentar, tadi komik gua mana komik gua? Bentar. Udah dulu, bentar gua ini dulu. PP semua match, iya, that's the plan, itu rencananya. Minkai mau lihat Chamberlass sama Escurate, iya kalau dipakai ya. Tapi T1 pun kan pakai Chamber pun kan Escurate-nya pas di Lotus doang ya. Ya kan kalau di Breeze pakai Harbor. Chamber-nya benar-benar cuma di Lotus. Perbanyak air putihnya mulai dari sekarang. Oke, aman. Antara Y-nya yang gacor atau pas defendingnya GE-nya banyak Y-nya anjir. Yang termasuk Volpi nge-push banget tadi tuh loh. Itu salah satunya tuh. Sabar dikit nape. Bang, map paling susah buat retake apa? Apa ya? Lotus maybe? Kayaknya kalau menurut gue Lotus sih kalau menurut gue. Press kapan lagi? Tanggal 24. Dia langsung play off soalnya. Bang, buat guide pemula apa ini? Ntar gue sambil makan roti ya. Mumpung lagi break. Ya ampun, Discord di sini. WP apaan? Anjir, ada yang kagak tahu WP. Kalian tahu kan WP apaan? Tanya Crunchyroll. Udah dari kemarin itu Crunchyroll. Bukan. WP yang satunya lagi. WP yang satunya lagi. Gak tahu sih, well played. Ada juga sih. Itu gua bang, oh, oke. Min Kai kalau punya anak namanya siapa Min? Kok yakin gua pengen punya anak? Gak tahu ah. Ngapain dipikirin sekarang? Ya, Pri Kamin. Ya nggak bisa ngomong sekarang sih, kan gue belum nikah ya. Nggak bisa ngomong sekarang anjir. Gue pengen comeback bang, ada free wish-nya nggak? Maksudnya gimana tuh? Free wish apaan? Gacha, hah? Ini comeback apaan? Ada free wish anjir. Genshin, oh my god. Mana gua tahu, gua aja sudah kagak pernah nyentuh lagi anjir. Dan tidak berencana juga untuk menyentuh lagi Genshin. Minkai main Genshin dulu banget, pas awal-awal rilis doang. Itu lagi rajin-rajinnya tuh gua main Genshin tuh. Tapi setelah gacha nggak dikasih apa-apa, langsung uninstall. Kecewa. Itu gua anime kulus. Yang kulus-kulus itu bahkan udah hampir lengkap semua itu. Tinggal 1-2 doang. Segacor itu gua dulu nge-grindingnya. Gua explore semua tuh mapnya. Tapi gacanya babi. Guling. Min Kai VCT Amerika jagoin siapa Min? Realistisnya Leviathan, opiumnya Sentinel. ada dua tipe hopium sama tipe realistis. Oke, udah agent pick tiba-tiba. Split. Yay, pakai Viper lagi. Apakah pertanda buruk untuk Bleed? Hanya dua inisiator coy. Global 2 inisiator, Gecko dan Burich.
I mean, it didn't look like, again, that he was comfortable on that role, right? We're gonna see, again, as you mentioned, Will, a second chance for Ye here, especially now that he's woken up and hit that snooze button, or hit that stop button on his alarm. So we'll pass it on over to your casters, Azurai and Quack.
Do or die.
Yes, this is do or die. Karena yang kalah pulang ya guys ya. Langsung skrim lagi di GH. Dukung siapa di match ini, gak peduli gue siapapun yang menang. Gue pengen nonton T1.
mean, the desk was talking about Ye having woken up. Has
Siapapun boleh deh, menang deh ini deh.
hit that snooze button. Or,
Giveaway dah, giveaway dah,
what's gonna
menangnya
happen
boleh.
Next, there are players trying to keep the spirits up. But at the
Gekko
same
pikirannya
time,
naik ya setelah
they're
Sky nerf.
silent
Ya,
in the
Gekkonya juga
stadium
udah
right
di
now as they
buff
feel
juga
the
kan, makanya
tension of the elimination
jadi
match
lebih
coming
banyak
for
dipakai.
Globally. Global Esports, they want to break open the site.
Iya.
With this
Gen.G-nya ciuman.
completely misses him. Both the contact on Polvi as well as that boombot, interestingly enough. Rest of Global now pushing up
Benkainya dapat.
into ropes.
Nah.
Oh my god, where did that come from?
What?
He just Goomba stopped.
What is happening?
Global Esports opening pack
Yo!
Egoist has been such a crucial factor right now.
Oh my god.
Blaze King
Frenzy supremasi coy.
the wingman to plant all the way from heaven. Total baller.
Frenzy
If he wins that
supremasi.
fight, if the wingman could have planted it, lightning fast was still coming in from mid, so there was layers upon layers that Scary had
Cepat
to try
coy.
to deal.
Cepat
switching up
itu.
in terms of
Pistol cepat
pace,
itu.
right? Global Esports just go right in and starting things off with Polvi, Benkai, with a
Nih,
little bit of support.
Nah, itu, Ras dapat aja tuh.
It is the same thing of playing in terms of rhythm. Bleed, oftentimes just
Let's
trying to
go.
take it slow, trying to be
Posinyum.
methodical about it, but they're not quite expecting such movements from Russ, for example.
Mereka harus dapetin banyak di attacker dulu nih.
Is that team that I feel
Yeah.
like embodies ripping off the band-aid.
Dapetin attacker banyak, defend,
You want to take this nice
mempermudah
and
hidup.
slow? No. Go in, just hammer it down onto the side, which they will definitely do. And Benkai and Russ commands authority here on that A site, leaving
180 no-scope. Heh, pistol mana ada yang
deal with this post
kop juga.
with just the pistols. If they can maybe get themselves
No-scope
an
semua
advanced
itu
angle
pistol.
here, that could be something, but Global Esports, they got themselves
nice.
a pretty sick amount of crossfires too, but not even that could really, stop Blaze King. And he's
Gila.
himself up at 3K,
Pas banget pelurunya
away
habis.
from the thrash.
Dude, Blaze today, this guy has been a bit of a sleeper. I mean, sleeper agent to speak. In the first game, playing on that fade, we didn't really talk about him too much because those were just a lot of kills where he cleaned up a lot. Maybe a bit of utility coming through. But
Kalau
then
GE farming banyak poin di
back onto the
attacker,
third map, he shows up again.
advantage banget tau.
I thought that maybe he would have at least dropped like a right click or two, but the movement somehow just favors him.
Seperti yang kita tahu kan, Split kan sangat defender sided banget ya, soalnya ya.
Looking to prioritize the contact once again. Very aggressive use on the fault line too.
Gila itu.
Already gonna push through this.
Wih, kabelnya. Lupa ada kabel.
Shooting gallery at its finest. Lightning fast alone. Spike dropped at A main, so
Tapi ambil 1-2 lah setidaknya. Jangan semuanya masih hidup gini.
Either way,
choose your ladder. Yeah.
Either way, it's not something that's gonna be easy to stomach. And I guess it really just comes down to.
Tapi kayaknya tuh tadi talinya trapwire-nya cukup tinggi ya kayaknya ya. Emang buat race itu. Biar nggak kena wingman juga kayaknya ya. Lihat dong, tinggi nggak tuh? Lumayan tinggi tuh tadi gue lihat tuh.
The toxic screen up from Scary. I mean, yeah, excuse me. It really just crumbles the entire push.
Wow, good coin.
I mean, at least right now, right? They were just trying to do a
Sekarang Cyphernya di B.
bonus round of theirs because they got something in store for us coming here. As I mentioned, Blaze King does have his thrash available, exactly that. So he's just using the wingman first,
Wingman-nya langsung dipakai
Get
aja.
that contact on Mail, and now start doing things. Yay. He is so close from this contact. He realizes this, but that fault line is perfectly placed to catch him off. Thankfully enough, teammate Egoist.
Oke, Cyphernya udah ketahuan harusnya posisinya.
You're perfectly fine with me.
Pings out the Thrasher orb as well. So the rest of the squad is fully aware of what might happen next. Unfortunately, the response not quite as
Wah, Blaze King-nya kecuali duluan.
Egoist only able to pick up one.
Where did that TP come from? Or where did that TP go? Lightning fast on top of the box, gets the trade, 2 versus 3. Russ gonna be planting down the spike. Benkai holding hell here for the moment as Crazy Guy creeps in ever so slowly. Did he see Benkai actually go around the corner? That's gonna be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not
really given any form of contact here for now.
Okay.
There it is. 1-2. Dashing right
Yeah.
in.
Nice. Nice.
Not quick enough to deal with the two players still available here from Global. That shuts him down.
It just comes down to those protocols. I mean, we saw what happened towards mid. You called it exactly, Asarai. You have the wingman just to soften things up. Get a confirmation.
Bolak-balik aja deh kayak ini. AB kah?
Slowly starts to follow through. You had the dizzy to start things off, and then as they start to swing out, Polvy's there to assist. He unfortunately just couldn't quite hold it back, and they managed to get the side off of it. Egoist fell as well.
And here's the problem too, right? The only defense that they had on
Oh, nggak mau nembusin mid nih.
was
Kayaknya
pure
mau
contact.
nembusin mid lagi.
All the traps from
Malam,
Eagles
Rizky.
was set for
Nggak capek.
B-main
Capek lah.
contact, but it all got bypassed because of their shot at step from lightning fast. So every kind of trap that they placed was very well
Capek ini map 3.
by Global Esports.
Straight up. Now, same thing. We get mid control. We get some more options. CH
Oh, Poppy-nya udah kecip lagi.
Spray through, but nothing doing. Crazy guy.
Ini namanya dedikasi. Ini namanya passion.
But like, who gets who first? That's the question on that rope contact, if ever there was any rope contact. Polvy straight up marching his way here on B Heaven. He's got a chance to peek this, but he's not gonna do that just yet.
Kelihatan.
He just charges
Iya.
the smoke, and Polvy's
Dipikir kena
thank you very
belanya
much.
Omen.
That
I know exactly.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
To combat that. 1-for-1 trade though. Crazy Guy does find another. But with all of these neural theft activations,
Waduh.
it could actually
Wah, ada
return
carry yang ganggu.
Russ just backs away as they realize where they are. That's Global Esports running it all the way through the ace.
Nanti next match mau restream dulu atau lanjut? Kayaknya nggak perlu restream deh. Harusnya ya.
Rotation's over. Darian with the rocket.
Hey,
Polvy!
That's why he got picked up. He gets those moments.
Acel ya di cancel anjir.
The big connection of ability is there to shut
Dap
you
ulti
down.
lagi.
He just
Delaynya lama nih.
raw talent, raw firepower. You know, he's the one with the showstopper. That's going to deny some pushes for a good chunk of
Delaynya lama banget itu.
allows the rest of Global Esports to go the other way. They're going to try to clear Heaven. If they're not on Heaven, they're just going to drop down, help out Polvy here.
So there's always that extra assistance. Polvy's
Gak
got
apa-apa.
to get that information for the team.
Yuk, bisa yuk.
Last player
Flex it
standing.
out too.
Di stun dulu gak sih?
And all Russ has to do is hold, wait, and play.
Yeah.
He was going to go for the full defuse. Global Esports have total control of their attacking side.
It's always such a goddamn good feeling, man. Like Polvy, like if you have that.
Itu Polvy impactful sih.
Your hand, your
Bunuh
arm
bunuh
your mouse
Darionnya
becomes an
impactful banget
extension
anjir.
of your arm. That's what I want to say.
Itu kalau Darionnya nggak mati, mungkin kalah G.
Of the POV replays.
There it is.
What the heck?
Just
Nembaknya gitu lagi.
And then although Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast packs, Polvy's still getting the shot early on. And then
Dia kaget juga tuh kayaknya. Nggak tahu cowok itu apa cowok tadi cowok. Ngekill aku cowok tapi cowok. Matanya loh. Matanya melotot cowok.
A momentous lead in
Nggak tahu tuh apa tuh tadi.
4-1.
I mean, with those
Tapi melotot sendiri anjir.
plays from Polvy, that's gonna
Bukan J main apa? Main itu Viper lagi.
players here on Bleed, especially Durian, right? That's matching up Polvy against Polvy here. Man is on a mission. Absolutely right. That 1-4 is a definite concern right now for Bleed because there's
Pegang mana? Melihat Ye sepertinya Vipernya belum jalan ya.
already running away with the lead. And you
Kayaknya dia nggak nyaman deh main role lain sebenarnya kalau gua lihat.
look at Icebox and see that they can slowly grind up their way to something, but Bleed doesn't want to be in that position once again. They want to have that.
Jadi
solid
kayaknya gua
defense.
megang GE tetepan tuh lihat. Bahkan dia 0 kill anjir. Gak nyaman menurut gua dia mainnya. Kayak belum menyatu gitu sama agentnya gitu. Belum kalau Subasa tuh belum koco sama belum temenan sama bolanya, Cok.
Great, you know, always talking about this team. You got Ye picked up, you got strong players, you got Darian. They ascended from Ascension, and Crazy Guy says in the interview, like, we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
Of course.
Gila banyak ya yang pakai Kuronami nggak di-upgrade ya.
We're already at like 12-10 or something.
Tapi menurut gue sih animasinya emang bagus-bagus aja sih. Konami no Yaiba nggak di upgrade. Lebih simple, nggak ada efek-efek cahayanya gitu, alay-alay ya.
Polvi has been impressive. Now back into it again, looking for an execute onto the site, but look at how Bleed has to set up. Yes.
Ada 3 orang nih udah nge-stack nih. 5 bahkan 5 nge-stack A udah.
But playing around the
kabur.
stingers and frenzies.
It's a 5 stack on A, dude.
Yeah.
Nice read. Kabur. Feelingnya udah gak enak aja.
Maybe up ramps. I don't know if they'll go through screens.
Oh, I think they realize it too. I mean, even if they don't realize it, they have options to go elsewhere. And since they did leave Blazekick here on mid, they can always have an opportunity to pinch coming into that mid side. And now they're like, something's up.
Precisely. Nothing seen so far. Paranoid just for extra security. Now the site is completely clear.
What a read.
Stick the plant, why not? How can Bleed do damage on the retake?
Nah, ini paling.
I mean, there's still 5 people, so.
Ini Tatum dilihat spike aja udah nih. Tuh lihat.
Someone holding an off angle position
udah ngerumpi di base semua itu. Tuh nungguin ini doang, nungguin bom meledak. Mereka meninggoy di sana. Biar nggak ngasih duit sama ultimate orb.
Assuming they're gonna go for the ladder.
Oh man, then it's like both sides saving fully because Global Esports can run out mid, they can run out garage.
Free point.
Probably that, right?
Free round lah ya.
I mean, fair. You don't want to give any extra kills to global players that have been heating up, especially Blaze King, right?
You don't want to give him another Thrasher.
Exactly.
Russ sitting on the rolling.
Ya, gua pikir meninggoy bareng. Pakai granatnya, Riz.
What's your dying sound? Voice actor Aster Echo.
I don't want to do that.
Wilhelm scream.
Yeah, the Wilhelm scream. Actually. Yes. If you know, you know. Any BL players out there? 1, 2, or 3? Love you guys.
046 harus di highlight gitu kah?
Durian, he's got himself the operator.
046 emang harus sengajain mati. Soalnya kalau lu kagak mati, duit yang lu dapetin nggak sebanyak itu. Kalau lu mati semua, duitnya lebih banyak dapatnya. That's why mereka lebih milih untuk mati karena spike. Beda cerita kalau mereka bawa vandal atau apa gitu untuk dibawa save ke round berikutnya.
Now, and the intentions were kind of sussed out as well. Why else would Polvi be trying to run back down ramp? So that's why the rotations are coming over from Bleed. They're getting a good read on things. And as long as Scary gets the right amount of contact, as long as Benkai doesn't find too much on the A site, Bleed should be able to pick up this round. Of course, it's still really early on, though. Scary backs off, Darren back in his place. Global Esports might be able to, you know, go out along with a Dizzy push.
And they do have the Rolling Thunder, right? So
I don't know. Like it makes sense, but
yeah, you don't want to use it willy-nilly, right?
Masih 40 detik. Hey Raka, welcome back to the membership. Thank you udah jadi member lagi. Dapat. Nice. Sebenarnya sih kosong, tapi sayangnya waktunya udah terlalu dikit untuk rotate, jadi mereka harus push B. Dia King nembak apa anjir itu? Dia nggak tahu di mana itunya.
That nade is very far off from Russ. They're on. Might not even know that Lightning Fast is around the corner. Okay, as the dust settles, it's 3 versus 2. Durian is only aware of the positioning of Russ here, not Lightning Fast, who is inside this smoke. It's going to be the double contact. There it is. It's all going to be up and down to how quickly he can actually get that transfer, which is not
Russ.
too hard.
Jago Russ. Yuk, Russ.
Does nothing against Russ. It's a 1 versus 1. Scary's been a clutch master, but Russ can do something extraordinary, and that is
di-deny. Clutch masternya di-deny. Scary kalah. Apa ini? Pun karakteristik. Gimana coy? Kok bisa? Blitz sedang tidak baik-baik saja anjir. Clutch masternya nggak nge-clutch. Star playernya nggak nge-kill. Mau apa? Ye dan Viper sepertinya memang tidak jodoh anjing.
It's the smart
Udahlah.
use of utility too. Because
Udahlah,
there
bro.
would be a world where he didn't get the A push and they could still do that B
Gak
play
jodoh, gak best
straight
match
up.
gitu.
Yeah, the woe was very much granted as Russ is down. The hero of that last round down to 15 here.
Always playing around the rhythm and timing of things, right? In previous rounds, we had Polvi just diving right straight on A ramps. This time around, they're going along with a team and Bleed kind of.
GE kalau menang ketemu Pepperex enggak. Beda grup GE sama Pepperex. Pepperex grupnya cuma 3 tim. Gen.G sama RRQ. Kasihan RRQ aja. Ada di satu grup sama Pepperex. Sudah ente sejak pembagian grup anjir.
Quick little TPs there from that's a big flash. Egoist. Does he go against it? The push out, and it's just too clean for Global.
Wah, clean.
No sweat in that one.
Tuh, udah clear.
Again, Lightning Fast is using himself as a human recon dart where he just keeps TPing in positions for his teammates to feed off of. But Benkai also solid on these lurks. And Bleed left to really just scratch their heads. Ouch.
Belum sempat apa-apa, darah tinggal 1, pakai Stinger, udahlah ya.
El Diablo is down to El Uno.
No way you like clutch.
Yay, baru beli Viper langsung dipakai turni. Ada benarnya anjir.
I see what you did there.
Yeah.
But absolutely right. I mean,
stab. Yay was looking.
Secure the round win, why not?
Yeah.
But you know, you gotta definitely think about it. This is happening so often.
Masih nol. Terpantau sampai saat ini masih 0. Semuanya meninggoy 6. Berarti tiap round kecuali 1 round kayaknya. Enggak.
But at the same time, the support that comes in along with it. Russ can frag, Benkai. This is classic split plays. You got that lurk, you cut people off in the rotations, you control the whole map. Global Esports are having a
Padahal ini map defender ya harusnya.
And I don't know what
Kelihatan lah. Lu bisa lihat banget aja di nggak nyaman pakai Viper, nggak nyaman, Cok.
Creating plays, sure enough. But Global's just we'll just play.
Mereka loh bisa ngalahin GE ketika Ye pakai Jet. Ketika Ye pakai Viper. Apa yang terjadi?
Okay, there we go. He's get the impact.
Ini
Neural theft slows it down a little bit further. Blaze King now calling the rotation. Hold on, Lightning Fast.
3 kata lucu Ye pakai Viper. Bisa. Setuju sih gua. 3 kata lucu aja.
Break him and not. Now he picks it up. It's pretty easy for him. Anyways, hold Heaven. They must. Planet for Heaven, Planet for Open. And it's a 3 versus 3 on this retake.
Still do have Egoist up around screens though. Trying to make their way through.
Oh iya betul juga, 1 round itu karena mati karena spike ya, betul. Betul juga.
Darian out through.
Bang, kalau Bleed kalah nggak masuk playoff, enggak, bahkan nggak masuk play-in bahkan. Ini kan udah lower bracket ini.
Lightning Fast coming here too. Paranoia coming out, but this is not the Suede Scary, and Egoist is not in a good spot.
Wih.
But he doesn't need to be.
Wah.
Excuse me.
Boleh. 27 dulu, boleh.
And he saves it once again for Bleed.
He kind of made use of the pressure from the spike tap to bait them out into peeking, and he just has that aim just enough to really fend them off. I mean, what a round.
Gak bisa sih menurut gue. Emang mungkin kayaknya ya kalau dilihat ya kayak gaya mainnya emang gak cocok untuk player Viper aja. Viper sama gaya playstyle-nya dia mungkin gak masuk sebenarnya.
The heroics of Egoist. 2-7.
Masih 0-7-7.
I mean, again, you know,
8 round, 9 round, masih 0.
Bro painted a picture on that A window, man. It was a great picture. It was a picture of them winning that round.
Picture of 2 bodies
Maksudnya,
on the ground.
Ini Ye gitu loh. He must be a fragger gitu harusnya. Tugasnya dia itu fragger gitu. Kang tembak gitu.
Ye holding the angle here.
Bahkan mati lagi. Masih 0. Masih 0 gak sih? Masih kan? Iya, Cok. Kayaknya masih flawless ini.
Seekers been activated here by the defenders, but it's so early that the Seekers won't really threaten the control and rotation.
Antara rugi nge-hire Ye atau mereka memposisikan Ye di role yang dia nggak nyaman.
A vanguard. But these tags, man, he's been put in
Jadi
position where he
gimana
has to
dong?
do so much, and he might not be able to do anything at all.
Yeah, great ways to check too from the likes of
Smokes down.
Rush.
Only
Nice.
good for one though.
Nice
Still
trade.
good reactions nonetheless, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Global Esports having the numbers now, they get to push in.
Ini kayak ingat kejadian Gen.G di Fracture.
It's just a near
Gue nggak ngikutin
impossible
sih.
retake.
Tapi katanya ya
The rest
Rena
of the
0 ya.
members aren't even really moving.
Itu bukannya Bain ya? Gue lupa lagi.
Seems like it's gonna be a save.
Yeah.
It just came down to a bit of guesswork. Unfortunately for Bleed, doesn't quite work out. Global Esports, on the other hand, again, you think about how they take down this mid. It's worked out so great.
And I think you gotta put into perspective, I think how slow Ye has been to assist his teammates, right? Because whatever he's
Ronaldo
on a
Wati gitu.
non-duelist, it just feels like he's just a step behind. Like,
Oh, pakai race. Gue dengar-dengarnya ya Reina anjir.
Long time on to mail, and then you see a few seconds later that Ye's there. So it's,
Tapi kan balik lagi, itu tergantung timnya lagi. Orang-orang nggak mikirnya, oh nih mungkin karena timnya gitu. Karena kan dia ada di tim yang mungkin lebih sportif gitu ya.
Definitely wondering. I honestly am not too sure. I can't say for certain, but whatever it is, it's just not working out for Bleed. That much we know. So,
Ya sebelumnya main di mana emang Min? Awalnya tuh kan optik, terus pas zaman-zaman franchise dia masuk ke Cloud9. Terus habis login dia langsung keluar. Katanya karena role issue, tanda petik. Terus habis itu cukup vakum cukup lama, main di Challengers di timnya DSG. Habis itu keluar karena nggak efektif juga. Habis itu baru deh diambil sama Bleed. Halo mbak, ada dong, tapi sudah dihilangin. Nunjuk-nunjuk doang mbak.
Bleed's already used all of their talking right now. He is just.
Berarti dia role issue udah lama, nggak tahu sih, nggak tahu. Kan itu alasan dari org ya, belum tentu hal yang sebenarnya. Gua rasa sih masalah internal sih, nggak mungkin masalah apa? Nggak cuman masalah role sih menurut gua. Kalau dari gimmicknya segala macamnya itu, kayaknya lebih dari role issue, lebih ke masalah internal.
Now, if as long as you crack the code, you got the right executes. Definitely could come up with more rounds, but definitely doesn't feel good. You know, when your coach is just not even like happy with you.
Oh yeah.
So you would want to have like more faith, more spirits up. Darren with the showstopper, definitely a possible turnaround.
Yeah, Scary's on that first contact too. So Darion wants to get up close and personal. When Scary gets that whiff of anyone.
Iya udah pakai judge. Scary-nya menyala. Tiba-tiba nyate. Nice. Wah, pas banget kena ini aja. Pas banget kena paranoia.
Does have a wingman. Can use it to push forward, but he waits patiently as Benkai comes in with the double up, and Ye's right here in the corner helping out Scary with this Judge 2 in hand. Wow, that was a risk.
Dia udah pakai judge loh. Dekat itu loh. Dia.
Would be good enough in that close quarters, and this might all be just all for naught. The tag as well.
He
disabled for a couple of seconds, and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner. No, we're not even just yet. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
Nice cover Benkai.
And what just happened, Quack?
Just Global Esports feeling that confidence today. I mean, of course, Egoist with nothing but a classic. We're expecting him to clutch back up. He did it before.
Masih bisa menang ini Egoist. Kan? Masih bisa menang. Gua ada feeling tuh bisa menang tuh Egoist.
A classic to start things in a 2 versus 1. Gets the kill. Has to use the North F, sure. But Bleed somehow manages to persevere. Egoist true to his name, has truly been the star player here, the clutch player of Bleed when they need him to do it the most.
Just the thing that amazes me the most is that he did it in the Classic. Yes, Blaze King was low enough, but Blaze King somehow couldn't quite land the shots against him because didn't quite know the positioning either. So Ego is definitely showing up huge on this map, but we need one more round, if anything.
Gois sih yang
just to feel a
konsisten.
bit more comfortable. The previous one, I mean, Blaze
Gois
King,
kan
the
juga
rest
yang
of them,
baru ya, dia
yes, he had the judge that was
orang
like,
baru juga ya.
They were just so confident how they
Di
pushed
Blitz.
out. You can feel the confidence again.
Wow. Okay, his carry's just out of there. I do not want to deal with this. This is not up to my
Rachel yang
pay grade
VP emang
right
kagak
now.
estetik ya.
Arcade
Tapi gak masalah coy.
overreacting way too much.
Rachel
But
mungkin tidak tidak secantik Revorsi.
there's so
Tapi
little
tembakanmu lebih cantik.
visual stimuli for this match.
Gak apa-apa, gak apa-apa Rachelnya gak
The
estetik.
round just started, he just got right in, and the spike's already planted.
Scout destroyed.
Bleed have got their work cut out for them. The peek out.
Waduh,
Durian
timingnya.
Get the trade quickly against Lightning.
Nice strike.
Durian just running it
Udah low.
down. They're hoping that they
Crazy
can get
Ganya
these
udah low.
contacts. Russ, if he can get a kill, maybe he can rip out an ultimate for himself. One around the corner is going to be Blaze King. But do they know coming up from heaven is
Wah, sulit.
Defuse on the spike.
Sulit.
The crazy guy holds his teammate's hand, and Bleed somehow manages to squeeze one more round in before we end the half.
Nge-kill ya? Anjir, akhirnya pecah coy. Gue bahkan baru sadar saking gue udah kagak ngeliatin dia ya. Tiba-tiba dia nge-kill, gue udah kagak sadar anjir. Anjay, udah nge-kill dia coy. Pecah juga akhirnya.
But this time, although we had such a strong and consistent
Syukuran.
lead coming out from global esports, Polly just creating such crazy openings towards the end of it, Darian even trying to fly things up. It's gonna be Egoist along with Crazy Guy to support each other to come in to follow through and clean up for the team. Egoist
Papasan dulu
with
gak
his
sih?
mechanical skill kind of brings the game back just by a bit for Bleed Esports. Is it gonna be enough though for the second half? That is the question on our minds right now.
I was about to say that the polar opposite of that is these little things can actually lead up to it being enough. So completely two different sides of the coin for the same for that sentiment, right? Anyways,
Kok nggak ada yang pakai Odin? Karena di split emang bukan map Odin. Odin tuh biasanya Lotus sama Arsen aja biasanya.
50% of the rounds that Bleed has gotten, Egoist has clutched. What a
Sama ini, sama Lo Ilo.
right, that has been for Bleed. Man is doing work, and he's the only one here from Bleed, as you can see on the scoreboard.
50% sounds big, but it's like 2 out of 4.
I mean, you get what you can take. You know,
Pepperex menang nggak Min? Oh jelas.
in this situation, you have to
Sebuah
get it.
keharusan mah itu mah.
Yeah.
He is the kill leader right now.
Ke map 3 itu cuma buat entertainment, ingat. Biar seru, biar viewershipnya naik.
Help you really well in retakes. And I have a feeling that that's what Global Esports wants to do. And at the same time, bear in mind, you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. Bleed, they have to be ready. Look at mid.
What a stack here, as you mentioned, on mid too.
Bang, Zeta Division itu grup baru ya? Enggak, kamunya yang baru kayaknya di sini. Di Sport Valorant kayaknya kamu yang baru. Bukan Zetanya.
Loss of words, the reposition so that the aftershock does not engulf him. Nade is available, throws it out the corner.
Jadi 110 enggak itu photoshopan. Editan itu editan. 110.
Because of the snake bite, again because of that paint shells, but trades come in a plenty. We've equalized the numbers. There's going to be the plant on the spike here for Bleed, but Global have Heaven and screen control. But Durian is putting the effort, is putting this game into his
Jadi
own
apakah
hands.
attacker
Durian
buff lagi,
if
Bleed?
he can do more, maybe even an ace.
Oh, that
Di attacker
everything.
menggigit anjir.
He has another nade.
Darius in a prime position to pick this up. Gets further info, just sees one, right? So he knows where the other is.
I mean,
Udah dari Icebox ini.
very long time to get close.
Di Icebox juga mereka
Blaze King can get
membalikan
the trade
keadaan
on
juga pas
Egoist,
attacker.
but it's only as good as that. Bleed get their first round. Man, Global was going for a hard read, dude. They were like, let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
trying to, or at least set up for the retakes. I think that's why Benkai was positioned so far back to behind screens. However, yeah, you can see in the replay, Darian was
Astra kayaknya udah jarang, cuma beberapa tim ya masih make. Masuk RRQ kalau di split kayaknya masih deh si Severo.
You know, the air of effect of that flash just doesn't quite cover what you need it to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponents move out. It's a little bit unfortunate.
Does get the trade on.
Jemput bola. Tapi tumben nih. Kayaknya nggak force buy aja, tumben. Biasanya kalah pistol mereka force mulu anjir. Tumben.
So maybe that's gonna be something to utilize right now, which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already.
3 lawan 2. Udah mahal. Bahkan potensialnya menang.
Which he already has. And they're not
Iya. Nggak tahu di mana dia tapi posisi cyphernya.
All left again in the hands of Egoist, and he doesn't even have the spike.
Maka egois.
Still though,
Ini restream nggak? Kayaknya nggak perlu restream deh. Kayaknya.
Round's not over.
Iya. Dia tidak expect orang kedua.
Crouched at the end too. A little bit unfortunate for Egoist. I mean, both these teams.
Mas Ron dukung siapa buat juara VCT? Gua mah tim pemenangan ini PaperX. Volunteer aja sih tapi nggak official. Secara sukarela.
He knows Darren as well.
You know, and Russ has some great timings with this breach too. Yeah, man. I just love the laid-back nature of the global players. Blaze King chillin', you know. Where's that nade coming from?
Very cheerful guy, but right now Nade just going in for a bit of that garage control. Picks up.
Semoga bisa jadi official, amin.
Denying
Siapa tahu kan?
away from Darian. Do you want to like go back around ramp to pick that one up? Probably, maybe not so much.
Yeah, you can even see like there's a double stack from Global here. If they actually go through A main and they just pop shots.
Nanti kalau
directly where
beneran official, nanti yokainya kayak, yo, what's up? This is admin yokai from PaperX.
Smoke placed right in front of them.
And right, like good enough.
YTTA.
Blaze King from the last round that.
Yeah.
Now economy is a bit of an issue for.
Yang tahu itu.
So.
Pasti ngikutin PaperX tuh.
Very careful, but at the same time, because Global Esports are recognizing this, they're being careful themselves. They want to secure this round.
Jason bocil.
Site, the wall's been dropped down already. Lightning Fast has
banyak ikut PaperX 3 tahun.
3 times on B main, and Bleeds is counting. Maybe this is a blessing for them.
Right through now.
Waduh, yay lagi.
He can shoot through the smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And Lightning Fast, like a viper.
Di ospek, bener-bener di ospek anjir.
Egoist does get the
rush
down. 12 seconds. Can he play?
Jadi kasihan gua nih.
Put in such an unfavorable spot. Yes, just go in and plant it. And he can't.
Oh my god.
I can't believe this.
Monyetnya Bleed. Apa Yeye juga farming haters juga nih?
Now having won that round, you're very not just reaching double digits. You're very likely going into 11 and 5.
Apa ini ya? Ini tahu kasihan sama Yeye.
You see the reactions from Lightning Fast. Now the hope from South Asia.
As
soon as the dark cover comes out, as soon as he sees a bit of a snake pipe being tossed through. He knows.
Amin mereka nih termasuk yang digadang-gadang bakal itu loh. Do grid loh di
Bleed have already used
Pacific.
all of their timeouts, so there's no more
sialnya
breathing space.
It comes down to crazy guy. Like, can you really read your opponents well enough without your coach, and can you call the entire team to adapt well enough to this? Of course, they are attacking, so it's not the easiest feat. Darren does have a showstopper, but this round, not the one you really want to commit unless you pick up more. Egoist.
Kaget itu.
Benkai being careful.
Yeah, doesn't want to overstep his bounces.
Ada LCQ buat master. Mana pernah ada LCQ buat master? LCQ itu buat champions, tapi tahun ini emang nggak ada LCQ sama sekali. Penggantinya pakai championship point.
Does he pick up the weapon? That's the question.
Yeah, I think he does.
He does.
Jadi nggak ada lagi LCQ-an.
Gets out without being traded too, which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over. That was a huge pickup right now for Bleed. Alert coming again from none other than the man himself, Egoist. Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the bombardment.
Iya bunuh.
Blaze King comes into the corner.
Waduh.
Too much for him.
Bisa yuk.
He is
Wah.
juggling the aggression.
Aja, bunuh 3 coy. Bunuh 3.
Bleed
Apakah?
still far from a favorable
Bangkit.
position.
And a great thrifty round at the very least for Bleed to pick up. I mean, yes,
Anjir.
Ye got the final.
Kayaknya nyusul Gen.G kayak berarti Gen.G kayaknya burik juga anjing. Berarti sama aja burik.
This shot with the Seiren.
Bisa sama Ye anjing.
Wasn't expecting that. 'Cause who
Sama
just walks
bapoknya
up?
anjir.
And then of course Tyrion to commit along with that showstopper.
Ye sudah nggak bot frag.
Ye.
Yeay.
Space picks up the Vandal. A great
Berarti kan
way to
dipertanyakan ya
bring
Gen.G juga ya.
It's not over yet.
Kenapa lu jadi bot frag dari tadi juga?
Oh wow, there is a world where Durian can get a
Waduh,
pick on
dijemput.
Obi, and that world is now. That world is here. We're living in that multiverse, ladies and gentlemen. Durian does not commit to the fight here.
Parah emang
Like
guys.
fast into the corner. But a quick
Ayo dapat ya.
and a quick shot
Wah.
does get that 1-for-1 trade. Blaze King
Tidak
now just
kena.
frantically shooting through B main here. As
Through the
Bleed have
smoke-nya
gotten
tidak kena
themselves
itu.
that numbers advantage. Don't really need to overpush right now, Quack. They still have Egoist holding the lurk once again on A main. He can start calling in his teammates all the way around here. They're not really afraid of that mid call. Actually, no, there is a ping there. But once they start clearing it up, they should
Hanya si Free sih ini.
a lot more
Free ini.
confident to start pushing it onto A, which lo and behold does not have any cipher traps.
Precisely the
Kayaknya saya
rotation
nggak sih?
that Bleed needs. Gives them the A site. However, take a look at what Global Esports has in their inventory. I feel like this Thrasher that
Ini Ye bisa
along with the Wingman
plan, bisa ngulti, saving. Ya nggak sih?
might be useful for retake. So as soon as they confirm that the site hit goes towards A, now just setting up for it.
Oh, never mind. They want to fight.
Needing to kind of
Let's
say, "Oh,
fight."
At least pick up a frag, but unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now. Nah.
Oh enggak. Udah.
Just looking at the creds.
Bleskingnya udah nggak bergerak. Bleskingnya udah
Don't
mentok
really
di
have
B.
anything to buy back into that next round, so Bleed Esports live to fight for another day. And the formula from what it looks like, Quack, is two things. Egoist staying alive to threaten the lurk, and Durian just having to get good and beat out Polvi's game.
Having to get good and beat up.
It's literally just that.
True.
Polvi
He did
has,
do that in this round.
Yeah, exactly, right? Polvi's been such a thorn on Bleed's side for a very long time. There's no answer to him.
Abis ini kalau
So,
Bleed dapat
what
side
seems to
bisa
be
ulti
Bleed's answer
Viper.
is, Durian, go kill, and if it works, we can work off of that.
Tapi infowp, Blessking juga punya ulti, jadi bisa ke counter juga tuh.
But it's absolutely true. This time catching the timing onto some of these players. And then, of course, while he might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the rest of the team so quick, so good onto it. Of course,
Mumpung time out, gua mau ke WC dulu ya, bentar ya.
Slowly starting to climb back into the game. Coach Spin pauses the game.
Calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Let's see what we can fix. But you got to keep in mind, although it is the timeout that he called, Legia gets to talk to his team too.
That's very true. The more that you can force Global to do that, the more that Bleed can start building things up once again. And Legia's face, completely different from that last timeout that they've got. He's listening in intently as well, nodding in agreement. I mean, obviously we can't hear what they're saying, but
less German tough love, less like disappointed father vibes.
yeah, true. He's probably just listening to Crazy Guy and how he's formulating things, that Vietnamese mind of his.
Definitely is a really incredible player. I mean, some of these rounds, he's coming up with these calls and expecting plays, finding the trades for his team. A lovely welcome addition to Pacific for sure, but then again, 3 rounds for Bleed to equalize.
Big punish play that we can see from Global here. First things first, Polvi's got his showstopper. Look at where he's positioned, all the way downtown on screens. There's a setup thrash here from Blaze King, and if Bleed overreach, Polvi is waiting.
Min
for
apa? Ono.
The boom boom pows. He pushes right up, but Durian gets 2.
Wih, dapat tuh. Ye lagi. Mati kena aftershock anjir. Kenapa gitu kan? Saya butuh POV anjir.
still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A site if again, Polvi's still holding in that position.
It's got to be Polvi though, right? Yeah, and then at the very least, I guess maybe Bleed just wanting to bypass all of that transition.
Butuh VOP-nya EA gue anjir. EA bot frag lagi.
Of Global a little bit more time
Ya
and space
udah lah
to
ya.
pick up some of these rifles.
Ospek
And
dulu.
then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is...
Spek. Apa?
That's
Welcome to Pacific.
It's a B heaven that covers a lot of things.
Oh.
I wonder what the call for Bleed is. Honestly, pushing all the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now, because if they can find where Benkai is hunkered at, they wouldn't have to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, but they probably won't. Crazy Guy's one off from his Seekers as well here. Benkai's holding on.
Lawan 3, Volvi punya ulti. Lightning Fast punya ulti.
Got some rifles now. We can play in this
Apakah
round. We don't
dipakai?
have armor, but sure enough, it's a better fight than, you know, as to go with classics.
Look at how far everyone from Bleed is placed at. Scary's just done.
Oh, great camera from Benkai.
Player standing.
That's hard.
Volvi bunuh Benkai, coy.
Plant Spike actually out in the open. This works in their favor. Now Polvi's been spotted. If he can just jiggle a little bit more for Crazy Guy to get that bit of information. It's not even diffused at all, yeah. So he has to back away. Gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports. They used Scary as the bait.
Enggak, dia lihat ada musuhnya di depannya ada, tapi karena collateral damage Benkai anjir.
Yeah, I'm gonna run into Ben.
Kayaknya dia juga udah low ditembakin musuh di depannya tadi anjir.
Far, but somewhat tradable they were playing with each other, right? Because you saw Scary on Hell, Egoist was playing on Male, and then obviously the one just gonna be holding the spike is Crazy Guy. Yeah.
Still, yeah, series of unfortunate events for global esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still, able to keep themselves in the lead.
Nice stun, nice stun.
Back to the sudden rhythm game where we push out.
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peaked that.
Baru dibilang nice stun.
Both of the raises down and dusted.
Tiba-tiba.
And this gives a chance
Opernya hilang.
for Bleed to rotate and at least not be afraid anymore of, you know, the operator that is available here for Polvi.
Tapi harus lo akui anjir.
So that's probably to get
menurut gua
information here.
Polvi sacalnya jelek anjir.
Heaven's being controlled or whatever, and it is not.
Sacalnya tuh orang jelek.
Be ready.
Definitely here's the Trailblazer at the very least, trying to make use of his one way. He's got a second.
Oh, ketahuan dia, ketahuan.
Chance to actually use it.
I was thinking about it.
Oke, malam Nari, welcome to the stream.
Like, of course the Cypher would be on the other side.
Of course. Here we go. Second time to do another thing with the Thrash. Look at how far back Ye is actually playing. He's been pushed back hard by this Thrash, though. Wingman used actually on Male, and Ye has
kayaknya nggak bakal di-fight,
He's been dirty, but him gravitating this attention definitely secures the round here for Bleed.
So interesting, Ye the lurker now.
Menurut Minka ada harapan menang nggak, Bleed? Ada sih. Kalau lihat kayak gini ya.
I will become what you want me to be, or what you.
Sangat bisa malah, sangat bisa.
That's what a flex player does.
Ini aja nih orang suwe banget nih. Udah
I never thanked you, and you know that.
Komedi mulu nih Ye ini. Lucu dah lo, lucu anjing.
Hero what
that they need or that they want, but he's the hero that Bleed deserves.
Well,
hey man,
any effort is welcome, right? And it just gives Bleed the wins that they're looking for as they slowly claw their
udah
way
menang
back
poin kagak bisa jaga nyawa tapi anjir.
We started out this half, you know, it was 4-8 in favor
Bingung
of Esports. Now look at what's happened.
We've climbed all the way back. It's deja vu all
kayak
over
gatal
again.
gitu dia.
Ooh. What feels like the change of pace here for Bleed? I mean, again, I pointed out a while ago that they've been using Durion to catch out Polvi here. But is it Polvi just overheating? He's got the first picks every single time. Again, I'll probably just check the stats later on. But the First Bloods feel
Kayak keluar
very
bot
much,
frag yang ada.
you know,
Death-nya
flowing
paling
from
banyak
gold.
kayaknya dia.
So if he just holds off from
Paling emang
repeating
ente.
once again and not getting traded, feels like that's already a win condition done for Global.
It kind of is.
Oh enggak ding,
but then,
jadian
you know,
paling banyak
we're
tapi
talking about
14 dia.
first
Tetep
deaths.
aja.
What about first deaths? Right. I mean, definitely not to discredit Povey for whatever reason. He's definitely doing a lot. But Bleed are also doing a great job at adapting to this. As soon as he gets the first pick, they know that there is another opportunity for them to come back in for that trade. And off of the trade, you know, softening up the defenses.
Iya kembali pada strat timnya masing-masing ya Yogi ya pada akhirnya ya. Walaupun emang kebanyakan yang defender tuh lebih gampang entah kenapa di sini. Win rate-nya lebih gede. Itu aja deh. Oh, langsung mau di ulti kah?
Getting his ultimate. Russ, does he want to challenge this? Does he want to punish this?
Anjir langsung di ulti coy. Langsung diusir. No, you not coming to my side.
No picks will be garnered. Durion's
Tetap aja di Satchel.
That's gonna get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover.
Ya ampun.
Somehow should be at least
Kai, mantap Kai. Anjir gua ngomong kayak gitu kayak manggil diri gua sendiri anjir. Nice Kai. Betul Kai, mantap Kai. Terbaik lo emang.
For Global Esports and for himself, 9-11 and Global strike back.
Kayak manggil diri gua sendiri.
Coming in from Global Esports. I think
Terbaik
this is
emang.
what the timeout was for. You know, Bleed trying to adapt to the rhythm of it, trying to get a sensing for how this is played. They knew that Russ had the Rolling Thunder. Of course, it was sent out. But at the same time, I think Darian just kind of thought that
baru Irsen
punish Russ that quickly, that easily. Thought wrong. Lightning Fast was around the side. Benkai arriving on the scene on time.
Gila jago banget lu Kai.
Picking up the quick
Ih jadi malu gini. Padahal udah beda Kai ya. Yang band depannya yang band.
I just love how that
Kayak yang asli depannya band.
One mistake, one slip up is all it takes for you to really get punished by it. Crazy Guy is nursing an operator right now on attack.
Waduh. Iya, sayang sekali.
And Russ trying to get any form of
Oh,
contact.
bocor. Side-nya bocor. Benkai dapat satu tapi langsung hilang. Crazy Guy juga tiba-tiba pakai OP. Ya seping dong.
With an operator in hand, you know it's not going to happen, so he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already. Global still has a lot more plays to do.
Kalau engkau yang asli depannya apa? Oh, yang G dong.
But as it comes down to it,
Yang G dong
this
bosku.
match down to a knife's edge. Bleed slowly clawing their way back in. This still could become Bleed's game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams.
Tapi lo kalau lo lihat lo Ye lagi yang mati aja. Setelah gue lihat, gue pikir siapa itu yang hilang. Ye lagi. Kenapa sih nih orang langganan banget dah? Subscribe banget nih. Sama kematian.
They know how important Kickoff is. Right?
Masters Madrid.
And I mean, anyone who wins Kickoff gets what, +3 points? Champion points? That's a huge thing to bring in.
Bot frag lagi ya.
If we're talking about Bleed,
Misinya komplit.
Not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple of months ago, which is crazy to think at the least.
Yeah, Bleed is a team that really
Gak boleh gitu kayak baru masuk Pacific belum kenalnya ini. Lagi di ospek coy, lagi di ospek. Ya di ospek ini.
It forces they force Coach Spin to call some timeouts back. So Crazy Guy is actually doing so much right now. Of course, back into it. Darian and Egoist. You can feel their impact in the server as they pick up more frags. Off to the next round though, without the ultimates, can't go in just as fast.
Men kayak ngerasa nggak sih kalau yang suka jadi langganan galon tuh player Omen? Mungkin karena Omennya ada di atas gitu kali ya. Jadi kan pas Satchel kelihatan mungkin ya, mungkin. Siapa tahu.
They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main.
I mean lihat aja Bani anjir. Itu udah personal itu, texture ke Bani itu. 1 game 3 kali. Menurut lo aja.
Check
from Global
Galonnya ke Bani mulu tuh.
If there's something around this area of heaven, then they might be able to play around. So both lurks actually very important that they stay alive, whether it's Egoist or Ye.
Okay, the biggest person that needs to stay alive from bleed here has got to be Scary. Because first things first,
Keculik lagi rushnya.
and they need to pick it up somewhat. Okay, they're still beaming
Inside-nya
control right
harus.
now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in
Ya,
front of him.
trigger disiplin gaming.
Good.
Mantap
Provides
bosku.
some damage, which it does.
Menyala, Blaze King menyala.
This is
Raja
going
menyala.
really bad for Bleed as they get unraveled.
Nice 3K.
And again, Spike's gonna have to be brought into that A site.
OP juga dapat.
Everybody's taking corners,
Match
checking
point.
angles, and it's all down once again to Egoist. This time, he's by himself.
Yeah.
Right in front of him is Polvi, and Polvi
Halo.
jettisons
Ngapain bang?
into series, into map point, into eliminating Bleed from Kickoff.
Such high stakes, and all it took was Blaze King to hide around a corner.
Yuk, satu lagi,
that
yuk.
feels like justice.
30 seconds left.
Oh, that feels like he's winning this match for his ex-teammates on Boom Esports. 3 kills back-to-back in such a fashion. Polvi picking the next one up. And it's just Bleed starting to feel like that pressure is mounting up on their shoulders
Gitu-gitu
again.
BNK.
They
Overek
had so
anjir.
much, but then towards the end,
Memang
just one
klan kai
guy
mantap coy.
is the difference.
It's just that one misstep, that one not checking of a corner, and everything just goes down the drain, right? I mean, you're talking about it. We're looking at it. Durion,
This
is
could
he,
be it.
is he just going to push this? This could actually just be them losing their lives, but he somehow manages to find Benkai.
Oh,
They destroy
Yun
the
lagi.
players here.
Yun lagi.
Bleed strike back.
Okay.
It's not yet over. It's a 4
Dia orang sumpah kasih duelis,
sure,
sumpah.
but you can never
Give this
count
man
out
a duelist,
the
man.
So Bleed
He
has
want to
still got
duel.
grind the 2
Don't give him a
rounds into
Piper.
overtime for them to even have a chance.
They've taken out Blaze King. Up next is going to be Polvi, looking to dive straight onto sight, perhaps from heaven, but denied by Darian.
One enemy remaining.
There's one more.
Dia
It's
mau
gonna be Russ.
berduel, cok.
IGL, captain, my captain. Can you lead me into the
Kasih lah dia
promised land?
duelis.
Let's drop down on Hell here. They know where he is. The reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy
Mati.
guy. If he overheats, that's an opportunity for us to get into the site.
Diliatin egois dari off angles itu. Dia lari dengan tenang kayak gitu. Ya udah.
11 to 12. This is where it goes down. Quack. One more round, overtime or done time. I don't know.
Ya betul Itsuka.
We'll just have to wait and see, but at the very least, for this round, the way that Bleed is playing this,
Yang kalah pulang ya.
going for that full sight, full force execute, delaying and off-timing some of these flashes, right? First the paranoia, then crazy guys guiding light. Just kind of throws Benkai off, and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben with the cyber cage up, Blaze King trying to go back in.
Wire not found. That could be Durion's life already done.
Polvi.
Somehow,
Wah, Polvi,
miraculously
nice.
does it.
Dapat satu nggak apa-apa.
Gets
Nice.
Straight in the back of the side. Benkai still here.
Okay. GG. GG. Supposed to be GG.
3 versus 1. Neural theft activated. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Bleed. And Scary. He's done miraculous things for Central Pacific.
Anjir, kagak kena.
Can he do it now?
Tapi ini sosok carry. Sosok carry kah? Sosok carry gaming.
Giving away his location here. He's got a shot at step.
It is scary.
10 seconds for the smoke too. Paranoia. There's the swing out and Benkai.
Langsung dibersihkan. Quadra kill by Benkai. Let's go.
Esports alive.
Let's go.
From Kickoff.
Every
Yep, by the way, Bleed.
thought that Bleed
Bye-bye.
definitely had this one in the bag. Their performance
Kasian ya
against
baru
T1,
masuk Ascension ya padahal ya.
being able to challenge such a
Baru masuk
top
Ascension,
team,
Cok.
but then now up against Global Esports, a full roster.
Ayo,
a
wawancaranya
complete
Blast Kingdom.
overhaul. And we're seeing its effects in full. Such great calling from Russ. The frags coming out from Benkai. Off to a new team, and he's found his calling. He's found his fragging potential.
I'm so taken aback by this Quack.
Kasih ya duelis. Iya anjir.
Said,
Dia tuh pengen duel anjir, kasihan dikasih Piper.
They reformatted.
Gak cocok mainnya.
It really goes to show. And it's just a wake up
Dua
call
map
as
tuh dia
well.
pakai Viper kalah dua-duanya. Pas dia pakai Jet menang di Icebox.
Even though
Sudah jelas kan masalahnya di mana?
You can never really count it out. It's a whole different landscape. You're playing against whole different animals, and it goes to show as well here.
I mean, at the very least, though, I will say the fact that they have, pushed.
Gak ada, kayaknya nggak ada loser interview, nggak ada sih. Biasanya winner interview.
They are definitely, competitors in this league. That's it. Maybe it takes a little bit more time, but apart from that, global esports, also wanting to take a bit more time. Now coming into this, at least for this match, just surprising everyone. Definitely upsetting everyone's expectations.
Fansnya Zeta udah mulai masuk. Fansnya Zeta tuh udah pakai jersey-jerseynya Zeta tuh.
I think Blaze King deserves some time in the spotlight.
Everybody actually has, right? There was rounds where Russ got himself some amazing
Full senyum, GE full senyum.
Blaze King with the trigger discipline, Ben Kai with amazing anchoring, and Polvy's explosiveness, all culminating together to give Global that dub.
And you know what? We're gonna have to hear it from the team themselves. We've got the interview ready with Kyungmin up on the stage.
Siapa nih yang diwawancara nih? Pegang Zeta atau T1? T1 lah. Accurate di sana, bro. Oh, Polvy.
Kickoff. Congratulations, and with Polvy here. G2가 이제 킥컵의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다.
Selamat.
폴비 선수 함께합니다.
Di sini ada Polvy.
Hello.
Halo.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Selamat.
I mean, you proved how strong G was.
I mean, our mentality was very strong, even though we threw the map too. Like,
Iya, aksennya kuat banget aja dia orang.
Like high energy, high vibes, and we just didn't give up.
Sorry guys,
It was really nice.
gua nggak bisa translate.
는 조금 어려운 모습을 보였지만 맵3에서는 훨씬 더 발전된 모습으로 멋지게 맞출 수 있어서 정말 좋았습니다. I mean, but one thing about what I want to say to you, Polvy, is the casters. I mean, they voted for Bleed for the win. So, what can you tell them?
I mean, I hope now some people have some faith in us because we've been having a lot of faith after losing to Zeta. I hope some people will respect our
Guys,
names now.
Yes.
boleh suren nggak gua?
우리를 응원해주는 팬분들 그리고 믿어주는
boleh suren nggak translate-nya?
마음을 전할 뿐이라고 말했습니다. 오늘 캐스터들은 거의 다
그거 nggak bisa.
승리로 예측을
Bener ya?
했거든요. 그래도 좀 되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데 다음 질문으로 또 이어가 볼게요. 또 폴비 선수가 VCT
Ini apa? Ini gua
처음으로 승리를 이끌게 됐는데
struggle ini anjing.
어떤 마음으로 이어왔는지 물어보겠습니다. You newly joined the VCT Pacifics, your first win for your team. So, how do you feel about it? I mean,
Ini kemenangan pertama lu. Ini apa perasaan lu?
Obviously, it was our first win, but it's like our first one, and there's more to come. So we're super excited to go rematch either Zeta or we go against T1.
Oh, oke. Ini gua ngerti. Ini kemenangan pertama dan akan datang lagi kemenangan berikutnya. Gua sudah senang. Gua menunggu untuk bertarung antara dengan T1 atau Zeta. itu kalau gue nggak salah.
I mean, you brought up T1. Next match you'll meet T1 or Zeta, whoever wins. But you're preferring T1 better than Zeta?
I mean, honestly, I want to go T1, but I don't mind a rematch against Zeta. It would be nice to get our revenge already this early, so.
Lu mau ketemu siapa? Gua nggak masalah ketemu siapapun. Ketemu T1 oke, ketemu Zeta gua juga nggak masalah karena gua bisa balas dendam sama mereka.
Thank you for the interview. Best of luck for the next match.
Thank you.
And also, we have a little present for the fans. Do you know what it is? It's a doll.
Oh nih, giveaway.
And it's a lucky doll because you won the match
Anjir,
today.
Thompson anjir.
So you sign it wherever you want. And then you need to think where to throw it. But you have to go front to the audience, to the front. And then whoever shouts or raise your hands. Who's the lucky one? Yay! Someone's really happy.
Gak, soalnya tadi ngomongnya tuh rada cepet gitu loh. Jadi gue juga awal-awal kaget. Ini benar aksennya cepet banget lagi. Udah ngomongnya pakai aksen, kenceng aksennya, cepet lagi. Oke, tadi gue kaget gue. Culture shock gue. Culture shock gue tadi. Makanya di belakang-belakang baru gue dengerin baik-baik. Itu penonton atau kru? Penonton lah, penonton. Itu aja tadi ada yang seragamannya Zeta, ya kali penontonnya apa krunya pakai seragam Zeta. Ini kira-kira jam berapa ya? Bentar. Anggaplah jam 8, jam 8.15. Berarti berapa menit lagi? Around 30 menit. Gue nih lagi ngitung jam. Butuh restream apa enggak? Kayaknya kalau map 3 gue butuh restream deh. Kita lihat. Semoga map 2 aja cukup. Minka, jadi kalau jadi hostnya bikin kalimat sendiri gimana Ramzi? Kalau follow Indo, oke, bentar, coba. Mungkin Blast King, oke. Oh nggak ada, oh ini nih. Tapi kalau udah kelewatan gimana?
Itu jadi amunisi tambahan baru.
Bentar ya, coba dicek dulu ya.
Lihat adanya support, tapi kalau dia supportnya secara utility.
Belum ada sih ini.
Biasa sekali apa yang ini dilakukan oleh kedua tim, entah itu Global Esports maupun dari tim.
Coba ditunggu dulu kan lagi nunggu anyway. Ke match berikutnya.
Kesalahan ataupun kelemahan dari tim Global Esports ngecok di poin-poin.
Mundurin aja, nggak bisa ini Twitch, bukan YouTube.
Sekali lagi untuk tim Bleed jadinya. Untuk tim Global Esports.
Oh, parah, Rere. Oh gitu. Oh Bleed. Bocil ye.
7:30 ya?
Iya. Akhirnya tuh masih sore gitu. Jam 11 juga kita jabanin. Penonton mah
capek banget gue kalau ngomong sama Rere.
3 masih sore. 3 map gak sih? Abisnya juga 3 map.
Setuju aja.
Ayo nomor taktiber dong.
Taktiber duduk.
Iya, taktiber duduk sini terganti dulu segame sama gue.
Aduh, ini seru banget sih, seru.
Ya, tapi jujur menurut gue dibandingkan match yang pertama ya, ini banyak funnya sih.
Oke, Ramzi.
Seru ditonton, kayak bener-bener semua
akan bertanding.
Semua elemen dan genre.
Ntar gue cek YouTube-nya deh.
Gue memang sayang ya, namanya kompetisi kan.
Udah gue cek YouTube-nya dulu ya, bentar ya.
Ada yang tetap berjuang,
ada yang mati
ada
duluan.
yang angkat.
Persona.
Ada yang mati duluan banyak.
Emang ada, bentar.
Tadi ngedukung, bagian kalah dihujat.
Padahal gua ngedukung.
Kayaknya nggak ada deh.
Karbitan lu.
Nggak ada. Nih.
Gue tanya dulu, ini next match-nya kan T1 sama Zeta, lu dukung?
Kayaknya nggak ada deh.
Harusnya gua T1.
Semua sih satu suara sih kayaknya. Ngelihat
Langsung panelis langsung. Terus start.
Gue jadi takut soalnya kalau ini.
Enggak. Mungkin itu ya case khusus lah. Match ketiga menurut gue itu jadi case khusus.
Gak capek apa Min? Ya capek lah.
Soalnya ini menarik antara ini dua ya. Zeta
yang bilang gak capek siapa?
Berubah jauh dibandingkan 2023.
Ya kerja mah capek mah.
Cuman rapi tapi dinamis.
Namanya kerja.
Gue itu kunci pegangan utamanya si Zeta. Sedangkan T1 ya gue ngerasa ada momen-momen.
Belum disambungkan sama Bapak Blasking, jadi sabar dulu ya.
Tapi masih bisa kebantu karena setiap player sekarang bisa nyala. Dan mereka saling berganti-gantian nyala.
Apa nih? Kita baca komen-komennya nih. Ada yang sudah bilang investasi bodong. Sudah tahu siapa kan, tapi
dua pemain yang di Zeta yang
penonton NE pada gigit jari.
Akademi. Itu mainnya bener-bener kayak nggak ada takut-takutnya. Ibaratnya memang jiwa-jiwa muda kan kedua pemain tersebut. Kalau kemarin kita cari.
Thank you Bleed atas hiburannya anjir Hendra.
Dan mereka punya firepower yang kuat dan ibaratnya sens juga kenceng dan bikin movementnya nggak pakai ragu. Ibaratnya kalau Zeta dulu, Zeta yang disiplin banget, Zeta yang sekarang kayak nggak usah disiplin banget, lu mau nge-swing.
Nah, tungguin dulu deh. Gua tungguin dulu. Siapa tahu ada interviewnya.
Nge-swing aja dapat 3.
Berapa kill tadi? 6 apa ya? 6 apa 7 kali?
Bisa-bisan sama teman-temannya karena di garda belakangnya juga kuat. Ada si Les. Masih kita Les enggak?
Tahu lah.
Yang mana?
Yang ganteng.
Menurut gua sih mereka harusnya udah kena pukulan keras tuh. Ya dikasih Viper. Hasilnya kayak gimana, harusnya mereka udah kena pukulan keras. Mereka mungkin nggak percaya di map pertama, mungkin emang lagi suwe aja, bad day. Di map kedua kan gacor ya pakai jet. Di map 3 dikasih Viper lagi, turu lagi. Harusnya sih udah jadi pelajaran ya.
Kalau semeja sama Rere tuh nggak bisa melempeng, masih ada yang sus.
Harusnya sih sudah jadi
semakin sus, kita
evaluasi itu.
Memberikan wejangan ke Rere untuk para agents.
Jadi yang masuk EVOS. Kagak kuat di duitnya gak sih? Wah kayaknya gak ada nih. Gak ada coy. Gak ada interview sama Blast King. Langsung next match. T1 sama ini map highlight. Nggak ada. Ini malah iklan anime. Blast King interview di Valorant Jepang. Emang iya? Seriusan nih? Konto deh.
I hope T1 win.
Iya lagi. Beneran tapi ada iklannya. Beneran. Real coy. Bentar ya. Gua ke YouTube-nya Jepang aja kalau gitu. Valorant JP. Yap. Blast King di sini.
対戦したいなと思っているので、彼らが今日勝つか負けるかっていうところもあるんですけれども、もし対戦できたら嬉しいなと思っています。で、ここ2試合実はゼータ戦を負けてしまっているんですね、自分が対戦できたら。
Ntar gua balikin sampai awal interview ya, bentar ya.
ここから見て、この試合していたもう大事って感じ。自信をつけて。
Bentar ya.
ブリ感じたグローバル
Oke.
ブレスキング選手にお越しいただきました。聞こえますか？
Kedengaran nggak?
Yep.
はい、聞こえます。
Kedengaran.
さあということでこの負ければ敗退という非常に重要な一戦、ブリード相手に勝ち切ることができました。試合を振り返っての感想を聞かせてください。
So today's match.
Orang dari mana? Ini kenapa jadi ada lagunya anjir? Gara-gara iklan.
Was a win or go home kind of match against Bleed Esports, and how did you like the match today?
I mean, like it's very fun playing against them because I've been playing with them since Ascension, and they actually sent us home before in my previous team, and I say to my team like we cannot lose this again, man. Like so yeah, we play like fully and then we win. Yeah.
Dia bilangnya, ya gue sama Blade itu udah pernah ketemu. Maksudnya pas dia lagi di boom. Dia tim yang ngirim gue pulang. Which is plus dia di Ascension. Jadi dia senang bisa ngalahin Blade.
Thank you. ブリードエスポーツとの試合はとても楽しかったです。アセンション以来だったんですけれども、その時は自分が前にいたチームで、彼らに負けて、そして敗退という結果になったので、それを払拭することができました。チームにも今日絶対に負けられないということを言っていたので、しっかりとみんなフルパワーで戦ってくれました。
Makanya aku tadi serius banget gitu, satu tim gitu. Harus menang nih.
素晴らしい一戦でした。そしてその話もありましたが、ブーム e スポーツから移籍してパシフィックリーグに参戦しましたが、またこのチャレンジャーズで戦っていた時とこのパシフィックリーグならではの難しさ、そういったものはこの試合の中で感じましたか？
Yeah, as you said, you are newly added member for the global esports, and you're formerly with Boom Esports. And do you feel any difference between Challenger series and coming up into specifics?
Katanya lu kan pernah di Boom. Lu ngerasain apa bedanya di franchise ini sama pas masih Challengers?
To be honest, individually I didn't feel like there's any difference in franchise and Challengers, but I do feel like difference because the language maybe, because I always like play in Indonesian team, and now I do play like with the English team before like 3 years ago, but I need to adjust right now with global. Yep.
Nah, bedanya cuman di masalah bahasa katanya. Sebenarnya kalau kesusahannya sama-sama aja menurutnya dia. Tapi masalahnya di adjust bahasa. Soalnya kan selama ini dia main di tim Indo gitu katanya.
I see. 正直、
Translate komenan warga Jepang juga banyak tuh.
チャレンジャーズとパシフィックの違いっていうのは特に感じていないんですけれども、
Zeta win nih. Zeta menang katanya, Zeta menang.
自分自身の中ですごく大きな違いになっています。3年前まで英語を使うチームにもいたんですけれども、その前がやはり直前までそうじゃなかったので、今そこに慣れていこうとしているところです。
なるほど、やはり言語の壁というところで難しさを感じているんですね。なるほど、ありがとうございます。さあそれでは最後に なんとかプレイインへの
Terakhir
希望
katanya.
をつなげたこの
Pertanyaan
試合で
terakhir.
の勝利となりましたけれども、次の試合に向けての意気込みを最後にお願いします。
So you get the hope to get into play-in by winning this match. Please tell us your hopes and prediction for future matches.
Harapannya apa? Basically itu. Harapannya ke depan.
I do feel like really want to play against Zeta. So I hope T1 win today maybe. Not being rude, but I just really want to play against Zeta again because in the last 2 match against Zeta, I lost. And then I just curious how well they play is. And then I want to really beat them. Yeah.
Kayaknya dia pengen rematch lagi sama Zeta. Jadi dia berharap T1 kalahin Zeta di pertandingan yang ini. Soalnya dia katanya kayak apa sih, kayak masih apa sih namanya, curious is like apa, curious, masih penasaran. Zeta ini sebagus itu emangnya gitu ngalahin mereka gitu kemarin.
Thank you. そうですね、今誰と対戦したいかというと、実はゼータディビジョンと一番対戦したいなと思っているので、彼らが今日勝つか負けるかっていうところもあるんですけれども、もし対戦できたら嬉しいなと思っています。で、ここ2試合実はゼータ戦を負けてしまっているんですね、自分が。なので彼らがどのように変化して強くなってるかっていうところと、あと自分自身の
abang-abangnya T1 dulu, iya.
なるほど、ありがとうございます。さあということで、見事このブリーノ戦勝ち切った、グローバル e スポーツから選手にお越しいただきました。ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much.
Gak gitu jawabnya. Masa terima kasih dijawab terima kasih. Udah gitu aja interviewnya guys. Iwan digendong saya pemain. Enggak tahu, banyak tahu. Semuanya bisa itu. Ngeri, Iwan. Kemarin ya Rossi itu sebenarnya jago tahu, tapi gue yakin dia kayaknya nggak fokus karena PC-nya bermasalah mulu. Pas yang hari pertama. Rossi itu cuma jago kemarin pas di AVL. Apalagi ada Iju. Kemarin kan hari pertama bocil Iju banyak lahir aja. Banyak yang terlahir bocil Iju tuh. Tanggal 17 Februari itu. Aku bocil Iju no. Rossi siapa setahu kok apa ekstra itu, justru kan itu namanya jadi apa ekstra karena error mulu tuh PC-nya dia. Barusan Deski nggak ngebahas Champions kemarin, kan nggak ditanyain. Dia bahasnya Ascension yang udah lewat paling recent gitu loh. Itu mah udah lewat Champions udah 2 tahun lalu basically ya, hampir 2 tahun lalu udah. RQ Rabu, ya lusa. Semuanya ada Rossi disangkutin sama SK. Gimana? Bahas bracket sama peluangnya. Apa yang mau dibahas di bracket? Besok nggak ada jadwal WP, Amin. Ada. Besok tuh ada DFM sama Team Secret jam 3. Jadi besok cuma 2 game ya by the way ya. Mulainya sore jam 3. Jadi harusnya yang sekolah-sekolah harusnya udah pulang. Kecuali kalian bimbingan tambahan. Terus ada DRX sama Talon. Game keduanya. Nanti lusanya itu 3 game lagi. Itu yang ada RRQ jam 1. WPM-nya enggak. Kayaknya gue nggak kuat deh. Gue kalau sampai WPM-nya juga kayaknya gue tipes beneran anjir. Chance RRQ menang lawan Gen.G menurut lu berapa, Kai? Gak sekecil itu sih, actually. Gue pengen lihat mereka cooking apa. Setelah melawan Gen.G kalah, mereka kan pasti melakukan sesuatu kan atas dasar itu. Mereka harusnya kan melakukan evaluasi ya. Jadi harusnya sih ada perubahan. Siapa lagi main kayak hari Rabu sign RRQ? Belum ada. Itu baru RRQ doang sama Gen.G yang bracketnya terisi. Harusnya setelah pertandingan ini sama besok baru nanti ini terisi yang hari Rabunya. Kan nunggu ada yang turun bracket soalnya. Jadi belum tahu siapa yang main. Asal jangan blunder dan disiplin. Terutamanya sih disiplin sih. Coach Ewok akan memasak Minkai, kita doakan saja. Pernah nggak sih Jason ngomong ke abangnya I'm you but a better person? Enggak sih, kalau di Valorant enggak lah. Role-nya aja lo beda. SQR aja nggak main duelist anjir. Beda role sih. Lagian gue nggak bisa membayangkan kalau Jason ngomong gitu ke Excuret. Justru gue bisa bayanginnya kalau Jojo yang ngomong gitu ke Forsaken. Entah kenapa. Kan bocil lebih tengil ya. Gak tau gue kalau Forsaken gak bisa bayangin gitu. Kalau Jojo bisa. Prex langsung masuk playoff, iya langsung. Menang 1 kali langsung playoff. Privilege jadi juara 1 kemarin.
Ramzi baru saja memberikan 10.000 buat beli air biar gak lupa minum.
Thank you Ramzi, respect, thank you. Minkai ada yang tanya lihat bracket di mana? Untuk bracket fullnya lu bisa lihat di vlr.gg atau Wikipedia. Kalau di tempat gua nih pokoknya yang hari ini aja, yang jadwal WP itu. Soalnya gua nggak bisa naruh semuanya juga, kepanjangan, Nightbotnya nggak muat. Berarti ini kalian baru bisa nonton Bleed lagi di bulan April kayaknya. Bentar. Maret awal atau April ya? Soalnya Madrid mereka udah absen aja. Bayangin aja mereka sekarang ini udah absen udah nganggur. Maret nganggur juga karena ada Madrid sampai tanggal 24. Jadi kira-kira mereka punya waktu sekitar sebulanan buat cooking. Shanghai. Enggak, Madrid dulu, Shanghai nanti. Shanghai itu setelah International Stage 1. Habis Madrid kan ada farming point dulu tuh. Stage 1. Baru ke Shanghai. Terus ke Stage 2, baru ke Champions. Madrid mulai tanggal berapa? Kalau sesuai dengan jadwalnya sih tanggal 14 sampai 24 ya. Kalau sesuai yang gua lihat. Tapi nanti gua konfirmasi lagi deh. Santo Brother tuh berapa bersaudara lu tahu nggak? Kayak gue taunya 4 sih. Kan Kevin paling tua, terus ada Alvin, terus ada Jason, terus terakhir Jojo. Itu doang gue taunya. Ada tambahan nggak? kan ya, harusnya seingat gue ya. Alah, nggak usah jauh-jauh ke Shanghai dulu. Ini ya, lu nanya gini ya, Higon. Terus kalaupun gua ada jawabannya, lu nanti pas hari H-nya juga nanya lagi. Jadi sebenarnya gue jawab itu pun nanti lupa anyway sampai hari H. Gak usah jauh-jauh dulu. Saudara Jason Alvin gak masuk scene e-sport ya? Dia kayaknya ikut turnamen komunitas doang deh, seinget gua. Pernah satu tim sama Arab sama Frudi. Itu zaman-zaman gua baru ngikutin Valorant tuh. Inkai nanti kira-kira Rossi bikin delay berapa jam? Ya amit-amit lah anjing. Kenapa pertanyaannya langsung gitu? Bundle tim kapan? Ditunggu aja. Harusnya sih bentar lagi ya. T1 versus Zeta menurut Minkai yang menang. Gue sih pengennya T1 cuy. Gue merasa T1 lebih meyakinkan sekarang menurut gue. Bentar, sorry, gue lupa polling. Kalau begitu, kita tentukan lewat polling saja. Belum ganti judul. Oh ya, sorry. Thank you udah ngingetin. T1 versus Zetong Division. Anjir, beneran mau gue tulis Zetong lagi. Goblok. Oke, udah. Kayak menurut lu Nitro Discord worth it nggak? Gua sih nggak aktif di Discord ya, jadi kayak nggak pernah pakai Nitro sih gua. Jadi kayak nggak kepake juga apa fitur Nitronya buat gua. Jeta pemainnya Jepang semua yang nggak ada pemain luar. Mereka mah Japan Pride emang. Harusnya kita gitu juga gak sih? Gak sih, coachnya mereka itu. Coachnya Furia yang dulu. Si Carlo itu. Legion Lock anjing. Ada Korea satu. Emang ada satu Korea? Siapa? Di Zeta. Gue baru tahu nih. Emang iya? Gue taunya coachnya doang yang import. Makanya gue penasaran, makanya siapa? Jepang semua, cok. Ini gue sampai nge-google anjir. Nih, Last Dev, Sugar Hero lagi, Sugar Zero, Hiroron, Yuran, semuanya apa semuanya bendera Jepang gini, Carlo doang yang berhasil. Ya ampun, cuman streamernya doang satu. Ya berarti kan bukan timnya anjing. Kan ini kita bahasnya tim Valorant-nya. Nah, kalau DFM ada tuh Medusa tuh Korea tuh. Sisanya Jepang semua. Tapi emang kalau DFM ini emang lebih sering collab-nya sama Korea sih. Mereka banyak player Korea, gabungan-gabungan sama Korea. Baru kali ini nih Jepangnya banyak nih. Itu kok bisa di Amerika, dulu kan EMEA. Ya kan ngikutin rosternya ya. Rosternya Amerika, ngambil The Guard kan, slotnya Amerika juga kan itu. Jadi representnya ya Amerika. I mean di SG aja kan sekarang represent Asia di Pasifik buat Ascension. Infokan tadi siapa yang menang? GE. Minkai udah tahu roster EG yang baru belum? Udah. Tapi gue kagak ingat sama nama-nama playernya. Gue cuma ingat kayak Yogimo, Tupamen, udah itu doang. Gue nggak bisa ngomong banyak, belum lihat mainnya. Let Coach Potter cook lah. Kita lihat. Kalau sampai juara lagi kan, yang jago Coach Potternya aja. Intinya Ye dan Viper jangan lagi, udah sumpah. Anjir, ini gampang banget minta obeng birunya. Yang udah sering di sini aja kagak dapet. Kalau follow e-sport itu berarti role playernya bisa berubah-ubah gitu. Gak ada role tetap kah? Ada yang biasanya tetap ada karena mereka emang dia playstyle-nya emang cocok main itu. Sentinel misalnya gitu. Tapi ada juga yang kayak Forsaken yang emang nge-fail gitu. Dia bisa main apa aja. Tapi sekarang sih biasanya kalau gue lihat sih setidaknya mereka bisa 2 role lain gitu. Apa? 1 role lain selain role utamanya dia. Jadi 2 role setidaknya. Yang gue lihat sekarang. Kebetulan Ye bukan salah satu orang itu. Maaf Ye. Goalnya aja Forsaken luas. Dia kayaknya semua role udah pernah main deh, semua role Forsaken. Kan di Arsen dia main KO. Di mana tuh? Dulu pas main di Pearl dia main Killjoy. Terus main Smokernya dia pakai Harbor di Bind. Terus kalau duelist kadang-kadang ngejet lagi, ada tuh waktunya dia ngejet atau ngeyoru kadang-kadang kalau lagi ngide. Ah nih panelisnya T1 1 cuman Asura yang Zeta. Nanti WP VCT Amerika nggak tahu, lihat dulu. Lihat bangun apa enggak. Bentar, gue mau ngecek deh. Emang Amerika hari ini apa sih? Maksudnya besok? Oh, Sentinel 100 tipnya sih menarik ya. Furia MIBR-nya mungkin gue skip. Mungkin Sentinel 100 tipnya gue jabanin. Mungkin. Ketemu lagi nih dua tim ini. Kayak ada niatan buat WP Navi nggak sih? Kayaknya nggak deh, Adiswan. Lebih tepatnya satu EMEA. Gak cuma Navi doang. Ini bukan diskriminasi tim kesukaan lu ya, tim favorit lu itu ya. Kayaknya emang satu EMEA kagak nonton gue. Tipes coy, tipes sumpah. Gue ngoper Amerika sama Pasifik aja capek anjir. Pagi udah Amerika, siang sampai malam Pasifik. Kan kewajiban saya Pasifik ya. Next agent baru kapan-kapan ya kira-kira? Menurut gua sih biasanya tuh pengumuman-pengumuman besar tuh terjadi di sebuah event gede. Gua punya firasat dia bakal di-tease di grand finalnya Master Madrid. Gua ada firasat. Dilihat aja. Sehat-sehat Minkai. Thank you Rangga. Kejauhan. Menurut gua kalau champion kejauhan Adiswan. Master Madrid. Gue yakin Master Madrid. Malam Vincent. Halo Samuel, welcome. Yang belum like di like dulu ya. Bisa yuk tembuskan 400 like dulu yuk. IGE seru ya, seru ini, seru ngeliat Ye. Ini orang-orang pada kagak sadar ya, setiap kali ada orang yang chat di mana admin Fuyu, gue nggak bakal jawab anjir. Gue bukan bapaknya. Dia paling tahu tuh, bahkan bapaknya sendiri mungkin kagak tahu di mana dia. Oh nanya di mana Ciko, apalagi Ciko anjir. Di di chat kagak bisa, di Discord kagak bisa, di voice call nggak bisa. Menurut lu aja deh. Pengen lihat bacotannya Tarik pas lawan Wahadatip. Itu sumpah Sentinel sama Wahadatip ketemu mulu anjir. Gue bingung sama grupnya anjir. Kok bisa ini tarikan grupnya kayak gitu sumpah. Aneh-aneh. Itu suwe di grup sumpah tuh Sentinel. Orang pada hopium ke dia. Sayangnya grupnya tidak hopium. Sama aja kayak RRQ. Emang duo merah. Panggillah kayak guguk gitu. Iya kan gak serumah ya. Yang serumah sama Ciko kan Fuyu. Admin Ciko kalau di-download bisa nggak? Ya fotonya mungkin. Nanya lagi. Bentar, mau ngecek DM Instagram. Apakah ada yang pesan baju? Ada request dong, bentar, kita lihat. Bentar, nih ngomongnya cuma mau doang nih. Bentar, dia ngomongnya mau doang. Beneran nih, mau order nggak? Oke. Mau minta, wah parah banget. Balik modal aja belum udah dimintain anjir. Udah balik modal pun dimintain kagak mau ya harusnya. Kita kan ngejar profit ya. Gimana sih?
Glamzy baru saja memberikan 10.000. Bang admin yokai mana? Biar yang gak ditanyain fuyu mulu.
Ya tapi kan gak gitu konsepnya. Kan yokainya di sini ya. Harga berapa? Coba dicek di Instagram, ada postnya. Kalau nggak ada di community post YouTube juga ada tuh infonya. Tanda serunya nggak usah dispasi. Oh, ada satu lagi yang udah ini. Yang udah sampai punya Tover. Itu 45 pembeli pertama dapat bonus stiker ya. Sisanya kagak. Testimoni sejauh ini masih bintang 5. Bikin sendiri tuh. Tapi so far puas. Belum ada yang protes dengan produknya. Berarti puas. Berapa pembeli pertama? 45. Maunya 50 tapi stikernya udah tinggal 45 ya. Ya udah. Infoling ada di itu, ada di Instagramnya Irsenpai. Coba di post yang kita pin. Kagak tahu Instagramnya Irsenpai, ada di deskripsi juga. By the way, kalau slow respon sorry ya. Soalnya ada di jam-jam tertentu kita sibuk, jadi nggak bisa pas respon. Soalnya kan semuanya kita sendiri yang ngurusin ya. Gak ada admin khusus buat nerima order. Udah berapa yang kejual Minkai? Oh banyak. Banyak, stok menipis. Ingat, limited edition tidak diproduksi lagi, jadi sebaiknya gercap. Marketing dong. Anjir, kalau 100 udah balik modal, padahal gue bilangnya belum balik modal loh. Ratus sudah banyak itu anjir kalau 100 kejual. Limited edition only in Indonesia. Oh jelas. I mean ini channel di Indonesia jadi ya gimana ya. Skip dulu deh Minkai, ayo buat lagi. Gua sih nanti rencananya mau bikin, tapi itu kan semua tergantung dari penjualan yang ini ya. Kalau yang ini aja kagak balik modal gimana? Mau bikinnya baru lagi? Nunggu dulu dong. Ngumpulin modal dulu dong lagi. Kan bikin baju atau bikin merch-nya tidak murah maksudnya kan. Asal teknis lagi kah? Belum. Sabar. Belum ada omongan nih. Rugi dong, betul. Toko aja dong, nanti ya kita pikirkan dulu tuh gimana tuh sistemnya segala macam. Apalagi dengan kita cuman berdua ngurusinnya apalagi misalnya gini loh, admin Fuyu kerja nih misalnya nih gini nih. Hari biasa gini nih, admin Fuyu kerja. Gua WP. Terus nanti ada orderan datang, kagak kurus. Bintang 1, Cok. Menurut lo aja. Gua takutnya itu buka di e-commerce. Takutnya yang kayak gitu-gitu tuh. Makanya kita bukanya personal sekarang. Dipikir penjualnya slow respon. ya maaf sih. Minkai, kaosnya apa bedanya sama kaos custom biasa? Emang custom biasa gimana? Yang custom biasa gimana dulu nih? Oh, udah walk out. Oke, Pin udah walk out. Walk in, kenapa walk out? Sama aja ya. Udah keluar dah gitu aja dah. Udah masuk stage. Susah banget. Ya jadi main dong. Keluar venue. Mana Min nggak mau main? Ini nih lihat player-playernya nih masih baru keluar dari goa ke stage. Ya nih, kebalik-balik kalau emang otak tidak benar tidurnya. Last sang Shujinko, sang tokoh utama. Map keberapa? Lu kagak lihat nih, baru masuk stage nih. Map berapa kata lu? Ini pilih map aja belum. Ten mana udah enggak? Udah diganti. Hari ini bikin pause enggak lah. Jangan marah-marah Min, enggak marah. Mungkin emang lagi tinggi nadanya, bukan berarti marah dong. Hah? Aman, Bran. Venue-nya di basement udah parah banget, gara-gara sempit ya. Ya yang penting main lah. Venue nanti dah. Pelatih Zeta tinggi banget. Iya. Si Carlo nih 2 meteran udah pasti anjir. Dari Brasil coy. Dulu pelatihnya Furia dulu. Gua aja kaget nih orang kok tiba-tiba di Jepang anjir. Jadi pelatih tim Jepang. Pak ekstra 003 main lagi gak Kai? Jangan. Sebaiknya jangan. Karena itu tanda PC-nya rusak lagi anjing. Jadi sebaiknya tidak terjadi itu, nama itu ya. Tidak terlihat. Tolong. Oke, map Pito.
Since, as we mentioned, a lot of the performances here are going to be enabled by what maps we're going to find our teams on.
I'm not sure what to think. I mean, right now, we can see the coin toss taking there. Lions Zeta said they get the first map veto at the end of this all. Curious what they do want to take away. I mean, from T1.
RRQ ketemu Gen.G lagi dong. Iya dong.
Defense
arc, let's go.
Away after that 18-16 victory that T1 did get. And quick ban on the icebox, and that means that Ascent is open, and Zeta will take it.
All right, they want to go with the steady known factor. Now, I mean, we've seen some teams that have tried to rely on Ascent, and it didn't work out so far.
Lah kenapa di sini? Apanya kenapa di sini?
Ascent, they've always clawed back in.
Lotus.
The possibility
there. The chamber matchup.
Ascent, Lotus. Ascent males banget sebenarnya.
I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm going to be flattened if it doesn't.
I mean, yeah, because both of them have used it on Lotus already, so I see no reason why it wouldn't come up. T1 banning out Bind. I mean, sure, different rosters, but they were able to showcase a good Bind last year. And
Delta sih oke sih, Ascentnya sih emang.
That leaves Sunset for the last one.
Yeah, they're floating this once again. We did.
Sedangkan T1 kan PD-nya di Lotusnya. Jadi apakah saling bertanggung jawab sama mapnya masing-masing terus map 3? Atau terjadi chop? Let's see.
But I mean, obviously, it's that map too. That is the really big one that we have our eyes on because that's where the chamber could come into play.
Itu sebelah coachnya siapa, Min? Biasanya tuh asisten coach. Kayak kalau di Bumi Sport kan sekarang ada Fidel. Jadi ada Miao, ada Fidel. Biasanya itu antara asisten coach atau analis sebutannya. Gitu-gitu lah.
And the mentality. Then there's Lotus, the potential chamber battle. Then there's Sunset. T1 shows some good ideas, but
jam segini match ketiga baru mulai. Ya gimana game 1, game 2-nya map 3 dua-duanya, coy.
Yes.
3 dua-duanya. Jadi berharaplah yang ini 2 map saja selesai. Karena kalau ini sampai 3 map, gua harus restream dulu di map ketiga. Karena durasi.
Sunset potentially, well, we'll get to that when we cross that bridge. But for now, these 2 maps, I think they're going to be very exciting. And as we mentioned again, they could go any which way. But I think, Kilios, we are favoring T1 here. Who do you think is going to have that moment, I guess, or are we getting like those excellent highlights here?
Who's going to be the X factor?
Yeah, the X factor here.
I mean,
ya kita lihat lah apa ini Ascentnya apakah ada perubahan dari agent default, soalnya biasanya terlalu default aja main di sini.
So prevalent. We very rarely see teams start to stray away from that. You know, PaperX is one of them, kind of bringing out the Reina from time to time. Every now and then we would see, you know, maybe a Phoenix in the mix there.
Tapi PaperX udah menang, betul. Tadi sudah all in PaperX, makanya nonton yang lain gue nyantai. Gak yang sampai teriak-teriak kayak gimana. Kecuali tadi yang EA sih. Yang EA kocak sih emang. Terlalu pecah aja itu. Di PaperX ada ketemu monyet. Di game kedua ada Ye. Komedi aja dua-duanya. Ada aja gitu hiburannya anjing.
Given what we saw, sorry not to cut you off, from Hirodon, it feels like that Sova still would very much be in his hands because it does feel like you're very much just handicapping yourself not having depth on that jet.
I feel like also that this could be a potential to break the usual Ascent composition here, especially on the side of T1.
Oh, tuh ada bocil depth tuh.
Any surprises at all, or are we going with the standard usual Ascent lineup?
Apa Seiren akan menghibur? Enggak sih harusnya. T1 udah cukup solid sih gue lihat dari timnya ya, mainnya ya.
Too surprising, and I kind of feel like it's likely to happen again. But if somebody does want to kind of reinvent the wheel with this map, then obviously that would be really exciting. The thing that I do want to see, though, more so than a compositional change, is still that continued change in playstyle from Zeta, because this was pretty much the quintessential map for them, where they would just really grind to a halt, wait for those last 20 seconds to show up on the clock before they started going for an execute. So I want to see some faster hits. I want to see a lot more determination and confidence in their play when they get ready to go for it.
What does that mean?
Very good test for Zeta, because Ascent is also that map where while you do want to find your own pacing, you cannot be haphazard about how you push out, whether you're on the attack or defense. You have to be very methodical about it. You have to make sure that you understand how much space you've taken and how that pushes the opponents around the map. So I'm curious. Last time we saw them trying to play more aggressive. It was a little messy, but the aim was able to carry them through a couple of those rounds. Ascent is not going
bocil dep.
Could we potentially be getting the chamber matchup here on Ascent? Do you think?
I don't know.
Paginya pacarnya ya.
As an individual can still work well on Ascent. It's just that if you're gonna have a Sentinel, Killjoy and even Cypher provide so much value on Ascent.
Tenta Watch Party gan bate. Tentanya apa tentanya? Tenta tuh artinya apa yuk? Wachipa tuh Watch Party. Oh, Wachipa tuh Watch Party. Okay.
How much teleport range you have, a lot of those reliable setups that you used to have as a chamber are completely gone. Because you used to be able to
tahu gua tuh Wachipa tuh. Ah, ini nih Agent. Pakai Fate Carpe.
Taking a look though, it's pretty
no
much
KO.
what we do.
They play Viper. Executed Cypher.
Yeah, so Rossi played that Viper during the season as well here on Ascent.
Interesting.
So continuing with that double controller, it's Izu and Rossi on Omen and Viper.
Interesting.
On that Cypher. Meanwhile, last sticking with the age-old Killjoy, going to have a little bit more flexibility in covering mid with utility so that they can rotate a bit more freely around the map.
Yeah, and I love how Zeta are really giving the initiator role over to the
Bahasa Jepang suka disingkat-singkat gitu ya. Beberapa hal ya. Beberapa hal.
As we head into our final series of the day, tossing it over to our casters Azurai and Quack.
So many things has happened today, man. Lots of
Makudonald.
We are 100% sure that they have bangers, and I expect the same of this last series, T1 versus Zeta Division.
Yeah, the winner of this one definitely goes forward through to playoffs, and that's already a really big deal. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, starting things off on the map of Ascent, T1, what an interesting composition. We might have seen a little bit of it in the off-season, but up against a more classic one in the form of Zeta Division, but with two new players. How's it going to play out?
We'll see here and now. Izu's been an absolute monster, whether he's on that Yoru or here on this Omen as well. Zeta Division not wasting any time, already pushed up on here onto short. Quick contact between Carpe and teammate. Paranoia does push them back. Very huge on that.
Meresahkan kah? Ingat bocil Iju. Percayalah pada Iju. Lah. Malah kena molly dia. Oke. Bocil relax.
Already so quick into sight, and with that, I mean, how do you retake? You got the Cypher, you got the Viper, and it's not going to be the easiest task in the world, right? You might be able to clear some corners, but when it comes down to the gunplay, Zeta's neatly tucked away.
Ya, ente.
Well, sugar zero.
Kena kepala semua tuh.
True. Man is a diet coke.
Sebun. Kenapa Sebun? Sebun nggak sih sebetulnya Sebun?
None of the bad stuff.
Sebun.
Sugar zero.
Oh, okay.
Bro. Come on, keep up the pace, man. I know we're in the third series. Anyways, quick little recap on this replay. Again, Zeta Division, with that coach of theirs, man, their tempo really has amped up the pace, and it's not just them just going radically into a site. There's always thought.
Sebun bener nggak bisa Sebun. Gue maunya Sebun. Wah, mau mencoba agresif. Ditangkap tapi.
Yeah, Hitteron's been hitting them flashes. From here on out, here on run. I'm losing my mind a little bit because it is the last series. But going back into things.
Saya player investasi Marshall-nya bodong. Gimana ini?
Little peek on heaven though. Peekaboo, I see you. Marshall in hand. Extra tag or anything, not gonna happen. Only Euron as a collateral here for Zeta, and 2 quick rounds for Japanese.
I still can't get over that owl, Silva.
It's early, but
why is it so
with this speed and with T1, you know, not quite adapting to it just yet. I mean, again, still really early. But your predictions, Azurai?
Kita sangat menyala.
You know what? I don't really care anymore at this point.
Ini penentuan nih. Tyron, Carpe sudah bawa Odin. Ya kali tidak menang.
But at the same time, it's just
sudah bawa Odin nih, coy.
see because like everyone else kind of thought the T1 would be the team. They're more, you know, veteran.
Yeah.
They got the star players. You got X-Curate.
To be fair, Coach Alex did say that comparing it to last year, everyone's upgraded. So
yeah, that's the thing. Is Zeta's upgrade that much more powerful? And I'm really impressed to see if that is the case. We know how strong Dep is. Yes, he's still opening a lot of it. But I'm very curious to see what Hiroran and Yuran have in store for us.
Baru sadar.
You can already see that.
79% T1 masih percaya sama T1 ya.
I've been watching a couple of the games with Heron, and I mean, there is potential. I wasn't like blown away, but there is potential on the man himself. I'm about to say this, side player is pushed up all the way on Sabrosa.
Whoa!
And wallbang for wallbang. We've seen two different weapons actually get that shots through the wall and everything.
Threatnya via wallbang anjing.
The angle here. And again, a very vocal player.
Threatnya via wallbang. Odinnya ambil.
Securing the first gun round here for
Oke, diambil.
I got a little bit excited. I thought it would have been like one of those rounds. I mean, it was the rookie, I think, was it Hiroran?
Euron.
Oh, Euron. With the Guardian getting the shot through the wallbang. That was really lovely. Maybe through that, they might have been able to do and open up a little bit more.
Bisa gitu, di trash bulletnya.
They have Bioden, of course. They had the read off of, that spot from Sabrosa. And with that, just information, right? Rossi, well-timed snake bite. It completely halted Zeta into the tracks.
Lebih sakit Guardian daripada Odin kalau di wallbang. Secara peluru satuannya iya. Kan emang damage-nya Guardian ngeri anjir. Perbalotnya.
There's a quick little push in. Nobody willing to go and dash right in.
Ayo Ju. In Iju, I trust. Dapat dia. Emang harus percaya sama Iju anjir.
Through the walls here, forcing TP away. Dep's got his blades. He's got to create some contact right now. Spots one in front of Rossi.
Nice.
Rossi's just too good.
Iju dapat satu lagi walaupun di trade, it's fine. Udah ketahuan juga KJ-nya di sini. Wah, nice trade.
T1 quick to answer.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel comfortable. You know you have to peek out. You're gonna have to try to find whatever you can get, but too many players on the other side. They're gonna play off each other's contact.
Kalian tahu gak sih yang Iju ngomong itu? Aku pengen jadi fakernya di Valorant. Impiannya dia tuh. Gue pengen jadi fakernya di Valorant.
Rossi just toying around with Dep, just keeping his tension away from the rest of his team as much as possible. This T1 adapting right back into the game.
Menang dulu lah ya berarti ya. Kalau dia emang targetnya seperti itu, menang dulu berarti champions.
Players that came from a different league had to transition into Valorant, and now he is looking well at home.
It's been a year.
It has been.
He's adjusting. I like the idea of the fade, and it definitely works out on defense as well. The C's can give you so much, but off of an eco now, Zeta still trying to get an idea for how T1, really defends.
Bring them down.
They're trying to fish for a kill, but T1's just not giving them that satisfaction. I mean, if Zeta wants any form of contact, they have to go into the domain here of T1. Speaking of which, though,
hampir aja timingnya.
Right then and there, quick, close on the contact. Dep was able to dash right in, but I don't know how much impact he can actually do.
Nyelonong boy aja nih.
Leaves the site and starts to create some tempo here on Heaven. It's going to be
harusnya udah masuk sih di info ya. Main nyelonong boy nih. Dipantek sama ini. Ditungguin sama saya. Ya. Makan korban dulu tapi.
Now with an op still looming over their heads, Zeta Division just trying to position themselves safely enough.
Sayang sekali.
Last tucked away in the A main.
Agak sulit sih retake ada OP ya.
Just right up next to Sugar Zero, because if not, it's easy for T1 to find these 2-on-1s.
Turret is available for Laz here.
Ya ampun timingnya loh.
The reactionary position.
Oh my god.
He's buying time.
Is Sugar Zero on switch, swings right out. Carby's very quick on that trade. Laz risking his life to get that contact, has to swing out. Carby's gonna be able to maybe have the spike here. No, he does not.
What, dimainin?
That should just be about that.
Dimainin.
Perfectly cool, calm, and collected.
Iya, timingnya ya ngeselin ya.
Secures one.
Dia lagi lihat kiri ke kanan tiba-tiba keluar. Valorant timing.
Off of pistols. But that little duo between Yudon and Sugar Zero, buying the attention away, Sugar Zero getting the tap at the Sheriff, really allows them to open up the site. I think Izu, had to spin so much back and forth that it allowed for the rest of the team to make their way in, and not to mention, depth right up around window. It kind of throws things off for a little bit.
True. You're T1 in a guessing game, right? Is he staying on the site to protect the site, or did he overpush so that he gives more information and more map control for Zeta Division? Went for the latter, so he reaps the benefits of that. Only good for the first kill, but yeah.
Holds out that operator, that's the thing. So
yeah, true.
Buys up now, T1 on the half buy.
T1's very adamant about that.
Baru tahu aku pemain Jepang pro gini. Wah, parah. Parah.
Zeta somehow always
Kemana aja?
A short or somewhere, right? And those are the rounds that Zeta has gotten pretty successful on. Okay, Null Command.
Oh, tim ini jangan diraguin. Yang satunya tuh ragu boleh.
Boy, does he. Depp now holding the angle. Fragment activated so that Depp can cross a little bit more peacefully into the site. Execute. Very vocal.
Satu lagi. Ah, ente. Terlalu banyak yang datang. Si Bas enggak, gue nggak nyebut namanya, kamu yang nyebut.
Such an interesting retake toxic screen, exactly. Side player, of course, then he would have the Blade Storm up as well, but you gotta watch out for that alarm bot. He knows it's there. Timing is crucial. Going along with the team now. There it is.
There it is indeed.
Jadi possible gini tuh, ngambil senjata tuh dapat tuh.
Do they still have enough time though, or can they only just?
Wah, Odin Gimangnya ini. Ya ampun, Odin Gimang nih.
Is he blind? But he is not going to miss a beat with that Odin.
I really like that. I mean, first of all, you gotta admire Depp. You gotta admire how he gets these entries. Apart from that, just Yunnan. I mean, the decision-making not to fully commit to the spray and swing his
Odin versus Odin.
wildly back and forth. He actually gets off of it and then repositions, because if you do stay in that spray, your tracers are visible, your opponents can fire right back. So very well.
Perlu diraguin nggak Minkai? Kalau dia pakai Viper. Kalau dia pakai agent selain duelist.
Drop it for
T1 was that
Sama
team
Chamber.
that knocked
Sorry.
Zeta down. T1 was the team that denied Zeta Masters Tokyo. So if Zeta can actually win this, that would be huge.
So it is some form of retribution.
Little bit.
All right, I like it. Storyline set up, revenge arc. I mean, not guaranteed, but we are seeing a possibility here.
Tapi gue tahu emang Zeta bagus sih asennya sih. Emang kuat asennya Zeta. Makanya mereka ambil.
For T1 and Zeta have been very good at utilizing these Odins, man. The Odin spam is great. Ooh, Saya player though. He's going in for more. I mean, in parties you don't want to double dip, but in Valorant it's perfectly normal. Even rewarded at times.
Without a doubt, I mean.
But a shock dart. Yikes! Oh, it actually finds Saya player.
Waduh!
What a shock dart from Euron. Gets the one. That's
well placed. But apart from that, after a little bit of pressure onto B, the rest of the team already rotated closer towards A.
Betul Max, betul. Gua baru baca, sorry.
Last has been spotted already. That is a magical camera there.
Ijo.
Izu. Boy is playing with the hearts.
Remember this guy. The faker of Valorant. Mantap Ijo, mantap. Membuka jalan kemenangan.
Finishes it off.
SC was the one who starts it as well. I mean, that spy cam was everything. He saw so much, did not shoot out any tracers, just called for the team. Hey, they're right up here. Izu, be prepared for this. Hunter Street goes out.
Itu hampir ke sate itu bahkan.
Dude, and he doesn't get tagged by it whatsoever. In fact, he actually picks up those two frags.
Dibersihkan sama Execute.
Picks up the win. It's back to that mind game of is Zeta Division gonna try to go for that bits of mid control? B main has been a bit of an area for contention, right? Saya players.
Hypercam-nya nggak tahu tadi gue nggak lihat di mana emang.
If not B main, maybe closer towards mid. You never quite know where he's gonna show up.
Zeta yang itu, Zeta yang tag.
Not just that, but
timeoutnya.
Again, we've seen this in the first series with Paper X, where you do see the duelist having a lot of support from the initiator, not just utility support, but firepower as well. And you see Carpe do the same thing with Saya player here, where if Saya misses a beat or gets followed up on by Zeta Division, if he gets the pick off and he's out in the open, Carpe's just gonna let that Odin rip and assist his boy out, and it works fine for T1 here.
Exactly, that's another thing to keep in mind too. T1, they have this additional support, and Carpe as the IGL too, being able to support his teammates that way. Lots of support in the crowd for T1.
Kayaknya di daerah garden, oke. Ketutupan sama itu tanaman.
an interview a while ago, right, where one of the fans just said that he's here not feeling any fatigue whatsoever, waiting for this specific match. I'm not sure if you picked up the fans, you know, on our microphones, but they do be faithful to T1.
I knew it. I knew it. That emoji gonna
None whatsoever.
comes out.
At least not for this round in the books. It is that half buy coming out from Zeta. T1 has to definitely make their buy count. Saya off the Blaze, if anything. And with the way that they're positioned right now, not seeing anything towards mid, not really giving out too much, just ready with that Odin.
Depth is all gonna really fall down onto him unless that Odin spam from for Carpe gets so much more value.
Kebanyakan nggak ADS kayaknya. Jadi pusing sendiri kayaknya. Nggak kelihatan tuh di kirinya.
But this heavy contact from Zeta Division pays off. They'll be able to pick up all the weapons, get them upgrades, and even use
yokai kalau nge-whip,
lockdown from the extra sauce. But can they break it though? Doors opened up already here.
Wah.
It will get
Rossi, pengorbananmu.
Sugar Zero does get that pick off. 2 versus 3. Extra getting close onto the side.
Pengorbanan seorang Rossi.
Smoke gives him a little bit of
Wah,
cover.
ente.
It also separates the rest of the team right now.
17 darah.
Messiah player.
Mau apa? Kunanya juga miss.
Gives the chance. Zeta Division answer back.
My man. I mean, I gotta see that replay on that execute.
Sayang tadi Rossinya sendirian anjir. Maju ngancorin lockdown. Hero play.
Carpe had an Odin, didn't quite know how to respond so well. And with the way that they played around the smokes too, you can see in that replay, they were able to kind of fend off each section of the site.
Yeah.
Rossi though, man, what a team player, you know, sacking his own life just to deal with that lockdown. But the little bits of movement, dodging out the sprays, kept the rest of Zeta Division alive. So now 3-5. The buy's back on their side.
Also,
T1 just, yeah, not quite synchronized.
Sorry, I just wanted to add as well. It felt like the nano swarms that we saw Laz throw was in benefit for T1, but it actually works a little bit differently there, just to flush out, you know, certain corners.
Kita yang sering pakai chamber mana min kai?
If it's your own nano swarm, you take somewhat reduced damage, so you can swim in it, theoretically. You know, so you can use that as some form of aggressive push strat. Speaking of aggressive push strats, side player, he doesn't have a tailwind. Inside of the smoke, is he gonna risk it? No, never mind, he backs away.
Yeah, Zeta, knowing that there has been a lot of noise, a lot of presence that they made previously towards this mid area, T1 definitely coming in to investigate, so not wanting to challenge them all too long, not at least until, you know, piece of
Itu berapa kali dihancurin aja turretnya anjir.
Gives it up. Now they know, all right, there are some players out towards A short.
30 seconds.
They are running out of time.
Harus diras ini. Wah, ini ultinya keluar nih. Delaynya kuat sini harusnya.
Carpe has the Nightfall too. Oh, this is not going to work out too well for Zeta.
Oh yeah, they could be swimming in this with very much reduced HPs.
Harusnya sih T1 nih dapat kalau prediksi gua.
Right now, Carpe pushes up.
Iya.
14 seconds. If Sugar Zero.
Iya, nggak jadi coy. Nggak jadi coy. Somehow tembakannya tidak connect. Let's go saya. Udah di expect.
Thankfully enough, Yura answers in kind. And Rossi placing the back of the site. Euron, he's absorbing the snake bite to position himself for a better peek. But it doesn't work out. It's a 1 versus 1.
Oh!
Once
Wah,
again,
ke Prefire itu anjir.
Tap, 1 kill. No luck, all skill.
Oh, Captain, my Captain.
Wow.
Ngojing. Oh.
I mean, you're
ngojing mulu aja.
that snake bite just to hold it off and make sure that Rossi would not be able to peek out that quickly. That was something. It takes nerves of steel to do that. But apart from that too, I mean, just with the way that the fight breaks out, you would have assumed that Carpe
Yuran nahan snackbait karena udah posisi mati kah? Enggak sih, lebih ke arah ngagetin, mau ngagetin.
Not to mention Sugar Zero picking out that multi-kill really turns
ternyata ditungguin.
Where is this blade going? Clearing up the entirety of A main as well as wine, just in case somebody creeps up in there. Pop shot on short with the Marshall. Not sure if that was heard properly by Zeta. Regardless of which, it's going to be a mid push anyways.
Yeah, making use of that movement speed.
Coba dukung Zeta kayak siapa tahu Jinx-nya pindah. Lu tuh pindah, keyakinan lu tuh. Masih percaya klinik.
He's chasing him down. Maybe a little bit too much, but
Still works out for Depp. Clean takes, great flash. 2 players on the site. It's going to be Carpe somewhere hidden on B. Huge hunt, maybe a couple of pop shots through the smoke. This wall from the Viper is giving some cushion right now, Quack, for the rest of T1. Zeta Division, they are cool, calm, and
Stuck B sih.
40 seconds, they can let them cook. They can wait for
Harusnya setidaknya ngasih
make
damage.
something happen. And through all of this, Izu actually TPs at the back of the site. What a hero! But can his added presence on B actually assist the rest of T1? That is the biggest.
Kalau senjata sih udah. Anjir nih Iju. Belum melihat musuh aja, darah tinggal 12 aja. Ente dah.
And it's not working out too well. There's Carpe through it all. And it's all down to Rossi. So some pretty big utility used by T1 and ultimately still giving up the B side in the end.
Look, this is Zeta's map. It's one of their home maps, just as Will pointed out.
Ya briefnya lu taruh di line dulu aja yuk.
They're very
Brief apa lagi nih tapi nih?
They know how to work around this classic agent composition on this map.
Terus bisa wallbang ya? Bisa, tergantung ininya, tergantung ketebalan temboknya.
Nothing but a sheriff. It's just tough.
Kan Ghost medium ya,
It's awesome
penetration
how
ya.
Zeta was disciplined enough to tap the brakes. Let's take a breather for a second. We might have gotten into sight, but we know they are all around. Let's not overly commit. Let's not make assumptions and just rush in as they've done before in the past year, and actually wait for a second. If someone peeks out, we'll be able to shoot them down. At the same time, we've got this Odin, so let's make some noise. Get these T1 players feeling uncomfortable, and then come in to destroy.
Is that the Carlisle Furia DNA, injected into Zeta here? Again, it is on a round where T1 are not on the full weapons, right? But you've been mentioning it, I've been mentioning it, the thought process is there at least here for Zeta Division.
It's a fusion, Asra. It's a fusion.
Fusion. But yeah, truthfully it is.
Yeah, because you still got Junior there, assistant coach. So now T1 feeling the pressure.
Capek nggak menurut lu?
Can win the last 2. That would not be too bad. But then again, timeout's being spent.
And these contact plays that we've seen from T1, right? They've been relying a lot on Saya player. And again, as I mentioned, the kind of bounce back between him and Carpe in creating these openings.
Oh, yeah.
That only happened for a couple of rounds now, but in the rounds that Zeta Division have won as of recent, I think 2 to 3 rounds straight.
It's not always just that.
That's true, and they haven't gotten that initial
Capek
contact with
kayak
side
PRX
player.
menang,
He's
ya
always
capek lah.
picked up on short. He's always been smoked off.
Justru karena PRX sudah menang, udah capek makanya udah.
Here for T1.
Semua energinya udah di sana tadi.
So now back on the operator. He's looking for that contact, but I don't know if it's going to happen that easily. Both of them looking to inch out towards B main, but look at how Zeta's reading this as well. All you got is Laz getting the info, the rest of them making markers, exploring all throughout the other parts of the map. If we know that Saya is here, we know that the other half of the map is slightly more open. Let's take down Izu.
Depp.
Ooh, nice.
Oh, what a smoke from Rossi here too.
Nice. Ayo.
But it is
Dia kena one way sendiri.
as soon as it gets set up. Zeta Division though, is the play to go straight to A because Carpe's already here, but there seems to be like
banyakin tuh line up tuh.
on T1 side, but I mean it's granted because they do have the numbers advantage. Laz now caught in a 2 versus 1. He's got to have to make something out of nothing. And that's not going to happen. It's not possible. And T1 on all fronts answer back.
Miscom itu tadi, miscom. Dia pikir Rescue mau kabur terus di one way biar musuhnya takut untuk ngejar. Ternyata saya playernya mau ngepick, dia kaget ada one way ya. Miscom itu kayaknya.
Get that timing. We understand that if they're not really pushing out B main, X-Cure and Rossi, just stay prepared. Izu, stay prepared. And all the utilities come out.
Di Korea udah jam 11. Ya, 2 jam lebih cepat.
They blocked off every single avenue of entry.
The clapback is just beautiful here from T1. Quick null command pinch coming in from mid. Paranoia as they detain or delay the players on B main.
Nice! Nice, Koko relax.
This is why he's the big brother, dude.
Udah. Aduh, gak apa-apa Koko relax. Sudah good job Koko relax. Mantap.
Alone on an island 3 versus 1.
Unbelievable. just the mechanical skill involved.
Udah itu tugasnya udah selesai itu sebagai Sentinel udah.
To position themselves
Good job.
in that spot.
Absolutely.
Zeta tries to go for a different approach, right? You got the mid to B, but then he got blocked off that way.
And Heron is just very far from any kind of good information whatsoever. Forced to back away. The paranoia.
Harusnya sih nggak bisa apa-apa ya, udah kagak punya flash dia.
Snake bite.
Akan dipaksa reposisi ke kanan dipantek sama OP. Ke kiri sih kalau dari sudut pandangnya
First of all,
KO-nya.
execute with the shots. Then in that last pinch against Hiroran, you got the paranoia, the snake fight.
Kayak aku mau Bobo nyanyiin Bobo dong. Donate 300.000.
Pretty good half for T1. Let's see how they can carry that over onto the next half. Again, this composition, very interesting. On the defense, you've seen how useful it can be with the Poison Cloud, a bit of a one-way. Izu still, you know, being such a menace.
57 ya? Baru sadar gue udah first half. Tetap salah monyet, weh. Udah, weh. Itu game tadi siang bahkan anjing. Udah. Ini udah game terakhir masih aja di bawah monyetnya. Iya aja. Sama aja ternyata bawa orang lain.
Feels a little bit weird whenever they try to push into B. You know, it's like smokes and walls, but then other teams are just like, we can just spray them down, kind of. I mean, I'm not entirely
Our
sure.
time is now. Ini ya slogannya yang baru nih.
Is this double controller that I'm very curious to see how they're gonna apply.
Kalau kemarin Mac Wave, sekarang Our time is now kayaknya.
From the AVL.
Okay, I'm looking at that from a perspective where side pushes, right? But I'm also gonna say that it allows you for so much segmentation on the map. Right? Because you have two of the controllers, you have twice the capability right now.
Nih so far sih kagak ada komedinya nih. Aman nih. So far. Kagak ada komedi kayak 2 game sebelumnya.
Look on the market and maybe trade up. So those kind of scenarios much more accessible to T1 obviously because of the double controller compared to Zeta that only has Sugar Zero on that Omen.
Yeah. I'm just like still feeling, you know, you're attacking, the only flash you have is Izu. So it really comes down to how they apply this. It's not that it's not viable, but
dikit pas one-way swiper. Itu miscom.
That was Euron.
Wajar.
His drone very early on, only spotting out Excurate. So if T1's plan is to rile up a bit of utility here.
Pure nggak pakai chamber, kayak dia pakai chamber kalau di Lotus.
And you can already see Zeta very much kind of scratching their heads where they are. That's why you're seeing so much rotation coming in from depth, from the players on short, and they're scrambling.
Wow, just feeling that pressure. Still though, Tree, that's going to be a big stack. Without the flashes, how do you break through it? Saya, he's going to have to find that contact, and he's going to have to do it safely.
Execute, though. He snuck in.
No way.
Pilihannya, coba cek kiri atas.
Has found his access all the way through spawn. Here comes the push out on short.
No way.
Euron's actually looking on his own side of the spawn. He's aware of this, but the damage is being done already by T1. Here
oh, nice.
Misses the timing there.
Nice. Ya. Tidak expect masih ada satu orang di B. Ente kokoh, relax.
Has every bit of advantage taken to put themselves in a better spot in post plant.
That actually worked. Okay. I can't believe it. Excurate lurking through all the way like that with the toxic screen that Zeta thought was kind of just left alone. Now with the retakes, how do you follow through?
They're just brute forcing their way. Let's see how well their brute force is going to work out.
Kok jadi 2 lawan 1?
Smokes that again Sugar Zero can put himself on. Half on the defuse. He's got
Iju ente Ju.
What heroics from Depth and Sugar Zero, the mainstays of Zeta.
Udah di popping aja.
It looked unwinnable.
It really did, right? Numbers weren't quite there. They just brute forced and jumped through heaven. But they got the frag. Sugar Zero started things off, and then with the way that they pinched on into hell,
sayang tadi Excurate-nya gak ngira tadi di B-nya masih ada orang.
The core members being that familiar, knowing exactly how to play off of each other so as to ensure that Izu would not be able to deny any spike defenses.
That was such a big round too. I mean, imagine losing that. T1 has all the right to bring back a deficit in that 5-7. Speaking of T1, Mousepad actually here. Side player with a big dash in, right on top of Generator here, and the damage! Oh boy, the damage very much felt.
Tiba-tiba rata lagi.
We don't see this too often. The force buy. Zeta did not expect it whatsoever. They suddenly blinked and 3 members dropped dead.
That's
tough retake. I mean, this is going to have to be a call to a save for me.
Yeah. I mean, both Jordan and Depp are on rifles right now. Guardian and a Phantom. Do not want to give that up. There's even a late lurk coming in here from Xcurit.
That's the scariest thing
Tapping,
so far.
Joy.
Also.
Tapping,
yeah,
tapping.
Xcurit, you see this toxic screen. It's always placed up towards B. That's the power of the double controller. Zeta's always going to have to be wondering, is someone going to make use of this? Are they actually going to push through to B now? Or how do we position ourselves?
Waduh. Jangan dibikin mahal dong.
You know what?
Iya.
Kena
Xcurit ya.
You know, Xcurit always lurking.
Mahal, woi, mahal.
From Zeta that also wants to peek out through B main. You can't see nothing through that smoke. Sure, you can maybe pop a couple of shots, but visual confirmation is down to a 0 as long as that wall's up.
Okay.
And there's a chance, there's a world where T1 just like 4 stacks it, drops the wall, and gets like a massive contact with sheer numbers. But again, one of those things. Just saying.
That's really cool, though. Actually, yeah, I mean, that's what this toxic screen does. It actually controls so much. So I mean, it's a very good composition. You can see what it's used for. Of course, it takes a team like T1 to actually make it effective.
Fair.
Yeah, we can't do this in our premier games at home.
Are you saying the Banana Boys can't make it happen?
Banana Boys.
Actually, can't remember the name of our team now. I'm so sorry to every teammate that hears this from our team, our premier team. Anyways, back into the nitty-gritty. They're really important.
Yeah, we lost the Guardian. Only Depp has the hero Phantom right now.
Yeah. This is not looking too hot here for Zeta Division. T1 taking their sweet time, seeing if there's any nooks and crannies that there's any littered Zeta players. Would be great if they can get that quick 4-5. But even if it's not, I mean, just a full force on the B side or on any side, it's going to be much to handle, especially when Depp, the only, as you mentioned, lone Phantom player is stuck somewhere here on mid. But never mind, they actually are slowly going up on the short.
Lanjut kah? Gua usahakan.
But he's got the weapon.
It's a one and done.
30 seconds left.
Can't quite commit to the spray, so got the one. Rossi trades right back. Now A site is open. The rest of them might be able to sneak back in to maybe retrieve the weapon, but I don't know how much that is going to do.
Well, I mean, if they push up on the short, they're going to pick up at least 2. They want to open that door. They want to punish whatever they're trying to break through here. 2 from the flank coming in. So that will be Euron as well as Laz now picking it up.
Wow.
Nightfall activated for safety.
Anjir, di-commit Nightfall-nya.
Making things short here, man. And I mean, I don't blame them. They still are at a 2-round
Mereka butuh poin.
The more that they can try to secure something in terms of rounds, the better it will be for them. Izu into the corner here. Beautiful stuff coming in from this Omen player of T1, and it's turning into a full-on blast battle. Trigger Zero's just stuck the generator. That's going to be that. T1, one more round to equalize things.
Satu lagi. Walaupun masih ekonomi masih empot-empotan ya. Ekonominya T1.
I mean, of course, Zeta, that was just a pistol.
Empot-empotan ini.
Kind of interesting with how that fragment was tossed through, but you can always see just the movement from Izu with the way that he plays around some of these corners sometimes, in and out of smokes. Very, very tricky. Meanwhile, on the other half of it, just back into the game, right?
Yeah.
T1 with the approach on the attack. We're talking about that toxic screen, but in this round, they just kind of waltzed into A after taking down Depp. So there are so many things that they can do, again, buying the attention away because of that toxic screen, or just creating presence around other parts of the map. Of course, now that Depp has kind of lost his life around short by himself, Maybe Zeta senses to call for further reinforcements. Is it going to be enough, though?
And at least that recon, excuse me, that Sova drone
Nanya match
does
yang
give away
kemarin
something.
gimana
What
sih?
aggression here from Depp to swing out. I mean, sure, he's got some safety with that tailwind, but like Elsa, this bro is going into the unknown. That gives up the control of A short. Mid only has a measly alarm bot activated here. So here comes the rest of T1 marching in, barging in. But wait, hold on. I haven't seen the rotation here from Zeta yet. They've actually brought in Depp at the back of the site. If this is a full commitment here from T1,
Ayo, tiga orang di side,
at this entire B side, excuse me, so I'm fumbling because right now.
Nice. Satu lagi, sudah ketahuan.
And Depp hasn't been spotted just yet. Now they know. There's so much to have.
Waduh, Depp ngeselin banget.
The call, the rotation, it's perfect.
Nice. Let's go.
Late lurk on mid, and T1, they managed to make it happen.
Let's go.
Ideas were good.
Threadnya mantap.
That said, T1 with the number still just able to play off the information from their fallen brethren.
Tuh, Koko relax itu ketenangan itu.
But then as X-Cure comes back in,
Biarin jetnya pecicilan ke sana sini, tetap dapat.
for the team. It's not just Saya player. It's not just Izu. X-Cure.
What? I heard like a black from. Is that like a voice line?
What?
From.
Time out langsung. Time out terakhir ya Zeta.
I don't know. Anyways, okay. While we have this timeout, I just want to talk about quick cause and effects. Right? The standard composition on Ascent for any team here that Zeta's using up against what T1 is.
Aku nyari admin Fuyu parah Yanto. Datang nyari admin FY.
Out the non-refundable, non-rechargeable utilities of both.
Akunya nggak dicari.
So,
tapi ngapain juga sih lu nyari gua sih sebenarnya.
To a certain extent, because if you break your utility, especially that turret, it takes a very long time for it to. Very long time, right? When you break it. Anyways, if that happens, the more Zeta is forced to use their own players to guard certain locations.
Face checks.
Exactly. And because of that, T1 with the Rossi up and down smokes and segregation of the smokes from both of the double controllers is making it easier for them.
Besok, okay, GL.
The longer they lose their, the more they lose their utility, and the more that they get pushed into the side to hold it.
Yeah, that's a great point, Asterai. T1, you know, that's the thing about the composition that Zeta are playing. On the defense.
Aku kangen sama kamu, Ih, sekarang jilat KB. Tadi mana nggak ada. Sekarang aja jilatnya.
And well, players are a resource as well, and right now, apart from players, economy is also something that they're kind of running low on. So we're waiting for that reset.
Iya lagi, bener lagi.
They can get as much information as to how T1 approaches as much as possible.
Besok match-nya siapa?
A bit of that
besok itu dua.
Screen, you know, nobody's really working their way
ada
around it. So
DFM Team Secret, Direct Talon.
Kind of goes in and positions himself up there. Meanwhile, the rest of them, they've got some of these sheriffs. Depp on the Blade Storm, just guarding A Heaven.
And this come from Zeta, you know, that everybody uses on Ascent, is that mainstay for such a long for such a.
Wajib menang sih ini, Iko.
Gets here on. Just
ini siapa Yanto?
They both try to push in, but X-Grid's timing his reads.
He is so ratty.
Bagus, boleh.
FPS experience for you. It's just translating into Valorant pretty well. Sure, he gets shut down by Laz, but 2 kills already. Loss
aku
of
kalau nonton konten Senpai kalau VO-nya YK aku scroll langsung ya tahu mana pernah tuh ada komen kalau di VO gua anjing adanya di konten Fuyu mulu.
He needed to really do something massive.
Oh, let's see if Depp can visualize something. Oh
my god, he's Yep.
Ijo, bocil ijo.
I mean, he forgot Rossi, couldn't get the kill on Izu. So unless he could get the kill on Izu quick enough and then transition into Rossi.
Yokai maam dulu biar nggak sakit. Nanti habis selesai pertandingan biasanya. Kalau di tengah-tengah gini biasanya ngemil aja.
But apart from it too, again, just keep in mind, it's a round where Zeta division
T1 sama Pepperex.
but with the way that they didn't show off.
Gen.G gimana Gen.G?
Just accurate. Sneaks up. Maybe drops.
Gue ngeliat Gen.G.
Those 2 kills were big enough.
Malah mikirnya Gen.G sama Pepperex anjir. Yang ke Madrid.
He's back.
No, he wants to showcase, you know, why he was the one to be feared before, and the other Bang Bang. Couple of tags here right now for T1.
Gantian sama Chico aja kai kalau capek.
Stack on B. Euron's waiting for any contact.
Penggantinya anjing, literally anjing, cok.
For the push, but T1.
Tenang, ada T1, boleh. In T1 we trust. Kakak adek, kita kirimkan dari Pasifik.
Of that B site, and they can back away if they want to. What's perfect about this is if they do,
wah, ketahuan.
that they can catch off on the spawn. It doesn't matter anymore. Sugar Zero's by himself. He really has to just do.
Raja terakhir bot house. Raja terakhir bot house langsung di through the smoke.
But I mean, Zeta's never in a spot where they can really be.
Nyelonong boy.
And on top of that, the Viper's pit was just spewed right in front of them, and T1 coming back with a strong second half, double digits already.
Ever since that, you know, second round force buy, they haven't dropped a single bit.
Yeah.
We're starting to think this might be another one of those rounds where they kind of half buy it up,
gimana
save it up, and
pakai Viper gimana toh? 0 sampai 10 berapa toh?
Because again, now showing off some of
Dia
these
pakai Viper berapa toh?
get a bit of space, is sitting pretty, maybe dropping a little bit to Sugar Zero, but the response from Depp and, you know, the rest of the squad not quite following through.
Kayak Viper tuh gila dari mana anjir?
They can't.
Anjir 11/100.
Yeah. So it's more of them just hoping
Aduh.
that they're doing in the
Komedi anjir.
is gonna be enough. But we've seen it for these multiple rounds already that it really hasn't. So what's the mix-up here?
Gak ngerti juga tuh kenapa bisa gitu.
Of their IGL to alleviate this. Oh,
Kira kok nggak pakai OP? Ya, kalau lagi pakai Cypher mah. OP-nya kasih saya lah. Maksudnya saya player ya, bukan saya.
Not quite sure how to adjust around the defense though. T1 with the way that they're playing around this, Depp kind of being beckoned over again.
He readdresses, puts himself right at the start, right at the corner here.
Nice.
And that's not the call, that's not the play that we were.
Mati gak sih? Mati banget anjir.
But it's the kill on Saya player, and I mean, simultaneous enough.
Saya,
Hard lurking, Euron.
Oh my god.
I don't know how safe.
Harusnya mati karena execute nih. Ya, kagak sadar dia. Ya udah.
Whips out the classic, but
untung diselesaikan kayak ijo.
There was 2 more deal, and this is just T1.
Beda game Mars. Itu bahkan tulisan sayanya nggak gitu.
Yeah, it's almost as if like
beda
that's
game.
what this composition was picked for. They know exactly that every other team, or at least Zeta Division still, it might be a new roster, but the idea is that the game plan centered around this exact classic composition. It's always the same thing. Meanwhile, for T1, when you got players like Saya, you got players like Rossi, you got players like Excurate, they can throw you in for one heck of a loop. And it just keeps happening again. Saya picks up quick op kills on his own, similar to how Excurate have done so on the B side before. Now, the whole team kind of holding default, Saya looking for an opening pick. The drone ignored.
Oh, ada gila-gilanya saya.
For Zeta to play in. It actually still works out in the end. Excurate now.
Iya, ketahuan dong.
Should get spotted as well here, as he uses the smokes to get him out of harm's way. We haven't really seen any aggressive push-outs from Zeta at all.
Malam Mike, malam Kuros.
No Korean flash and dash on mid.
Ini PC Rossi gak aman. Ya ini masih lancar nih kok. Ngeretek pause aman coy.
Yeah, I feel like no big reason to, because they're always kind of anticipating that T1 is playing that default, and that's what they're doing this round. Very, very tricky to work off against. So just kind of hanging back, getting the info, playing off of it. Heroed on now.
He's getting chased.
Waduh.
He's good enough for the one though.
Gak bisa tuh. Apa? Gua gak bisa tuh.
As well as Excurate somewhere
Apa,
stuck on
ngepik.
spawn.
Setipis tisu gitu aja.
Thinking about
Oh my god.
It's him just thinking about
Spray transfer
maybe it's
aja.
my time to shine, you know? Just give myself some highlight reels, stack up, start this 2024 right. He does get that one.
Man, I got it
to the playbook.
Bang, maksud tanda bintang di samping RR habis main kompe apa? Itu berarti performa lu lagi bagus. Jadi lu dapat RR tambahan. RR kalau nggak tahu RR.
So once the owl drone was sent through, we instantly knew, all right, I could do something against the Saya player. And as soon as
Bohong dia, iya gua bohong. Siap.
you know, they don't have to worry too much anymore. The rest of them finding some frags, on getting the information for the team. Depp is able, or at least enabled, to find the remaining frags. Oh, but as it happens, just one round win. Autumn is like, nope, that's all you're gonna get.
Yeah, instantaneously uses that timeout.
Gak bisa bro.
No, it was
Saya kan di sini junior ya.
And it was the first round.
Ikut aja jadi gua mah.
So much garner right here from T1. Ugh. Every single game this entire day, man, has been so hard fought for both teams.
Welcome to VCT Pacific, Asura.
What a first day. My goodness, I am enjoying every bit of it, but I will not.
Bang, gua main di Iron kok bisa ketemu Silver? Tanya sama Yanto, dia yang ngerti. Aku nggak ngerti apa-apa, Ilman. Nanti aku salah. Tanya seniornya langsung.
My God, these teams will not let up, and I love it.
Yo, we've got a lot of talent here in Pacific. Champions being Korea this year. I'm expecting for someone to bring that trophy home. But apart from that too, exactly right. Still, this round, Saya's still on that off, very scary. You're on back on the Odin.
Cukup dengan join member? Enggak sih. Kalau mau bahagian fuyu sih setidaknya borong baju kita 10 sih. At least.
I mean, this time though, they put a lot more bodies into trying to deal with Excurate.
Here.
Kelihatan itu.
See anybody on B.
Barang senjatanya.
See the rotation from Blaz right now. If he can maybe stop Excurate from breaking this alarm bot and shutting him down, that could be something if he pushes on
ketahuan posisinya. Tapi itu Omen bisa TP.
Get out.
Depp still on the corner.
It's very important that Zeta does not move too much right now. Because if they get punished by Excurate, or if Excurate goes in deep enough.
Oke juga trik marketing. Oh jelas.
Rotations might come through. We got 45 seconds left.
Oh, this is the worst case scenario right now for Zeta. This push out on short. If Huron can't hold this, Depp's hold on this boost spot for the past.
Yuk, dua lagi.
It's going to be nasty.
Poison cloud.
Waduh.
He does get one. He dashes
Okay, di trade.
Traded. Activates the Hunter's Fury. And Huron holding
Wah.
Kokoril away. That's a split drop down short too. 12 seconds. So unless Saya player can take down 4 players
Tapping sih.
in 2-second intervals each.
Oke, Yanto, thank you udah mampir.
This should be another round for Zeta Division.
Yanto kabur kayo. Kenapa kabur?
But yeah.
I mean, 8 seconds, 4 players, 2 seconds each.
Arah-arah. Anjir, emang mau anjir ngapain juga tapi ya.
Yeah, I mean, it really is those 4 players. I think that's the main thing because they were able to stay alive. Depp having the skill to react to players who are trying to approach from tree. Pump the brakes for T1. I think there was that timeout called from Autumn to maybe attempt at a new default to try to sneak their way in, but because they weren't
ini ISO
able
udah
to
pernah
catch a
dipakai
fish
belum?
for anything, Excurate couldn't find any other kills off of his lurk. It's that much easier for Zeta to go
Bang,
through.
kampung lu Jawa kah? Tonton video Q&A. Astaga, anime battle dimenangkan orang Jepang. Tentu saja. What do you expect? Jepang, man. Anime battle, of course. Orang Jepang yang menang. Kau pikirkan apa?
It is trade for trade. There is that quick TP at the back of the site. Is it going to be full committance? Depp.
No.
World have activated as well. Izu did commit his use from the shadows to the back of sight, but the spike did not come with him on B.
Itu Iju udah ada di B side sih.
Exactly, trying to sell a fake. But Depp kind of saw a glimpse of something towards top mid, so he has an idea.
Lagu Jepang paling lu suka apa bang? Apa ya?
Split up
Banyak ya yang gue suka.
Around the sites. Izu though could still be a very deadly force. If he even gets one frag, that is quite a bit of damage.
Absolutely, especially with two players already committed to hold this B position. But they're calling them back?
Oh.
They have 30 seconds. They can do this, but
gonna have to be a really slow creep.
30 seconds.
they have to run for it though. Again, it'll take like
Last
10,
dalam
15
bahaya hijau.
seconds, but they're
Ya
not going
tergantung
back
sih.
to B once again.
Antara dalam bahaya atau
turret.
sebagai kuncinya malah.
They're just about to touch tips.
Oh.
Iya.
That's got the first one. Nightfall activated. They'll
Pasti
trace
tidak
everyone.
Oh my god, di absen.
But the Odin reigns
Di
supreme.
absen pakai
That's
Odin
right, Seiren Division.
gimana?
Save your samurai sword. First of all, we had depth in the anime duel up in the air. But then after that, just
Langsung 3 hilang anjir kena Odinnya.
Stationed and staying frosty. Like this kill was so much. And then as the dust settles, yeah, they're from the shadows.
No.
Mind games. But Zeta just stays calm and collected. You know, feeling the pressure that they had from last year, maybe this would have been different, but this year, this brand new Atarashi Zeta division, they are so much more rejuvenated and ready.
Dap Scott is operator out.
Ketahuan nih OP. Oh, timingnya hampir.
Saya player though chasing him to
Moras.
He wants that
Mitubi, ya ampun, Accurate hilang, Karpa hilang. Pick terus. Tidak lihat di stare ada orang.
has to hold. If he makes any big noise, that could
Sabar-sabaran.
opportunity here.
Masanya melawan kesabarannya sama orang Jepang ini susah anjir.
On to fast lane. The fragment's perfect. That does force back Rossi for the moment here. Rossi's just trapped. He bumped himself into the corner. And it's all down to Izu.
Ayo Ijo.
50 seconds, spike in hand.
Masih banyak waktunya Ijo.
He knows he can't plant the spike without them punishing him, so he might as well just be proactive with this one.
Enggak nyangka ada di atas meja situ. Udah sulit juga sih. Itu last mati pun ya, omennya nggak disangka ada di atas itu juga.
Trying out this different execute, but with the recon, the traps.
Pengit gini nih baru map 1 nih.
It just wasn't quite enough.
Bacak bocil ngejinx. Bacak.
With that, and not to mention the last 3 kills. Last was that controlled that he didn't.
Another high ground advantage. Yes.
Even getting information on towards lane and then peeking out for the final 2. Oh, what is this now?
They're making a lot of noise here. What is happening for Excurate? He's already been spotted. Euron coming in from the pinch all the way from down.
Di sandwich itu si Excurate.
Senpai activated here on A main. Maybe to stop any pushers out from Zeta Division, but ultimately also stops T1 from pushing up into A main right now.
Yeah, man. Mega impact kill. Excurate has been such an annoying lurk for the past several rounds. Now they're just like, you know, if he's going to be alone this round, you know, previous round they tried the B push, they're not going to try it again. Let's punish him.
That was also the first time we've seen that pitch play come out from Zeta, so
yeah,
that's the reason why I kind of freaked out a little bit.
I'm freaking out right there with you, dude. Now it's going to be a 4-on-5 without Excurate. That's a lot of pressure off of Zeta's shoulders.
By the way, Zeta tuh yang komanya cuma 1 aja tau. Gak usah yang 2 petik kayak gitu.
For that overtime or bust, man.
Yes, for sure.
Not to mention, you know, Zeta can still play it safe. Last still has the lockdown for the retake.
They do have this smoke, though. With the Prowler combination, it pushes back so much. You can't see Laz has to hold on.
Wah, saya player kecolik ya udah.
Beautiful bait and switch. Now, there's going to be the plan.
Kecuali Iju tiba-tiba AC.
They do have it. Rossi's gonna hold the angle here. No,
sepertinya OT sulit.
Crossfire's bound. Euron's finally shut down here, but this could become deadly, which it does. Izu gets spotted out. Rossi's already done his damage.
Ya, Karpe tidak berhasil mengagetkan. Di ulti sama Killjoy, udah. Exactly, ay.
He has to cross or even get a kill. If he does,
GG kah? GG.
He has his ultimate. I don't know. He's there. They're with him, but again, the detain is looming over his head, and Zeta Division almost looking to get tripped up on map 1. Come back with a 13-11 swift retribution.
Just the first map, but
next map. Yuk, nggak apa-apa. Bertanggung jawab atas map pilihan sendiri. Nanti T1 juga ini. Oh, watch party Jepang tuh tadi tuh. Waktunya Chamber Susanto, ya. Execute Chamber. Jangan gini dong. Tiba-tiba Seiren ya lah ya, kaget kan? Mentang-mentang Jepang menang langsung anime di spam. Padahal udah dari tadi anjir. Kita Senpai tidak mengencourage Anda beli-beli akun. Kalau nyari beli-beli akun, sana ke tempat lain. Kekuatan MC overpower, tapi emang mapnya Zeta sih. Zeta dari season lalu pun juga asalnya emang kuat sih. Daripada beli akun mending membership, betul. Betul sekali. By the way, yang belum like, di-like dulu ya. Anjay, sudah 400. Thank you yang like-like. Bisa ditambahkan lagi. Tembuskan 500. Galak amat kayak apanya, galak? 50k subs yokai arara. Hoax mulu. Udah bilangin gue ngejing, sekarang nge-hoax. By the way, untuk para member sabar ya. Gue sebenarnya pengen bikin desktop wallpaper, cuman waktunya belum dapet nih. Lagi sibuk WP juga kan. Nanti mungkin jarak libur antara sebelum Madrid gue usahakan bisa deh ya. Gue usahakan. Sekarang jadi orange lah ya. Tapi berapa ya kalau ukuran desktop gitu, berapa ya? Yuk 80 aja sama 1920. Apa mau lebih gede lagi biar orang adjust sendiri? Yang 2560 kali ya. Butuh hire ilustrator ngapain? Masih bisa diurus sendiri. Sampai enggak main tak? Enggak, ini lagi watch party. Gue lupa 2560 tuh berapa ya? Kalinya ya?
Bacot.
Bacot.
Satpam baru saja memberikan 10.000. Buletin angka Delkai.
Siap Satpam, thank you. Mau dikali lipatkan juga boleh. Anjir, maruk. Minkai udah sepuh gitu. Tapi itu skill gue zaman dulu anjir. Sekarang gara-gara kebanyakan gambar biji. Tanya Fuyu deh. Gue gara-gara keseringan gambar biji kayak gini ya. Proporsional gambar gue jadi hancur aja. Gue merasa kagak bisa gambar sudah sekarang. Keseringan gambar biji. Enggak. Sebenarnya itu bukan biji. Kalau kalian kalau kalian sadar sebenarnya bentuk-bentuknya karakter Irsen-senpai itu ngambil dari bentuk iron, dari rank iron, bulat kayak gitu kan, bulat memanjang gitu. Base-nya itu dasarnya, fondasi karakternya. Terus tinggal kasih tangan, kaki. Gue pikir itu sosis bang. Ya banyak yang bilang begitu. Saya sadar banyak. Max memberikan 1 gift membership. Thank you Max. Sagara dapat anjay. Fans Zeta menang Zetanya dapat klaim membership juga anjay. Beruntung sekali Anda Sagara. Nggak butuh tukang bikin kopi. Fuyu bisa bikin sendiri. Enggak, itu cuma di jidat doang. Belakang kepala tuh kayak apa ya sebutannya ya? Ya cuma bentuk hoodie-nya aja kayak gitu. Itu konsultan hukum Kakai, aku ngelamar. Nggak mau. Kamu tukang fitnah jinx. Masa ahli hukum kayak gitu? Langsung kredibilitasnya turun. Kira bisa nge-kill Kai? Bisa. Tapi mati. Babi lah. Bentar, anjir streamnya udah 9 jam anjir. Ini kalau map 2 kagak selesai sih, kalau map 2 bener-bener T1 yang menang sih, kayaknya restream deh. Bentar gue cek dulu deh. Bisa sih dipaksain 12 jam, mepet banget tapi. Ya maksimumnya itu exceed 12 hours. Soalnya kalau ngelewatin 12 jam bisa kepotong. Live streamnya tuh kepotong. Makanya maksimal 12. Ngomongin kayak gila belum kelar. Ya gimana dong 3 map semua ini kayaknya. Tuh game 1, game 2, 3 map. Ini alamat. Gas 24 mati anjir. Gua kalau 24 jam besoknya kagak WP lu. Oi, bentar. Udah agent Salek. Kenapa mereka kecewa karena alasnya nggak pakai chamber ya?
Obviously, there's a reason it's one of the more picked comps, but man, it would have been so good to see.
Do you know that meme where somebody like forms half a heart and somebody has a thumbs up?
Tidak terjadi pertarungan chamber tampaknya guys.
No, this feels like a middle finger directly in front of my face. I was promised glory.
Laz is thinking like I'm gonna pick Killjoy because Killjoy.
Mungkin karena musik kali ya. Beda kali. Atau mereka yang nggak peduli kepotong, ngerti nggak sih? Emang streamnya dia nggak peduli kepotong. Kan sebenarnya mungkin bisa dilanjutin ya. Tapi pas replay kepotong gitu loh, ngerti nggak sih? Kan mereka nggak peduli kepotong itu. Isinya kan sama-sama aja, di loop mulu.
It's like you draw the circle, but then your hand's not like really steady, so it's all squiggly lines.
Yes, I have experienced
Speaking of squiggly lines, some squiggly lines in form of wires maybe not really working. We got a tech pause.
Yay! Hooray! But anyways,
I can hear and feel your excitement, Asrai.
Nah, of course I'm not excited for any tech pause, but I am excited to see what impact we'll be seeing right now when everybody was expecting T1 to really run away with, again, the performance that they've shown when they faced up against Bleed.
Fuyu apaan sih? Caper. Fuyu caper.
But again, Zeta Division, they got their own things working out for them. They're not the same team before that was very hesitant, very timid. They are now pretty aggressive. They're working with that aggression, making it their advantage with the help of their coach, and it goes to show. It is a very close game that we saw from Map 1, but I mean, again, everyone's upgraded. You're supposed to think that it's always going to be that very close. My man is yoked as he flexes right in front of us.
We got a lot of fans all throughout the stadium too. I mean, like, you've got these T1 fans, you got Zeta fans. It's a good
Itu ada
day for
orang
Valorant.
pakai baju ini, pakai jaket Kremlin anjir, Kremlin Valorant Champions kemarin itu tadi. Panitia kah?
Except for maybe Asrai, who's biased towards Zeta. Anyway,
Hey!
not really.
Wow, shade thrown just because I'm the only one that picked Zeta Division, you know?
I mean, it's just great Valorant. But apart from it, I think it's also like just micro adjustments from Zeta Division. I mean, the firepower that these two rookies bring on board is actually really awesome. You can definitely see.
Ini bedanya VCT Ascension sama yang sekarang apa? Yang sekarang tim franchise Ascension itu dari Challengers mau Ascension, yang menang Ascension ke tim franchise tahun depannya.
On such things before, I think during the dark days of Zeta Division, they were only really relying, I think, on depth to heat up, and there was this like weird interval where there's 1 week, well, depth's gonna be the one that's always heated up on Zeta Division, and then last comes in at the very last couple of weeks. But now with the rookies, as you were mentioning with Euron and Hiroron, it's kind of come full circle here for Zeta Division in terms of that firepower.
Kenapa nggak mulai-mulai nih?
When
Jangan bilang nih, jangan bilang.
Has that star potential, you are able to at least bank a lot more on more players on your team to be reliable than more times than not.
Yeah, you gotta at least be able to get your exchange or get that one frag to provide the value to your team, because if not, numbers advantage always dwindles down. And if I recall correctly,
udah in game sih itu, lihat tuh. Tuh komputer siapa tuh? No, ada teknisinya tuh. Komputer siapa tuh? Rame-rame tuh.
On the map fracture, just knew exactly how to come in with some executes and a lot of combos.
Kayak coba animasi diri Anda ganti hidung pakai jersey Peprex. Lah gue bukan tim Peprex, gimana? Maksudnya nggak yang official tim Peprex gitu. Wah, Rossi lagi. Wah, bete lagi. Alamat restream lagi. Jangan dong.
Zeta's choice, Ascent. Yeah. This is now T1's map pick. The previous map being such close of a scoreline, how will this
deja vu?
T1's definitely practiced this quite a bit.
Yeah, fair enough question. Right, I can only assume a big portion of this is going to be how strong the long-range presence of Execute is going to be felt, right? And we were kind of hoping that we would see Laz match that up, but
itu komputer yang masalah dari kemarin ya berarti ya.
Player, so
tapi kenapa selalu T1? Kenapa saat T1 dan kenapa di tempat Rossi?
Absolutely right. Although to be said, this is the map, at least from just remembering it from pure memory, Laz was the one that got so much impact play when he was on the chamber.
Yeah.
So there is some familiarity with Zeta Division on Lotus.
Oh, di sana apa ya sebetulnya? Hyung.
Oh yeah.
Hyung.
But can that familiarity help you counterplay against?
Mulai kayaknya udah.
Right? And they
Tampaknya
definitely
sudah
have against each other before in other game titles as well. So now that the tech issues have been resolved,
yes sir, let's go.
Yay! I'm very excited, guys. I just don't want to overdo my voice because we still have some insane
with the potential
highlights.
for a third map.
Also potential for third map, exactly. We have been at this for a very long time.
Drink some Red Bull.
Yes, it will give you wings. Okay, hold on. There's a paranoia setup here from Izu all the way on B. Is this a quick throw right now, or will they wait for contact first? Seems like it's going to be the wait for now. Don't want to pull the trigger too quickly. Because of that, look at this 3-man push already from T1. Loving the aggression. It's only the alarm bot.
Tapi kayaknya belum ini. Ini belum ini ya.
It's gonna be his
Harga peluru kayaknya belum turun kayaknya.
Push out coming in from T1.
Walked straight into Rossi. Got the door activated as well, but because the guns were at the ready, T1 is not going to dare to challenge just yet. However, on the other half of the map, still X-Curate definitely thinking about positioning himself around Rubble. He's near enough to that rendezvous. Oh wait, no, that's a trademark.
Yeah, he actually recalls the rendezvous. So if he can hold out for like 10 more seconds, he can use it right now and be even more aggressive to push out, nearing that ultimate orb. There it is. Oh, he wants to go for heaven. It actually marks
Kevin Chamber Susanto. Ya.
That's 3
3 peluru miss semua.
Getting that contact. Depp on the other side though does find Rossi, trying to flush him out with the nade here.
Yang like banyak juga 451 enggak sih itu dikit. Mau tau kenapa gue bilang dikit? Ini streamnya udah 9 jam.
At the very least, they managed to take over the site.
Harusnya tuh bisa 1000.
Corralling around to kind of set up for the retake. You've got definitely players some headed up towards. Oh, wait, actually, no. So many of them headed towards Mount.
And this might actually be bad though, because if they wait a little
Masih
bit
menang jumlah T1, harusnya masih bisa dimanfaatkan numbernya.
Data Division knows that there is some Mount push. To what extent? Unknown. But here comes the push here and now. If Carpe can have his haunt up and available here as they want to explode through the smoke, this could be something.
Rame-rame.
Plays, but it's heavily in the favor of T1.
Waduh, Sugar Zero ngeselin juga tuh.
It's actually been turned on its head. 2 versus 2.
Wah.
There's one more. Izu.
Waduh.
Assists.
Hiroron.
Hand in hand.
High ground advantage tidak ngaruh.
And pistol secured. It looked a little bit iffy here for Zeta Division, but they come back again with the rookies.
Oke, Kak Buski, thank you udah mampir.
Exactly right. Hiroron, 3 kills back to back. I definitely felt very shaken by this push coming out from T1. You're thinking about it, might be a bit of a choke point, but because Zeta doesn't really know, they're kind of just stuck and pinned down in sight. They can't really use Waterfall to escape because they're always thinking somebody could be approaching from here. But as soon as X-Curate falls, and then the rest of them coming out from Mount, it was easily dealt with. And
wah, timingnya, Cok.
That was just that much better. Now onto the next round, just these pistols. We got a little bit of information, but then Zeta, of course, with the guns, just playing it safe, playing it careful. Got the firepower, just make use of it.
They don't want to over challenge just yet.
Harus cari nih yurannya, harus dicari dulu nih. Oh, enggak. Gua pikir dia ngelor sendiri, ternyata ramean.
Very nice check.
Yeah, just gonna retake the utility right now.
Don't challenge the toxic screen, please.
Oh man, if that
kelihatan.
Everything will break loose. All hell will be unleashed.
Jangan kasih gratis, jangan kasih gratis. Bikin mahal, bikin mahal.
Laz is down to single digits at this point. Izu thankfully not spotted by that haunt.
Itu pasti bisa ketipu itu.
Reinforcements.
Matanya nggak pas.
40 seconds. And all still up in the air here, Quack, especially now that again the chamber is available for contact.
Very close to it. It is definitely possible. Well, it depends on how sharp X-Curate can still be. That's it, you don't want to lose the guns. Laz on the Bulldog. But they have to make their way through. 20 seconds left.
He's using Yeah, he is.
Bisa. Ini bisa.
They're all reloading.
Ya. Main waktu. Buy time.
He's gotta have to plant the spike here. Izu's getting closer and closer. My heart cannot take this, and the punish is gone.
Ijo. Duo Iju dan Sekuret.
Up against
Ijuret, let's go.
Laz was low, but wow.
X Iju apa?
And you just
apa Ijuret?
Starts off, right? You got Zeta playing it safe. That was good. They made
Iju lah ya.
Just checking. But then as soon as they go up around, mid-link area, That
Xiju,
toxic
bro,
screen
duo,
that
bro.
Rossi had blocked off so much, and rightfully so. Izu popping off, just playing around his dark cover. Very good extension.
Very good use of cover as well, as you mentioned, to really put some hurt there on Sugar Zero.
Jadi hijau.
Push out from Excret.
Okay.
He can still get that value and get away with bloody murder using that rendezvous of his.
Kecolongan.
T1
Kecolongan.
Warpath right now. Excret's back into holding that B main. Door's been opened up, but attackers holding this position on B.
Gak bisa nih gua ngeliatin angle-angle setipis kertas gini, gak bisa anjir. Hanya mereka orang-orang kayak gini. Bahkan Rossi sudah Odin.
T1. Excret's just so good on this chamber.
Yeah, not much to say. I mean, just with the way that they're getting the eliminations on this round. But I dare say, this could be looking to be, this is looking to be one of T1's sharper maps. Just a couple of days ago, right?
Kalau tiga udah round Odin ya? Kenapa tidak? Yurannya juga bawa Odin anjir. Odin versus Odin. Bacot goblok.
Vision baru saja memberikan 10.000. Nih Minkai buat beli kopi wajah tersenyum.
Thank you Vision. Terima kasih sudah mengcover. Tiba-tiba saya player dapat 2 by the way.
That's not looking too hot, especially now that, Zeta has the weapons per se. Euron even having to change up into a rifle.
Tiba-tiba hilang 2, Cok.
As he needs a little bit more.
Aku baru baca donasi itu. Hilang 2.
Maybe deal some damage here. They got to be careful that they don't get hit by these wild shots from Rossi too.
There.
Side player's just holding an angle right now. Get a pick off very quickly, very cleanly. And Rossi, boy.
One enemy remaining.
Mantap.
Punish. Laz all alone by himself, lurking. So he has to pick up the spike, and he just has to go all the way for this pilgrimage on this A side, and it's not going to be too pretty for him.
Yeah, he's got some
udah dapat infonya. Sekuret.
He does not have his turret, so they're just about to hit this lurk, and he's looking to what's in front of him. Yeah.
I mean, to me, like,
langsung
this round,
dieksekusi.
the way it starts off, of all things, a nade kill from Saya player. I'm not quite exactly sure
OP.
how that happened to some of the Zeta players,
Korelek
but
udah
it's
mulai
not
OP,
the
coy.
way that you want the round to start, especially when you're starting things off with a full buy. It's just knocked right on.
Di combo.
Teleport,
Kena assist itu, kena assist.
Just tossed right into the spot, kind of anticipating Zeta's game plan.
Gue baru lihat, tadi gue baca donasi soalnya.
Already a 3 on 5.
Yeah.
It's just because of nades. Huh?
I mean, it sees and nade.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So,
ya, pro player masih bisa kena combo seperti itu.
Once you get tethered in, so womp womp for Zeta Division.
So back into it, round 5. It's the half buy. You got this Odin. You got Execute on the operator already. Saya player with the rockets.
By the way, this is a really strong angle for Rossi here because at his
Execute dapat satu yuk.
if you go right in front of him,
Vipernya ada Viper nakal tuh.
well bangable, and you will get
ke-A tuh sama Killjoy.
crouching down, and obviously you will be walking, standing up straight. So if he's not flush out of his corner there, and he just like follows anybody through the walls, it's a high percentage chance kill for Rossi.
Very crucial for Rossi to stay in that spot, to watch that angle, not expose himself too much.
Yeah.
A single head, Zeta could be able to take
nice.
Of course, Zeta trying to look for openings on the other sides. That's where Execute is.
Nah, masalahnya lastnya nih.
There's so little options right now from Zeta that we're
buat bikin kepikiran doang itu lastnya aja.
Trying to bypass.
And they can't really plan.
Ketemu Koko utama. Let's go.
So this is just going to be a little bit of money, and Execute's timing as well as his hold on these lurks haven't just again leading to easier rounds dealt here by T1.
Udah lah ya, dia bahkan nggak border untuk ngambil Odinnya anjir.
Teammates contact just to take that Odin away. Spike might be planted, and that's good enough for the economy, but
langsung hilang tuh.
Precise with that sniper. 4-1 for T1 now.
he's sitting pretty with his tour de force also available for him. So this is.
Ini sih defense-nya T1 sih kuat sih.
Yeah, this is where T1
Opernya ada, Odinnya ada.
Effective usage of this agents. You die with the operator, you lose a couple more rounds, all good. I can just pull out the sniper whenever I want. The tour de force. So of course now that Depp has the showstopper.
Wah, tapi ini Depp-nya ada ulti nih. Bisa jadi free side. Ada ulti Depp, Hiroron juga. Wah, ketahuan OP-nya di sini dong.
As long as they don't hear that snap of the fingers, they already know that he's still somewhere right in front of them. Now they do.
Anjir, kagak kena coy, kagak kena. Darahnya masih full.
But the thing is, this is a false sense of security right now, Quack, as two players of T1 have kind of sandwiched themselves together. And the longer they wait, the more chances they allow once again for, you know, Excurate to place himself on an off angle, TP out.
Mau entry dia. Mau ulti entry nih. Ulti entry.
You got he's on this, you know, a little bit of an off angle. Good thing that it's the Nightfall that, you know, puts out these tracker lines.
Saya playernya yang ngeluarin ultinya anjir malah. Gue pikir itu suara ultinya Depp anjir.
Careful about this. And with all that, it just burns down the timer a little bit more.
Apa defense mechanism anjir?
Shoots the nade into the doorway.
So it's gonna be like alt for alt. Yeah. Now down to 40 seconds remaining. Sugar Zero trying to reposition from the shadows.
Iya, makanya gue kaget. Gue pikir tuh Depp yang mau masuk udah di ulti gitu kan pakai pet.
That nade is gonna be good for Depp.
Ini nih.
Flush out Saya players positioning here. Depp converts.
Tanpa ulti ternyata masuk. Yurek masih dapat satu, nice. Menyamakan posisi, kedudukan. Makan dong, maju lu sini, maju. Ayo maju. Iya bang. Nice.
Sugar Zero was way too far because
terlalu jauh. Let's go.
And T1, these rounds are just pouring in.
Got 5 in a
Takut nggak jadi entry, iya anjir.
Wondering if timeout needs to be.
Padahal gue mikirnya tuh anime battle itu nanti tuh. Anime battle galon.
Find an answer to this. That's why I'm not a coach, but again, look at how T1 plays this. Although they did bite that fake for a bit, you know, from the shadows from Sugar Zero. As soon as the dark cover went out, Extra calls for rotations right back, and he knows how to position himself. He knows how to
T1 selalu ambil ini, selalu ambil Lotus.
Hang back. Maybe side player drops.
Nggak di ban sama Zeta kan berarti kan ya emang nantangin kan ya. Emang nantangin Lotusnya T1. Harusnya sih mereka punya strategi emang ya.
There is
Lotusnya dilepas.
Real counter against I think Excurate here. You can throw as much utility to flush about one corner, but again, if T1 can delay long enough, the cycle can keep continuing, right? He can keep placing his rendezvous. The threat is back up
Even
again.
if you try to dive at him with the showstopper, he might be able to shoot you out of the air.
Exactly. So there really is no answer to him, and the big problem is Zeta Division. All of the plays that they're trying to do is to
Ember udah di buff, belum kayaknya yang ini. Ini belum patch yang di buff.
Force a rotation out of T1, but it isn't working because T1 knows that even if they don't rotate, they still have such a solid hold with all of the pieces spread out across the map.
Just wanting to play away from him, right?
Yeah.
But it's just difficult to always pull that off. So maybe just give us the chamber versus chamber. Last on chamber, you know, out off Excurus.
I mean, I feel like Excurus will just say that'll be a cold day in hell, that he'll be able to do that.
Yeah, but then
Ini bahkan ada 2 oper nih. Kayaknya dikasih OP-nya. Excurus dikasih ulti.
Got Depp on the Vandal still. But as they kind of push their way past pillars, Carpe gets all the information he needs.
Pagi lu WP nggak kayak? Nggak tahu, mungkin.
I like how
Oh enggak. Kayaknya gue mau nonton yang Sentinel sama 100 Tip doang jam 8.
Yeah.
Itu pun kalau tepat waktu.
Awesome.
Soalnya kan kalau map 3 itu game pertamanya bisa lebih telat. Bisa jam 9-an mungkin kalau yang map 3. Game satunya.
That smoke gives him a little bit of that coverage. His teammates backing away. X-Ray with the bait and switch.
My God.
Emang kenapa? Kalau ada tugas sih bisa di
They just have to figure it out, and
bisa
di
skip sih.
Having to just take the loss of a teammate, right, and go elsewhere. That's as good as it's going to get. If that doesn't get this, that is. It's falling apart, man. It is falling apart. T1.
Ini udah masuk mental nggak sih?
Through round after round, Zeta Division just cannot find any leeway.
Udah masuk kena mental gak sih?
T1 is unstoppable.
Yo, similar things happened in their match against Bleed. It took like 4 or 5 rounds before Bleed
Aduh kok kalah match 1, tapi kalahnya loh cuman ini masih sengit 13-11 tadi kalahnya Iwan. Tidak kenapa nggak dipakai ultinya nggak tahu deh. Itu namanya orangnya sopan. Namanya juga orang Jepang ya sopan coy.
Two fronts, but of course, overwhelming firepower can also mean that the defense is not going to look too hot. But I mean, if you can get these kills quickly enough, it shouldn't matter. Saya player holding that teeny tiny point of contact here. He gets smoked off himself.
Jadi tapi saya player sama Executed sama-sama jago OP-nya aja. Yang satu pemain Jet. Wih, tapi. Waduh, ijunya kurang tenang anjir. Dia langsung gerak gara-gara dia ditembakin aja, padahal belum mati tuh. Iju panik.
Let's see if I shoot this and then someone comes out. Izu does.
But of course, I mean, with the way that they actually took this, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
Very crucial for Yuron and Sugar Zero to really block things off with the toxic screen, gives them a bit more space.
Langsung keluar. Gimana dong?
Tree, along with the blast packs, making their way onto site. That's the thing with double op, right? Very difficult.
Kayaknya bakal dikasih sih ini.
Yeah.
Bakal dikasih.
Especially if you got the smokes, and if you choose the right site, that you kind of, you know, render these.
Mau exit frag dong ini. Tidak jadi dong, udah ketahuan.
And you might be able to have a better day.
How close is that explosion going to take? Whoa, that is turning into a very risky.
Waduh. Ya masih kaya sih, masih bisa beli sih.
The play was there. Rossi was throwing out his smokes and everything to punish.
Sudah dikasih OP-nya, saya balik ke Vandal, Rossi balik ke Odin.
Fully in the end. And now T1's like, we're kind of dipping too much into the operators. We need someone to start fighting for us just in case this happens. And then lo and behold, Saya player's back on a rifle.
Rossi on the Odin too. We saw how effective that was on the C site, so we're just gonna stick to it.
Yeah.
We've got okay, lockdown, showstopper, Viper's Pit.
X-Grid pushing in.
Gila.
Oh my god.
Agresif, OP, angle.
They're not gonna know about this. Yikes, X-Grid, what a mad lad. And he's not
Oh, damn! Damn!
3K already!
Executed one clip. Executed mau punya clip juga. Emang cuman reporsi yang hunting clip. Executed juga mau dong.
You were absolutely right, Asteroid. They, would not be able to anticipate that. They thought it was just a nade.
Gokil.
So maybe coming back in to reinvestigate. But then, you got the op. It fires off for 2 more shots. I mean, the second one was incredible.
We need a slow-mo on that one.
Bang! Oh my god.
Itu sih, tembakan ke Fate-nya sih itu. Wallbang tapi kena kepala anjir.
That's why his name is Accurate.
Makanya mati. Kalau nggak kena kepala itu nggak mati tuh Fate-nya. Wallbang soalnya.
I don't know if that's, the meaning behind the name, but it's pretty apt if it is.
Now we just call him Kevin.
Kevin! Alright.
Trap destroyed.
Lockdown used. Doorway blotted
Udah ketahuan posisinya Executed.
Respect, I think, at this point, Zeta has. Question is, Where's the plan on the spike? Because if it's placed on safe, they
rada
have to
sulit
start
ini.
pushing out. That is a misstep from
Oh!
Zeta are really
Galonnya kena itu anjir. Kena bumbot ya.
Got everything locked and loaded. Sure, there's going to be the plant on the spike. Viper pit as well. But the pinch from T1 can still come in pretty swift.
There.
Well, let's see if Zeta can buy enough time to prevent
Perisai coy, perisai tambahan anjir.
Just a heck of a journey.
Wah, ada gila-gilanya.
That's pretty quick here. Redeems himself from the Rosa. Euron's backing away as well. Any form of lineups is going to
Sulit sih, sulit sih. Viper Speed di sini ngeselin sih. Viper Speed di B ngeselin anjir. Soalnya tempatnya rada sempit.
Too strong, and every single bullet ultimately leading to Zeta with 1 round in.
Yeah, not a bad idea, right? I do wonder if this is something called from Coach Carlisle, but the Viper's Pit covering the entirety of B side, such a lovely thing. Dep, of course, being able to go in fast enough to create the space for his team. You had him checking out top of heaven with the nades, Boombot to clear out mid link. Just lovely stuff all over. And then Dep, of course, landing the shot with the Sheriff that close. Renders those ops useless.
But here we go again.
Yuk, absen.
Same setup all over.
Oh, ada lelenya. Ketahuan.
Okay, good.
OP-nya, tapi dia nanam. Dia nanam Izu.
Of course not.
Oke. Let's go. Ya. Yeah.
He will be. X-Crit's down to 5 too. I don't know how he actually took that damage in, but it's gonna be that.
Oke. Nice flank.
Not missing a beat.
Udah ketahuan juga Las.
Making some waves here. Laz by himself forced himself to go into a fight, but of course, this is the captain we're talking about.
Waduh.
He might not have forgotten all of the
Satu OP, satu Odin nih tinggalan ini. Ini XQR harus dapat 1. XQR harus dapat 1 dan harus selamat.
Really low, but it is an op though. As long as he stays tucked away, if the rendezvous comes back up too, let me actually ask it. It could be really still deadly. Just enough for them to sneak through.
The paranoia is gonna.
They'll have no idea that he's here.
That's true enough, but with this turret.
Yeah.
Oh my God! Kill him.
The turret fired though. They know he's there.
What's the angle?
Oh! Let's go!
How do you find these angles, man? Sugar 0, 2 versus 1.
Angle ngeri banget anjir.
With his
Bisa dapat angle di situ.
now, with Laz not having the support of the turrets anymore, yeah, Sugar 0 just needs to find some form of solace here, and that smoke gives him a little bit of coverage. Hex
Sense.
for the no scope.
Tidak kena.
Spike planted right beside him. Okay, he gets the first one. Smoke giving a little bit more cover. It dissipates.
Let's go!
Rossi.
Let's go! Oh my God.
Plenty of time to defuse.
Tapi itu menang gara-gara itu. Gara-gara Chamber dapetin killjoy-nya itu. Fix. Gara-gara X-Current dapetin.
Such incredible stuff coming in from X-Current.
Itu tapi Gamesnya udah dapat itu.
I was about to say the same thing.
You were about to say
Coba di scope tuh. Coba di scope.
There is no rhyme or reason. You cannot reason. You cannot understand something that is just too great for you to be knowledgeable at, right?
Holy cow, man.
Whoa! The clap back. One more round before we end the first half, though.
Yuk, 93 yuk, 93.
Indeed.
It's been a rough half for Zeta Division. Hopefully they'll have a better time in the second, but now as we close things out...
Granatnya tidak on point.
I mean, Zeta Division, just let go of this A main, man. There's too much heat at this point. Especially with Carpe so close there.
Iya.
He has a Nightball.
Dilawan anjir Odinnya.
So, Dep charging in, slowly creeping up. It's a risk he's willing to take, and it's a risk.
Wah, Zeta bingung mau ngapain.
They're afraid to turn back as well because someone else could
Zeta bingung jalan masuknya.
The devil you know, that the devil you don't, right?
Ya ampun. Kenapa sih lu harus nge-pick sih? Kenapa sih? Lu kan tahu di situ ada.
I want to see Rossi pop off again. 9-3 first half.
Oh itu literally ini anjir. Bisa. Tapi mati. Itu literally itu anjir. Bisa masuk, bisa. Tapi mati.
Rossi on the Odin.
Yuk, lewat pintu yuk.
Can't forget about Izu, of course.
Lewatin pintunya.
Name everybody for T1 at this point.
Yeah, one more player. Wait, I got his name. It's Carpe. There we go.
Bisa masuk tapi mati. Iya itu. Lewatin pintu doang anjir.
I mean, the show is definitely in Excrete's favor here, or Excrete's time.
Akhirnya ada humor. Akhirnya ada komedi.
Win and give me a what? I don't know what that phone was gonna say. But yeah, it really just is. I mean, we are
masuk doang tapi mati. Yes.
But it really is because he's finding a lot of impactful frags. It's not just collecting numbers and numbers of frags. Yeah, but the way that he positions himself, sometimes even, randomizing it. Sometimes he's on C, sometimes he's back on A.
Yo, selesaikan cepat. Biar kita ke map 3, ayo dah.
With somebody always from the T1 side, right?
Oke, W, thank you udah mampir. Thank you udah nonton.
You know how we talk about, if it's only Excrete, they can use a bit of utility to flush him out and they can push up into the side. But because he has that support from Izu, because he gets that support from Carpe, so on and so forth, he shrouds himself in so many options that, again, it turns into
3 map semua hari ini kalau T1. Iya anjir. Venue nggak mau rugi anjir. Studio nggak mau rugi. Pakai sampai malam bro.
Again, it ends up into that 9-3 as we flip this one.
Walaupun ini studionya Riot sendiri ya.
For real, like we haven't really seen anyone challenge him through this.
Waduh, harus banget tuh nembaknya pakai Headhunter-nya bro.
Okay, these trades are still
tinggal sendiri.
Never mind. Down to just Laz running all the way through that A site. Classic in hand, Excrete holding tight little angle here on stairs.
Udah bener tadi. Udah bener itu.
Comes into play.
Iya.
Like 3 people just looking straight into Laz. If he
ini keluar langsung disambut anjir.
Tara. Chance for him to even get a frag. It will not.
Langsung disambut itu.
Zeta Division's calls looking very lost as T1. I don't want to say commanding, I want to say dominating right now here on Lotus.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, like this is where I'm going to start to get a little bit
11
for Zeta Division.
Round wajib menang.
And that's really just because this performance
dapat 2 lagi tuh. Headhunter.
Their map, that's amazing.
Kill.
This one is going to be Sunset. And we haven't really seen Zeta Sunset before. I don't know what kind of tricks up their sleeves they could have. Yeah, but we
Bang nggak capek apa? Gue lebih capek baca chat. Bang nggak capek bang.
Round 2 Odin.
And again, man, if they try to just
Odin, langsung Odin, let's go. Definisi round 2 langsung Odin.
Always TP away. And this is just punish after punish.
The real definition habis round pistol round langsung Odin coy.
Any form of calls. They're just hoping that being aggressive, being a lot more forward is going to pay off, but ultimately it really hasn't.
Zeta belum ada jawaban. Excrete udah bawa OP aja. Modify ini round 3-nya apa? Bayar roundnya Zeta modify.
Let me in on some of the fun. You guys got all the kills before. Give me some. And there he goes. Now if you go to the next round, 3-11, unless Zeta can really hunker down, pull off a Fnatic, such a crazy comeback. If they do it, that'll be amazing. But if they don't, match point, that's it. Last starts things off with the defense.
Oke, kenapa Last tiba-tiba dapat 2?
Claps back as well for an extra.
Save nggak sih? Gue kalau jadi mereka nge-save aja sih. Sayang, ada OP anjir.
I mean, it's an operator he might not keep a hold of. It's a 4 versus 2.
Sebaiknya di save.
It's 1 full minute to work with.
Fair enough.
Could save, but that'll take a really long time.
Tapi masih 1 menit gitu kan ya.
Zeta's gonna chase them down, no?
Oh, save tapi tinggal 1 menit. Masih 1 menit waktunya.
Zeta's in that mind space where they're like
1 menit terlama dalam hidup mereka.
How are we gonna do this? And X3 got separated with that.
Curate-nya ketinggalan.
The crowd was like gasping a little bit. Not like this. It's alright, he's gonna make it over. Hiroran has sightlines.
Oh, mau dicoba coy. Mau dicoba kayaknya. Dicoba, ayo, coba. Coba, confirm coba.
And X3 hasn't actually TP'd away yet, so he can get a more forward position here.
Coba, ayo, coba.
And again, just wait around the rendezvous. He doesn't even get paranoid. It hits the shot on trigger 0.
Waduh. Tiba-tiba ada yang satchel.
Dep went down to an up in that.
Harusnya mereka nggak expect Iju ya. Ayo Ju.
On Asia Pacific, the Dep swing out to the paranoia. Plays in the favor of Dep here though, because Izu's gonna have to get closer and closer in.
Ju.
And Dep just 100% defends the spike. What a call, what a catch. Could even save the operator coming into that next round if he wants to do so. Can find it. Or keep the rifle in hand.
Dosa lu itu, Ju. Dosa lu itu anjing. What the fuck, man?
Jackshore was deadly, but you gotta respect and admire what Dep did at the end. I mean,
dosanya Iju itu anjir.
That's the experience. That's the knowing that your opponent is far enough that you have enough time to really stick the defuse.
What? He still has money for it? His teammate had money for it.
Anjir, masih mau ini aja. Masih OV langsung, ayo.
But it's already a weapon. You know what I mean, guys.
Wah. Untung itu omennya turun anjir. Kalau nggak bisa mati next squad.
Brush and he's the artist.
Okay, there we go.
Right? And the map is the canvas. And shooting down his opponents is the art. I don't know. I'm not poetic at all, but
good try.
X3 still.
Gak jadi faker follow.
I feel like as long as Zeta doesn't really give him too much, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him. But as soon as I think that, I'm recalling that round just the previous round, where he just waltzes up and catches Hiroran. Hiroran knew that he was up around because he heard the rendezvous, but still couldn't really react in time, and that's just accurate pre-aiming corners.
Udah dapat info, di 3 ada orang.
However, this round,
ke B.
Hiroran and the judge.
Waduh, delaying powernya sih. Ngeselin sih. Oke, B dikuasai.
T1 did wait for a lot of those nades to subside before they actually start pushing in onto B. Cost them a bit of time.
Kalau match ini pulang kah? Enggak, ini masih upper bracket yang ini. Yang kalah ke lower.
Well, they will be forcing this retake from Zeta Division with all of them holding into the site.
Ketahuan dong itu Iju di situ.
This is looking so dicey here for Zeta Division. Again, if they don't have any flashes, which they don't, they have to go in.
Banyakin reload.
And T1 is just ripping them.
Kedengaran bro kalau reload bro.
Coming in from Dep, but he's already so late. Laz sure can pick up X-Grit here, but that spike is gonna explode regardless.
Di-commit aja demi match point.
Here from Saya player.
Gak ada waktu. Dua-duanya mati gak sih? Rossi doang ternyata. Kita masih selamat itu, Dep. Oh, tapi lumayan mahal sih buat T1 itu. Mereka nggak bisa full buy. Tapi X-Squared ada ulti.
Just speaks volumes as to how much his impact is felt on this map. But apart from that, I mean, you were talking about it, no flashes.
Lagian kita sebutannya bukan nge-cast tau. Kita cuma komentar. Komentar bodong. Nge-cast mah sama yang beneran profesi caster.
Saya player had the showstopper. So a last-minute timeout called by Zeta. Not sure how much they can do for this map, but at the very least, a bit of a breather.
Padahal enakan suara bully. Udah keluar.
Maybe the next map as well, because Sunset is another map where ops could be really, really strong. You always want to watch out for X-Curate with his lurks.
You know who's happy in this game? Aside from
T1, udah ke playoff. Belum lolos ke Madrid ya, baru ke playoff.
Of T1 and how they're playing with this, and they're already formulating how are we gonna deal with X-Curates.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Chamber, right? what's gonna be the counter to this because
kalau nge-cash nggak bisa ngatain Y kayak tadi.
And it shows, man. Zeta Division have never had a convincing round in this Lotus map at all. Sure, there's 4 rounds in their name, but those were clutches. Those were just slight mishaps that they were able to use against T1. But ultimately, T1 still has the overwhelming control. Speaking of which, very aggressive push out from Zeta Division here on C. They were kind of hoping that maybe their commitment on Mound might have gotten them any kills, but it's only gotten them a little bit of map control. If Carpe doesn't push out here,
Zetanya sih harusnya udah
that might have been the spike
habis ya.
but T1's not foolish
I mean, lihat aja tuh 4 seri 1 vandal.
Especially now that they know that the
No
A site
ulti.
is very much open for
Ada sih ultinya Las. Sorry, gue baru lihat.
I mean, I don't even
Harusnya sih tetap sulit.
know what more you can really do. Excurate is prepared. Laz has got nothing but the
Lasnya juga di situ lagi bisa di-push anjir sebenarnya. Bisa banget tuh di-push Lasnya.
But then as the peaks come through, just simple shot from
Tuh
Excurate
kan?
and it says
Ultinya gampang banget hancurin posisinya.
Also,
Lasnya juga udah bye-bye.
He hits those shots with the
GG next map.
that slows everybody down.
GG next match.
Through the wall.
Next map enggak gue belum bilang. GG next map.
Was there ever a doubt we were going to go to map number 3 with such a dominating performance from T1?
Let's go. Map ketiga cuy. Anjir hari ini map 3 semua anjing. Real anjing. Hari ini map 3 semua real. Gila. Gak mau rugi nyewa venue. Sampai jam 12 ini sih perkiraan paling jam setengah 12 lah ya. Max 12 sih emang. Sabar, gua yakin nanti ada iklan anime, sabar. Debut yang cukup manis dari Koko Execute. Sebenarnya sih kalau debut dia udah debut pas yang pertandingan AVL itu, Afrika TV. Pas ada yang Sentinel menang. Execute main OP nggak ada obat. Masih sih. AWP-nya sih masih sih. Skill AWP-nya ditransfer anjir. Itu berasa memory card CS ditaruh di Valorant, di konsol Valorant. Anjir, lawas banget ya gue ya. Ngomongnya memory card anjing. Stream bang, kayaknya cukup kok waktunya. Gua rasa cukup waktunya. By the way, gua ke WC dulu. Mau lagi break. Kalian kalau mau ke WC dulu juga silakan. Cemilan, ini map terakhir hari ini, let's go. Keluarkan semuanya. Gua toilet dulu. Gimana kayak rasa stream kayak Subaton? Sebenarnya sih zaman champion sih pernah ya udah ya. Selama ini seingat gua. Iya nggak sih? Bentar gua cek. Gua udah pernah seingat gua. Champions tuh gua terlamanya bentar gua cek dulu. Convergence tuh ada yang 8 jam yang kemarin. 8 jam 24 menit Convergence paling lama. Terus Red Bull 10 jam. Yang hari Grand Final 10 jam tuh. Terus mana lagi nih? WP nih. Yang lama-lama tuh emang WP anjir. Yang ini yang Apak punya Game Changers Open 8 jam 25 menit. Terus nah ini Champions nih ada yang 7 jam. Ada yang 6 jam. Oh justru Champions tuh nggak ada yang terlalu larut anjir. Red Bull paling lama berarti 10 jam gue Red Bull. Champions paling lama gue 8 jam 19 menit. Champions kemarin. Red Bull coy. Red Bull Grand Final gue 10 jam. Sekarang sudah berapa jam? Kayaknya ini akan menjadi rekor terbaru hari ini. Ini udah 9 jam 52 menit. Kita masih belum map 3. Belum mulai. Jadi hari ini bisa mungkin 11 jam. Hampir 11 jam lah mungkin. Gas pecah rekor. Gak kering mulut lu Kai. Gue gak tahu sih, lu ngerasain gak suara gue emangnya berubah gak ya kalau dari awal sampai sekarang? Berubah gak ya? Siapa tahu gitu ya. Kayak sebelum main follow game kompe yang dimainin apa? Dota 2. Gua invest paling banyak kayaknya Dota 2 deh. Bentar, tadi gua mau cari apa ya? Lupa lagi gua. Rank lu apa? Gua sih nggak ini kok nggak jago. Legend 3000-an, 3500, 600 lupa gua. Standar lah. Nggak bodoh-bodoh amat, tapi nggak pintar-pintar amat lah ya, segitulah ya. Channel narasi, oh iya betul-betul itu yang mau gua. Ya, nah tadi kan gua mau nobar, tapi gua cek dulu ya, itu berapa jam nih masalahnya nih. Masalahnya berapa jamnya dulu. Jangan main nobar-nobar aja. Oh nih RRQ dulu nih. 15 menit sih, bisa sih ini. Bisa. Harusnya bisa 15 menit. Tapi lihat dulu. Kalau seandainya udah maksimum, ini jam stream gua takutnya udah 12 jam gitu, hampir 12 jam gitu. Mungkin besok aja gua nobar itunya. Item Dotanya masih di inventory Kakai. Masih kayaknya, tapi udah lupa gua ada apa aja. Gak ada Arcana kok. Gua nggak seniat itu beli Arcana. Soalnya gimana ya, main Dota pun gue kebanyakan solo anyway gitu loh. Di game apapun solo deh kayaknya. Main Dota di channel Yokai. Enggak, gue udah kagak main Dota. Udah lama banget gak main Dota. Sekarang tuh cuma ngikutin e-sport gue. Itu pun kalau TI doang tuh biasanya tuh. Udah bingung gua tuh, apa aja tuh yang baru-baru. Baca message di mana? DC. Gak ada di DC. Ya di mana yuk? Anjir, briefnya besok pagi banget nih. Emang besok pagi ada apa, Cok? Min mulai ya, sorry sabar.
Back to something they feel is a little bit more flexible.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how this plays out, especially since this is going to be our final map. And once again, we do have our casters, Quack and Asarai.
Di sini apa di sini?
Last game, last map.
Lu nggak ada message sama sekali ini di mana?
This Quack qualifies already for the playoffs, which is going to be massive. You know, again, when Kickoff has so many of the champion points, we'll see how this goes. Zeta Division versus T1.
Soalnya tadi gue lagi ngebukain narasi itu loh.
Phenomenal. Man is possessed.
So far,
oh besok aja, ya udah. Tinggal bilang lagi aja loh. Sulit bener.
But then, as the desk mentioned, agent composition changes up. Shows a T1 that, you know, maybe wants to tamper with something and
bentar.
change things up. Definitely a lot more serious, a lot more effective. But then again, Zeta going in for the double initiator instead.
Xgrid still on B main. This might not get flushed out by Euron at all, and there it is. Saya player finds Step as well. Can even go for the aggressive peek if he wants to because
By the way, Xgrid bunuh 4 coy. Wah, Koko lagi on fire.
Above and beyond with the 4K quickly here in the pistol.
First round, 4 pistols. I don't know if it's the Prowler that kind of gives
Koko
it
on fire,
off,
Koko on fire.
Not quite really having the utility to combat some of these positions, but Zeta walks straight into a trap.
Yeah, you can already see that Zeta's rattled, right? They're starting to lose contact.
Anjir, padahal baru 1 round udah langsung bilang menang anjir. Sabar, ini apapun masih bisa terjadi ini. Gak bisa dijudge by 1 round.
And we have to check, and you see Euron just throwing his flash to assist his teammates on the side when, again, they haven't fully cleared out B main at all.
So now with the guns, I mean, they can move around a lot more. T1. Zeta Division on the other hand. Again, still just getting a feel for how they are set up.
Yang menang ketemu PaperX kah? Bukan.
That's just Zeta Division. Knocked up here by Rossi and Xgrid. Xgrid should have his ultimate almost up. And imagining that coming into the bonus, that's going to be quite a huge advantage for him. As T1 slowly but surely rolling in.
Cepet juga nih selesai nih. Round 2-nya.
But you can already see, I feel like at some point the exertion here.
Xgrid pembelian berhasil T1 gak sih? Looks like.
Rossi having a good time too. Zeta Division at the very least, I mean, this is still pretty.
I mean, mereka juga ambil Iju juga bagus anjir.
But yeah, I mean, that said, you really got to find different ways to push through. We're expecting a lot from this full buy round now because it says a lot as to how this map will start. And again, wanting to punch that ticket through to the playoff stage.
This camera is giving some really nice information here for Xgrid. 2 little shutdown. Dep does find him in the battle through the Cypher cage.
Waduh.
That's some information gathered. That's a big player downed. But T1, Saya player, and like 2 other players here from T1 going in for this big flank. You can already see Laz holding patiently while the rest of his team manages their way on A main. Carpe's dart immediately gets scattered. And this nade.
Wah, mati banget anjir, posisinya mati banget itu.
Will as Huron falls down. As I mentioned, 3 players of T1 going in for the flank.
Free side.
To break that trap first, and Laz on first contact.
Oh, okay, bikin mahal.
Is gonna get punished. They're just gonna go with this for this 3-man push. They do upgrade some of their weapons, so there is better firepower right now from T1. The risk to actually push up on A main pays off. Numbers favoring Zeta Division, but that's never been a hindrance here for T1. They do line up for Dep in that.
Yuk, bikin mahal yuk. Setidaknya bikin mahal.
Left by himself.
Tembak orang-orang Jepang ini dengan Vandal Sakura. Atau mau saving aja dia?
But the way that this round plays out, just a more
Exit frag aja sih ini, exit frag.
Going in for that elbow push, T1 not really, despite having the camera for information, not really able to work off against it. So now it's just gonna be.
Oh enggak dapat exit nih.
Comes back into the game, still really early on. But
Gue pikir dia mau nge-save, ternyata mau mati aja. Oke. Biar dapat duit lebih banyak.
As we go to the next round, though, of course, T1 gets to buy back up. Laz maybe.
Biar dapat duit lebih banyak emang kayak gitu. Kalau lu nge-save senjata, duitnya nggak lebih banyak dapatnya. Satu tim.
On the operator this time, still a very lethal force in this game, but we gotta watch out for him.
Tapi kan dengan Vandal, ya tapi kan 1.900 lumayan buat tiap player. Daripada cuma 1.000. Lu lihat duitnya T1 banyak.
With him having that neural theft, right now it's going to be a huge boom if he can actually utilize that. Saya players operator somewhere here on elbow, the flash out. If he can re-peek this, they don't even know he's
Yang belum tahu OP, mereka belum tahu ada OP.
His teammate is giving most of the
harus dapat satu.
breaking all the utility, but
wah, tapi omennya mau kamehameha anjir.
They're waiting for maybe a push out here for T1, but it's the first one that peaks that loses. I feel like in all of these things, and they're coaxing it with the Sova drone.
Yeah, just trying to get a feel for it too.
Wah. Ini OP masih belum ketahuan nih. Gila gregetan banget ya.
Zeta is definitely thinking about the paranoia.
Gregetan banget anjing. Oh, udah ketahuan tapi resnya di sini.
Or to at least get a pitch on the side.
Wow. Waduh.
Did they understood that he was there, or someone at least pocketed themselves on the corner? That was absolutely
ya ampun.
Nowhere. Laz finds an opening. Rossi does get a trade, but ultimately Hiroron finds him. That means an Excurrent left on an island on that B site. What a battle of.
Ini saving gua, kalau ini saving udah.
Again, the first one to peak loses, and it was a side player that did because of that aftershock.
Yeah, patience and reads, right? First of all, that aftershock you have.
Kayak kenapa AE nggak masuk ke VCT sedangkan RRQ masuk? Ya karena yang dipilih Riot, RRQ berarti udah. Sesimpel itu. Yang pitching ke Riot tuh banyak timnya, organisasinya. Cuma yang dipilih RRQ. Memenuhi standar bagi Riot, ya udah. Akhirnya RRQ deh.
Into that 2-2 scoreline. I mean, Dep just reacting off of such an opening kill as well, instantly diving onto the site, giving his team a lot more space to work with around A. So far, they haven't really seen
DPM standar Riot. Bukan rosternya yang dilihat, organisasinya.
Early timeout call. I'm assuming this is from T1, no?
Tim e-sportnya yang dilihat, bukan roster.
Yeah, it is. So they realize something's up, even though, again, they put Zeta to the brink in that last game. There's always the point where T1 is making sure. And I do like, these kind of teams that...
Kayak peluang tim e-sport Indo di Ascension gimana? Selalu ada mas.
Right? It's a huge,
tinggal ngecok apa enggak aja udah.
Huge understanding of how Zeta can always be a big threat against them.
But always is this question of like, what are some of these tiny gaps that are in our defense?
Kabarin mungkin dapat ngantuk enggak? Gua yang ngantuk.
What we've seen so far is always this elbow, and although the attempt was to stick Saya player with an operator down this spot, hasn't really, given that much of a counter yet. It is a very, very early timeout. That is the
thing. Kita udah mau masukin
very hard to really
10 jam live stream.
This is being called as well.
Ooh, mishap there from Dep. either a misclick or a bit too early
Satchelnya -1
on
aja.
the use with the satchel. That's all you really need to do, right? To mess up around. You kind of want that extra elevation, that extra oomph that the second satchel does bring, especially when he has that showstopper for a play here. Or not. In any case, hoping that he could maybe break that camera too. Everybody here from T1.
Saran skin judge yang bagus. Tanya ke Revorsi mah kalau itu mah. Anda salah bertanya kayaknya. Tanyanya ke Revorsi, dia punya semua skin judge kayaknya.
Still is just lurking right around the corner of market.
Tapi kayaknya kalau Revorsi kayaknya suka Chrono Void deh yang gue lihat.
So even though this is a round where Zeta has the better guns, you still want to be careful.
That was neat for Nate. Side player already gave away his position, and he's somewhere here on market. So they're just going to be holding on to that for the moment right now. Dep's going to be pushing in, but it might actually be, again, a bit of a risk. The separation on these smokes could be fatal. But I don't know. We'll see. Anyways, triple stack to the back of Boba here.
Ngantuk gara-gara tenaga habis nonton Peprex tadi. Masalahnya gue juga tadi live pagi nontonnya Amerika juga kan. Dari jam 5 anjir mulainya. Untungnya 1 game aja. Terus lanjut Pacific.
Stunned as well. TP's away. Repositions. But Depp hounds him down and shuts him up.
Real quick. I mean, even though that blast back, yeah, it was a little bit lost in the start of the buy phase. As they push in, I mean, it's a very clear game plan just to smoke things off, make their way in. Toss some pieces of
Yang kalah by the way ketemu GE ya.
And although side players spent the nade as well, I mean, it's just really not too much found. The retake coming through, everyone just walks.
VCT per hari berapa game, men? Tergantung, ada yang 2, ada yang 3. Ada yang 1 kalau Amerika tadi.
Because Coach Autumn called the timeout for a reset. But look at Deb soaring through the air.
Well, you know, sometimes when you're up in the air, you can get grounded. And boy, did he. Sugar Zero is going to use the paranoia. They're committing to get this quick take on the B site because they aren't afraid of how much retake power T1 has. So the more that they can play for this post plant, the better it should be for Zeta Division here. But again, as I mentioned, side player, he's got the Boombaya. Nightfall going to be used for a bit of that coverage. And oh my god, this is just going to be them, Zeta Division, praying to dear God that nobody from T1 can spot them out.
Harusnya 3-3 dong. Yes,
and
sir.
they just get torn apart as that retake from T1 is absolutely flawless.
Very clean. Just give them the side, play the retake. Nightfall was a good idea, and you can see Zeta trying to be a little bit more decisive with how they push out. And although it does deduce that most of the T1 players will be approaching from Boba, they weren't quite able to respond to that showstopper, and that was the main thing that broke them apart. So, again, T1 just kind of adapting to some of these changes, right? We've seen this be executed several times now.
Next ketemu siapa min kayak belum ada. Kan baru dia doang yang masuk playoff sekarang. Sama ini nih, paling habis ini. Yang menang ini kalau nggak salah playoff langsung deh, seingat gue.
But because Saya player was just boosted on market, everything that he kind of did was null and void. So unless he was just such a good shot, it would have been something, right? Depp unleashed himself that showstopper of his, but yeah, Izu was able to get away with a fairly timed just run out actually, or maybe that was Carpe. Anyways, A site not secured at all by Zeta here. Saya player into the corner and he explodes. You're not sure he got himself that trade off, but Excurate.
Okay, Excurate.
Doubling up.
Gak apa-apa.
It's trade for trade, man. They are dwindling in the numbers. Thankfully enough, that Neural Theft is gonna give that information. The double swing out on me.
Waduh. Tiba-tiba nih orang dapat 2.
And an opportunity.
Tapi dia low sih. One hit. One bullet. 1 peluru. Jangan rotes dulu.
Because that's going to be important. Because, ladies and gentlemen, Laz, he's got a chance, but he's 30 HP.
Yeah, at the very least, maybe he gets a spike plant, but then you got Rossi who's able to kind of sneak back up around. And Laz always has to wonder where he's going to show up from.
Nggak apa-apa. Dia kalau di sini nggak apa-apa deh. Kalau di sini nggak apa-apa. Jangan ke sana. Maksud gue jangan ke sana. Oke lah, hide di situ dulu. Di situ dulu, tolong. Kayak udah mepet waktunya. Musuhnya harus plan. Bisa kembali.
Either way, Laz has a lot to consider. Wow, Spycam might actually
Suara udah
a little bit.
Dapat.
Spotted him. 10 seconds. Now he's got information and just has to land the shot.
He has a snake bite.
Buka kamera. Nah, kan buka kamera anjing.
Rossi, he got tagged. He knows exactly where he is. What a risky proposition from
Nice. Anda pikir Anda bisa mempermainkan Rossi?
He had everything working for him.
Bisa sih sebenarnya.
He has the HP advantage, and he's Rossi. You know, all those three things working in his favor.
Yeah, trying to go back.
Karat, iya, untungnya sekarang udah itu satu hit anjir.
Rossi having to land that one shot. I mean, a lot more calm, a lot more effective. But also, as you think about how this round plays out, just going in for that tiles play, I don't know if it's a bit of exhaustion, but not really checking the corner and anticipating some of these other plays. Saya player was able to punish. Laz, though,
Ijen pertama main kayak, gue lupa antara Sagi atau Sompa. Tapi ya dulu kalau main Sompa ya nggak ada line up time up, namanya juga baru coba main. Sembarangan aja lemparnya.
So it's take two, right? Both teams using a good chunk of smoke as well as info utility here on A main. Immediately, Zeta Division backs away up onto mid, realizing that last round, we got pushed here on tile, so we re-clear this. But as they do, they actually double up onto A main. They're kind of hoping that maybe with the use of this Prowler, they expose some bit of position. Carpe's still holding an angle here. He could get some massive
nice threat, nice threat.
Will not be able to do so. Only 1-for-1 in terms of the trades. There's so
many
players in T1.
Threat terus.
Oh, Laz.
Laz, if he can find this, a neural theft will come quickly right soon after. Saya players just holding an operator here.
Whoa, nice.
These are just massive.
Tinggal pilih mau kemana.
Over again from T1, and Zeta Division is playing into the trap of their opponents.
Not over yet though. Laz still very much so in the game. First of all, has to
timingnya.
Sight, but as he moves across,
he
jumped over.
Oh my god!
Might have hurt him.
Yeah, there's a lot of pings. Boba is the only position that was not given up.
Anjir, timingnya anjir.
Where does he plant the spike? Does he even check?
Kedengaran. Mati.
Not because there's no time
Let's go.
left. Accurate, pretty much right on his tail. T1.
Kayaknya orang Jepang hafal deh itu ketinggiannya.
I've used all of my words.
I think this
Presisi,
is one of these rounds where like T1, you know, they're controlling the map really well, and Zeta might have to call in a timeout just to figure out a different option right now. You look at how they're really approaching this part of the map, especially up towards a lobby.
Rossi nggak pakai Odin soalnya mapnya sunset, nggak sekertas Lotus. Odin tuh biasanya Lotus sama Asen doang biasanya.
As soon as they get enough kills, they taper back. Zeta wants to
karena spot wallbangnya banyak.
Saya players already in position to catch them as they try to, fall away from A. Not to mention X-Curate as well. It's just lurking right around the corner. So it's a very good setup from T1, and Zeta has to find a way to adjust around this.
Question is, can they though? Zeta's, as you mentioned, already calling this timeout. They're in pretty big trouble here if they can't deal with that operator. It worked the first time, their counterplay, because they were able to set the rules of engagement, right? But when T1 is on even footing, it feels like they're always on that advantage. And it's such a difficult thing to fight against when you're Zeta Division. And now we're seeing the fruits of that. Zeta Division, though, they don't have any counter traps whatsoever.
Lora OP bisa nembus apa aja, kayak sama kayak Odin.
Oh, I feel like the hunt didn't quite land.
Penetrasinya sama kok. Hai.
So this is a little bit awkward, but given how T1 is positioned straight up, they are looking for that retakes play.
Let's go.
Saya
Ilolon keculik.
And it has been punished before. Zeta doesn't look very comfortable on this map. Rolling Thunder committed.
Mau dimajuin. Ada gila-gilanya tuh orang.
That but
Cukup gila itu.
that's a lap of judgment right there. That was a big ultimate used too.
Kurang sopan itu ya.
As well as Sugar Zero.
Kurang sopan.
They're going to force themselves to actually go for a swing right now. They try to give themselves a bit more positioning to play around with the smoke placed at the back of A. But it's a 5 versus 2 quack. Numbers overwhelming here. They gotta dig deep. It's not deep enough. It's a second foothold in the ground.
Dipik regu tembak anjir. Mau apa coba?
On A side.
Trying to get ahead of things too to peek out, but yeah, it's just way too many numbers. So clean win for T1 on this round. And even after the timeout from Zeta, I mean, you can really see that like maybe they're not too experienced or not too comfortable on this map, because some of these angles that they just walk into, they're not like very uncommon ones. And it just shows that, you know, T1 really knows what they're doing. They've practiced this before, they've got a little bit more experience on this.
Dia tuh dari awal udah di atas. Terus kena itu langsung TP lagi ke atas anjir. Inwal di udara.
Very clean stuff. Zeta really needs more because, you know, the A hit, you know, we tried that, it's been done.
Atau dia tuh try itu nyoba ini ya kayaknya, nyoba mau ngedodge kayaknya, ngedodge ultinya Breeze tadi kayaknya. Lompat ke belakang terus TP.
Okay, 2 for the price of 1 boom bot. Get some big damage on Saya player, destroy the tripwire on B main itself. That's some value, but you know what? You're absolutely
kayak RRQ versus Gen.G kira-kira mana yang lolos play-in? Gen.G pokoknya kuncinya Gen.G itu kita udah tahu lah. Kalau meteor nyala, texture nyala, kayaknya bakalan susah. Kalau salah satunya redup, kayaknya jadi lebih mudah. Kayak tadi tuh. Kuncinya di 2 player itu.
Yeah, a little bit safer on the approach this time. I like the spy cam, but Saya player peeking out into B main just calls it all clear. He knows the hit's coming towards B.
Waduh.
Got the aggression.
Nice Izu, nice.
Does get the trade very quickly. TP across from Sugar Zero here, but he's alone for the moment.
Ya, nggak expect dong.
Don't realize that he's gone for the shot at step. Izu's playing himself. Although he's pocketed into the corner here.
Nice.
Gives himself some
threat,
leeway,
demi threat. 1v1.
And it's a rough house.
Ada ulti.
Of the 2 teams.
Oh.
Sugar Zero, hard to go for this TP out.
Wow.
Dapat nih.
He's so close. Gonna get back this satchel to boost him quickly.
Satchelnya fast travel aja. Satchelnya fast travel itu.
Yeah. Do it again. I didn't see it. Do it again. Yeah, there you go.
Fast travel, coy.
Again.
Making Asurai happy.
Yeah.
Dude, 7-3 scoreline. It all happens because of his blast pack movement. That is skill, clear as day. And of course,
ya sabar, ini map terakhir ini. Tanggung.
The A site, but then as soon as it starts to fall apart, you know, it's very clear how T1 is able to respond in kind to whatever Zeta throws.
And the problem, honestly, here is, again, it just feels like if Zeta pushes like this, there's no sure thing, right? As I mentioned, it's a rough house. They're pushing their way here and hoping that any contact leads to something good.
Begitu polos.
I mean, look at this. Side player
waduh.
down. Carp, they pick some point as well.
Mau coba-coba dia ke teman di SQ, Red.
Round 11.
Ayo, pick raw. Gak apa-apa, dapat satu low.
Even if he survives, right? He's like 4 HP.
Astaga, masih nge-kill loh.
Did side player just hit him through a flash? Anyways, here on. From here on out, he's by himself. He's got a Nightfall. He's got the whole kit available as that Fade, so he's not going to lack anything in terms of scouting, right? But the problem is, it's a 3 versus 1.
Yeah, you've got some utility, but as a Fade, it's just not
Katanya sih Hiroron ini tukang clutch-nya Zeta ya.
Oh, he might be able to
Katanya.
or seize.
He has Nightfall.
Prowler 2. Yeah, I don't know if Nightfall in a 1-on-3, right? Well, that is a great start. That's even better.
Apakah benar?
He can throw it inside smoke. Can he? He even sees side player. Just throw everything, man. Just do it right now.
Blind him.
He's not even defusing. Come on. You already know what's happening.
Jadi bener dong.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lah bener. Lah bener anjing.
That was a slight misplay with T1's protocols. Going up for the... maybe a little bit of going straight up for the defuse, and then being able to pick up the kill like that. Trying to peek into it again.
Maaf ya, saya tidak hit. Saya cuman merecall omongan mereka. Katanya Hiroron jago nge-clutch.
The sidelines very clearly here. You mentioned it. Hiroron took pretty much.
Apaan nge-jigs itu kan berarti bener ya?
One more round.
Sesuai kok sama kata-katanya.
Is that going to be able to get him?
Nice.
Oh, even through the stun, that is huge.
Dapat. Wah sayang. Terlalu open tadi posisinya executed. Oke.
You know what? They have turned into a team full on contact. I'm all for it. It is messy. It turns into a 3 versus 2, but it is fun as hell to watch. Hiroron's not gonna be expected.
Tenang, 84 ini coy, 84. Gak mungkin dong. Ini bukan tukang kelasnya nih. Sugar Zero bukan. Cuman Hiroron yang gue denger. Yang jago nge-clutch. Sugar Zero enggak?
Shock darts, shots, swing outs, everything.
Kan? Enggak. Cuman Hiroron.
Nobody really can. Just buying the attention from Boba and then 2 teammates swinging from behind. You hear those footsteps. Does not feel comfortable.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, as we move over into the next, like you mentioned, that contact plays, it's actually not a bad idea.
Half time. 84.
Should have or would have been able to at least capitalize on the kill onto, was it Excurate? But then, it's just because it's a Guardian, because it's... You're landing off of jumping and accuracy somehow doesn't quite.
Apakah mereka dengar omongan lu? Nggak tahu ya.
Market as well. Just T1 having all
Rangga, welcome to the membership. Thank you udah join member Rangga. Dipakai emojinya biar yang lain iri, yang abu-abu.
So very well played defense from T1 side. We move over into the next half. And again, it's just that double controller that gives them so much more to work with.
There is no safe space here for Zeta Division. Everything.
I've seen that before from Zeta fans.
Anjay.
Which one?
Zeta fans sudah berdoa anjir.
That Zeta would win.
Really? That's a thing?
Well, I mean, last year when they really wanted to go to Masters Tour.
Butuh bantuan spiritual udah.
Dang. I mean, I'm all for that though. Everybody's hyped up for T1 here. I mean, who wouldn't be, right? They look so convincing on all of their games here, to be honest. Everything's been pretty cutthroat between the two. And again, whoever wins this series, comparing it to the series before this, it's the flip. You get into a qualified spot already. That is absolutely huge. I think it was Achilles that mentioned that, the more chances for you to get higher, the more you just sit back, watch the bots.
Yes.
Ya lu lihat aja ini live-nya udah berapa jam yang lalu, Putih.
That's the bigger part. You just chill out. And you get to study VODs.
I love studying VODs.
Depth right now going on the offensive. Zeta wanting to pick up this pistol.
Laz dragging Carpe's HP to the floor, down to 10. Zeta Division's had enough, man. They've seen too much aggression from T1. They want to dish it back out themselves. They do spread themselves a little bit thin here, even though it's a 3 versus 4 with the numbers favoring Zeta Division. They have to get some control of the sites back as well as mid. That is
bayar pajak
easy
telat.
when you've lost Laz already. But because of this, T1
minimal hijau.
push themselves up on top mid. This could separate the positions. This could isolate Hiroron, and he might not be prepared for the lurk that is about to come.
Carpe down low as well, too, though.
Oh, the timing.
Now they spotted him. This should be easily dismantleable by Zeta Division.
If they don't overplay their cards, they should be able to, as you mentioned. But T1's so tricky that you never know what's gonna happen. So I'm just heal all.
Waduh, udah gelap loh. Kepalanya udah gelap.
Thanks for the help, Sugar. Zero. I gotta complete the name. It sounds weird just calling him Sugar.
Good pistol round by Zeta Division nonetheless. I mean, the way that they're deciding to really do something that that's maybe slightly off the book, something that T1 won't expect. And it gives them, you know, that extension in the second half, picking up the pistol. It starts
Siapa di sini yang beli bundle Zero Fang, guys?
Require that from him.
Capek nggak jadi streamer VCT? Sudah biasa sih. Gue kayak gini udah dari zaman Champions anjir. Dari yang jamnya bahkan nggak normal. Red Bull juga pernah 10 jam kan tadi gue bilang. Bundle yang doang mah nggak ada yang satu bundle nih. Scam, lu kagak ngerti arti scam ya? Ini banyak orang yang ngomong scam dari mana sih? Hah? Siapa yang ngajarin sih? Kayak ngerti arti scam anjing. Kagak dipaksa beli kan lu?
T1's no choice but to push forward.
Oh yeah. But the smoke's the only thing stopping them from dying through the smokes, and looks like it could be a clean round here for Zeta Division. 2 swift ones.
Scam kalau lu kena tipu anjing. Lu jelas-jelas kalau bundlenya udah tahu harganya berapa, lu nggak dipaksa beli. Udah tahu harganya berapa. Itu mah transparan, nggak ada scamnya. Makanya orang-orang ini nggak mau scam. Kayak ngerti anjing.
And with that, you know, they might actually be able to pick up on
paling
bonus
scam
depending on how they play it. I mean, this one, you know, it's kind of simple, just allowing for T1 to walk into them. But off to the next, T1 definitely has some ideas.
Standing ahead.
Enggak, gue kesel banyak orang bilang scam. Ngerti nggak lu masalahnya? Ngomong kayak gitu.
He wanted to get that that aggressive control on mid, but just fumbles in front of him.
Bocil scam lah ya.
Slowly creeping up onto B main here, calling in the rest of his team, trying to use that camera to coax some kind of peek here from Laz, and works favorably for them. Sugar Zero does get the trade. He repositions around the corner. Do they know about this?
Waduh. Oke. Threat, please threat. Oke. Wah, tukang kelasnya coy. Tukang kelas. Apakah aku akan nge-jinx? Apakah? Apakah? Oh my god.
Could be exposed. Gives away
Oh my god.
Here, sees the reposition right now and could even start to defuse that.
Yang kali ini jinx. Let's go.
And that is what Carpe delivers.
Just enough of a tag that Hidoran cannot have to hide behind the pillar. Still though, really close round for Zeta. I mean, you gotta admire the heroics from Sugar Zero. That was a masterful play.
Udah serem dong.
Being able to toss out the
dapat satu udah serem itu tadi.
Feels that contact. Shrouded steps over to the other side. They did not expect it, but then again, such plays coming out from T1, knowing how to play around this B main push.
Udah tegang kah?
Through, just bringing those numbers back in.
Kind of sucks for Hidoran there that again he thought that he could.
Menang, chill.
Use the spike from that angle, but no, it ain't gonna happen. Carpe's too sharp for those. Speaking of which, he's still away from the Huntress Fury. Like you mentioned, Zeta Division play themselves a key hand on that bonus round, but did he spot Saya get through this? They're not even checking it out.
Mendapatkan celah. Tolong!
No! The timing! Can he still win through
Oh my god, the timing lah, Bo.
Somewhere on mid, drops the spike down. That's trade for 2.
Padahal udah bagus banget dia posisi di situ aja. Sayang dia ngeliatnya ke market.
Starting off with these crazy minuscule timings. Now it's gonna be the neuro theft though.
Timing tercounter timing itu basically ya.
The main thing is they might be able to get the spike down. They have to play positions well enough to work out against Zeta's numbers. I think that's why I actually was thinking about going through market, but
menurut lu kalau AE masuk VCT bisa bersaing nggak? Ya buktikan dulu di Challenger sama Ascension sih. Gak usah jauh-jauh ke VCT dulu.
Whoa, they don't even respect this.
AC. Executed demand clip. Executed one clip. Yuk 5 juta views clip. Tidak jadi.
for Excurate here though.
Tidak jadi 5 juta views.
And everybody on Zeta be damned.
Tidak jadi FYP.
Swimming in it. There could be the half here for Laz. Gives him a little bit more time to play around things with. He even tries to go for the straight.
Anjir, itu padahal kalau dapat FYP itu coy.
They got the numbers. They got the advantage.
5 juta views itu.
Double digits.
Going for the stick was a little bit odd. But, you know, apart from that, I just Excurate again. Not opping, not chamber this time, but just able to find these trades, able to walk up front. And off of the spike plants, right? We were kind of wondering.
Adik kagak jadi ace, kakak adek. Oh yang tadi.
He actually plays with the off timing and then pushes deeper into Boba along with his teammates.
Itu outlaw for second aja udah di post di shortnya. Itu editornya sigap anjir. Editornya sigap anjir. Ini gua kagak ada editor anjir. Kagak ada tuh yang klik-klik.
These nooks and crannies on the Zeta defense. It just gets pressed, prodded, and poked by T1 over and over again. And it's not stable here, Quack. It's not 100% perfect. You're absolutely right? The off timings, you know, given to you, presented by
21 kali ini T1. Ini siapapun yang menang ya 21 sih.
Excurate.
Siapapun yang menang ya 21 kan.
The rest of Zeta in such dire straits.
Very tough for them to, you know, get a good read, good idea. I mean, side player was even able to walk all the way up mid courtyard to top, and like, if not for the lucky slight timings that you run,
Alpin itu, Alpin yang di tengah.
It's like these tiny things.
Di bawah Kevin, di atas Jason, Alvin.
It's a slight whiff on the recon dart. Fair enough. Camera from Laz just to check up on mid. No tiles, no lower mid here. It's a weaker buy for Zeta Division. So they want to at least take flight, not lose anybody before the push happens, as they want to again, you know, strengthen the numbers, all that good stuff.
There.
T1's well aware of this though, so again, they're just trying to compress their forces too. Get the better of things here.
Waduh. Oke, nice trade. Tukang clutch-nya udah tidak ada. Oh, tapi lagi eco juga sih. Harusnya sudah convert 11 ini. Rada serem tuh.
Spike should go down pretty soon as they find Laz.
Dia ngelihat apa anjir?
Maybe see if he's exposed.
Tiba-tiba ngelihat ke langit.
I don't know. Dep. Yeah. That's not gonna turn too well for him. Euron took a while to
lihat kembang api.
Really transfer out the side player in time. And T1. These rounds are looking a little bit
slow. Mau ditembak mulu. Demi apa anjir?
2 more and they qualify, Quack.
Good little shot from Euron though, onto the y-axis. But that's it. I mean, this round now, you're absolutely right. It's a little bit pivotal for both teams.
No.
Got some ultimates.
Easy kill anjir buat si itu, buat si saya.
Climb for Zeta Division. And T1 just really in the driver's seat. You know, there's so much that they can do right now. Saya player with a showstopper. Always, you know.
Ini Zeta punya 3 ulti. T1 punya 3 ulti.
Zeta might be thinking about playing something like a retakes game. But
Zeta ini bakal ngeluarin semua ultinya sih menurut gua. Demi memperpanjang hidup, demi tidak match point.
Their ultimates, but that's the most you can get.
Oh no, here on. Yeah, I mean,
mati nih saya. Oh, hampir. Itu soalnya kelihatan tuh. Rossi lihat.
But ultimately it's a lose-lose situation. Laz exposed too.
Kalau defender enaknya pakai Phantom atau Vandal. Kalau secara teori Phantom, karena Phantom bagus jarak dekat dan lu tinggal nunggu musuh yang datang karena lu defender. Tapi ya balik lagi, tergantung referensi.
There's a lot of crossfires. Dep does get some damage, but
Again, with this elevated positioning.
Match point secured.
That is very difficult to try to go up
Let's
against
go.
it. Saya player shuts it down. Is Zeta only good for 6? Is T1 gonna get this?
There's
They're
the
very
crosshair,
close to
though.
making it happen here. Very,
Yeah.
very close.
Match and series point, one more, and they will make it to playoffs. And with that comes a bit of a break. More training, more VODs to study. Meanwhile, Zeta are really just
Yuk, selesai cepat yuk. Selesai cepat.
on this sunset
Sebelum
map.
11 jam.
Not really knowing what to do, because kind of throwing bodies into it. The ultimates felt, and then Euron kind of exposed, or Hiroran exposed.
Oh, kalau kayak gini ya, kalau cepat selesai gini, kita nonton itu nobar itu. Yang narasi tadi, ayo dah.
Now T1 tapping.
Yang soal RRQ.
Hunter's Fury used very early here.
In game lu rasio apa gue normal. Gak ada gue apa-apain.
If he gets spotted here, that could be just a straight up nade. And he can't go for the cross. Dude is holding elbow.
Sudah sih ini, sudah sih harusnya.
Same spot. Sure, there's no showstopper to get them gutted, but it's the same thing.
Oh, Dep punya ulti. Tapi tidak dapat siapa-siapa kah?
He's playing the safer game and just backing away.
Attack sure
He's
tadi.
already got that contact. It's all good for him.
Interesting.
And a quick TP on spawn just to check if there's any big or long flankers. With
Dapat
40 seconds on the clock,
pantesan mati tiba-tiba.
because at least that gives T1 more options to maybe go back, or at least, you know, more options to make them confident in pushing up into A main and not being afraid of their behinds.
Cut noise. Well, there is that the flank from depth though.
Ketahuan tuh.
Ooh, that's a stun.
Right there.
Oh, ketahuan juga.
Cross coming into A link.
Wah, kagak kecek ada flanknya. Harus maju. Iju udah low, nggak bisa. Saya player 3 lawan 1. Sepertinya match-nya akan lebih panjang.
Zeta Division somehow manages to live the fight for another round.
I mean, it's very well played with how much depth is controlling. Although T1 tries at a different strat, just trying to cut noise and then explode onto sight. It really was that flank from depth, and not to mention some of the players on site to really.
Masih bisa beli kok, masih bisa beli, aman. Duitnya masih cukup oke.
Keep T1, feeling a bit of pressure. Zeta's not out of this game
Sudah
yet.
mati sih jadi nggak tahu flank. Ya gimana lagi tuh pakai galon
Got Rossi on
Mau
the
accurate kayak gimana pun juga kan ya kalau kenanya galon gitu maksudnya.
Hiroran might have the Nightbot to counter that, but still a lot of options. Oh no, okay, well, that though. That's not an option.
Dude just straight up walked into stairs.
Masuknya begitu banget
Not sure
tuh.
what that was about. My camera is. Anyways, step in the right direction at least here. Spots a couple of the shock darts. Laz swings out.
Info udah keluar, omennya harus ketahuan gak sih omennya di situ? Oke.
Laz is in a really bad spot here and
Wah!
3 kills. Death Laz. Sugar 0 on the blink of an eye. Down. Nightfall activated here. They gotta try to make something happen, right? Because of the Viper's pit.
Wah.
From Rossi.
Karpe ingin selesai cepat. Karpe mau S. Tidak. Karpe mau selesai. Oh, GG boys.
All the way in through to the playoff stage.
Karpe menolak lebih lama lagi pertandingannya.
But then as we move on to Lotus,
Karpe sudah ngantuk.
player, Rossi having a good day.
Bagus banget nyalanya di saat yang paling tepat dia.
So many options, so many game plans, and at the same time, just still fragging out of their minds.
Gila sih tapi itu sih. Itu klip 3 juta views tuh, 3 juta tuh boleh. FYP Korea tuh.
I'm taking it back, man.
Your winner is T1.
From that one play that he just did. What an insane last round.
Berarti Zeta nanti ketemu sama Global Esport lagi ya guys ya. Rematch.
Step in the right direction.
Rematch sama GE.
Step in the right direction, and then you mentioned it, we saw it. Carpe just blasting through obstacles, opening opportunities up here for T1. Man is possessed. Everybody from T1 has been possessed by the gods of FPS.
Lanjut nggak sih?
These guys,
Doakan saja.
what a restructure. Again, first qualified team, I believe, coming in to Kickoff.
Yeah, they're the very first
Memuja Carpe sejak Overwatch League. Banyak sih yang dari Overwatch. Beberapa orang ada yang dari Overwatch. Kayak Dep itu kan Overwatch juga kan? Depnya Zeta tadi kan dari Overwatch juga itu.
The very same time, because they've made it through, they now get to sit upon that winner's seats, that podium, and then to take a little break and study more for the next coming days. You know what? It's an incredible day. It's an incredible game.
Kevin di wawancarai nggak ya?
On Kyungmin on the stage.
Coba lihat dulu di wawancara apa tidak. Anjay. Sekuret. Ada bocil sekuret di sana, coy. Ya, pas banget anjir sekuret. Pas banget.
Yes, congratulations T1. 네, VCT 퍼시픽 킥오프 이제 오늘의 마지막 승리를 T1이 가져갑니다. 지금 인터뷰 저희 함께 엑스큐레이트 인터뷰 들어보시죠. 엑스큐레이트, congratulations for today's win.
Thank you so much.
I mean,
Fly off ya. Ini berarti dia secure fly off.
All fans shouting for you. So how do you feel about
Crosshair Koreanya?
I think today's win is feel very important for us because this is our because I'm also a first time playing competitive Valorant, and then with my new team, with the new roster, we managed to go to the Pacific playoff. So it's really a good motivation for us to going for the next round.
Yeah, sure is. 이번 경기가 정말
Tadi ngomong apa ya ini?
답을 했는데요. 특히나 이제 플레이오프로 바로 넘어가고
Intinya dengan tim baru ini adalah hal yang baik, kita masuk playoff.
정말 중요하게 이겼어. 정말 기쁘다는.
Nah, gitu aja intinya.
다음 질문을 이어서 해보겠습니다. 이제 맵 2에서 완전 분위기를 전환시키면서 맵 3에서 아주 멋진 무브들을 많이 보여줬는데 맵 2 이후에 팀원들과 어떤 이야기를 나눴는지 물어보겠습니다. I mean, you completely turned around starting from map 2, dominant moves on map 3. So I'm curious, like, what did your teammates talk about after map 2, winning map 2?
Apa yang kalian bicarakan setelah map 2?
Honestly, for first map, we have a good comeback before, but it's about a bad call and a bit hesitation. That's why we kind of like give up that map. And then for map 2 and map 3, we just play our best and then just do it what we practicing and then we do it.
Default tuh jawaban default. Map 2 sama 3 kita just do our best, done. Udah.
Yeah, I think we just do it like what we do it in practice, and also I think Zeta playing really good. So yeah, it was a really good match.
I mean, I heard your team.
Kita melakukan apa yang kita latih. Nah, gitu.
Yeah. I mean, it's like I don't know, they just like do that maybe to boost their motivation, but yeah, just like.
Okay. 네, 맵1에서는 조금 이렇게 어려운 측면이 있었지만 맵2에서는 이걸 완전히 극복이 가능했는데 아마도 연습한 게 맵2에서 기량이 많이 드러났고 또 긴장도 많이 풀려서 그런 거 아닐까 저도 개인적으로 생각이 드는데요. 근데 또 맵 1에서 제타가 또 잘해줬기 때문에 맵2에서는 그 집중된 전략을 많이 보일 수 있었다고, 그리고 또 팀원들과 함께 막 소리 지르면서 기뻐했는데 이 소리를 지르면서 분위기도 전환시키고 더 맵3에서 더 잘할 수 있었던 것 같습니다. For the last question, you know, Coach Autumn like totally believed for today's win for T1. So how happy would he be? 또 코치 안참이
Seberapa senang lu setelah menang?
100% 예감했거든요. 이거에 대해서 얼마나 행복해하실지 물어보겠습니다.
Yeah, I think I don't know how to say this, but
senyum-senyum aja lu kok.
Yeah, just that this win I think is really meaningful for every one of us, and also I promise to my coach that we're gonna win this specific kickoff.
Anjay. Pertandingan ini sangat penting buat kami, dan gue berjanji kepada coach gue untuk memenangkan Pasifik. Let's go.
So thank you for the interview. Now you know what you have to do, right?
I don't know.
You have to sign a signature on
Giveaway.
Give to the fans. Yes,
nobar yang narasi itu bentar. Bocil-bocil executed banyak nih.
So anywhere you wanna throw, you have to go in front of the fans. Yeah, you just go in front of the fans and then toss it to them. Who's gonna get the lucky penguin? The winning for T1! Yay!
Ayo, Battle Royale!
Okay.
Emang suka kekacauan deh Bang Anjir.
Best of luck for T1.
Semoga beruntung untuk T1.
For T1's win, and now I toss it back to the desk. Yogan.
Bentar. Maksud gua itu, gua pengen nonton yang ini, bentar-bentar. Nih.
Tipsy Lashley.
Ada iklannya, bentar ya. Itu si Sonda ada baik. Namanya schedule lah ya, dia WP RRQ. Tapi itu kayaknya nanti lusa deh, buat lusa deh. Besok kan nggak ada RRQ masih. Yuk, bentar yuk. Special Project. Crown for the King of Kings.
And that is how we wrap this up. RRQ wins 2-0 in this best.
Ada ininya nggak ya? Auto generated ya? Tapi Inggris auto generatornya.
I want the team to perform higher, and I want us to achieve more. We want to win trophies.
Oh, ada ininya. Sorry. Ada ininya kok, ada subtitlenya di videonya.
Ngebuktiin aja sama kita
bahasa Indonesia bahkan.
Bisa jadi tim Indonesia pertama sih yang menang.
Penghalang bagi RRQ di season 2023 ini adalah roster mereka ya. Tahun 2022 itu adalah tahun di mana roster RRQ ini pertama kali main di turnamen India di Galaxy Razer bagi para fans atau bahkan pecinta Valorant di Indonesia, dan baru kita masuk ke VCT Pacific League season 2023, season pertamanya di mana RRQ bermain. Mereka kalah terus-terusan, permainannya juga nggak begitu bagus. Baru di tengah season mereka kelihatan ada harapan, tapi sayangnya semua itu udah terlambat sehingga akhirnya RRQ harus mengakhiri season 2023 tanpa trofi sama sekali.
Oh, ini abu-abu gini IJ lagi gambarnya. Abu-abu IJ. Sedih banget.
Sometimes some Indonesian players, you need to push them a little bit more. They do sometimes like to have a good time. But in general, it's been something that I'm really glad that it worked out this way. That I came to Indonesia and I found a team here, and now I'm on RRQ, and I can't say like if I look back, I'm very.
Kayak muka lu ngalahin, nonton sendiri. Oh, ini yang baru nih, ada jersey barunya nih. Tadi kan lama semua tuh footage-nya.
Flipster has been someone that's been very successful inside of Indonesia. So for him, we want to make sure that he's always improving his game as the IGL, because we're so reliant on him. Almimor is a player who's been a lot of times been seen as this kind of young talent. It's time that you that you show what you are capable of, because we've all seen it. Xfero, I think, had a really good season. So for him, I hope that he can push on from the successful season that he had, and he can have an even better one. For Estrella, I think everyone saw him do really well in LCQ, even though his team didn't make it all the way. So for him, I hope that he can be that kind of that rock in the team. For 2GE, he's someone that also brings a really good vibe inside the team. So I'm extremely happy that he's still with us, and then he can still be part of our group. And then for the last one, for Jemkin, he's had a really good showing so far last season. I think a lot of people are excited. I think he'll be a star. For 2023 performance,
Connects nih,
I
Connects.
would not say I'm satisfied.
Gua ada di situ tuh, di event itu tuh.
I think we underperformed
Fuyu
as a team from the inside, but for us on the inside, we do really have high expectations and high standards for ourselves, and we want to win trophies.
Di tahun 2023, di tahun kemarin itu kurang optimal aja. Kalau dulu itu habis latihan aku tuh main, tapi kalau pas di Korea itu kalau udah habis latihan tuh udah kecapean duluan.
Oh, not like this.
Gen.G played super well. Fairness to them. We look good.
Sebenarnya agar seorang player e-sports itu bisa optimal, menurut gue jiwa dan raga pemain ini, jadi nggak cuma mekaniknya tapi jiwanya juga harus sehat. Umur RRQ sendiri di VCT Pacific League tentu akan panjang, tapi untuk umur rosternya sendiri mungkin harus dilihat dari performanya, apakah mereka bisa memenuhi ekspektasi yang tim RRQ set. Jadi kalau misalkan ini nggak berhasil juga bagi RRQ di tahun 2024, ya kursinya Coach Ewak mungkin bisa jadi gonjang-ganjing.
Waduh, terakhirnya Iwok kalau gagal.
Of course, we made some roster changes and we decided that there's some certain areas that we wanted to improve on. This is always, for me, the hardest part of the job, having to say goodbye to friends and people that we worked so close with.
Banyak orang yang gak ngerti tugasnya aku tuh apa, terus kayak disamain sama yang lain yang benar-benar bukan IJL. Nah,
Bani curhat ini, curhat sebagai IJL anjir.
Memang buat masalah frag atau kill itu nggak terlalu banyak, nggak terlalu impactful lah, karena mereka sibuk mikirin tentang apa yang harus dilakuin, apa yang musuh bakal lakuin gitu-gitu.
IGL itu adalah salah satu peran terpenting di dalam.
Nih buat kalian yang nggak tahu IGL nih,
basically dia adalah perpanjangan tangan coach, karena berbeda dengan olahraga konvensional mungkin kayak bola atau mungkin NBA di mana coachnya tuh bisa langsung kasih strategi di dalam pertandingan. Di e-sports itu nggak boleh. Jadi di dalam pertandingan, selama pertandingan itu berjalan, semua keputusan, semua strategi, semua mood boosting, semua mood control itu ada di tangan IGL. Bani ini sebenarnya sebelum dia ngisi role IGL, di awal-awal game Valorant ini dia tuh bukan IGL atau in-game leader. Akhirnya dia transformasi jadi IGL di Boom Esports. Dan dia punya kemampuan untuk berpikir dengan sangat cepat. Dia terkenal sebagai salah satu IGL di Indonesia, sebagai IGL yang mid round-nya bagus. Menurut gue untuk peletakan Bani di IGL itu udah posisi paling tepat.
Aku main game tuh pertama 2009 pas SD kan. Itu selalu ditentang sama orang tua. Dia mau aku jadi kerja kayak
anjir dulu kurus banget Bani
itu kuliah yang benar. Terus waktu itu
abis Jamal ya
Indo juga sempat bilang ke bokap kayak,
oh enggak jadi, yang ini kayak The Rock
berhenti dia sekarang udah juara, dia nggak bakal berhenti. Sampai akhirnya bokap juga udah dukung sekarang.
So I started out initially I was more into MOBA games. After I transitioned from traditional sports, I got more like esports games. So that's where like strategically I really enjoyed it. So after that, then when Valorant came out, I was really interested. So from there I first thought, okay, maybe I can play, I can maybe be pro player, I can play. And then I did some casting for some game. For a team with, especially the team that I joined with first was Onyx, and the main language that they used to communicate in game was Bahasa Indonesia. But inside the team, it's something that we have when the players are to a certain extent comfortable with English, then it's not a problem as well.
Maaf gengs, tidak premium. Aduh narasi, duitmu udah banyak nanti dulu napa?
Kita benar-benar harus buktiin karena kita satu-satunya tim di Indonesia yang di franchise. Mungkin fans kita buat yang di Indo lumayan banyak lah. Menurut aku lumayan ada pressure-nya sih. Pressure
Premium
buat
dong, enggak.
pressure buat
Hemat budget dulu.
Pressure buat bikin orang-orang
Suruh cuci
Indo
muka.
tuh kayak bangga lah sama kita.
You need to be aware of the effects of social media, and you need to make sure that you can harness the energy of the fans and make sure that it doesn't hang heavy on you or weigh you
Ya
down.
udah mau habis sih.
And rather
Enggak,
understand
masih
it as
7 menit.
how many thousands of fans are there that actually wants to see you succeed.
Secara tim aku pikir benar-benar penting ya, karena kayak mereka mau kita kalah, kalau benar-benar fans kan kayak mau kita kalah mau kita menang kan tetap didukung kan. Jadi itu benar-benar jadi salah satu motivasi sih. Orang-orang tuh datang ke DM gitu kayak ngomong nice try gitu-gitu, kayak semangat, jangan putus asa gitu-gitu. Itu yang bisa bikin ini sih lumayan terobati lah.
Tidak terjadi itu di live chatnya sana.
I thought, wow, for me,
Aduh, maaf dah.
something that when franchising came around as
Chat
well,
itu terjadi di sini sih.
then I was super happy to be able to stay with the Indonesian organization, because that's where I got my opportunity to branch out of South Africa. So for me, it means everything.
Aku sebenarnya kalau nggak aku respon, aku kadang baca kan. Kalau baca tuh suka ketawa sendiri. Kenapa sih orang-orang nggak jelas? Lu kalau emang lu bisa main
dia juga
lebih
bahas
jago dari
tuh.
gua, lu bakal di posisi gua. Bukan lu nontonin gua gitu-gitu kan.
Betul Bani, betul. Ya bacot doang kagak di posisi lu Bani. Setuju gue yang ini.
Sad that I know that the fans doesn't accept us at first. They don't accept the players because of what we achieve.
RRQ gave us a big chance to be here and raise the Indo flag with them.
Ya udah, itu kan pilihan dari RRQ.
Oh, ini yang masalah itu ya.
Ya, mereka pasti pilih yang terbaik.
Masalah gabungan sama
Because
Filipina
it's sad to
kemarin
see
kan.
all the drama from a lot of the fans. They weren't happy that we're not going either full Filipino roster or full Indonesian roster. People look at esports players as robots. You need to understand that they also make mistakes and that not everything can always be perfect. Sometimes they're a little bit scared to make a mistake because the community sometimes can be very critical in terms of if a player
komunitas
did
ini
insanely
bro.
well and then he makes a mistake.
Gak, kalau di Ironsenpai aman, di Ironsenpai aman. Gua jagain.
Gaming is stressful. Gaming is fun kalau nggak ada tuntutan. Tapi ketika lu dibayar untuk menang dan lu kalah berturut-turut, di situ mental bisa drop banget. Jadi ketika ada orang yang mungkin secara mental lebih lemah, lebih rentan terhadap head comment, di situ sebenarnya dibutuhkan seorang sport psychologist.
For myself, when I'm watching champions, what I did after LCQ, I just wish to see our team there, and I want to be there and be able to represent our organization and our fans there. So for myself to keep motivated, I need to almost always put myself in a position where I'm not satisfied, and I want the team to perform higher, and I want us to achieve more, because I did see glimpses of what we are capable of.
Of course, benar-benar it mean a lot, because kalau nggak ada e-sport ini dan nggak ada RRQ juga, mungkin cerita hidup gue bakal beda. Waktu itu pengen masuk ke franchise.
Anjay.
Dan kebetulan masuk. Jadi benar-benar means a lot sih, karena nggak semua orang bisa dapat opportunity yang gue dapetin.
Target dan harapan yang realistis untuk RRQ adalah bagi mereka untuk qualify ke turnamen-turnamen internasional, baik itu Masters maupun Champions. Jadi kita harus agak realistis juga kalau kita fans RRQ. Dan mungkin untuk tim RRQ dari segi latihan atau mungkin dari segi chemistry bonding itu harus lebih dipercepat. Kalau kita ngomongin chemistry sebenarnya berbeda dengan tim atau olahraga konvensional kayak sepak bola gitulah ya, di mana rules of the game-nya itu selalu sama. Kalau kita ngomongin e-sports itu ada yang namanya patch notes. Meta gamenya atau mungkin buat orang-orang
ini yang bikin pusing.
gamers, itu meta itu adalah most effective tactics available. Jadi kalau lu pakai strategi A, lu udah pasti menang. Nah, tiap bulan itu bakal berubah. Jadi itu sebabnya mungkin emang kalau kita ngomongin chemistry di esports itu ngebangunnya memang untuk project jangka 6 bulan. Kalau sukses mereka bakal long term. Jadi kalau mereka udah bisa figure out gimana caranya mereka ngebangun chemistry dan komunikasi yang bagus dari awal season, nggak menutup kemungkinan mereka bisa menang VCT Pacific League.
Amin dulu aja.
Tim RRQ, tim gua bisa masuk ke semua turnamen internasional dan kita bisa ke champion, which is turnamen paling gedenya buat Valorant. Dan buat diri gue sendiri semoga
apaan prit-prit udah lewat,
gue bisa main
lu doang itu
dan
prit-prit
berimpact yang semaksimal gue lah.
Ini mau mendoakan RRQ ya?
I don't
didoain malah prit-prit. Gimana cok?
For myself, for my career to be known as the best coach. I want to be known as the guy that won trophies with a team that enjoyed the game.
Yang pasti sih harus tetap konsisten, tetap latihan terus, jangan jumawa, jangan sombong, dan juga yang pasti tetap memedulikan sama fans-fansnya juga.
RRQ 2024 semangat terus.
Di Connect nih, di event Connect.
Bawa pulang trofi ke Indonesia.
This is going to be an RRQ victory. They started out looking so weak on map 1, but by map 3 they were on fire.
Oke, sepertinya udah selesai. Terima kasih untuk channel narasi yang membawakan Valorant ya. Membawakan konten Valorant. Bentar. Lu jangan lagu-lagu aja lu. Kalau copyright gue yang mamput. Bentar. Ini sudah pas coy, udah 11 jam coy. Gua udahan dulu guys. Thank you ya guys ya. Akhirnya kita bisa menyelesaikan WP WP 11 jam ini. WP terlama untuk sepanjang Irsen berkarir. Thank you udah like, thank you udah jadi member, thank you yang tadi udah pada ngedonate, thank you udah nemenin nonton. Kita ketemu lagi besok ya guys ya. Gua gak tahu nanti yang NE gua ambil apa enggak, yang Sentinel sama 100 Thief. Kalau gua ada tenaganya, ada waktunya gua streamin, tapi yang pasti yang Pasifik. Tuh jam 3 sore besok. So ya, sampai ketemu besok guys. Bye bye. Selamat beristirahat. See you.